Under the big willow tree in the center of Qingshan village, the villagers were still talking about the dramatic scene from yesterday where the Zhao family's second daughter publicly recognized her relatives. It was probably more exciting than any play. Just moments before, Luo Qiao, who had been fighting zombies in the apocalypse, was pushed into a horde of zombies by her teammates. She couldn't save herself in time. She heard someone behind her shouting her name desperately, then everything went black. When Luo Qiao woke up again, she found herself in a strange place. She was weak and had a terrible headache. Before she could think much, a rush of memories flooded her mind. She carefully sorted through her memories and realized she had become a 15-year-old girl named Luo Qiao, a poor girl unwanted in the 1980s. But the strange thing was, the names of the people in her memories felt very familiar. After repeating them a few times, she remembered. This wasn't just her new life, it was from a novel she had read called Swapped Lives. In the story, the female supporting character, also named Luo Qiao, had a miserable life and only discovered at the end that her life had been swapped with someone else's. She recalled the plot, which she didn't remember very clearly, and understood why the Zhao family in Qingshan village didn't recognize the girl they sent back, because only Zhao's second daughter-in-law, Gao Suhua, knew Luo Qiao wasn't her real daughter. The family had raised her for 15 years, but now her biological parents had come to take her away. The family still had 6 daughters to raise, so they refused to acknowledge Luo Qiao. Just as Luo Qiao realized she had not only traveled but also entered a book, she heard a deep, magnetic voice ask, "Are you awake?" Following the sound, she saw the curtain at the door being pulled aside. A tall, handsome but cold-looking man stepped in. His eyes were deep and sharp, and he was leaning on a cane. Luo Qiao calmed herself, then asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? Where is this?" Lu Yichen looked at the pale girl in front of him. Instead of answering, he coldly said, "Get up and take your medicine." Luo Qiao wanted to ask more, but when she saw his icy eyes, she closed her mouth and obediently sat up, feeling dizzy. She took the bowl and struggled to drink the soup. After finishing, she handed the bowl back and said casually, "Thank you." The man on the ground replied, "Lu Yichen is my name. Rest well." Then he left the room. Luo Qiao was confused. What was going on? In the novel, Zhao's family, pressured by local officials, eventually accepted Luo Qiao, but they always treated her as a servant. Now, who was this man? And where was she right now? Lu Qiao saw the man leave like that and felt a bit confused. But since she was feeling very dizzy, she decided to wait until she felt better before doing anything. She drifted back to sleep, feeling groggy. In her dream, Lu Qiao seemed to arrive at a small canyon. The scenery was beautiful, with a waterfall cascading down the mountain into a small stream. Outside the valley, there was about 10 acres of empty farmland. On the other side of the stream, the land was lush and green. From afar, she could see a 2-story bamboo house. She crossed a stone bridge over the stream and approached the bamboo house. She softly asked, "Is anyone there?" But no one answered for a long time. Feeling shy about entering someone else's home, she decided to walk further along the path. In front of the bamboo house, there was a garden of about 3 acres. It was planted with common flowers like peonies, roses, begonia, camellia, orchids, peonies, jasmine, and more roses. Further ahead was a large herb garden, where ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms were grown in separate patches. It was a wonderful sight, and the garden had a full variety of medicinal plants. Following the herb garden uphill, near the edge of the valley, there was a sizable tea plantation. It looked like it had many different kinds of tea plants, but as a northerner, Lu Qiao couldn't tell the varieties. In her past life, Lu Qiao was a wood-type supernatural. Her wood power was different from others. It could be used not only to promote plant growth but also for healing and attacking. Seeing these plants made her feel close to home. But those were her past memories. She sighed and continued walking forward. Curious about this place, she wondered why she was the only one there. Before she could figure it out, she felt someone pushing her. She heard a voice say, "Wake up, get up and eat something before you go back to sleep." Lu Qiao opened her eyes, feeling a bit dazed. When she became alert, she realized she was still in the same room she had been in before. She chuckled to herself, thinking about her dream. Lu Yichen brought over a bowl of food and asked, "Do you want me to help you sit up?" Lu Qiao replied, "No need, I can do it myself." She looked at the large bowl in front of her. It contained potatoes and dried beans stir-fried with some sauce, with plain noodles underneath. The aroma was tempting. From her memories of the original owner, she knew that not everyone could afford to eat pure white noodles now. Feeling a little surprised and flattered, she was starving. Honestly, she wanted to eat so badly. In the end of the world, they could eat enough, but the food was grown with supernatural powers. The seeds had mutated, and the unique pure aroma of grains was gone. Since the incident after the main character fainted, Luo Qiao knows nothing about what happened and feels very anxious. Lu Yichen saw Luo Qiao holding a bowl and staring blankly, and asked, "Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste?" Luo Qiao was startled and quickly shook her head, saying, "No, it's not that. Lu Yichen said, "Eat first. After you're done, if you want to know something, I'll tell you." Then he turned and left the room. Luo Qiao sighed and thought, yes, food is the most important thing in the world. When Lu Yichen came back again, Luo Qiao had finished a big bowl of noodles. She was so full she almost couldn't move, but the smell was so good she still wanted more. Feeling a bit shy, Luo Qiao blushed and said, "It's so delicious. I ate too much." Then she lowered her head and secretly glanced at Lu Yichen. Lu Yichen looked at this delicate, slightly weak girl with a smile and thought of his sister far away in Jing City. Luo Qiao cleared her throat and asked, "Why am I here?" Lu Yichen thought for a moment and said, "Your foster parents took Zhao Guibao and left." "Oh, the child you swapped with. But Zhao's family said you are not their biological daughter. They said their real daughter died not long after she was born." Luo Qiao sneered inwardly and thought, "Gao Suhua, you really dare to say that? Well, that's good, so I won't have to work like the main character did at Zhao's family." But then she remembered her household registration and said, "Thank you for taking care of me and feeding me. I will repay you someday." Lu Yichen said, "Yesterday, you fell and hurt your head, bleeding quite a lot. The doctor said you should move, so you stayed here for now. Aunt Gao from the village committee has been taking care of you. She just left because she had something to do." Luo Qiao nodded slightly and said, "Sorry for the trouble." But inside, she was thinking that the main character had been abandoned. Lu Yichen told her, "You should rest now. When you're feeling better, we can discuss how to solve this with the village chief." After saying this, Lu Yichen left. Luo Qiao lay alone on the bed, thinking it would be great if she had superpowers. Then she could get better faster. Right now, she couldn't do anything and had to rely on others. She felt frustrated just thinking about it. She needed to recover quickly and fix her household registration. She wasn't sure if Qingshan village would allow her to keep her household registration. Thinking about the dramatic story in that book, I imagine it's now spring 1980. 15 years ago, Zhao Pulin, the second son of the Zhao family in Qingshan village, and his wife Gao Suhua went to the city for errands. Unexpectedly, Gao Suhua, who was pregnant, had a miscarriage and went into labor. After learning they had another daughter, she cried nonstop in bed. She thought about how she had already given birth to 4 or 5 daughters before, and she knew her parents-in-law wouldn't like this girl either. Seeing a woman in the same hospital ward still asleep, dressed unusually, she had some bad thoughts. When no one was around, she secretly took the 2 girls and was terrified after doing something bad. Just then, the woman's family finished the transfer procedures and left. The shocking part was that, before she could carefully examine the girl, she was surprised by good news. A new couple, knowing they wanted a son, offered to exchange children. They said they wanted a caring little girl to keep warm. Gao Suhua was very happy about this. When her husband returned, they discussed it, and the plan was set. Zhao Pulin and Gao Suhua never expected that their beloved son, whom they had raised for 15 years, would leave without hesitation to live with his biological parents in the city. Their second family in Zhao village became the joke of Qingshan village. Now, Zhao's second family already had 6 daughters to raise and didn't want to acknowledge the girl, Luo Qiao, who was sent back. Moreover, Gao Suhua knew Luo Qiao wasn't her biological daughter. What the Zhao family didn't know was that the Luo couple only wanted to give their newborn son a good identity, so he wouldn't be burdened by their family and could avoid hardship at the farm. Now that the Luo couple had returned to the city, they wanted to reclaim their son and raise him properly. Meanwhile, Luo Qiao, who had grown up with them, was disliked by the couple and was simply returned to her biological parents. What they didn't realize was that Luo Qiao wasn't really Zhao's daughter at all. Both couples just wanted to return to their normal lives, each going their own way and finding their own mothers. So, the poor original owner was pushed down during the fight over the son, hitting her head on the stairs and bleeding heavily. When she woke up, she was Luo Qiao with a new mind. Luo Qiao sighed, thinking about the little family love she had in her past life. Her parents were always busy, and all they could give her was money, money, money. She only knew how to keep attending various classes. I used to think that being good enough would make my parents pay attention to me. But instead of that, I faced the end of the world. Now, I no longer want to think about those vague, unrealistic things. Living alone peacefully is enough for me. When I turned over, I saw a grain of rice in the gap of the bed. It was probably left from drying food last year. I casually pinched it in my hand, thinking about my own thoughts, and instinctively started to make it grow. By the time Luo Qiao reacted, the sprout had grown over 2 inches long. She was so scared she quickly destroyed it. After the shock, she felt a bit of surprise. Her special power had awakened. Luo Qiao couldn't help but check her body. She faintly sensed a familiar wave of her power. Unfortunately, it was still very weak, only at the 2nd level. It was okay for growing plants, but not enough for anything else. Even at just the 2nd level, Luo Qiao was very happy. As long as her power remained, that was enough. She believed she would slowly improve. The village ahead was surrounded by mountains and forests, after all. Now, in a peaceful time, there was no need to rush to increase her power level for self-defense. Knowing her power had awakened gave her confidence. Even if no one took her in, she could live comfortably. At worst, she could go up the mountain to find some rare flowers to grow. Later, she could sell them to support herself. Thinking about flowers and plants reminded her of a dream she had before. She wished she had a space of her own. But she wasn't daydreaming. Even now, in the end of world, not many people had special powers. She wasn't that lucky. With her power, her life was more secure, and her mood relaxed. Maybe because she had lost a lot of blood yesterday, she soon fell asleep again. Unexpectedly, she had the same dream as before. This time, Luo Qiao returned to the bamboo house. She didn't meet anyone there, so she boldly pushed open the door and went inside. She saw that the place inside was quite large. On the 1st floor, besides the living room, there was a kitchen and a storage room. After exploring the 1st floor, she looked up at the 2nd floor. She knew it wasn't good to go upstairs without permission, but curiosity made her walk up anyway. Upstairs, there were 3 rooms: a bedroom, a study, and another room full of musical instruments. There were many, including guzheng, guqin, pipa, eru, suona, shao, flute, sheng, ocarina, and kongho. Each instrument had many pieces, showing that the owner was a music lover. There are many pieces of jewelry in the bedroom, each one of fine work, along with several embroidery frames of different sizes. The cabinet holds many finished embroidery pieces, as well as high-quality embroidery fabrics and threads. In the study, the collection of books is mixed: medical books, music theory books, and some about embroidery. Luo Qiao casually picks out a book about embroidery techniques. Just as she is about to open it and look, she hears loud noises approaching, growing louder and closer, and she wakes up. Listening carefully to the noise outside, she hears a woman say, "It's not that we don't recognize her. She really isn't my daughter. My daughter disappeared when she was born. Another woman responds, then why did you agree to let her stay? Since you don't claim her, why not let the Luo family take her away? A third woman adds, Gao Suhua only agreed to let her stay after the Zhao family paid 200 yuan. If you took their money, you should keep her at your home, not just abandon her at Lu Yichen's house. Now the team leader is here. The team leader is here. A man says, Gao Suhua, what are you and the Zhao family doing? Throwing the girl into Lu's house and no one cares? Gao Suhua replies, the team leader, it's not far away. The doctor also said yesterday that it's best not to move her. It's not convenient for us to come here. The team leader asks, when will you take her back? You can't keep her at Lu's house forever. Gao Suhua says, team leader, you know I have 6 daughters to raise. It's not that I don't recognize her. She truly isn't my Zhao family's girl. Maybe you should see if anyone in the village wants a daughter and take her directly to their home. Luo Qiao listens inside, feeling sad for the original owner. Truly pitiful. Lu Yichen then says, you should listen to what the girl herself thinks before making a decision. The team leader looks at Lu Yichen and asks, how is she now? Has she woken up? Lu Yichen coldly replies, she woke up once before, ate something, then went back to sleep. Luo Qiao knows this issue will have to be faced sooner or later. It's better to resolve it early to avoid more complications later. She gets off the bed to go out, just as someone approaches the house. A group of people suddenly enters. The team leader sees Luo Qiao putting on her shoes and asks, girl, are you feeling better? Luo Qiao's face still looked a bit pale. Over the years, she had suffered a lot working on the Luo family's farm, so she was tall and very thin. She weakly replied, I'm feeling better now. Thank you, Captain. I have a few questions to ask Aunt Zhao. Is that okay? The captain glanced at Gao Suhua and said, yes, ask whatever you want. Luo Qiao asked, Aunt Zhao, do you know where my parents are? Gao Suhua looked guilty and said, how could I know? The family left in a hurry that year. The Luo family wanted a daughter, so they took you. Luo Qiao coldly asked again, are you sure I'm not your daughter? Gao Suhua replied, that's impossible. Just by looking at you, you don't look like my daughter. Everyone looked at Luo Qiao's small face. It was true she didn't resemble the Zhao family. Their 6 daughters all had round faces and looked similar to their parents. Luo Qiao said, so, that means you won't take me back to the Zhao family, right? Gao Suhua said, if you're not my daughter, why would I raise you? Of course I wouldn't take you back. Luo Qiao sighed and said, but you took money from the Luo family and promised to return everything. Now that the Luo family has left, and you're saying these things, what am I supposed to do in the future? Gao Suhua replied, that's not our fault. You're not really part of the Zhao family. I can't just ignore my own daughter to raise someone else's child. Besides, the money was compensation from the Luo family for raising their son. Luo Qiao turned to the captain and villagers and said, Captain, everyone, you've seen my situation. The Zhao family says I'm not their daughter and refuses to acknowledge me. Since that's the case, I won't trouble them anymore. But can the village help me register my household and find a place to live? I can earn work points and support myself. Luo Qiao knew that although the village hadn't divided land into individual households yet, people still earned work points. But that wouldn't last long. Soon, the land would be divided. Some villagers said, if Zhao doesn't want you, why not go back to the Luo family? You'd still have a city household registration. Luo Qiao replied, everyone saw what happened yesterday. The Luo family won't let me go back, and my household registration has already been transferred out. The documents were handed over to Aunt Zhao yesterday. Hai Suhua quickly took out those papers from her pocket and handed them to Luo Qiao, saying, you should keep these yourself. Our Zhao family can't manage this. Luo Qiao looked at the 2 papers and said, Captain, if you don't handle this, I'll have to go to the commune. Maybe I'll even need to ask the police later. Hai Suhua replied, things that can be solved within the village don't need the police. It's not good if it gets out. Luo Qiao felt wronged and said, I need the police to investigate my background. The Luo family has already transferred my household registration out. If I can't get my household registration here, I have to ask the police for help. I can't just become an illegal resident. When the captain heard Luo Qiao wanted to ask the police, he frowned. He thought, since the Zhao family's household registration has already been transferred, even if Luo Qiao isn't really Zhao's daughter, it doesn't matter much if her registration is still here. Hai Suhua was also worried that Luo Qiao might really go to the police, which could cause other problems, so she added, Captain, since my family's Guibao's household registration has already been transferred, maybe it's better to help Luo Qiao keep her registration. The captain also didn't want news about the Zhao family to spread and make other villages laugh, so he said, all right then. The youth camp's house is empty. You can stay there, but you need to pay rent. Luo Qiao said, I understand. The house is public property, so I will pay rent. The captain saw that Luo Qiao was still young but sensible and felt more comfortable. He said, show me your household transfer proof, and I'll find time to help you settle your household registration. The youth camp charges 1 yuan a month to the team. If you don't have money now, it can be deducted from your year-end bonus. You have no objection, right? Luo Qiao replied, no objection. Thank you, Captain. To avoid future trouble, Luo Qiao said, since that's the case, Captain, please write a proof for us. It should state that I have no relation to the Zhao family. That way, if Luo and Zhao families bring this up again, we'll have proof, and it will save everyone trouble. Hai Suhua now wanted to cut ties completely. She didn't want to raise Luo Qiao for nothing, and was worried the Luo family might cause trouble later. She thought that having a written statement saying Luo Qiao could earn her own living and that they had no relation would be good. If anything happened in the future, they wouldn't blame the Zhao family. Lu Yichen brought paper and pen and helped write 3 copies of the statement, which roughly said that Luo Qiao and the Zhao family had no blood relation and that they would live separately without interference. The captain, Lu Yichen, and several respected villagers signed as witnesses. Finally, Luo Qiao, Gao Suhua, and Zhao Pulin, who had been silent and following behind, signed, stamped, and pressed their fingerprints. Each party and the team kept a copy. The matter was settled. Once the issue was resolved, the team leader told everyone to disperse and said to Luo Qiao, your body isn't fully recovered yet. For now, stay at Yichen's house. The Luo family left 10 yuan yesterday before they left to help you see a doctor. The doctor used 3 yuan for medicine, and you can keep the remaining 7 yuan. You will also need some money to buy things when you move to the youth village. Luo Qiao took the money and thanked the team leader many times. The problem was finally solved, and Luo Qiao felt very tired. Lu Yichen said, you should rest first. After speaking, he left with the team leader. After Lu Yichen and the team leader went out, Luo Qiao quickly lay down on the kong, a traditional bed. Her body was too weak. Lying on the kong, she thought about what had happened and the possibility of living in Qingshan village for the next few years. She couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about the place she had dreamed of before, Luo Qiao wished she really had such a space. She remembered a novel she had read before and jokingly said aloud, enter. Suddenly, her surroundings changed. She was standing in front of a bookshelf. Upon closer look, wasn't this the place from her dream? She was stunned. Realizing it, she pinched herself, feeling the pain and grimacing. It wasn't a dream. She really had a space. She had only entered it mentally before. This was such good luck. Seeing the book that had fallen on the ground, she recognized it as the embroidery technique book from her dream. She was no longer interested in reading it now, so she put the book back in its place. She walked to the desk and saw a letter pressed on top. It was addressed to a fortunate person. Luckily, Luo Qiao had learned calligraphy in her previous life, so she managed to read the contents. It was written by the previous owner, a person from the Tang dynasty. He was happy to have the space and told his close friend about it. However, that friend leaked the secret, which led to a tragic ending and separation from his loved ones. He advised the lucky person to keep the secret well and explained the principle of an innocent man is not guilty, but possessing treasure can be dangerous. Below, he briefly described the space's functions. There was a bamboo house with a well behind it, which could be used regularly for beauty, health, and strength. The space's speed was 4 times that of the outside world, and the land could produce 8 harvests a year. The crops grown inside tasted better than outside, and the underground storage in the bamboo house could keep items fresh, preventing spoilage forever. I reached out and touched my neck, and sure enough, I felt the crescent-shaped jade pendant. According to the original owner's memory, she had been wearing this jade pendant since she was a child. This thing definitely wasn't from the Luo family. I couldn't figure it out, so I stopped thinking about it. I learned from this letter that the space must have been created because the original owner's blood touched the jade pendant yesterday. But honestly, the pendant looks very plain. Thinking about it, that makes sense. Luckily, this thing isn't eye-catching. Otherwise, the Luo family might have taken it long ago. The original owner was raised by the Luo family's grandmother since childhood, so the Luo couple never paid much attention to her. When she was 9, the Luo grandmother fell seriously ill and passed away. The original owner then lived with the 2 daughters of the main Luo household. She always carefully protected this small item she had since childhood, so the Luo couple never discovered it. Now, Luo Qiao feels a strange, almost unreal excitement, and she's at a loss for what to do. She sat quietly in the study for a long time before calming down. She went downstairs and found the entrance to the warehouse. When she went inside, she saw that the warehouse was quite large. It mainly stored grains, with some fruits and very few vegetables. Inside, there were rows of shelves filled with gold, silver, jade, antiques, paintings, delicate bowls and dishes, tea sets, and many bolts of fabric, all quite substantial. There were also various embroidery threads. At the back, there were several sets of cabinets with drawers. Luo Qiao noticed labels on them, indicating they stored seeds for grains, vegetables, flowers, and medicinal herbs. After a quick look, she left the bamboo house. Behind it, there was a small door. When she went through, she found a bamboo forest behind. The back wall of the bamboo house was neatly lined with dried straw. Luo Qiao suddenly remembered that the kitchen used an earthen stove. She returned to check it carefully, and found there were actually 2 stoves, with all kinds of knives, plates, bowls, and basins. There were steaming baskets of different sizes, even a rolling board and a rolling pin. Most importantly, there was a stone mill which was quite complete. After inspecting the kitchen, Luo Qiao went to the back door to find the well. She stepped outside and saw the well, which was said to be good for beauty and health. Out of curiosity, she decided to try the water. Since she had never fetched water from a well in her previous life, even with her memories, it took her a long time to fetch half a bucket of water. She used a gourd ladle to scoop some water and took a sip. It was indeed cool, sweet, and smooth. Suddenly, she smiled. Her expression was almost like an advertisement for a drink. Ahead is a bamboo forest. It's not very big, but there are many types of bamboo here, including guijuo, shangfeijuo, jianjuo, zijuo, maojuo, fengweijuo, and several others I don't recognize. Luo Qiao didn't go further because she came in and sat on the Kong without shoes. Since it's daytime and Lu Yichen said he might come in at any moment, she didn't want to risk being seen. So Luo Qiao quickly left the room, planning to come back at night to explore properly. By dusk, Lu Yichen returned. He knocked and handed Luo Qiao a household registration booklet. She was surprised and said, "Thank you. I didn't expect it to be ready so soon." What Luo Qiao didn't know was that getting this booklet wasn't easy. Since she was a minor living alone, Lu Yichen had to use connections to get it for her. Lu Yichen didn't know why he wanted to help her get it early, but he was worried that delays might cause problems later. Fortunately, Lu Yichen personally handled it in the afternoon. If he had waited for the team leader to do it, it might have taken a very long time. Lu Yichen said, "Tomorrow, someone from the village will help you organize the youth residence. If you feel better, you can go and choose which room to stay in." Luo Qiao gratefully replied, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Just as they finished talking, someone entered. Lu Yichen said, "Aunt Gao has come." He introduced Luo Qiao. "This is Aunt Gao from the team leader's family. She's been taking care of you." Luo Qiao expressed her thanks. "Auntie, sorry for the trouble." Meanwhile, at the Zhao family, Zhao Pulin's older brother Zhao Chonglin, his wife Lu Fong, their daughter Zhao Chunli and son-in-law Zhao Mingshan were gathered, discussing Luo Qiao. Zhao Chonglin said, "Such a big matter, and you all decided without talking it over? Yesterday, in front of the whole village, you took Luo family's money and promised to take care of Luo Qiao. Now, after just one night, everything has changed, and the whole village knows you don't acknowledge Luo Qiao. If the Luo family comes back someday, how will you explain yourselves?" Gao Suhua replied, "Big brother, if the Luo family truly valued her, they wouldn't have left her in the village. We already have 6 daughters, and we really can't afford to take care of her." Zhao Chunli, Zhao's younger sister-in-law, asked, "Second sister-in-law, is Luo Qiao really not one of our Zhao family's children?" Gao Suhua said, "Yes, I was pregnant at the time, and the baby was very weak. Plus, when I found out it was a girl, I lost interest in taking care of her, so I couldn't keep her. Your second brother went back to the village to borrow a cart to pick us up, and just then, the couple in the same ward threw away Luo Qiao. I thought, if nothing else, we might as well raise her ourselves. But I didn't expect that before I could tell your brother, the Luo family couple said they wanted to exchange their girl for another one, so they swapped the children." Zhao Chunli said, "So, the Luo family didn't know that Luo Qiao isn't really our Zhao family's girl?" Gao Suhua replied, "Yes, they don't know." Zhao Chunli said, "Second sister-in-law, you're so confused. Luo Qiao is already 15. In a couple of years, she can get married. And such a big girl can help with chores at home." Gao Suhua said, "Come on, did you see how thin she is, like a stick? Plus, she lost a lot of blood yesterday and almost couldn't be saved. The doctor said she's very weak and can't do heavy work even when she's better. Fortunately, the doctor said yesterday that since her head was hurt, she shouldn't be moved, so we didn't bring her home. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to send her away." Zhao Chunli thought her sister-in-law was a bit silly and couldn't see the bigger picture. She glanced at her older brother and sister-in-law in the room, then whispered, "Second sister-in-law, I heard that in Beipo village, there's a family looking for a wife for their son who broke his leg. They're offering 50 yuan. If you bring her back and raise her for a few days, you could earn 50 yuan easily." Gao Suhua was a bit tempted. She looked at her husband sitting nearby, then asked her little sister-in-law, "Is that true?" Zhao Chunli, a little annoyed, said, "How could it be false? I just heard about it a few days ago. That family just wants a obedient girl who can take care of their son." When Zhao Chonglin heard his sister's words, he said, "Chunli, stop coming up with bad ideas. It's getting late. You two should go home early. You have to work tomorrow." Zhao Chunli said, "I'm doing this for Luo Qiao. She's just a young girl, and she can take care of herself. If things really happen, second brother and the others will have an extra income." Zhao Chonglin replied, "Heaven sees what you're doing. You should stop doing harmful things. Since you already told everyone in the village that you won't interfere with each other anymore, stop thinking about those unnecessary things." Zhao Chonglin finished speaking and called his wife to leave. He didn't like his sister-in-law's personality. Today, their family went to the commune to handle some affairs. When they returned, they found out that their second brother's family had made a firm decision about something. Since the matter was settled, they couldn't interfere anymore, as they had already separated. At night, Luo Qiao waited until Lu Yichen returned to his room and closed the door before entering the space. Inside, she headed toward the valley. She saw various fruit trees on both sides. There weren't many types, but Luo Qiao was happy. Fruits were hard to come by these days. Not far from the waterfall, there was a pond shaped by the terrain, with a small patch of lotus flowers inside. Luo Qiao looked up at the mountain, full of tall trees, many of which she didn't recognize. After exploring, she remembered that besides herself, there were no living creatures in the space. She thought that when her health improved, she should go up the mountain for a test. The next day, Luo Qiao woke up early. She felt much better than yesterday and planned to go to the youth cadre's courtyard to choose a room. It would be good to move out early, as staying at Lu Yichen's house was inconvenient. Although her body was still thin, it was not good for a young woman to be seen going out alone. Also, the team leader had mentioned yesterday that the youth cadre's courtyard was not far from Lu Yichen's house. Maybe because she drank water from the well in the space yesterday, her health had improved a lot. Early spring mornings were still a bit chilly. Luo Qiao went to the yard to find a basin and drew water from a jar at the kitchen door. Just as she was about to wash her face, Lu Yichen came out of the kitchen, holding a pot of hot water. He said, "It's cold, add some hot water before washing." When Luo Qiao looked up, Lu Yichen had already turned to leave. He was a tough-looking man with a soft heart. Last night, he had told Aunt Gao that she didn't need to come over today. She could take care of herself. She shouldn't trouble others all the time. Luo Qiao tidied herself up. Lu Yichen had also prepared breakfast. After they finished eating, they went to the youth cadre's courtyard. The team leader arrived with a few strong villagers from the nearby village. The team leader said to Luo Qiao, "No one is living in the youth cadre's courtyard now. You can choose any house you like, and they'll help you tidy it up." Luo Qiao finally chose the house at the very edge, right next to the kitchen, which was convenient. The house had only been empty since the beginning of the year and didn't need much repair. She cleaned it up in the morning. Now, the house was tidy, but besides a bed, there was nothing else. The original owner carried only a small bundle with a few change of clothes and had nothing else. The team leader went home and asked his wife to bring a used quilt, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, about 20 pounds of cornmeal, and some seasonings. Luckily, the kitchen at the youth farm had a pot and a water tank. There were also some firewood stacked in the backyard, or else she wouldn't be able to cook meals later. Luo Qiao gratefully said, "Thank you, Auntie. These things are borrowed. When I have enough money, I will return them to you." The team leader's wife replied, "I'm glad you don't mind. Life will get better gradually." Luo Qiao said, "Auntie, I really appreciate your help. I will work hard to make a good life and try not to trouble our village." The team leader's wife gave a few instructions and then left, saying she had to go back to work soon. She told Luo Qiao to rest for a couple of days and regain her strength before starting work again. When Luo Qiao arrived, she brought her small bundle with her, settling in at Qingshan village. What made Luo Qiao most happy was that there was a well in the youth farm, so she wouldn't have to go out to fetch water just for show. Gao Suhua didn't sleep well last night. She thought her sister-in-law was right. Bringing the girl back for a few days and then sending her away could bring in some money. So after breakfast on her way to work, she said to Zhao Pulin, "Boss, I think Xunli is right. We should bring that girl back." Zhao Pulin replied, "Don't listen to Chunli's nonsense. We've already signed an agreement with the village officials and the team leader. Aren't you worried people will laugh at us?" Gao Suhua said, "What's there to be afraid of? We can just say we feel guilty about Luo's family and bring her back to care for her. After a while, we can say we found her a good family. She's just a young girl. She doesn't know much." Zhao Pulin said, "We won't do something so unkind. Did you hear Chunli say that the son of the family at Beipo broke his leg? Luo Qiao is so young. If the villagers find out we're acting unkind, it won't look good for us." Gao Suhua pouted and said, "If it comes to that, we just won't tell the villagers." Zhao Pulin was a bit angry. "Beipo is not far from here. Do you think the villagers are fools?" Gao Suhua was thinking to herself about visiting Lu Yichen's house after lunch. She didn't believe that girl wouldn't be moved if she heard about going back home. After bringing Zhao Guibao home, Luo Jia and his wife changed Zhao Guibao's name to Luo Bin the next day when registering his household. Luo Tianming and Feng Hui discussed sending Luo Bin back to school, but Luo Bin refused no matter what, which made the couple very angry. Not long after Luo Jia's family was cleared of accusations and returned from the farm to Jishir City, the 5 members of Luo Tianming's family and their elder brother Luo Tiancheng, a total of 7 people, lived in the government-provided courtyard. There were many people and few rooms. Luo Bin wanted to live with his 2 cousins from the eldest uncle's family, but the eldest was unwilling. He thought the city was not as spacious as the countryside, and he noticed that Luo Jia's children didn't seem to like him very much. If it weren't for the food being better than in Qingshan village and the city being livelier, he would have already demanded to go back to Qingshan village. Luo Qiao didn't rest all morning. After seeing off the squad leader's wife, she closed the courtyard gate, locked the doors and windows, then entered her space. She first looked for some seeds in the underground warehouse, but only a few were left. This was not a problem for her, as her wood element powers were strong. In her previous life at the base, she had done a lot of farming, so she was used to this kind of work. Now her power level was too weak, so she could only farm honestly inside her space. She only managed to plant a little over half an acre after working all morning. Her body was really too weak. Seeing that she had planted everything she needed, Lu Yichen decided to finish her work and prepare some food to nourish her body. She took some rice from the warehouse and put it in the kitchen, planning to cook a fragrant rice porridge, along with garlic eggplant and the 3 delicacies. Although there was plenty of oil in the warehouse, her body couldn't handle eating too greasy food. She also prepared some spicy pickled cucumbers and sweet and sour radishes in 2 small porcelain bowls, to be eaten with porridge later. After tidying up, just as she was about to leave her space, she heard someone knocking on the door. Lu Yichen quickly came out of her space to calm herself before walking to the courtyard and asking, "Who is it?" The person outside didn't answer, but continued knocking on the door after hearing someone come out. Lu Yichen moved closer and looked through the door, then asked, "Aunt Zhao, do you need something?" Gao Suhua saw that Lu Yichen didn't open the door and said angrily, "Open the door, you brat." Lu Yichen replied, "If Aunt Zhao has nothing to do, I will go back inside." Lu Yichen didn't tolerate her. Gao Suhua was not an easy person. A rural woman doing something like swapping children was morally questionable and selfish. Coming to the door at this time, she probably had no good intentions. Finally, now that she has separated from the Zhao family and has her own household registration, she doesn't want any more contact with them. Gao Suhua noticed Lu Yichen's cautious attitude and said, "Lu Yichen, Uncle Zhao, and I thought all night. Although you are not our Zhao family's daughter, we promised the Luo family to take good care of you. Since your health isn't good, after discussing with Uncle Zhao, we think it's better to bring you home for peace of mind." Lu Yichen sneered silently and replied, "You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself. Since you're not my real parents, I don't want to trouble you. I have things to do in my room, so I'll go now." Before Gao Suhua could say anything more, Lu Yichen had already gone back inside. She was foolish to believe Gao Suhua's lies. She was not the original owner. After returning to her room, Lu Yichen listened to the noises outside and heard Gao Suhua cursing as she left. She chuckled mockingly, thinking that Gao Suhua might be planning something bad again. It was getting late, so after confirming everything was safe, she entered her space again. First, she fetched a bucket of water, cleaned the kitchen thoroughly, and didn't waste the leftover water. She used it to water the field she planted in the morning. Aside from malnutrition, her body wasn't seriously ill, and she believed she would recover quickly. She gathered some straw from behind the bamboo house, but she thought it might not burn well, so she planned to go up the mountain later to collect some firewood to store in her space. Right now, she could only eat light food and drink porridge to soothe her stomach. She took some rice and cooked a pot of thick rice porridge, enough for several meals. She poured a large bowl of the porridge to cool and stored the rest in a big basin, then took it to the underground storage. When she wanted to eat later, she could just heat it up, saving time. She stir-fried minced garlic, eggplant, and the 3 delicacies, then ate the porridge. Only after that did she leave her space. In the kitchen, she boiled a large pot of water and cleaned everything again. Lu Yichen had a slight obsessive cleanliness, so she felt uncomfortable if things weren't tidy. The house at the youth station was built with mud bricks inside and stone outside, covered with small black tiles on top, much better than some thatched roofs in the village. The house was built in the 1960s, so it was considered a good house in the village. The yard where Lu Yichen lives used to be the home of a young female educated youth. The neighboring yard, where the male educated youths once stayed, is now empty. Lu Yichen is quite happy about this. Living alone here makes it easier for her to do whatever she wants. Many families in the village are interested in buying the old educated youth housing. However, the village leaders said they could either buy it outright with a lump sum or pay monthly. When villagers hear they need to pay to live there, no one wants to spend the money. This is how Lu Yichen managed to get a good deal. Luo Qiao plans that after a few days, once she feels healthier, she will go up the mountain to look for medicinal herbs and exchange them for money. Her goal is to buy the yard of the educated youth site. She worries that if someone from the village buys it first, she will have to find a new place to live. The yard has 2 main rooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. Luo Qiao likes it because there is a well in the yard, which is very convenient. Gao Suhua is not happy with Luo Qiao and thinks she is brave for not opening the door when she comes to visit. She plans to watch her. In the next 2 days, Luo Qiao does nothing but rest in the yard. The well water in her space is really useful. After just 2 days, she feels much better. Although she still looks delicate, her body has improved a lot compared to before. Her skin also looks much better. She has been experimenting with different foods in her space to nourish herself, so Luo Qiao decides to go see the team leader tomorrow to find some work to do. She doesn't want to be the subject of gossip. Luo Qiao has also thought about her future. She is only 15, and she can't stay in the village forever. It's the early 1980s, and she needs to find a way to go to school. At least, she wants to get a diploma. Her original self, when sent to the farm with the Luo family, never went to school. Because of her background, she was often bullied by peers, and the Luo family didn't want her to attend school. But she was clever and knew many knowledgeable people on the farm. She was sweet-talking and sensible. The old couple from the Yang family next door often taught her, and when they returned to the city, they encouraged her to go to school if she ever had the chance. Unfortunately, the Luo family was rehabilitated and returned to the city, and soon after, they sent her here. Luo Qiao remembers what her original self endured, and she is determined that one day, they will regret their actions. She found a piece of paper in a pocket of an old set of clothes from her bundle. The paper had 2 addresses, one for Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang, neighbors on the farm, and another for Grandpa Yuan, not far from her home. Back on the farm, these people had taken good care of her. They used to joke that she didn't look like the Luo family, and when they saw Luo Tianming and Feng Hui not being close to her, they teased that she was brought from outside. Haha, people's eyes are sharp. Ruo Qiao put the note in her study room and thought that, lately, Gao Suhua hadn't come to bother her. She wondered if she had given up or was holding back a big plan. The next morning, after breakfast, Ruo Qiao packed up and went to the riverbank. The team leader's wife had told her to gather there to start work and wait for assignments. When she arrived, it wasn't too late. Team leader Gao Jiafeng was already waiting. Ruo Qiao walked over and said, "Hello, team leader. I'm here to work." The team leader saw she was looking much better and kindly reminded her, "Make sure you're fully healthy before working. Don't develop any health problems." Ruo Qiao smiled and said, "Thank you, team leader. I'm almost there. I have to support myself after all." As soon as she said that, a few people looked at her with sympathetic eyes. A woman nearby said, "Look at her. So skinny she's like a stick. No wonder the Zhao family doesn't want her." Another woman who felt sorry for Ruo Qiao said, "Sister Xiaolan, she's already very pitiful. She needs to take her time. When we were her age, we couldn't do much either." Ruo Qiao was grateful that someone spoke up for her. She nodded to the woman and glanced at the woman called Xiaolan, who had just spoken harshly. She looked mean and unkind. Li Xiaolan saw Sun Haitang defending Ruo Qiao and snorted, saying, "No matter where you are, Sun Haitang, I'm telling the truth." Ruo Qiao said, "I do as much work as I can for the points. Thanks for caring, Aunt Xiaolan." Li Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Ruo Qiao. "Who's caring for you? Just don't hold everyone back." The team leader's wife, Qiao Lanlan, came over and said to Li Xiaolan, "Say less. You should worry about your 2nd and 3rd sons at home." Li Xiaolan heard Qiao Lanlan and didn't say anything. Her 2 sons were tall and strong, but unfortunately, both were lazy and avoided working every day. Over the course of the year, she earned fewer work points than those half-grown children. Now that she is in her early 20s, no family wants to marry their daughter to someone like her. Plus, Li Xiaolan's loud mouth has caused her to be disliked in the village. Most people had arrived, and the team leader began assigning tasks. It was already March, and the ground was slowly thawing. Today's task was to spread the compost from the winter, which had been fermenting in the farmyard. In a few days, they would use a plow to shallowly turn the soil, then start spring planting. Luo Qiao was doing the same work as the team leader's wife. The male workers used tractors, donkey carts, and ox carts to deliver the compost to the fields, while she used a shovel to spread it. The original body looked thin, but she had worked the farm before, so she was quite strong. Plus, she had been drinking water from the space well to recover these days, so she was still pretty quick at work. However, her soul had been replaced by Luo Qiao from the future. She grew up in the city and had never done such heavy farm work. Even in the apocalypse, she used her supernatural powers to grow plants. Although the farmyard manure was stinky, she was someone who had survived the end of the world, so she couldn't let others see her struggling today. She kept trying to ignore the smell. This made the team leader's wife, Qiao Lanlan, like her even more. At least Luo Qiao was capable of supporting herself, and she shared many farming tips with her. Lu Yichen was the team's tractor driver. From afar, he saw the girl working in the field. She looked so thin that a strong wind might her away. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times. After work in the morning, Luo Qiao felt a bit tired. In her past life, she had worked with plants a lot, but she had never done such heavy manual labor. Luckily, she had the memories of the original owner, so she managed to keep going without much trouble. At noon, she returned home and boiled a pot of hot water in the kitchen. She was worried that if the chimney didn't smoke, others might become suspicious. While resting, she built a fire. When the water boiled, she put out the fire and found a large basin from the storage room. She cleaned it thoroughly and filled it with water. She closed the door, moved the basin to the bedroom, and closed the windows. She took a refreshing bath, which helped her relax. She knew she would need several days to fully get used to this new body. After pouring the water outside into the yard and cleaning the basin, she took out a big bowl of rice porridge from the space. She ate it with the pickled, spicy cucumbers, radish strips, and the leftover scallion pancakes from breakfast. I took a nap in my bedroom in the space, and when I heard the bell ring, I came out to get ready for work. I locked the big door and headed to the fields. The afternoon work was the same as in the morning, spreading manure in the fields. On the way, Luo Qiao kept thinking, now that school has started, I need to find time to visit the middle school in the commune. I want to see if I can solve my schooling problem. I wonder if I can just take exams without attending school regularly. Once the land is released, I can manage my time freely. When I arrived at the fields, the village head's wife, Qiao Lanlan, was already there. She waved and invited Luo Qiao to sit next to her. At noon, Luo Qiao went back home. She had spoken well of Luo Qiao to her husband many times. This girl is really likable, hardworking, and sincere, which makes people feel sorry for her. In the afternoon, Luo Qiao talked a lot with Aunt Gao, learning many village secrets. Days passed quickly, and Luo Qiao gradually understood the village of Qingshan. During this time, Gao Suhua visited twice, but Luo Qiao didn't respond. Since she wouldn't open the door, Gao Suhua could only stay outside, feeling annoyed. Usually, Luo Qiao worked behind the village head's wife, Qiao Lanlan. Gao Suhua tried several times to talk to Luo Qiao but failed, almost making her furious. Now, Gao Suhua has changed her tactics. She sent her daughters to get close to Luo Qiao. It seems Gao Suhua is hiding some bad plans. But Luo Qiao now has her own household registration, so her plans are useless. She's not the original owner. She was foolish enough to be manipulated by the Zhao family her whole life. They used her completely. After working hard for half a month, she finally finished turning over all the land in the village. She plans to let the land rest for a few days before planting. There's not much work in the fields these days. Before planting, the commune organized road repairs. Each village was responsible for its section. All adult workers from the village were assigned to help with the road repairs. The work was mainly leveling the ground, filling in holes with dirt. It only took a few days and wouldn't affect the spring planting. Some women and older children were assigned to gather soybean seeds at the village warehouse. Over the past few days, Luo Qiao also got to know the team members better. Today, the village had announced a day off tomorrow. Everyone should tidy up their private plots and handle personal affairs. The spring planting starts the day after tomorrow, and no one is allowed to take leave. The original private plot at the Yichen site was divided by the team leader, who allocated 2 parts as private land for Lu Yichen. A few days ago, Lu Yichen started tidying up a little each day after work. Now, the land has been prepared with ridges for planting. Behind the Yichen courtyard, there is about 1.5 acres of land. Lu Yichen plans to grow vegetables there. The 2 parts of private land will be used to plant sweet potatoes, and corn, so her own vegetables won't be too abundant and cause jealousy. Anyway, planting vegetables on the 1.5 acres in the backyard is enough. When the time comes, she can sell the produce at a collective or city-run market for some money. Things are different now. Inspections are not as strict as before. Lu Yichen plans to visit the commune tomorrow. She hopes to find some middle and high school books and see if she can transfer classes. Usually, she only goes to school during exams. In the past few days, Lu Yichen has returned to a normal diet. At night, she steamed some rice, which was from the space. Most of the crops in Qingshan village are corn and wheat, so she rarely makes rice during the day. She cooked potatoes, green beans, and also stir-fried eggplant with garlic. After dinner, she tidied up the kitchen. Outside, the water heated in the outdoor kitchen was ready, so she poured it out and took a bath. Just as she was about to tidy up the backyard and go back inside, she heard someone approaching on the small path. From the sound of their voices, Lu Yichen knew it was probably the girls from the Zhao family. Again. It seemed they never stopped. Lu Yichen thought of the clay flute in the music room of the space's bamboo house. In her previous life, she had learned to play various instruments. Although she wasn't very skilled, she could manage to play them. The sky was getting a little dark now. The Yichen site was some distance from the village. The closest was Lu Yichen's house. Recently, the Zhao girls had been coming over every day, 1 or 2 at a time, to get close to her. It was really annoying. Lu Yichen thought for a moment and decided to walk to the backyard. There was a small door connecting to the courtyard of the male Yichen. The latch was on the female side, but Lu Yichen had opened the door to the male side's yard before. She found a hidden spot, entered the space, went upstairs, and took out a clay flute. She tried blowing into it inside the space and felt it was fine. Only then did she come out. When the 2 figures were about 100 meters away from her yard, Lu Yichen played a spooky tune. The Zhao sisters were so frightened they ran away, screaming as they fled. They always come over to bother her for no reason. Well, they'll be scared this time. Humph. Standing in her yard, Lu Yichen heard the noise from earlier and looked curiously toward the Yichen Point area. Hearing Zhao sisters nearby loudly shouting about ghosts and how scary it was, she couldn't help but worry about the young girl. Lu Yichen, upon hearing the knocking, asked irritably, "Who's there?" Lu Yichen, with some anger in her voice, replied, "It's me, Lu Yichen." From behind the door, one inside and one outside, they asked, "Is everything okay?" "Nothing's wrong. I just heard some noise over here, so I came to check." "You're fine, that's good." "I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Lu. It's late now, you should head back and rest." After hearing footsteps leave, Lu Yichen went back inside, looked around the empty house, sighed, and closed the doors and windows before entering her space. She now mostly sleeps in her space at night. Anyway, she can't hear any noise outside, and she really doesn't want to use old blankets from others. She's now using new bedding from the space warehouse. Within her space, she has cultivated 10 acres of crops, including drought-tolerant rice, wheat, corn, sorghum, millet, soybeans, and in the corners, some green beans and red beans. She also planted a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes on both sides of the valley, even along the small creek, where she grew various vegetables. Looking at her lush, cultivated space, Lu Yichen felt very happy. She hoped to find some chicks, ducklings, or goslings for sale at the commune tomorrow. She had already tested her old mouse in the house for experiments. Living creatures can survive in her space, so for future food needs, she decided to raise some chickens, ducks, and geese. In a few days, she would have eggs and meat. How wonderful! Seeing her lively, thriving space, she felt quite good. But then she remembered her limited funds, so she knew she needed to find some money tomorrow. Lately, she had been busy working, trying to leave a good impression on the fellow villagers, so she hadn't had time to go up the mountain. If she returned from the commune early tomorrow, she definitely wanted to go up the mountain for a walk. She also trained her space for half a day. Her original body was quite tall, about 163 centimeters, but too thin. Without needing a diagnosis, she knew it was due to poor nutrition. However, in recent days, she had used her supernatural powers to improve her body. Plus, she always cooked and drank water from the well in her space, so her body now looked fragile, but was actually much healthier inside. The grains given by the squad leader's wife could only last a little over a month. She needed to find a way to get more food and pass the checkpoint, or others might become suspicious. Thinking about this, Luo Qiao decided she shouldn't go to the commune tomorrow. It would be better to go to the mountains first so she could find an excuse. Otherwise, what could she do with just 7 yuan? The next morning, Luo Qiao got up early and cooked porridge in the kitchen. Then she went to the space kitchen to make scallion pancakes. She also took out some pickled radish and spicy cucumber from her space. After washing up, her porridge was ready. She poured a big bowl to cool and put the rest into bowls to store in her space warehouse. After eating and cleaning the kitchen, she looked around the yard. There wasn't even a basket. She thought she should find someone who could weave baskets and ask them to make one for her, which would be more convenient in the future. For now, she could only borrow one. She locked the door and headed to Lu Yichen's house, which was the closest. The youth station was about 500 meters from Lu Yichen's house. It was outside the village, a bit away from the village center, near Mount Daqing. That day, Luo's family and Zhao's family wanted to talk to the squad leader at the foot of Mount Daqing. Coincidentally, they had a disagreement at Lu Yichen's gate, and unexpectedly, the two families started fighting. In the chaos, Luo Qiao was pushed and hit her head, causing her to faint. She was taken to Lu Yichen's house for emergency care. Luo Qiao gently knocked on Lu Yichen's door. Inside, someone asked, "Who is it?" She softly replied, "It's me, Luo Qiao." Soon, the door opened. Lu Yichen looked at the tall, thin girl outside and asked, "It's so early. Do you need something?" Luo Qiao felt a bit embarrassed, thinking she might have come too early. "Brother Lu, I wanted to ask if anyone in the village can weave baskets?" Lu Yichen didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned and went back into the yard. Luo Qiao thought she had disturbed him by coming so early and was about to leave. Just then, Lu Yichen came out carrying a basket. It looked new and was the right size for her to carry. Lu Yichen said, "No need to buy one. Take this basket and use it." Luo Qiao took the basket and asked, "How much does this cost?" Lu Yichen waved his hand. "Just use it. No need to pay. I wove it myself earlier. It's a bit small for me, so I made this one for you." Luo Qiao saw Lu Yichen turn back and walk into the yard. Knowing he probably wouldn't accept money, she called out, "Thank you, Brother Lu." After turning away, she thought to herself that she would prepare some delicious food another day and send it over as a way to repay his kindness. Lu Yichen heard the footsteps leaving outside the yard and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, remembering that just a few days ago he had specially designed something for the young girl, yet he still found excuses to say that his back was uncomfortable and that it was inappropriate for his size. Luo Qiao carried a basket and walked along the small path up to Deepening. Recently, she had been exercising every night in her space. In her past life, her parents were always busy flying around, working on their careers, and rarely had time to spend with her. When she was 8, a friend of her father's had his child kidnapped and extorted. Since then, her father enrolled her in taekwondo, sanda, and free fighting classes. She might have had some talent for sports because she learned quickly. Despite being a girl, she could handle 4 or 5 adult men easily. In her previous life, when she was with the Luo family on the farm, she also learned military boxing from Grandpa Yuan, who lived nearby. She was quite good at it and received high praise from him. When Grandpa Yuan left, he told her not to slack off and to practice every day. The Luo family had heard about this, but no one paid much attention. Walking up the mountain, she saw many wild vegetables beginning to sprout. The village chief's wife, Qiao Lanlan, had taught her a lot. Ruo Qiao remembered some of it herself, so she had been collecting wild vegetables from the fields these days. When she found her favorite ones, she would pick some and put them in her basket, planning to make vegetable dumplings. She also wanted to send some to Lu Yichen since she had disturbed him at his house several days ago. Today, she received a basket of vegetables for free, and she knew she had to return the favor. She also picked a few uncommon wild vegetables from the ground and stored them in her space, thinking she could plant fewer crops in the valley for easier future use. After wandering the mountain for a while, she didn't find anything particularly special, just some common herbs like chai hu and dandelions. She remembered that in her previous life, she had learned a lot of traditional Chinese medicine from Grandpa Yang on the farm. Knowing the effects of these herbs, she picked some to keep. Since her space didn't have these common medicinal plants, she casually threw in 1 or 2 stalks. It didn't take up much space anyway. In front of me is a forest with many dried branches. Luo Qiao found a sickle in her space, collected the dry branches to ensure safety, and then stored them away. Since it was getting late, she tied a small bundle of firewood with a vine, placed it on her basket, and headed down the mountain. As she passed through some weeds, she heard a noise inside. Carefully parting the grass, she found a nest of eggs. The sound earlier was probably made by a startled wild bird. What a pity. But at least she had a plan for tonight's dumpling filling, huh? Back home, she organized her things. It was already past 9. She quickly washed up, changed into the least patched clothes, and carried her basket toward the commune. Qingshan village isn't far from the commune, about half an hour on foot. It's only an hour's drive to the city, but it's actually farther from the county seat than from the city. So, people here usually need a letter of introduction to buy things in the city. Luo Qiao walks faster than others. She's been training in her space these days. Just as she was leaving the village, she met Zhao Xiaoxing and Zhao Xiaochao, the 3rd and 5th children of the Zhao family. Zhao Xiaoxing quickened her pace to catch up and asked loudly, "Luo Qiao, where are you going?" Seeing a few women looking over, Luo Qiao's eyes twitched, and she said, "I picked some herbs on the mountain, and am going to see if the commune will buy them. There's almost nothing left at home to eat, so I can't just let myself go hungry." Despite her appearance, Zhao Xiaochao was quick-witted. She said, "We've been telling you to come back with us these days, but you keep refusing. Don't go to the commune, come home with us. The Zhao family will share whatever we have and you won't go hungry." She knew her mother's plan. As long as Luo Qiao came home with them, their family would have extra income. Luo Qiao replied, "We're not related by blood. I don't want to cause trouble for you. Besides, Aunt Zhao has a deal with me. Now you're coming to persuade me to go back to the Zhao family again. What does that mean? Are you afraid that the Luo family will say you only got that 200 yuan for nothing? I have nothing else worth your effort to persuade me, unless you have some other intentions." Hearing Luo Qiao say this, Zhao Xiaoxing was worried that some gossip might spread and affect her mother's plans. She quickly said, "Luo Qiao, what are you talking about? I was just worried you might starve, so I kindly suggested you return to our Zhao family. Don't mistake my kindness for something else, HM." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "So I was wrong to suspect you. Fine, then I'll just go back with you to the Zhao family. Since I'm not really a Zhao girl, and I don't want to trouble anyone, how about you lend me some grain?" Zhao Xiaoxing is straightforward. When she heard Luo Qiao wanted to borrow grain, she got angry. "Luo Qiao, what are you thinking? We don't have enough to eat ourselves. How could we possibly lend you any?" Hearing this, Zhao Xiaochao quickly pulled her sister, Zhao Xiaoxing, aside and secretly cursed Zhao Xiaoxing for being so stupid. Luo Qiao burst out laughing. "I knew it. The Zhao family wouldn't care if I was starving. You're not even good at lying." Then she walked away happily. Zhao Xiaoxing looked embarrassed and angry. "You're just a stray kid no one wants." Luo Qiao loudly retorted, "Your mother knows best whether I'm a stray kid. You'd better go ask her what she did 15 years ago." She didn't bother to lower her voice when saying this. She was really annoyed with the Zhao family. These days, they kept coming to her house every few days, which was very irritating. Zhao Xiaochao held her sister Zhao Xiaoxing back, telling her not to speak anymore. Clearly, she wasn't Luo Qiao's match and didn't want the villagers to think poorly of them. She realized that Luo Qiao had said those things on purpose, to let the villagers know that the Zhao family had been secretly visiting her these days, trying to persuade her to return. If something happened to her, it would look like the Zhao family was scheming against a lonely girl. The Zhao sisters hadn't gone to school much. Besides Zhao Xiaochao, who finished elementary school, the others had only attended for a year or two. Zhao Xiaochao wanted to go to middle school, but Gao Suhua disagreed, so she gave up. The eldest Zhao, Zhao Xiaodao, is already 21. Because her bride price was high and she was picky, she only found a family to marry into this year. Her wedding is next month. Villagers said that Gao Suhua was currently arranging a match for the second sister, Zhao Xiaomei. But because of the failed negotiations over the bride price, rumors spread whenever there was any disturbance in the village. Over the past few days, many people talked about Zhao Xiaomei. The villagers all agreed that the second sister was the prettiest. They said Gao Suhua wouldn't agree to a good price unless she got a high offer. Zhao Xiaoxing and Zhao Xiaomei are twins. When they were young, Zhao Xiaoxing was engaged to Zhang Chongping from the neighboring Zhangjiapu village. I heard that Zhao Pulin saved Zhang Chongping's grandfather, which is why their families arranged this marriage when they were little. The high bride price was originally for their only son, Zhao Guibao. Now that Zhao Guibao has also left with his city-dwelling parents, Gao Suhua's negotiations with that family fell apart because of the bride price. People have been joking about her behind her back. Luo Qiao thinks to herself that her own daughter is only used to collect bride price. Moreover, as an outsider, if she hadn't had plans, her family wouldn't be so eager for her to return to the Zhao family. They also don't want the villagers to find out, so they only persuade her after work when no one is around. Lu Yichen, following Luo Qiao, thinks to himself that she's not too foolish. He overheard the conversation between the Zhao sisters that day and has no good feelings toward the Zhao family. Luo Qiao arrives at the commune and first familiarizes herself with the layout. Then she enters the only traditional Chinese medicine shop in the commune and asks, "Excuse me, do you buy medicinal herbs here?" A young man in the shop replies, "Have they been processed?" Luo Qiao says, "No, I just came to ask if you buy herbs today." The young man, curious, asks, "What kind do you have?" Luo Qiao takes out some chaihu buplurum from her basket. Since it's freshly picked and hasn't been processed yet, the young man says, "Unprocessed chaihu costs 2 mao per jean, processed chaihu costs 3 mao 5. Luo Qiao looks around to make sure no one is paying attention. She then pulls out a ginseng wrapped in a handkerchief from her basket and offers it. The young man glances at it, quickly returns it, and instinctively looks around the shop. He lowers his voice and says, "Wait a moment, I'll go find the manager." Soon after, the young man comes out from the back room and says, "Miss, please follow me to the backyard." Luo Qiao understands that it's inconvenient with so many people in the shop, so she follows him to the backyard, where a middle-aged man in a zhongshan suit is inspecting the collected herbs. The young man says, "Manager, I've brought someone." Then he introduces Luo Qiao to the man. "This is our manager, Geng." Luo Qiao politely greets, "Hello, Manager Geng." Manager Geng nods at her and speeds up his inspection, saying, "Please wait a moment, I'll be done soon." The young man saw there was nothing more for him to do and said, "You all talk, I'll go ahead and greet the guests." Luo Qiao nodded and said, "Thank you." Manager Geng finished his work and registration, then hurriedly said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Come in with me." The two entered the room one after the other. Manager Geng said, "Take out the items so I can see them." Luo Qiao noticed that this person's eyes were clear, not like a bad person. She put down her basket and took out a ginseng wrapped in a handkerchief, directly handing it over. Manager Geng took the handkerchief carefully, opened it, and his eyes lit up when he saw what was inside. He quickly took a magnifying glass from a nearby shelf and examined it closely. He said, "Really good stuff. The appearance is nice and it's undamaged." He was a bit excited, carefully looking at it several times with the magnifying glass. Then he looked up seriously at Luo Qiao and asked, "Did you pick this?" Luo Qiao nodded. Luckily, she was tall and slim, but she had done some disguise before entering. Manager Geng didn't seem like the type to scheme. After another careful look, Manager Geng said with some attachment, "This ginseng is about 70 years old. If you take it to the city, it will definitely fetch a higher price than what we get here in the commune." Luo Qiao thought for a moment and said, "Manager Geng, just give me a fair price. How much is the most you can pay? I'll sell it to you if it's close." Going to the city is troublesome, and this was an unexpected find. Manager Geng's old friend's father was seriously ill and needed ginseng to recover. He knew the girl was telling the truth and thought for a moment before saying, 500 yuan. Luo Qiao considered briefly and said, "Deal." This ginseng was specially found in her space. It was too small to be worth much, and too large might cause trouble for her. She had even set up a fake scene earlier in the morning just in case. She knew that the city price would be higher, but she wanted to buy the house at the youth camp and keep studying, so she needed a way to make money. Herbs were the best reason. The villagers would surely try to find out more, so she needed a place to satisfy their curiosity. The pharmacy was just right. Manager Geng smiled and said, "My name is Geng Ming. You can call me Uncle Geng." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite. Please take care of me, Uncle Geng." Geng Ming smiled and poured her a cup of tea, saying, "I'll prepare the money now. You drink some tea." Luo Qiao casually asked, "I wonder if Uncle Geng has any receipts here. If he does, could you help me find some and deduct them from the cash?" Geng Ming looked at Luo Qiao and nodded clearly. "All right, you wait here for a moment." When Geng Ming returned, he was holding a brown paper bag filled with exactly 400 yuan, all in large denomination notes. Another bag contained 2 large notes and various receipts. Luo Qiao briefly looked over the receipts, which included tickets for sugar, cloth, soap, and various industrial coupons. Unfortunately, there was no meat coupon. The most exciting thing for Luo Qiao was that one of the receipts was for a sewing machine. Geng Ming also thought that the price offered for ginseng was lower than the market rate. He had a sewing machine ticket at home that he had already bought, so he decided to give it to Luo Qiao as it was not useful to him anymore. Luo Qiao received the money and receipts, then told Geng Ming a few words. She went to the front and sold the fujin of Chuanhu, a medicinal herb, from her basket. After that, she took her leave from the Chinese medicine shop. Thinking about her home, she planned to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange the receipts for goods. The supply and marketing cooperative was quite large, with many people inside. The counters where she needed to buy things were crowded. She had to step back and look for what she needed. At the very end, she found a counter selling simple stoves for winter use. Luo Qiao asked the price, "Comrade, how much is this stove?" The clerk didn't even look up and replied, 6 industrial coupons, 6 yuan. Luo Qiao thought it wasn't very cheap, but the stove was small and could use coal balls and firewood. She considered that it might be hard to buy in winter, so she decided to buy it. She counted out 6 industrial coupons and handed over 6 yuan. The clerk behind the counter was surprised, not expecting her to actually buy it. After confirming the money and coupons, he took the stove outside the counter. Just after buying the stove, Luo Qiao started to regret it. How could she carry other things now? The clerk saw her face full of regret and understood what she was thinking when she looked at her staring at the counters ahead. He was surprised that this young girl could come up with industrial coupons. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. He then said, "Why don't you leave the stove with me first? You can come back to pick it up after shopping." Luo Qiao was happy to hear this. She had been so flustered that she hadn't thought of it herself. She quickly thanked him and then headed toward the other counter. "Anyway, most of the tickets I had, except for the sewing machine ticket, are almost used up. I bought a thermos, liberation shoes, cloth shoes, soap, towels, a toothbrush and toothpaste, an old-fashioned enamel basin, and a comb. The comb I carried with me is almost broken, and I have no toothpaste. The toothbrush bristles are almost worn out, and the towel is so torn it's like spider web and can't be used anymore. So, besides the small stove I bought today, Everything else is necessary. When I went back to the counter to buy the stove, my hair was all messed up from being pushed around. I quickly tied it up again, thanked the staff, and left the supply store. I was also afraid of meeting people from the village, so I found a quiet corner to store the small stove in my space. Outside, I only left my shoes and basin. The shoes are always needed when going out, and the basin will be used later to wash clothes in the river, which is better out of sight. After taking care of these things, I headed to the middle school of the commune to ask what I should do in my situation. But when I asked, I was told that to attend middle school, I must pass this year's elementary school graduation exam. Either I need a graduation certificate or take the exam with the current graduating students, and then the school will sort students by grades based on the exam results. I wanted to ask more, but the person already waved impatiently, telling me to leave. When I was sent to the farm, I never went to school, so I don't have an elementary school graduation certificate. If I did, I would have to go back to the village elementary school and take the exam with this year's graduates. Thinking about it feels like a waste of time. Standing outside the school feeling a bit down, I was thinking about trying to take the high school entrance exam with this year's middle school graduates in the commune. It seems I need to think of another way. Not far away, Lu Yichen watched the discouraged girl and couldn't help feeling a bit sympathetic. He was off work today and went to the commune to handle some matters with his comrades, and unexpectedly, he ran into the girl here. After she left, he impulsively decided to go over. Thinking that it's only April now and there's still time to find another way, if nothing works, I might just take a shortcut and go directly to the middle school principal's house. There's always a solution. After finishing his tasks and checking the time, it was mealtime. There was a state-run restaurant ahead, and I was debating whether to go in for a meal or find a quiet place to take out some food from my space and eat. Suddenly, I heard voices behind me. Hungry? I turned around and saw Lu Yichen standing behind me. Brother Lu, are you also here at the commune for work? Lu Yichen just found out from the school gatekeeper that this young girl was asking about going to school. It's good that she has ambition. Lu Yichen looked at Luo Qiao and said, "Let's go. It's noon now, I'll take you to eat." His familiar tone made it seem like they were very close. Luo Qiao didn't expect Lu Yichen to directly invite her to eat. She felt a bit shy and said, I brought some dry food. No need for Brother Lu to treat me. Originally, Luo Qiao wanted to say she had meal tickets, but she knew her situation well. She didn't want to cause trouble for herself, so she changed her words. Lu Yichen led the way toward the state-run restaurant. Seeing Luo Qiao didn't follow, he turned his head and saw she was still standing there.
Come on, follow me.
Luo Qiao wanted to insist a bit, but seeing Lu Yichen's furrowed brow, she had no choice but to sheepishly follow. Inside the restaurant, Lu Yichen looked at Luo Qiao and asked with his eyes what she wanted to eat. Luo Qiao glanced at the menu on the wall for today's specials and said, "1 bowl of vegetarian noodles, please." Lu Yichen ordered 2 bowls of noodles, a serving of braised pork, a sour and spicy potato strips, and 2 steamed buns. After paying with meal tickets, meat coupons, and money, he sat down. Luo Qiao felt a little embarrassed. She looked at Lu Yichen across from her, thinking about sending him some dumplings tonight as a favor. Now she owed him again, and she sighed inwardly. She playfully tapped her fingers together to feel better, but Lu Yichen, who had looked up, saw her gesture clearly. He thought to himself, this girl really knows how to be playful. He asked casually, "What are you doing in town today?" Luo Qiao replied, "I bought some daily necessities." She thought there was nothing to hide and added, "I also asked about going to school at the commune middle school." Lu Yichen asked, "Do you want to go to school?" Luo Qiao nodded. "But it's not easy to get into that middle school. When I was on the farm, I studied the middle school curriculum with some teachers. I wanted to see if I could join the graduating class this year. But the gatekeeper said no. You need a primary school graduation certificate and to pass the school's exam to transfer, or you can take the exam with this year's primary school graduates." Lu Yichen didn't expect that Luo Qiao had already finished middle school courses. Seeing her unhappy face, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I have a friend in the County Education Bureau. I'll ask him later if he can help you." Luo Qiao's eyes lit up immediately. She carefully asked, "Will we cause trouble for anyone?" Lu Yichen thought for a moment and replied, "Just follow the rules. If there's an exam, take it. We're not asking them to cheat." Luo Qiao was happy and smiled. She looked at Lu Yichen across from her and said, "Tonight, I'll treat you to some chai-filled dumplings." Lu Yichen didn't reply, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Just then, the waiter called out, "Food for table 3 is ready. Please come and pick it up." Luo Qiao suddenly remembered that this was not the era where customers are considered kings. She had no choice but to stand up and go with Lu Yichen to pick up the food at the serving area. The chef's skills were quite good. The braised pork was tender and flavorful, not greasy or dry. Luo Qiao took a few bites and then stopped, worried about wasting food since the bowl was quite large. She had been here for a while, but this was the first time she had eaten meat. The space in her mind was filled with various vegetables, but no meat at all. She seriously suspected that the previous owner of her space was a vegetarian. Why else would she never see any meat smell? Thinking of this, Luo Qiao remembered her other reason for coming to the commune. Lu Yichen pushed the braised pork toward her and said, "Eat more meat." Luo Qiao smiled and pointed at her large bowl, saying, "This bowl is big. I'm worried I might leave some noodles behind." Lu Yichen wanted to say that it didn't matter if she left some, but seeing the people around eating, he held back his words. Luo Qiao worked hard to finish her noodles. Now there was no small or large bowl. Everyone used the same big, sturdy ceramic bowl. After finishing her meal, Lu Yichen asked, "Are you going back to the village or just exploring around?" Luo Qiao didn't hide her plans. "I want to visit the scrap yard to find some textbooks." Lu Yichen pointed her in a direction, and they parted ways. When they reached the scrap yard, an elderly man was guarding the entrance. Luo Qiao explained her purpose. The old man said, "Gather everything you need and come out quickly. Books cost 3 cents per pound." Luo Qiao nodded and entered the yard. The commune scrap yard was small, a large warehouse with some iron racks and broken tables piled outside. Inside, there was a strong, musty smell. I didn't think much and quickly started searching inside. After some effort, I found a complete set of middle school textbooks. I still need to find a few high school books, so I'll come back later. In a corner, I also found 3 bound books, each damaged to different degrees. Among a pile of miscellaneous items, I found a porcelain vase. I don't know if it's an antique, but it looks quite like one. I put it together with the others. There wasn't much else worth seeing, so I decided to carry everything out. I asked the old man guarding the place to weigh it, and it was a total of 21 pounds, 6 ounces, and 3 cents. The old man kindly helped me tie everything with a rope. After paying, Luo Qiao took a handful of red dates from her pocket and placed them on the table. She thanked him and then left. She didn't have anything else with her, but these red dates came from her space and weren't very valuable. Giving them as a gift was quite suitable. She found a quiet corner, stored everything in her space, and carried the items. Carrying them was too inconvenient. Now she just needed to see where they sold little chicks. However, she didn't find any, but in an alley, she found a place selling little ducklings. There were 10 ducklings in the basket. They usually sold for a dime each, but Luo Qiao bought all of them, counting one as 8 cents, and paid 1 yuan for the basket. Luo Qiao also ordered 20 chicks, saying they would trade at the small woods at the village entrance the day after tomorrow at noon. She paid 8 cents each. As for piglets, the sellers said they would look around for some, but they said it might be hard to find. After agreeing, they parted ways. Leaving the village, Luo Qiao quickly put the 10 ducklings into her space and hurried toward the village. Near the village, she saw a donkey cart parked by the roadside, with several men and women standing nearby. Luo Qiao approached and saw Sun Haidang also there. She asked, "Aunt Haidang, why are you standing here?" Sun Haidang replied, "I didn't work today. I went to the county. The donkey cart broke down here. Where are you going?" Luo Qiao confidently said, "I went to the commune and bought some daily necessities." While talking to Aunt Haidang, she nodded to others nearby, greeting them. One of the women next to Aunt Hiding asked, Luo Qiao, what did you buy? Luo Qiao happily put down her basket and showed them. Inside were a porcelain basin, a pair of liberation shoes, a pair of black cloth shoes, a bar of soap, and over 20 pounds of cornmeal, a pound of millet, and half a pound of salt. Seeing these things, someone showed envy and said, this must cost a lot of money and tickets. Luo Qiao smiled and said, I picked some herbs on the mountain and traded them for money and tickets. They are really useless and edible. The older sister-in-law quickly asked, herbs? What kind of herbs can be exchanged for so much money and tickets? Luo Qiao didn't hide it and said, Chai Hu and Huang Qin. The older sister-in-law wanted to ask more, but was pulled back by the man behind her. Aunt Hiding sighed and said, you can now earn 7 work points. Supporting yourself isn't a problem. Things will get better. If you need help, just tell Auntie.
Don't be shy.
After thanking her, Luo Qiao said, Auntie, I'll go now. I need to tidy up my small farm. She also waved goodbye to the others. After Luo Qiao left, a girl standing next to Sun Hiding asked, Annie, who is she? I've never seen her before. The girl was Zhang Qiaoyan, the daughter of the village secretary, 2 years older than Luo Qiao, currently in her first year of high school at the county high school. Zhang Qiaoyan looked thoughtfully at Luo Qiao's back, her eyes full of dislike. Not for any reason, but because Luo Qiao was taller and prettier than her. Recently, Luo Qiao looked much fairer, and her hair quality had improved a lot. Besides being a bit thin, her appearance wasn't bad. But Luo Qiao didn't care about these things. She was only 15, and she believed she would grow into a tall, beautiful girl soon. Aunt Hiding sighed and looked at Luo Qiao's back. You didn't come back to the village for a while because you were with your older sister in the city, right? Luo Qiao. She added, Luo Qiao is quite capable. Now she can earn 7 work points and works very efficiently. But this girl is also quite pitiful. Hearing this, Zhang Qiaoyan finally relaxed. Being pretty doesn't matter. She's still just a pitiful girl. She was a high school student and felt a sense of superiority inside. Luo Qiao had no idea that just in a short moment, someone was already seeing her as a rival. As she entered the village, she saw Zhao's younger sister running away. She snorted silently and headed home. Zhao Gao Suhua was in the yard tidying up when her daughter ran in and said, We're back. Luo Qiao is back, and she's carrying a basket. Hearing this, Gao Suhua's mind started to wonder, and she felt eager to find a reason to go see Luo Qiao and ask about her. Just as the eldest daughter entered, she said, Xiao Tao, go to the Knowledge Youth Station and see what Luo Qiao bought today. Zhao Xiaotao ignored her mother and went straight into the main room. Gao Suhua saw that her eldest daughter didn't respond and wasn't angry. She said to her second daughter, Zhao Xiaomei, who was following behind, Xiaomei, you go instead. If you get something good later, it can be your dowry when you get married. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaomei became excited and smiled, saying, Mom, you said that. Gao Suhua picked up the broom in the yard and looked at her second daughter. I told you if she asks what you're doing, just say you're helping her take care of the land. Zhao Xiaomei took a ladle, scooped half a ladle of water from the water jar, drank it, then put down the ladle and ran off happily. In the main room, Zhao Xiaotao felt a bit regretful. She was worried that Luo Qiao might really buy something big and make Zhao Xiaomei her dowry. She stood up and headed outside. Luo Qiao returned home, put away the dried herbs she had sun-dried, then placed the basin, soap, and towel inside the house. She also put her 2 new shoes on the bed. Today, she deliberately let the villagers see those things and said she collected medicinal herbs to deliver to the pharmacy. This way, people wouldn't suspect that she was always eating and drinking without reason. Recently, she focused on improving her health and wanted to leave a good impression on the villagers. She had been honest and hardworking to earn her work points. Now her body was almost fully recovered. Although her special abilities hadn't progressed much, managing the backyard and the crops in her land was no problem. In the future, she could go into the mountains when she had free time. The deep mountains might still be dangerous, but with her skills, she should be safe inside. She felt she hadn't wasted her time. Protecting herself would be easy in the future. She washed the wild chives she dug up in the morning, cracked all the wild eggs into a basin, then went into her space to fry the eggs and prepare the filling. Only then did she come out. She decided to be cautious as a single woman. If she fried eggs outside, it might cause trouble if someone caused problems. She mixed white flour and cornmeal, worried that Lu Yichen might ask where she got the white flour, so she split it evenly. The cornmeal in her space was finely ground and tasted good. She prepared garlic juice in advance, so she could dip the dumplings once they were cooked. Everything was ready. The dough had risen enough, and she was about to make dumplings when someone knocked on the door. Luo Qiao quickly tidied everything up, washed her hands, and then asked, "Who is it?" Outside the main gate, Zhao Xiaomei's voice came through. "It's me, your second sister." Luo Qiao rolled her eyes and thought to herself that the Zhao family was really shameless. As soon as they signed the agreement, they kept coming to bother her. It seems that if she doesn't show them some color, they really think she's an easy target. Luo Qiao opened the gate, but didn't let her in. She asked, "Second sister from the Zhao family, do you need something?" Zhao Xiaomei looked inside through the gap in the gate, but saw nothing. She asked, "I'm here to ask if you need help tidying up the land?" Luo Qiao replied, "Do you know where my land is?" Zhao Xiaomei was caught off guard and said, "Yes, I know." Luo Qiao suddenly smiled. "Then didn't you see when you came? It's all cleaned up now. That excuse is a bit weak." Zhao Xiaomei was mainly thinking about how to fool Luo Qiao. When she came, she didn't pay much attention to whether the land was tidied up or not. She paused, her expression changing slightly, but she still bravely said, "I was just rushing over here, so I didn't notice. Let's go inside and talk. Standing here is tiring." Luo Qiao knew what her real plan was. She saw some figures on the hillside and had an idea. So she stepped back and let her into the yard. The Zhao family owed her a lesson. If they came to her doorstep, she wouldn't mind making them look bad. After entering the yard, Zhao Xiaomei looked around but didn't see what she wanted. She then tried to go inside the house. Luo Qiao said, "If you have something to say, let's talk in the yard. I need to go out later to pick wild vegetables." Zhao Xiaomei turned and said to Luo Qiao, "I heard you went to the commune today?" Luo Qiao nodded cooperatively and replied, "Yes, I didn't lack much. I sold some herbs to buy daily necessities." Zhao Xiaomei asked, "What did you buy? Let second sister take a look." She then eagerly headed into the house. When she saw the shoes on the Kong and the enamel basin on the ground, her eyes lit up. "Oh, new liberated shoes?" Zhao Xiaomei picked them up and felt them for a while, then said, "Luo Qiao, our feet are about the same size. Can you lend me these shoes for a few days?" Luo Qiao smiled faintly and said, "These shoes haven't even been worn yet. Besides, our shoe sizes are different. I wear size 30, and you can't fit into mine." Zhao Xiaomei looked at them for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. "No problem, I wear size 30. My feet are thin, so I can definitely fit." It's like not understanding what others are saying, lost in her own world. She looked at the enamel basin on the ground and said, "This enamel basin is really pretty. Luo Qiao, can we take turns using it? I love the color of this basin." When she bought it, there were only 2 types at the supply store, one with a big red double happiness pattern for weddings, and this blue one with 2 fish on the bottom. Luo Qiao had to choose the blue one. For someone so shameless, Luo Qiao was speechless. These are personal belongings. Switching them around feels so awkward. Just then, footsteps sounded in the yard. It was Zhao Xiaodao, and Luo Qiao thought someone else was coming to help. Before Luo Qiao could say anything, Zhao Xiaomei carried something and left the yard. "Sister, why are you here?" Zhao Xiaodao said, "Mom asked me to come ask if Luo Qiao wants vegetable seeds." Luo Qiao snorted inwardly. Zhao Xiaodao was clever. Her reason sounded more believable than Zhao Xiaomei's. Luo Qiao didn't want to waste more time talking and said, "No need for seeds. Aunt Gao from the brigade has already helped me find some. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. I need to go pick some wild vegetables." Zhao Xiaotao's eyes were fixed on what her second sister was holding. Zhao Xiaomei noticed her sister's gaze. But since she was the one holding the item, she didn't want her big sister to get it cheaply. Thinking quickly, Zhao Xiaomei said, "All right, we won't bother you. Just borrow this for a bit. I'll return it later." Luo Qiao could hear people coming down from the hill earlier, so she raised her voice and said, "Second sister Zhao, that's not possible. I didn't bring much with me to the village, just these shoes. So, I bought these new shoes in town today because I wasn't working. I definitely won't lend you my shoes that I haven't even worn yet. We're not related by blood, so do you have the nerve to take my belongings and orphan girls' things?" Zhao Xiaomei got a bit anxious and replied, "Don't be so stingy. I just want to borrow them to wear for a while. I'll return them, no problem. You're just being petty." Hearing that people had already arrived outside the gate, Luo Qiao raised her voice further and said, "I'm not stingy. I finally bought these things with great effort because I needed medicinal herbs. I don't even have clean clothes myself, so I bought these. I need to wear them to work tomorrow. If I lend you my shoes, what will I wear? Besides, those shoes are too small for you, and I definitely can't lend you this basin. I just arrived in the village with nothing. Recently, I have been washing my face with a bowl borrowed from Aunt Gao. I only bought this basin with great difficulty, so it's not that I am stingy. These things are essential, and I really can't lend them to you." Zhao Xiaomei looked a bit upset and said, "Lu Qiao, don't forget, our family is one of the few in the village that still has some connection with you. What's wrong with lending you some things?" After speaking, she hugged her belongings and walked outside. The two sisters just wanted to quickly take their things home, paying no attention to the villagers coming down the. They thought as long as the items were in their house, they could deny everything. Lu Qiao, being an orphan girl, couldn't do much against the Zhao family. But they were wrong. Lu Qiao didn't tolerate their attitude. When they had just run out of the gate and walked 2 or 3 meters ahead, Lu Qiao raised her voice and shouted, "Robbery! They're stealing things. The Zhao family won't let anyone live in peace. Come and see. The Zhao sisters are stealing. Even a lonely girl isn't spared." Lu Qiao had already prepared a small piece of green onion in her space, squeezed out the juice, closed her eyes, and wiped her tears with it. At that moment, the village chief was bringing a government official down from the mountain for official business. Hearing the shouting, they all stopped in their tracks. Lu Qiao's voice was sharp enough to sing soprano. Her loud cry drew the villagers from the fields to come and watch the scene. The Zhao sisters didn't know whether to go in or back out, and seeing the crowd gathering, they felt deeply embarrassed. Among the villagers coming down from the mountain was Li Xiulan, known for her big mouth. She couldn't stand seeing others do well. A while ago, the Zhao family's son was taken away by someone, but they received 200 yuan in compensation, which made her feel resentful. She immediately said, "The Zhao girls are really something." Lu Qiao clearly said she wouldn't lend the basin and shoes, but they still grabbed them and tried to run. They even said that only the Zhao family in this village has some connection with Lu Qiao. What's wrong with borrowing a few things? You really have a big face, bullying a little orphan girl like that. Lu Qiao just kept pretending to cry. Her tears and the irritating smell on her hands made her look very pitiful. It was quite a performance. The village chief and the commune officials also arrived. Gao Jia asked, "What exactly is going on?" Li Xiulan spoke first, saying, "The Zhao sisters went to Lu Qiao's to look at her new porcelain basin and shoes. They asked to borrow them, but Lu Qiao explained she bought them because she had no other choice, so she couldn't lend them. The Zhao family's daughter said that others are stingy and mentioned that only her family has some connection in the village. She took something from someone and ran away. How could the person not be upset?" Zhao Xiaomei angrily said, "Aunt Xiulan, you are involved everywhere. It was Luo Qiao who borrowed it from us. Li Xiulan is not someone to mess with." She scolded, "You did something shameless, and now you expect people not to speak up? It's not just me hearing this. 5 or 6 of us heard that they refused to lend it." A woman standing next to Li Xiulan also said, "If they don't want to lend it, you can't just take it by force. That's clearly bullying." The village leader walked over to Luo Qiao, who was crying uncontrollably, and asked, "Luo Qiao, don't cry. Tell me what really happened." Luo Qiao wiped her face with her sleeve, hiccuped, and said, "Not long after I returned from the commune, Zhao's second sister came and asked if I needed help with my private land. You can see the land from my house." I didn't know what Zhao's second sister meant. I just told her honestly that I had already finished working on it. Then she asked if I went to the commune, and without waiting for my answer, she went into the house. When she saw the liberation shoes on the bed, she said she wanted to borrow them. Luo Qiao hiccuped again and continued, "I told her I wear size 30 shoes, and she said she couldn't fit. She said her feet are thin, and she could definitely wear them." Before I could say anything, she also wanted to trade a porcelain basin with me. Before I finished speaking, Zhao's eldest sister also came over, asking if I needed seeds. I told her that the village leader's wife had already prepared some for me. I wanted to go pick some wild vegetables, so I didn't stay. Zhao's second sister grabbed my things and left, calling me stingy. She said only her family has some connection in the village. I had no choice but to chase after her. The village leader, with a stern face, looked at Zhao's two sisters and said, "Return the things." Zhao Xiaomei reluctantly threw the items into Luo Qiao's arms and said, "Who would want them?" Luo Qiao quickly caught them, worried that the porcelain basin might break. She was determined not to let the Zhao family succeed and wanted to teach them a lesson. The village leader called over Zhao Pulin and his wife. Gao Suhua came over and smiled, saying, "It's all a misunderstanding." Luo Qiao looked coldly at Gao Suhua's performance. The village leader said sharply, "Gao Suhua, everyone is watching. What misunderstanding are you talking about?" Gao Suhua didn't look at the angry face of the team leader. She stepped forward and tried to hold Luo Qiao's hand, smiling as she said, "Luo Qiao, my child, are you worried about living alone and something going wrong? I asked your older sister and second sister to come here and take you back to the Zhao family. Since we took money from the Luo family, we should do something. If we meet again in the future, it will be easier to explain to the Luo family. Your second sister probably used the wrong method. Xiao Tao and Xiao Mei haven't apologized to you yet." Li Xiulan heard Gao Suhua and burst out laughing. "Gao Suhua, do you really mean well? Just now, Xiao Mei from your family said some things we all heard. You're shameless. Your family can put on a show, and after being bad, you still want to pretend to be good." Zhao Pulin knew his wife was lying, but her harsh words were too much. He said, "Li Xiulan, speak more kindly. What kind of words are these for a wife to say?" Li Xiulan chuckled and said, "You Zhao family did something, and now you don't want others to talk? You clearly came to take someone else's things, and you talk so nicely. At first, you refused to accept Luo Qiao.
Why?
Because she earns more work points than your daughters, so you changed your mind. People shouldn't be so shameless." Zhao Pulin wanted to reply, but suddenly a small, dirty, thin boy of about 5 or 6 years old appeared from nowhere. "I know what they want to do," he said. Gao Suhua snapped, "You unwanted little brat, go away." Li Xiulan smiled and asked, "Shirtu, tell us, what do you think the Zhao family wants to do?" The boy named Shirtu looked at the crowd and said, "If I tell you, can I get a steamed bun?" Li Xiulan felt sorry for the bun but was willing to risk embarrassing the Zhao family. She promised him, "All right, you little rascal, all you care about is eating." Gao Suhua shouted, "If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll beat you." Usually, Gao Suhua scolded Shirtu a lot, but with so many people around, he wasn't afraid of her. He loudly said, "Their family wants to trick that sister back home and then sell her to the Inbeipo village as a wife." Gao Suhua heard this and knew something was wrong. She chased after Shirtu to hit him, cursing, "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? I'll tear your mouth apart." Seeing that the child was about to be caught by Gao Suhua, Luo Qiao, tired of the act, didn't want to stay any longer. She quickly pulled the child behind her and loudly said, "Enough." Gao Suhua and the villagers watching were stunned. Luo Qiao continued, "I don't care what your Zhao family thinks. I understand that you didn't want me at first because we are not related by blood. I, Luo Qiao, would never cling to you like that. That's why I signed the agreement in front of the team leader and respected elders of the village, saying that I have no connection with the Zhao family now or in the future." Looking at the villagers gathered around, Luo Qiao added, I don't know why your Zhao family changed their mind later and kept sending people to bother me. I don't want to think badly of you, but I can't believe you are doing this out of kindness. If what this child said today isn't true, then what are you after? Don't tell me you only felt guilty about taking the 200 yuan from Luo's family and wanted to bring me back. Gao Suhua, feeling embarrassed as Luo Qiao exposed her in front of so many villagers, tried to suppress her anger and said, Of course, we feel uneasy about taking Luo's money. Luo Qiao smiled and said, If Aunt Zhao really feels uneasy, then give me the 200 yuan back. That way, I can live better and you won't have to worry anymore.
How about that?
Gao Suhua's false kindness couldn't be maintained anymore. She cursed, You really are sneaky. We wanted to help you a little, but you're trying to take all of Luo's family's money. You're so young and already so greedy. Luo Qiao loudly declared, I want to make it clear again that I have no relationship with the Zhao family. The money I used for my injury treatment was left to me by Luo's family, so I have nothing to do with you or your Zhao family from the start. Today, your daughter came pretending to help me tidy up my land, but she was actually trying to steal things. She even said that in this village, she's closer to your family. How dare she threaten me? Do you think the village elders, grandpas, grandmas, uncles, aunts, and other villagers are as calculating as you? The land is right by the road, and it's already cleaned up if you just look. When you ask if I need help, are you treating me like a fool? Since we have no relationship and signed an agreement, we're strangers. Don't come to my house without invitation. I don't have much time to waste with you all. I need to support myself. Zhao Xiaomei has been calling herself my second sister at my house, which sounds strange. It's better to be honest and straightforward. I believe the team leader will handle today's matter fairly, and I trust everyone here is sensible and knows right from wrong. People's eyes are clear. Good will be recognized, and bad will be exposed. After speaking, Luo Qiao looked at the team leader, Gao Jifeng. She had to do this today because her body was too weak before, and when she first arrived in the village, she wanted to leave a good impression on the villagers. Now, in front of so many villagers, she must stand firm. Otherwise, in the future, anyone could step on her, since she is an outsider. Gao Jifeng asked, Zhao Pulin, what do you say? Zhao Pulin didn't expect his two daughters to do such things. He had been honest most of his life, and now his reputation as a father was shamefully lost because of them. Zhao Xiaomei looked up at the team leader and said, Team leader, Luo Qiao is an outsider. Our Zhao family has been in Qingshan village for generations. Don't mistake outsiders for us. Hearing this, Gao Jifeng's face darkened. There were officials from the commune standing behind him. If they heard Zhao Xiaomei call her an outsider and saw her bullying a lonely girl, how could he continue being the team leader? Before he could speak, Zhao Pulin slapped Zhao Xiaomei. It seemed he wanted to bring trouble to their family. After all, the team leader was important, and there was no need for her to teach others how to do things. Seeing the team leader's long face, Zhao Xiaomei was surprised. She wondered who she was doing this for, and she was angry that her own father was helping outsiders bully her. Feeling wronged, she said, You hit me for an outsider. I hate you. Then she pushed her father and ran away. Actually, Zhao Xiaomei couldn't stay there any longer. She took this chance to run away, knowing her reputation was ruined because of today's events. Zhao Pulin quickly apologized to the team leader. Team leader, don't listen to Xiaomei's nonsense. She's just upset and embarrassed. The team leader said no matter what, it's wrong to go into someone's house and steal. Luo Qiao handed this matter over to me because she's kind-hearted. If a case is filed, your daughter might end up in the police station. I'm not scaring you. This was a robbery. You need to understand that. Still at the scene, Zhao Xiaotao looked very upset. She said, Captain, this has nothing to do with me. I just came to ask Luo Qiao if she wanted seeds, and I didn't take part in stealing anything. Her words made her look worse, as if she was trying to cover up her involvement, which only made others look down on her more. Luo Qiao watched from the side and thought the captain was smart. The captain was right. If they reported this to the police, they would at least get a warning. If she insisted on reporting, she might have to spend some time in detention. Zhao Pulin lowered his head and said to Luo Qiao, I'm sorry. My sister is at fault. Now that this has happened, I apologize on her behalf. Do you think that's okay? Luo Qiao replied, they're the ones who made the mistake, and they should apologize. I've handed this over to the captain. I believe he is a good village officer. The captain, hearing this, didn't want to delay anymore. He said, Pulin, in the end, this is your daughter's fault. To give Luo Qiao and the village a clear answer and a warning, Zhao Xiaomei must apologize to Luo Qiao face-to-face. Also, to show your sincerity, you should compensate Luo Qiao with 10 jin of corn flour. Do you agree? Gao Suhua said, no, that won't do. Apologizing isn't enough. The stuff is still in her hands, and our Xiaomei didn't take it. The captain replied, if someone commits a mistake and isn't punished, it might encourage bad behavior among the children in the village. If you don't agree, I won't interfere anymore. If Luo Qiao reports to the police, don't come to me again. The villagers weren't happy either. Li Xilan shouted, Gao Suhua, are you trying to ruin our Qingshan village's reputation? If someone ends up in jail, it will affect the young women and men in the village when they marry. The captain is right, if you do wrong, you should face some consequences. That's just how it is. It's like killing a chicken to scare the monkey. A young man in the crowd said, Aunt Xilan, that's called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Li Xilan smiled and said, yes, that's the right phrase. Lao Liang is really sharp. No wonder he's learned so much. Zhao Pulin knew that today's 10 jin of corn flour was settled, so he said, all right, I'll have my family send the 10 jin over later. Luo Qiao is not a fool. Eating these 10 jin of cornmeal might make her previous efforts all useless, and she would be the subject of gossip when she goes out tomorrow. So she thought of the elderly couple with the surname Lin at the east end of the village and said, Captain, I have something to say. The captain thought Luo Qiao was unhappy with the decision and felt a bit annoyed, but he still patiently asked, go ahead. Luo Qiao said, Uncle, since these 10 jin of cornmeal are meant for punishment, I feel uneasy eating them. Instead, I suggest we use this cornmeal to do something good. Captain, please take it to the elderly couple with the surname Lin at the east end of the village. I'm still young, and there are plenty of wild vegetables on the mountain. Plus, I know how to identify herbs and can dig some to exchange for food and supplies in the city. The official from the commune, who had been silent, said, that's a good comrade. Such positive spirit is worth learning from. The captain also agreed, saying, Director Wang is right. Luo Qiao said, Captain, it's getting late. Let's not waste more time. You can decide to deliver the cornmeal to that elderly couple's home. Then she turned to Zhao Pulin and Gao Suhua and said, since we are not related, please don't use the excuse of caring for me to do embarrassing things. Everyone has their limits of patience. Please respect yourselves in the future. Zhao Pulin had never felt so humiliated before. Being scolded by a young girl, he opened his mouth to reply, don't worry. If anyone dares to cause trouble at your place again, I will break their legs. Luo Qiao was satisfied and said, I hope you mean what you say. Seeing there was no more excitement in the village, people started to leave in small groups. Gao Suhua, with a grim face, cursed Luo Qiao, no wonder the Luo family doesn't want you. You're just a backstabbing traitor. Luo Qiao replied, a backstabbing traitor is better than someone who loses all conscience for personal gain. Gao Suhua was stunned. She had just seen the mockery in Luo Qiao's eyes. If she hadn't been a baby in swaddling clothes back then, she might have thought Luo Qiao knew everything. Afraid to stay any longer, she cursed and left in anger. Luo Qiao turned back to the yard, closed the door tightly. She had once thought about finding her biological parents, but she knew she wouldn't have a good life if she relied on them. However, she quickly remembered that her biological parents hadn't recognized her all these years, and the girl beside her wasn't their real daughter. She could only hope that if she tried to reconnect, they would treat her well. The daughter of the Zhao family was raised by her biological parents from a young age, so they must have a bond. Even if she recognizes her parents again, they might not want her to suffer in the countryside. Living under the same roof, she only thought of reconnecting because she wanted to endure hardship, but if she truly went back, she might prefer her current freedom. The main point is, they might not even want to accept her, thinking she's just trying to cling to them. So, for now, she'll just keep things as they are. She can manage on her own. However, Gao Suhua's daughter won't let her continue pretending to be the original owner. She needs to think about her future actions and always find a way to speak up for herself. She found 2 bamboo curtains from the space. Her hands moved quickly, and soon she had wrapped dumplings in both curtains. Luo Qiao's big pot in the kitchen was already boiling water. The water was just right for boiling the dumplings. Since the pot was large, she first boiled 1 curtain with about 70 dumplings. The remaining curtains dumplings she planned to cook later and store in the space. She kept 20 for herself, packed the rest into a small porcelain basin, and took a small bamboo bowl from the space filled with garlic sauce. Then she headed to Lu Yichen's house. When Luo Qiao arrived, Lu Yichen was chopping firewood in the yard. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw Luo Qiao. He knew what had happened earlier that afternoon. He didn't expect this girl to be so capable, managing to avoid Zhao family's schemes. Only by standing up for herself could she avoid being bullied. Luo Qiao smiled slightly and said, "Big brother Lu, I brought you some dumplings." Lu Yichen didn't expect her to really bring dumplings, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Luo Qiao walked into the yard, naturally heading toward the kitchen. She said, "Wash your hands and don't work anymore. Dumplings taste best when hot. I'll find a container to take the rest back." Having stayed at Lu Yichen's house for 2 days, she knew where everything was. Lu Yichen was very clean and kept everything tidy. Luo Qiao packed the dumplings and garlic sauce into a basin and a bowl, covered the bamboo bowl with a cloth, and just as Lu Yichen finished washing his hands, he came over. Luo Qiao left the kitchen and saw Lu Yichen approaching. She said, "Big brother Lu, eat while it's hot. I'll go now." Lu Yichen glanced at the dumplings in the kitchen, frowned, and asked, "Where did you get the white flour?" Luo Qiao glanced outside the courtyard and whispered, "This morning, I went up the mountain to pick some herbs and took them to the town's traditional Chinese medicine shop. I earned some money and a receipt. I thought eating dumplings with just corn flour wouldn't be enough. So I bought a little less to make sure there's enough for 2 meals. That's all I wanted to say. My dumplings are getting cold, so I'll go now." Luo Qiao didn't give Lu Yichen a chance to ask more. After speaking, she grabbed a basin and ran away. Lu Yichen sighed with a bit of amusement. How could a grown man be shy about eating her food? But if he kept taking her food, it might make the little girl feel uncomfortable. Maybe he should chop some firewood to make up for it later. He picked up chopsticks, took a dumpling, and thought, it smells good. The little girl was quite good at cooking, better than the chefs at the state-run restaurants. In her past life, Luo Qiao was in college when her mother bought her an apartment near the school. She didn't want any outsiders in her private space, so she didn't hire a nanny. At first, she only ate instant noodles or ordered takeout. But after getting tired of that, she started watching cooking videos on her phone and learned to cook herself. One holiday, when she went home, their nanny had to take a day off unexpectedly. She cooked 3 dishes and a soup. When her parents came home for dinner, they were very happy and smiling happily. From then on, she made learning to cook an important goal. She not only followed videos but also signed up for a cooking class. She learned all 8 major cuisines, as well as Western food, snacks, and desserts. Sadly, no matter how well she learned, her parents were always busy, flying here and there, attending endless meetings, signing contracts, and never stopping. After many disappointments and thinking about giving up, the apocalypse came. During the half-year of the apocalypse, she learned only to be indifferent because she never knew when others might abandon her just to stay alive. And then it happened. Luo Qiao returned home, locked the door, and only then entered the house. She didn't want to be disturbed while eating, especially if someone suddenly barged in. Besides, if people saw her eating so well, she might not be able to live peacefully in the village anymore. Some people have a strange mindset. They can't stand seeing others live well. So, she decided not to cause herself unnecessary trouble. Picking up a dumpling, it really smells good. Although there isn't much seasoning, it's all natural food. Luo Qiao finished all 20-something dumplings and felt full. When the pot boiled, she also cooked the remaining steamed dumplings, then used her mind to put them into her space warehouse. Whenever she wanted to eat, she could take them out, and they would look freshly cooked. She poured herself a bowl of dumpling soup and then tidied up the kitchen. She sat in the yard drinking the soup, thinking about what happened today. She decided to delay buying a house for now, since she had only recently arrived in the village. She would wait until her schooling plans were settled. After the spring planting season and her school arrangements were done, she planned to ask the team leader for a permit to travel around, claiming she wanted to visit her parents. It would also give Gao Suhua a little nervousness. Actually, Gao Suhua didn't know where her biological parents were. She only knew that after her mother gave birth, she was unconscious and had to be transferred to another hospital. The family was busy with the transfer procedures and finding a vehicle. Only a friend's wife was there to take care of her. Gao Suhua took the opportunity when that person went to the bathroom to switch the two children. Gao Suhua was quite capable. To save time, she found some children's clothes in the mother's bag and dressed her own daughter in them, switching the children directly. It seemed like fate that the original parents made several small outfits in the same pattern, so no one noticed that the baby in the swaddle wasn't the original child during the frantic rush. But Luo Qiao couldn't forgive them for this. They didn't pay enough attention to the children. She didn't believe the two children could look the same. Gao Suhua's daughter was a premature baby, and since the countryside diet was poor, the child was likely weak. If anyone had paid a little more attention, they would have noticed. The original owner's life was already lost, so Luo Qiao decided not to acknowledge them. However, she wouldn't let the innocent girl who took on the original owner's identity have a good life either. This was the only thing Luo Qiao could do for her. Recently, her body was fine, so she planned to find ways to enrich her space. She wanted to go into the mountains to see if she could find some wild animals like pheasants or rabbits to raise in her space. She really couldn't stand days without meat. She looked up at Daqing Mountain, thinking about whether she should go deep into the mountains during her next rest. Since she had her space and her skills from her past life had improved a lot, she just needed to wait for her supernatural powers to get stronger. In the center of the village, Zhao Pulin harshly scolded Zhao Xiaomei, who had just returned from outside, and made her apologize to Luo Qiao in front of the villagers tomorrow. At first, Zhao Xiaomei was reluctant, but Zhao Pulin said it was the village leader's order, meant to serve as an example to warn others not to do illegal things. The decision was made by Director Wang of the commune. This made Zhao Xiaomei cry and say, "Mom, this is your fault. I don't want to apologize to that mean girl Luo Qiao in front of the villagers tomorrow. What will happen to my reputation?" Gao Suhua was still busy cooking in the kitchen and said, "Who told you to be so careless? If you don't make her happy, you'll just take your things and leave. If you don't apologize, should I do it instead?" The Zhao sisters now understood what had happened today. Zhao Xiaotao looked on coldly and said, "I don't care what you do, but you must handle this properly. Don't let this get to Zheng Qiao Zhuang. If the Zheng family is upset and it affects my wedding next month, I won't forgive you." Zhao Xiaomei looked at her eldest sister and asked, "Who are you mad at? Did you not go today?" Seeing her second sister trying to stir trouble, Zhao Xiaotao got angry and said, "Did I steal the thing?" Zhao Xiaomei was full of anger, pointing at Zhao Xiaotao and stammering, You. But she couldn't say anything else. Zhao Xiaochao sitting nearby said, "This was Luo Qiao's fault. Just tell the village leader not to pursue it anymore." Zhao Xiaoxing looked at Zhao Xiaochao foolishly and said, "You talk nicely, but if you have the ability, go deal with that stubborn girl Luo Qiao." Zhao Xiaochao replied, "She's just an orphan girl. If this gets really big, it won't just shame our family, but the entire Zhao clan. Luo Qiao is talented, but isn't she afraid that villagers will cause her trouble in the future?" Gao Suhua listened to her fifth daughter and looked at her husband. "Yes, I hadn't thought of that. Xiao Chao is right. Our village's Zhao, Gao Li, and Sun families don't get along. If we really apologize to Luo Qiao in front of the villagers tomorrow, our Zhao family will be humiliated. We should quickly discuss with the elders and see what to do." Zhao Pulin sat quietly on the bench. Since the team leader said it was Director Wang of the commune who decided, even the old master probably wouldn't dare to interfere casually. Gao Suhua said, "It's so late, and this is still the situation. It's really frustrating." Zhao Xiaomei was truly worried now.
Dad, you really won't help me?
If I have to apologize to that orphan girl tomorrow, our family's reputation will be ruined. It might even affect my older sister's marriage, not to mention how my sisters and I will be seen in the future. Do you value your face more, or our happiness? Zhao Pulin stood up. I owe you all a lot. Why did you go bother her? When something happens, you come to me to fix it. Gao Suhua carefully apologized. Dad, once something goes wrong, it's no use blaming us now. Who knew Luo Qiao would be so mean-spirited? When Xiaomei came out with the things, she shouted about theft. Isn't that obvious? She's trying to trap our girl? Zhao Pulin's anger flared up again. He pointed at Gao Suhua's nose and scolded. Look at what you're saying. These girls are spoiled by you. They're just provoking her. You call her a mean girl, and she's the one who told you to come and steal. If you hadn't gone to steal, she wouldn't have done that. I, Zhao Pulin, am really unlucky to have married such a troublemaker. Zhao's sixth sister, Zhao Xiaoyun, hid in a corner, watching her mother, older sister, and second sister being scolded by their father. She felt pretty good about it. After all, they often bullied her, so she deserved the scolding. She smiled to herself, just as Zhao Xiaomei turned around and saw her. That was trouble. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaomei kicked Zhao Xiaoyun and scolded, "If you hadn't gone back and said you saw Luo Qiao carrying a basket from the commune, we wouldn't have gone to her house. It's all your fault. Stop laughing. I'll beat this troublemaker to death." Zhao Xiaoyun quickly ran behind her father, Zhao Pulin. Second sister, I was just telling Mom that Luo Qiao came back from the commune with a basket. I didn't say anything wrong. It's obviously your greed, and now you want to take it out on me.
She was already starting to cry.
Zhao Pulin looked annoyed and shouted, "Everyone shut up. No one is easy to deal with." After saying this, he headed towards the main gate, thinking about what his wife had just said. He decided to go to his older brother's house first to discuss what to do. When the head of the family left, Zhao Xiaoyun quickly ran outside. She didn't want to stay and become a punching bag for her second sister and mother. Zhao Pulin arrived at his older brother's house. When Zhao Chonglin saw his brother coming, he hurriedly called his daughter, Zhao Xiali, to bring a bowl of water. Zhao Chonglin also heard about what happened today. His wife had just scolded her sister-in-law for teaching the nieces the wrong way, always thinking about taking advantage and not studying well. Now they were openly fighting over something. Although he didn't say much, he didn't approve of what his sister-in-law and nieces were doing. He also heard that a local official had seen them. If Luo Qiao hadn't been lenient, she might have ended up in jail by now. Zhao Xiali brought over the water. "Second uncle, drink some water." After handing over the water, she went into the kitchen to help her mother. She looked at her second uncle outside. "Mom, what does my second uncle want to see my dad about?" Lu Fong, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, was picking vegetables.
What can he want?
Today's incident must be because your second aunt came up with some bad idea again. Your second uncle is here to discuss it with your dad. Forget about them. Hurry up and wash the wild vegetables you picked. Your younger brother will be home from school soon. Zhao Xiali carried the vegetables out of the yard and washed them in a water jar, but she was actually listening to her father and second uncle talk. Zhao Pulin finished his last cigarette and then said in a deep voice, "Big brother, Suhua told me to find grandfather and ask our Zhao family to go see Luo Qiao tonight and get her to agree." Zhao Chonglin looked at his irresponsible younger brother. Today's matter is already so big, and with officials from the commune present. How could you come up with such a plan? He sighed and continued, "I have to say, your wife and the girls need to be managed. Otherwise, who knows what trouble they might cause in the future." Zhao Pulin said, "I understand, big brother. But should we go see grandfather today?" Zhao Chonglin replied, "I'll go with you to see what grandfather says." Just as they stepped out of the yard, they met the team leader Gao Jiefeng and accountant Sun Guicheng. Gao Jiefeng said, "Perfect timing. We came to get that 10 jin of cornmeal. Zhao Pulin wiped his face, sighed, and said, "All right, I will go with you to get it." Inside, he felt a deep pain. The team leader simply didn't want things to drag on. Everyone knows who Gao Suhua is. Probably worried that even if she spends the night, she might not get those 10 pounds of cornmeal. Gao Suhua was already in a very bad mood. When she saw her husband coming in with the village team leader and the accountant, her heart sank. She quickly said, "The team leader and accountant's son are here. Sit inside." Accountant's son replied, "Just sit. We haven't eaten yet. We're here to get the 10 pounds of cornmeal and finish the task before it gets dark." Gao Suhua looked troubled and said, "Can you give us less? It's a tough time now, and no one has plenty to eat." Xiao Mei now knows she was wrong. Maybe we can forget about the grain. The team leader knew Gao Suhua was a bit reckless, so he called the accountant to quickly settle the matter. Otherwise, if he, as the team leader, wasn't in charge, no one would listen. Zhao Pulin saw why the team leader and accountant's son came now. His face turned red, and he shouted, "Hurry up and go get it. Are you still worried about losing face?" Seeing Zhao Pulin really angry, Gao Suhua hesitated, but then reluctantly went into the house. When she came out again, she was holding a small cloth bag. She said, "I can't stick this bag inside." Accountant's son took it and weighed it, then said, "This isn't 10 pounds. Are you trying to fool us?" Zhao Pulin glared at Gao Suhua fiercely, snatched the bag, and went into the house. Gao Suhua followed and called out his father. The team leader and accountant's son took the items and left Zhao's house for Lin's house at the east end of the village. Talking about the Lin family, they were also poor. They worked in a factory in the provincial city when they were young. Their 2 daughters married locally. Their only son left with a group of classmates to travel around a year before they returned to Qingshan village and never came back. The couple spent all their savings but couldn't find him. Later, because they took too long leave, their positions were taken and they lost their livelihood. They didn't want to bother their 2 daughters' lives. They told their daughters to send telegrams immediately if they had news of the little brother, then packed up and returned to Qingshan village. The 2 daughters hadn't come back more than a few times during this period. These days, life is very hard. I heard that those 2 girls have many children and are struggling financially, so it's understandable that they can't come back to visit their parents. 6 months ago, Mr. Lin fell from the hill and hurt his back. He can't do heavy work anymore. His wife has been crying all day since their son disappeared, and her health is poor. Life is really tough for them. They didn't have much savings to begin with, and sometimes they had to help their 2 daughters. After Mr. Lin was injured, he stayed in the health clinic of the commune for over 10 days. Besides the few dozen yuan they had saved, they also owed money to the team. I heard only the 2nd daughter came back at that time, but she left after a few days. The debts with the team haven't been paid, and the villagers don't visit the Lin family much anymore. Their family originally came from Qingshan village as outsiders. Now, the old couple feels even more isolated and helpless. A few days ago, Luo Qiao was passing by their yard on her way to work. From the gossip of the village women, she learned about their situation. Maybe because they're also outsiders from Qingshan village, Luo Qiao felt sympathy for them. She even thought about helping them when she had the chance. Now that opportunity has come. 10 jin of grain isn't much, but it can feed the old couple for a few meals. The old couple from the Lin family didn't know what had happened in the village today. When the team leader and accountant's son came, they looked a bit confused. After Son explained everything, the old couple's eyes filled with tears. They had actually run out of food for some time. Last autumn, they didn't get much grain, and Mr. Lin couldn't work because of his injury. Mrs. Lin was also unwell and couldn't do high-yield work. The team leader, kind-hearted, let her manage the animals at the breeding farm. It wasn't tiring but required literacy for record-keeping. Mrs. Lin was unwell but could read and write, so the villagers didn't say much. Last year, their 2nd daughter came back and said the family had many children and often couldn't eat enough. When she left, she took a lot of grain, and since then, the couple hasn't had a proper meal. Fortunately, they now have wild vegetables, or they would have had a very hard time. They knew about the Zhao family and had seen that girl a few times from afar, but they never interacted. What they didn't expect was that during their hardest times, that girl gave them hope. After the team leader and son left, the old couple felt very grateful to Lu Yichen. They had been surviving on wild vegetables for 2 or 3 days. Old Mr. Lin comforted his wife, saying, "Maybe we can hold on for a few more years, and perhaps we'll see our son again." After speaking, both of them welled up with tears. Lu Yichen looked at the darkening sky and tidied up before entering her space. She had previously planted buplurum and dandelions, so she now cultivated them to save time later. The space was full of life now. The crops in the fields had sprouted. After exercising and doing a set of military-style exercises, she took a hot bath inside the space. Once she finished, she went to the study to read books about embroidery techniques. She had already read several, which covered the 4 famous embroidery styles: Su, Xiang, Yu, and Shu. Lu Yichen was growing more fond of embroidery. She planned to finish this book and then try stitching herself using an embroidery frame. In her past life, she studied fashion design, so she had some experience with embroidery. She had learned embroidery before, but her skills were average. Seeing all these embroidery methods, she thought maybe she could create a bright future with her needlework. Haha, just joking. Embroidery is very tiring for the eyes. It would be nice as a hobby, but without a teacher guiding her, it might be difficult. Still, she could think about it during her free time. Just after finishing the book and gathering embroidery fabric and thread, she heard knocking at the door. Lu Yichen quickly tidied herself up and left her space, listening carefully. She recognized the voices as belonging to the Zhao family. Lu Yichen knew their purpose, but the Zhao family was so inconsiderate. It was already dark, and they still came over. No matter the reason, it was simply too much. She decided not to open the door. She thought she could come up with an excuse tomorrow. Maybe say she was too scared to open the door, or that she was asleep and didn't hear them.
What could they do about it?
Just as she made up her mind not to answer, she heard another group of people arriving. She recognized the voices of the team leader, his wife, and accountant Sunday. The team leader asked, "Why are you all out here at this late hour instead of staying at home? What are you doing at Lu Yichen's door?" The Zhao family members didn't expect that, after finally reaching an agreement, they would be caught by the team leader and accountant son before even seeing Lu Yichen. It was truly embarrassing. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Puling's grandfather, Zhao Mingqiang, wanted to argue a few words with the team leader. The team leader simply said, "Director Wang mentioned the matter for tomorrow and still needs to report to the commune." When the Zhao family heard this, they stopped trying to argue. The issue was originally caused by Little Mei, and it was unlikely they would clash with the commune officials over her. Soon after, the Zhao family left as suddenly as they had arrived. The team leader and his wife, along with accountant's son, saw the Zhao family leave and then also departed. The next day, Lu Yichen woke up early, tidied herself, and went into her space to prepare soy milk she had ground the night before. She also cooked 2 dishes on another stove, stir-fried green beans and spicy shredded potatoes. She used some bean pulp, mixed in flour, scallions, cilantro, carrots, salt, Sichuan pepper, and the last wild chicken egg from yesterday to make pancakes. Once the soy milk was ready, she poured it out. She cleaned the pot, dried it on low heat, then brushed a layer of oil on it and fried the pancake on the other side until golden. It smelled wonderful. She made quite a few, keeping some for breakfast and storing the rest in the underground warehouse. These days, she planned to go into the mountains at noon to make more food for storage, so she could take it out whenever she was hungry. After cleaning up the kitchen after breakfast, she took a bamboo tube from her space warehouse. The bamboo tube wasn't very big, and in the north, bamboo isn't usually this thick. If asked, she would say it was a gift from someone at the farm. She boiled some water in the outdoor kitchen. Since smoke might attract attention, she only boiled a little water, enough to carry with her to work, so she wouldn't be thirsty without water. When Lu Yichen reached the riverbank, many people had already gathered. Today marked the start of spring planting, and no one dared to be late. Xiao Lanlan saw Lu Yichen arrive and waved for her to come over. Lu Yichen obediently called out, Auntie. Xiao Lanlan smiled and said, "Come here quickly. Later, Zhao's second daughter-in-law will have to apologize to you." Then she whispered to Luo Qiao, "Did you hear any noise last night?" Luo Qiao understood what Auntie Gao meant. She couldn't say she heard something inside her room, but didn't come out. She just laughed quietly. She also whispered, "Auntie, I went to bed early last night. Did something happen in the village?" Seeing that Luo Qiao didn't know anything, Qiao Lanlan decided not to add pressure and didn't mention last night's events. After all, not many people knew about it. Soon, the team leader stood on the stage and shouted, "Today, there are two matters. First, Zhao Xiaomei, the daughter of Zhao Pulin's family, must apologize to Luo Qiao in front of everyone. As for why she needs to apologize, I believe everyone knows. I won't take up more time explaining. With spring planting coming soon, Director Wang from the commune still wants to use this chance to educate everyone. Stealing someone else's belongings without permission, especially with the intent to illegally possess, is robbery. It is illegal and, if reported to the police, can lead to punishment depending on the severity. So I hope all members remember not to do things they will regret, as harming others and oneself damages the family's and the village's reputation." Since Zhao Xiaomei is a first-time offender, Luo Qiao generously agreed to let the village handle it. Therefore, Zhao Xiaomei must apologize to Luo Qiao face-to-face and promise it won't happen again. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiaomei walked onto the stage and said to Luo Qiao below, "I'm sorry. I won't do that again. Please forgive me." Seeing that Luo Qiao's goal of disgust was achieved, she calmly said, "I accept your apology. I hope you will change for the better and become a useful person to society." After hearing this, uneducated people thought Luo Qiao was quite kind and forgiving Zhao Xiaomei. However, educated people, like Zhang Qiaoyan from the branch secretary's family, thought differently. She felt Luo Qiao's words had hidden meaning. What does it mean to change for the better? It sounded like Zhao Xiaomei had done this kind of thing many times before. And when Luo Qiao said she wanted her to be useful to society, it seemed harmless, but if listened to carefully, it was a subtle mockery of Zhao Xiaomei. Zhao Xiaomei, a village girl who only attended 2 years of elementary school and couldn't even read properly, how could she be useful to society? Luo Qiao's words caught Zhang Qiaoyan's attention and dislike. But Luo Qiao didn't know this. After Zhao Xiaomei finished apologizing, covered her face, and ran off the stage, the team leader Gao Jiefeng finally said, "Let's consider this matter settled and not mention it again in the future. But it also serves as a warning to everyone. Do not commit illegal acts, or no one can save you. The law will catch up with you, and you will face punishment. Do you all understand?" The villagers below didn't expect there might be a punishment, so someone said, "We understand, team leader. We will never do such evil things." When these words were spoken, the faces of the Zhao family members turned into a palette of colors, clearly indicating they were being directly addressed. Gao Jiefeng said, "What we are talking about is that the spring planting officially begins today. I hope everyone works hard to complete the planting with good quality and quantity. That's all for now. Let's start assigning tasks." Luo Qiao had been following Aunt Gao. Now, the 2 daughters-in-law of the Gao family also came over. Aunt Gao introduced Luo Qiao, saying, "This is my eldest daughter-in-law, Song Jiao. From now on, just call her Gao de Sa." Next to her was her second daughter-in-law, Feng Qiaohui, who was told to be called Gao Er Sa. Luo Qiao politely greeted them, saying, "Hello, Gao de Sa and Gao Er Sa. I am Luo Qiao. Please guide me in the future." Both women smiled and greeted Luo Qiao warmly. Soon it was their turn. The task assigned to them today was seed planting. Everyone went to their designated fields in small groups. As they walked, they looked at the vast blue sky and the endless brown land. The warm spring breeze brushed their faces. In the distance, the call of cuckoo birds could be heard from the mountains. All of this made people feel happy. The spring planting officially began. Cuckoo, cuckoo, spreading happiness. Aunt Gao walked and explained the planting technique again. Seeds cannot be sown too many or too few. Each acre has a specific ratio. If too few, they might not sprout or grow seedlings. If too many, it wastes seeds and requires removing extra seedlings later, which is time-consuming and tiring. The ideal number is 3 seeds per spot. In the past, when the original owner worked on the farm, she had done these tasks before. Luo Qiao didn't interrupt Aunt Gao's instructions, but felt warm inside. The next day at noon, Luo Qiao went to the commune to pick up the young chicks she had ordered. Besides 3 kept outside for raising, the rest were put into her space. Some were released to roam on the mountain. The piglets were hard to find, so she didn't have any for now. Spring planting had been busy for over half a month. Luo Qiao had tried many jobs: seed planting, herding livestock, covering soil. These weren't heavy tasks, but they still made her tired by the end of the day. During her lunch break, she also went up the mountain a few times. She was lucky enough to catch a pregnant rabbit. Luo Qiao threw it into her space on the mountain to let it develop freely. She thought about catching a few more in the deep mountains later. She believed that soon she would have a large group of baby rabbits.
Hee.
Luo Qiao had already tested that her space could be controlled with her mind. The chickens and rabbits wouldn't go down the mountain randomly, which reassured her. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about them damaging her vegetables and crops when her strength grew. During this time, Luo Qiao has read through all the middle school textbooks she found. She is confident she can handle the entrance exam, and she has also roughly looked over the high school books, though not completely. It seems she needs to find more time to review them. After the spring planting season ended, Lu Yichen also sent a message. His comrade has already arranged with the community middle school. If she passes the exam, she can join this year's graduates for the high school entrance exam. If she doesn't pass, she will feel sorry, but as long as she passes, the school will help her register her student status.
She can rest assured about that.
Luo Qiao was so happy when she received the news. She said, "Big brother Lu, thank you so much. I'll make some snacks and give them to your comrade to show my gratitude. Don't refuse, okay?" Lu Yichen looked at the cheerful girl under the sunlight, feeling happy too. He knew she didn't want him to owe favors, so he didn't object. Luo Qiao is very talkative. The next day, she asked for leave from the team leader. When asked, she told the truth, but asked him to keep it secret so no one in the village would gossip. The team leader nodded and agreed, secretly thinking highly of Luo Qiao. When Luo Qiao arrived at the community middle school, the gate had just opened. She explained her purpose to the gatekeeper, who then directed her to the principal's office. The old man at the gate said the principal comes early every day and is probably in the office now. She gently knocked on the door, and a voice inside said, "Come in." Luo Qiao pushed the door open and respectfully said, "Hello, principal. My name is Luo Qiao. Director Jiang from the County Education Bureau asked me to come see you to take the entrance exam." Principal Qin was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "Oh, I remember now. You're the child Director Jiang mentioned, the one who wants to take the high school entrance exam directly, right?" Luo Qiao nodded and replied, "Yes, Principal." Principal Qin asked, "I heard you didn't attend elementary school before?" Luo Qiao was honest and said, "Yes, I used to study for many years at the farm with some professors from the farm. When they returned to the city, I continued self-study. Now I've finished middle school courses and am preparing for high school, but self-study isn't enough. I need a diploma to be recognized, so I'm sorry to trouble you, Principal." Hearing that more people were arriving outside the office, Principal Qin called a teacher from the graduation class to bring some mock exam papers for Luo Qiao to try. Lu Qiao spent 2 hours completing all the exam papers. When she finished the last one, the results of the previous exams had already been announced, which surprised the teachers who came in. Principal Qin immediately decided to transfer her to Class 1. Lu Qiao explained her situation, saying she usually didn't have time to attend classes, but would review and do exercises at home. After hearing her explanation, Principal Qin sighed and kindly said, "Make sure to review more. The school will notify you in advance of each exam." Lu Qiao thanked him multiple times, then went with Class 1's homeroom teacher, Teacher Ning, to complete the enrollment procedures and paid the fees. She looked at the textbooks for the graduating class, most of which she already had, saving some money. Following Teacher Ning, Lu Qiao introduced herself briefly to Class 1. Teacher Ning also explained her situation. After everything was settled, Lu Qiao said goodbye to the teachers and left the school. Lu Qiao still had time, so she went to the scrapyard to see if she could find the missing high school textbooks. To her surprise, the gatekeeper recognized her. Inside, she searched for a while and only found one bound medical book. She didn't find the missing textbooks. As she was about to leave, she tripped over a stone and almost fell. When she steadied herself and was about to walk away, she noticed a small green patch on part of the stone. She bent down to pick it up, and her heartbeat quickened. Could this be a real raw gemstone? Why was it thrown here? Just then, the gatekeeper came in looking for something and asked, "Did you find what you're looking for?" Seeing Lu Qiao holding the stone, he asked, "Girl, what are you doing with that?" "That's just a doorstop I use." Lu Qiao said, "It almost tripped me earlier, but it looks quite nice." The old man replied, "If you like it, there are a few more stones outside near the mountain wall. They're not much, but they look good." Lu Qiao smiled and said, "Thank you, sir. I'm just heading back to the flower pond." She took the stone with her and went to look under the mountain soil wall outside. She saw a few unremarkable stones, but her handheld stone was more eye-catching. Honestly, Lu Qiao wasn't sure if these were real raw gemstones, but her stone had a green patch exposed, probably from long-term friction with the ground. It is possible that these stones were previously confiscated and thrown into the corner without anyone noticing. There are 6 stones in total, and Luo Qiao collected them all into a basket and brought them to the gate. The old man saw Luo Qiao only looking for a book and waved her away, telling her to leave. Luo Qiao said, "I also found these stones." The old man suddenly smiled and said, "Just a few stones, leaving them around takes up space. What use do you think they have, child?" Feeling a bit embarrassed about taking the stones without asking, Luo Qiao said, "Grandpa, I feel a little guilty taking these. How about you keep some, and I'll feel better?" The old man smiled even more and said, "You're a funny girl. If I don't take your money, you still insist. All right, just give me 3 mao. Luo Qiao had no small change left, so she took out a 50-cent coin and said, "Here's 5 mao. Grandpa always takes care of me, so no need to give change. The rest is for you to buy a pack of cigarettes." Then she ran away. After a few steps, she playfully turned back and waved to the old man, saying, "Grandpa, goodbye." She went to a quiet corner and stored the 6 stones, each about the size of a fist, into her space. It was getting late, so she hurried back because she still had work in the afternoon. Just outside the commune, she didn't walk far before she saw 2 people fallen on the riverbank under the bridge. Nearby, a bicycle was overturned. It was almost noon, and there weren't many people on the street. It was clear they had just fallen because the wheels were still turning. Luo Qiao quickly ran over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" One girl heard someone asking if they were okay and suddenly started crying. She shouted to the woman on the ground, Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Seeing the girl shake the unconscious middle-aged woman hard, Luo Qiao quickly stopped her and said, "Don't shake her. First, check where she's hurt." The girl quickly wiped her tears. Luo Qiao also jumped down from the dam to help check. They didn't find any bleeding, but the woman's arm might be broken. Luo Qiao said, "Don't move her. I'll go to the health clinic and call a doctor. It's best to find something to carry her on, just in case there are injuries we didn't see, to avoid further harm." The girl was crying and only nodded when she heard Luo Qiao's words. Struggling, I climbed up the dam and ran straight to the community health center. When the doctor heard someone had fallen into the river, they stopped eating and quickly prepared to help. 2 medical staff carried a door panel to transport the person to the hospital with Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao learned that the health center didn't have a stretcher, so they used the door panel to carry the person. She was surprised but didn't dwell on it, thinking that since it was the early 1980s, it was understandable. She then ran toward the bridge with the injured person. After the doctor examined her, they confirmed she had a small arm fracture, but other injuries were just scrapes. She probably fainted because she hit her head when she fell. When they lifted her from the riverbank, Luo Qiao was about to leave, but the girl kept holding her hand and said, Sister, thank you so much for today. I'm a little scared now. Can you stay with me until we get to the health center? Zhang Xiao was really frightened and didn't know what to do. She felt very dependent on Luo Qiao, even though she was older, and just wanted her to stay. Seeing how scared she was, Luo Qiao said, "Which village are you from? You should go back and tell your family. You can't handle this alone and you're hurt too, so you need to get bandaged." Zhang Xiao was still in shock but clung tightly to Luo Qiao's hand. Hearing this, she replied, "Yes, you're right. Please help me call my dad." She called him dad instead of father, which suggested they might be from the city. Luo Qiao said, "If you have a phone to contact someone, that would be best. But I don't know if I'll meet anyone going to the post office." Zhang Xiao asked, "Can you help me go to the post office and call my dad? Tell him what happened."
Please.
She clasped her hands in a prayer gesture as she spoke. All she could think about was her mother fainting, and she was too scared to leave. Luo Qiao replied, "Give me your phone number, and I'll go for you." Zhang Xiao said, "My name is Zhang Xiao, and my number is XXXXXXX. My dad's name is Zhang Jianjun, and he works in the army. Thank you so much." Luo Qiao took her to the health center and then headed to the post office. She asked, "Comrade, can I make a phone call?" At that time, phones still required an operator to connect calls. When someone answered, a deep voice asked, "This is Zhang Jianjun. Who is calling?" Lu Qiao quickly said, "Hello, your daughter Zhang Xiao asked me to call you. They are now at Chaoyang Commune Health Center, and you should come quickly." Zhang Jianjun asked, "What happened? Why are they at the health center?" Lu Qiao replied, "They fell off their bicycle under the bridge." Zhang Jianjun became worried and asked, "How are they? Are they badly hurt?" Lu Qiao thought to herself that this was just a phone call, and phone bills are very expensive now. Auntie broke her arm. "You should come quickly. They are waiting for you." After finishing, she hung up. Just these few words cost 3 cents, and it hurt her to spend that money. Lu Qiao knew the two people were fine. After the call, she didn't go back to the health center. She believed Zhang Zhao's father would arrive soon after the call. She also knew there was a military unit nearby. Zhang Zhao's father was probably an officer. When she called, the person who answered was him. There must be a phone in his office. It couldn't be just an operator. After wasting some time, she returned home when it was already late. She took some cooked food from the space and, while eating, boiled a pot of water in the kitchen courtyard. After finishing the meal and boiling the water, she rested a little and poured the water into a bamboo tube before heading out to work. The issue with studying was settled, and Lu Qiao felt very happy. So, in the afternoon, she went to work with a bright smile. Since she didn't work in the morning, Lu Qiao asked the team leader for work again. Yesterday, Li Area, who was cutting grass, sprained her ankle. Today, there were fewer people cutting grass, so the team leader asked Lu Qiao to go and work in the afternoon. The team leader also casually asked, "Is the matter settled?" Lu Qiao smiled and said, "Yes, it's done. I don't need to go to school for the next few months, only for exams. The head teacher will notify my classmates in advance." The team leader smiled and said, "That's good. Studying is the way to succeed." He was thinking whether she could get into high school, but at least she would have a junior high school diploma, which was a kind of guarantee. He nodded and left with a smile. Lu Qiao arrived at the breeding farm, took a sickle and a basket for cutting grass, and followed Aunt Zhang to the mountain. Aunt Zhang said, "In the afternoon, we need to cut 3 baskets of grass, which counts as 3 work points. The basket must be filled to the top. Every time we return, someone will check." They went up the mountain for a while, and then Aunt Zhang said, "It's just ahead in that mountain hollow. The grass grows well there, but it's a little farther." I spent the whole afternoon running back and forth with Aunt Zhang to earn those 3 work points. It was really not easy. In the evening, I finished work earlier than the people working in the fields. Since the work was done, I went home, washed up, and lay on the Kong-heated bed for a while before getting up to cook. Today, while cutting grass on the mountain, I also picked some wild scallions. I washed and chopped the scallions, sliced some garlic, mashed some garlic, and made chili sauce. When the time was right, I took out the cooked vegetables, heated some oil, and stir-fried peppercorns, wild scallions, and garlic slices until fragrant. Then I added the steamed vegetables and stir-fried everything together. Such a wonderful aroma. After cooking, I transferred the dish to a porcelain bowl. On one side of the bowl, I added garlic paste and chili sauce. Then I hurried to Lu Yichen's house. Today, Lu Yichen was called away to help another team with gravel. He had just finished washing up and was about to rest before cooking again. Luo Qiao stood at the door and called, "Is Brother Lu at home?" Hearing Luo Qiao's voice, Lu Yichen replied, "Come in." Seeing Luo Qiao carrying a porcelain bowl, he asked, "What's this? Did you pass your exams? Are you thanking me?" Luo Qiao smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, Brother Lu, you guessed right. I passed the exam and was assigned to Class 1. I also told the school I wouldn't attend classes regularly, just wait until the exams are over." Lu Yichen smiled and said, "That's impressive. Looks like your grades are good." Luo Qiao said, "It's okay. Thank you, Brother Lu. I've always appreciated your help. Today, I made stir-fried potatoes with wild scallions. I brought some over for you to try." She headed straight to the kitchen, saying as she went, "I'll set the bowl down first." Then, thinking of something, she turned back and asked, "Brother Lu, do you like garlic and chili?" I placed some on the edge of the bowl. "If you don't like it, I can leave it in the bowl." Lu Yichen replied, "I don't mind. Thank you, Luo Qiao." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me?" Lu Yichen said, "In the future, don't bring food over. I'd feel embarrassed." Luo Qiao said, "Respect is mutual. You've helped me so much. I can only cook a little and make some decent food. Don't be so formal with me." Lu Yichen said, "All right, I won't be polite then. I've been tired all day, so it's better not to start any more trouble." Luo Qiao moved the basin aside and took her leave. Lu Yichen smelled the aroma and thought, "Last time I said I would send firewood, but I haven't had the time. Today, I don't need to cook, so after dinner, I can go to the foot of the mountain to gather firewood and deliver it." He knew that a young girl wouldn't bother him if he didn't make a move, and as a grown man, he shouldn't take advantage of a young girl. So, after dinner, Lu Yichen took a rope and a shoulder pole and headed up the mountain. Luo Qiao returned home, picked some cilantro from her space, and sowed seeds in the backyard vegetable patch. She didn't dare let the plants grow too fast because from the hillside, she could see the backyard. She just wanted it to look better than others, so she wouldn't cause trouble for herself. After eating, she started working in her small plot of land. She planted 5 rows of corn along the outer edge, with sweet potatoes and potatoes in the middle. She also cut thorn bushes at the foot of the mountain and built a small gate, leaving a gap. This way, if someone envied her good crops and tried to sneak in, she could protect her harvest. Since she was an outsider in the village, she was careful. While she was building the thorn fence, many people talked behind her back. But Luo Qiao explained that her land was right by the road, where animals often passed, and it was at the foot of the mountain, so she was worried about wild animals coming down and damaging her crops. Everyone found her reasoning reasonable, and eventually, no one said she was suspicious of the villagers anymore. Actually, they weren't wrong. Her fence was meant to keep villagers out. Haha. There were always some idle people in the village who liked to take small advantages, and some children from other families would sometimes sneak into her land to cause trouble. Better to have some protection than deal with conflicts and disputes. It would be too troublesome otherwise. In Beijing, after a wave of panic and chaos, Luo Jining was rushed into the emergency room. Soon, a nurse came out and called, "Is Luo Jining's family here?" Ning Shuling hurriedly said, "Nurse, I am her mother." "How is she doing?" The nurse replied, "She's being resuscitated. The patient has lost a lot of blood and needs a transfusion. Please sign here." When Ning Shuling heard that her daughter needed a blood transfusion, she trembled and said, "I am her mother. Use my blood." The nurse said, "Come with me, we need to test your blood type." Ning Shuling was now very scared. Jining has been in poor health since childhood, needing to go to the hospital 3 or 4 times a year. But today, she was pushed down the stairs by Ning Lingyu from the older brother's family. She blamed herself for not protecting her daughter well. The nurse came out shortly after drawing blood and said, "Sorry, your blood type doesn't match the patient's. You can't donate blood." Are there other family members? Ning Shuling was so frightened she could hardly stand. She asked, "They are already on their way here. What is my daughter's blood type?" The nurse replied, "The patient has AB blood type." Hearing this, Ning Shuling whispered, "That can't be." "Nurse, are you sure you got it right?" The nurse carefully looked at the form again and said, "Yes, the patient has AB blood type and yours is A." As soon as the nurse finished speaking, Ning Shuling's mind went blank, almost fainting. The nurse thought she was worried about her daughter and kindly said, "Don't worry. We have AB blood in stock.
I'll go get it now."
The nurse turned to leave, but Ning Shuling didn't hear her clearly. She leaned against the wall, struggling to walk outside the operating room. Her mind kept replaying the nurse's words about AB blood.
How could that be?
She was A, her husband was O, so how could they have a daughter with AB blood? Where did the mistake happen? Her palms were sweaty with anxiety. She had been taking care of the child all along. How could she not be her own daughter? If she wasn't her daughter, then where was her real daughter? Her relationship with her mother-in-law was already strained because of her two sons. If her mother-in-law found out she was caring for a child who wasn't from the Luo family, she couldn't imagine how terrible that would be. But if they couldn't find the reason, it wouldn't be just about the child not being from the Luo family. She knew that if her child's blood type was truly AB, then she definitely wasn't her biological daughter. However, the Luo family probably wouldn't think that way. She had given birth to her daughter in the hospital. If the Luo family found out and tried to manipulate the situation, what should she do? No, she couldn't let anyone find out before the investigation was clear. She forced herself to stay calm, sat down on a chair outside the operating room, and thought about what to do next. Where should she start to investigate? Such a big thing happened, and she still couldn't tell her family. It felt like her head was about to explode. She hurriedly pinched her forehead to feel better. She stared at the door of the operating room, thinking about how she would face Jiajing in the future. Just then, Luo Haotian and his younger son, Luo Siyuan, hurried over. Luo Haotian asked anxiously, "Shuling, what exactly happened? How did Jiajing get hurt?" Ning Shuling replied, "I'm not entirely sure myself. I took her back to her mother's house today. I don't know what happened between Jiajing and Lingyu. When I left, Jiajing had already fallen down the stairs." She didn't dare to say that Jiajing had fainted and said it was Lingyu who pushed her. She was afraid Haotian would hold a grudge against her family. Just then, a young nurse came to draw blood. Seeing someone else beside Ning Shuling, she said, "The blood has been taken from the blood bank." Ning Shuling was worried the nurse might say something inappropriate, so she quickly said, "Saving my daughter is the priority. Please start the transfusion quickly." The nurse saw that the family members had no objections, so she hurried into the operating room. She initially thought to mention that the blood had already been taken out of the bank and couldn't be returned, but since the family was reasonable, she didn't cause trouble. Ning Lingyu was still hiding in her bedroom, acting like a quail. She truly didn't expect Jiajing to be so reckless, even willing to use her body as a gamble to frame others for Qiu Xiaoyang. With her frail body, she wasn't afraid that this fall would be fatal, but now her aunt probably thought she was the one who pushed that wicked woman. It made her so angry. Originally, the Qiu family had only joked about an engagement, and they never said who the child was promised to. She took it seriously and even tried to flatter the Qiu family to gain favor. She was so young, and she thought her cousin was a bit off. Maybe their bad luck was because they were incompatible. It was so annoying. But what should she do now? Hiding wasn't her style. If she didn't do it, why should she feel guilty? She got hurt because she was careless, so she believed she was justified. Yes, that's it. She decided to leave the room and then call her father downstairs. After the call connected, she asked, "Dad, are you busy right now?" Ning Hongda, who was looking at some documents, asked, "Why are you calling me now? Is something wrong?" Ning Lingyu told her uncle and cousin about the return of her aunt and cousin, then recounted everything about Luo Jiajing causing trouble, making sure to clarify she did not push anyone. Hearing his daughter's words, Ning Hongda knew she wouldn't lie. He thought that Jiajing, her sister's daughter, was hard to like because she always seemed to have too many thoughts. He said, "All right, since things have already happened, go to the drawers in my and your mom's bedroom and take some money to the hospital. I will head there too. It's best to tell your mom what happened so she doesn't hear rumors and get angry. We'll meet at the hospital soon." Ning Lingyu was nervous about calling her mom. Her mom's fiery temper meant she might scold her first, which made her afraid. But if she didn't tell her mom, and she found out about the accident without being informed, her mom's anger could be worse. Plus, her mom was 7 months pregnant now, and getting upset could be dangerous. So she called her third brother, Ning Lingyu, at his workplace, explained everything, and asked if he could take leave to visit their mom. She wanted him to stay with her mom to prevent her from getting too upset and causing more trouble. She took all the cash from the drawer and left the compound, heading to the nearest hospital, where her aunt and Luo Jiajing, who was good at pretending, had probably gone. When she arrived at the hospital entrance, she saw her father riding his bike, sweaty from the ride. Ning Lingyu felt a bit guilty and said, "Dad, I'm sorry. I really can't be blamed for this, but at the time, only Jiajing and I were upstairs. Jiajing even told Aunt that I pushed her. I'm worried I won't be able to clear my name." Ning Hongda comforted her. "Let's talk about this later. For now, let's go find your aunt and see how Jiajing is doing." Ning Lingyu nodded and followed her father into the hospital. After asking at the front desk, they found the operating room. When they arrived, the people inside hadn't come out yet. Ning Hongda went to his sister and brother-in-law. "How is Jiajing?" Ning Shuling was crying the whole time. Luo Haoyan looked at the door of the operating room and said, "My brother and Siyuan just arrived too. We don't know the details yet." Luo Haoyan looked at Ning Lingyu behind his brother-in-law and asked, "Xiaoyu, what exactly happened? How did Jiajing fall down the stairs?" Ning Lingyu told everything that had happened, not hiding anything, including the incident involving Qiu Xiaoyang. Ning Lingyu used to think it was not good to talk about her elder's private matters in front of others, and she also knew that Luo Jiajing was very good at pretending. But this time was different. If she didn't say anything, Luo Jiajing might make her situation seem worse. Luo Jiajing was good at pretending to be innocent and weak to gain sympathy from others. Everyone listening to Ning Lingyu's words looked uncomfortable. First, Ning Lingyu had never seemed nervous before, and everyone knew she usually tolerated Jiajing, so her words probably were true. Second, the incident with the Qiu family was just a joke at the time, not meant seriously. Also, Ning Lingyu was present then, and the Qiu family didn't say they planned to match their child with anyone. Most importantly, Luo Haoyan thought his daughter was only 15 years old. Wasn't it too early to think about these things? If Ning Lingyu's words were true, and someone was using such tricks to hurt others, it would be a matter of morality, which Luo Haoyan could not accept. He then looked at his wife, who had tears in her eyes, and asked, "Why didn't you say earlier that Jia Ning said those things before she fainted?" Ning Shuling looked up and said, "What do you mean? I wasn't there at the time. I only came out of my mom's room after hearing their screams. Jia Ning only said that Lingyu pushed her, and that's why she fainted. I didn't know what really happened. I wasn't sure if she was telling the truth. We should wait until she wakes up and asks her directly. Of course, I didn't say anything earlier because I was worried about a misunderstanding between our families." She was already upset about the blood type issue, and now, when Luo Haoyan asked her, she lost her temper. Luo Haoyan thought she was worried about her daughter's mood and spoke harshly, but he didn't take it seriously. He put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Shuling, don't worry too much.
Jia Ning will be fine.
As for how she fell, I will ask her when she wakes up." He had served as a detective in the army for several years and believed that if Jia Ning was lying, he would be able to tell. Sighing, he looked at Lingyu, and then thought of Xiaoyang Qiu. Deep down, he didn't believe his daughter would lie. Ning Lingyu also saw her uncle's look and suddenly said, "No one in the family has been there. Maybe we should report this to the police. I believe the police can find out the truth. After all, now Jia Ning and I each hold our own opinions. Uncle, you probably don't want to believe Jia Ning is lying, but I really don't want to take this blame. I also don't want my father to be ashamed or for people in the courtyard to gossip about us. So I think it's best to let the police handle this, so it's fair for all of us. Luo Haotian didn't expect his niece to be so sensitive, so he said, I don't doubt you. I just can't accept it. He couldn't accept that his beloved daughter for over 10 years could be like this. If Lingyu is right, how will he face Jia Ning in the future? Ning Lingyu said, I think it's better to report to the police. I don't want to be falsely accused without reason. I've had enough of this since I was young. Hearing this, the elders' faces didn't look good. Making such a big fuss and involving the police isn't something honorable. Luo Xiyuan stepped closer to Ning Lingyu and said, Xiuyu, don't do this. We don't blame you. Ning Lingyu, a little angry, said, You really are a family. Yes, you say you don't blame me, but can you really? Jia Ning has always been a liar since she was little. This made Luo Haotian and Ning Shuling, even Luo Xiyuan, look even more upset. Ning Hongda scolded, Xiuyu, don't talk nonsense. Ning Lingyu chuckled twice and said, Since I was young, Jia Ning and I just don't get along. I told you, but you probably wouldn't believe it. Many times, I suffered unfairly. It wasn't my fault. She just got upset. When she gets emotional, you all think I bullied her, including the rumors in the courtyard. Those rumors about our family, who spread them. It used to be small fights, but now, bearing such accusations, I can't stay calm. She choked up and continued, So, this time, I must report to the police. I won't just let this slide again.
Her health isn't my fault.
Since I was little, whether it's my parents, aunt, uncle, or even my older brother and sister, they've all told me to be considerate of her. But when have you ever thought about my feelings? Is her fragility supposed to make me compromise? This time, I absolutely disagree. This involves character issues that could affect my future and my life. I will not back down. Hongda Ning did not expect his daughter to say so much this time. Usually, everyone thinks she is a carefree, easygoing person, and also believes that Jianing has been in poor health since childhood and cannot handle stress. Therefore, from a young age, she was constantly told to be gentle with Jianing because she is the older sister. Now, with 3 adults and Xiyuan present, everyone feels ashamed. Yes, Jianing's issues were not caused by Lingyu, but by the constant patience and tolerance shown to her over the past 10 years, which made Luo Haotian and his wife feel deeply embarrassed. At this moment, the operating room door opened and the doctor came out. The group quickly gathered around. Luo Haotian and Ning Shuling, both a bit anxious, asked, Doctor, how is my daughter? The doctor took off his mask and said, Nothing serious now. She will come out soon. The wound on her forehead is a bit deep, so there might be a scar later, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, her physical condition and aftercare are very important, and her arm fracture needs to stay dry. As parents, you need to pay close attention. Just as the doctor finished speaking, a nurse pushed Luo Jianing out from inside. She looked pale and lost a lot of blood, which made everyone feel distressed. Everyone's attention shifted to Luo Jianing, and they forgot about what Ning Lingyu had said earlier. As Ning Lingyu predicted, when her third brother explained the situation, her mother's fiery temper flared up. Luckily, her third brother kept comforting her, preventing her from rushing to the hospital to confront someone. However, after hearing her son's words, Zhang Yuehua did not believe her daughter would lie. Still, she felt upset that such a disgusting thing had happened in her own home. The younger sister-in-law's daughter, Jianing, was not as harmless as she seemed on the surface. She always felt that the girl was not genuine and had a bit of a dark side. In any case, she just couldn't like her. Since Luo Qiao cleaned up the Zhao family sisters, her life has been quite comfortable. After work, she spends time in the backyard vegetable garden, which is only a minute and a half away. She didn't even leave the wall unexamined. She gathered sturdy poles from the mountain to hang on the wall and planted many pumpkins, squashes, gourds, and loofahs. Besides a chicken coop in the corner, there's hardly any space left in the backyard. Recently, Lu Yichen brought a lot of firewood, making Luo Qiao feel like she owed a debt. She thought about cooking some meals to send over as a thank you. She felt that refusing to reciprocate after being helped was wrong, and she was just creating trouble for herself. She knew she was doing something wrong. The workday was still early, so I decided to go for a walk up the mountain. Recently, Luo Qiao has fully adapted to village life. Anyway, as long as she finished her assigned tasks and earned her work points, leaving a bit early was no problem. Some talkative villagers would gossip, but the scorekeeper would always defend her. You can finish early and leave, but you're just dawdling and want others to wait for you. Even a teenage kid is faster than you and doesn't gossip. After a few times of those troublemakers talking, they stopped. Doing the work properly is the real rule. Luo Qiao wouldn't go too far. Leaving about half an hour early was enough. Going much earlier would make her stand out too much. The village isn't as strict as before. Now, women often finish their tasks early, earn their points, and go home, so Luo Qiao didn't attract much attention. Her body was healthier thanks to the space, well water, and daily exercise, plus she had been eating well lately. But she was still young, so she needed to be careful. She only did the 7 work points daily. She wouldn't do more. She wanted the villagers to see she could support herself, which would help her have a good reputation and make things easier. After returning her tools to the team, she carried her basket and headed up Mount Deepening. She picked a lot of fresh shepherd's purse on the mountains and took a detour to catch a wild chicken with a stone. It was a good trip. Seeing it was getting late, she decided not to go further inside. She looked into the depths of Mount Deepening, thinking that the team might not have another holiday soon. It was better than asking the team leader for leave. Not far along, she heard some movement ahead. She tiptoed over and found 2 rabbits. Carefully, she put her basket down, but made some noise. The rabbits were very alert, so Luo Qiao struggled to catch one. If she weren't quick, she might have missed. When she looked closely, she saw it was a female rabbit. She checked around but didn't see anyone, so she gently put the rabbit into her basket and stored it in her space. It's better to be cautious. Passing by a pond, Luo Qiao suddenly had an idea. She wondered if the water from the space well could attract fish. If it worked, she could make some bait at home and have a good reason to fish openly in the future. According to the villagers, this pond also has fish, but the fish are very clever and harder to catch than those in the big river. Luo Qiao thought it would be great if she could catch a few, so she could put them into her space's pond. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then reached into the pond. She tried to control a little well water to flow from her fingers, but the pond didn't respond at all. It seemed that the water in her space wasn't that magical, which made her a bit disappointed. She sighed, prepared to stand up, and head back down the mountain home. Just as she was about to turn and pick up her basket, her eyes caught a moving shadow underwater near the edge of the pond. Luo Qiao stared for a moment and then remembered her current position. She quickly stood straight and looked at the pond again. To her surprise, it was a school of fish. Oh my goodness, that was so scary. If someone with a fear of crowds saw this, they would definitely faint from fright. Luo Qiao took a while to realize what was happening. She hurried to a safe spot by the pond, reached into the water, and let the fish come closer so she could catch them more easily into her space. She didn't care whether the fish were big or small. She was just a little scared now, worried they might bite her, especially since her hand was still in the pond. She also didn't want anyone to see this strange scene and cause unnecessary trouble. After quickly catching some fish and putting them into her space's pond, Luo Qiao decided to stop. She threw a few fish onto the shore and then prepared to leave. She had heard someone coming down from the mountain, but she didn't dare call them over. The villagers said the pond was very deep, and now most of the fish had already dispersed. If she wanted to catch more, she'd have to go into the water herself. Sorry to be a little selfish, she thought. If she called someone over and they saw the fish in the pond, they might try to catch them and get hurt. They might blame her. So she left 2 fish on the shore and put the rest into her space's kitchen. She quickly left the scene. She didn't put the fish into the creek water inside her space because she didn't want to pollute the stream. She wasn't sure if the water could clean itself naturally. If it couldn't, the water would get dirty over time. Anyway, the pond by the waterfall was enough for raising some fish and shrimp. Thinking about what she saw in the pond earlier, Luo Qiao suddenly stopped walking. Oh, now she understood. The villagers said the pond had fish but was hard to catch, and it was very deep. No one dared to go into it easily. Just now, I dropped water into the well and waited a long time for the fish to come. There must be a hidden river beneath this pond because so many fish appeared all at once after waiting. Usually, you can only see a few fish swimming occasionally. When she stopped releasing water earlier, the fish gradually dispersed. Without the well water, they lost interest and returned to the hidden river. Wow. Does this mean I've found a way to make money? If I can find a regular place to cooperate and send fresh fish there regularly, that would be great. I'd be so excited. Feeling hopeful, I quietly walked down the mountain. As I reached the bottom, I saw Grandma Lin at the foot of the mountain collecting firewood. But there wasn't much good wood left, just small twigs that don't burn well. Suddenly, I felt a little sad. I sighed and walked over, asking Grandma Lin, "Are you collecting firewood?" Grandma Lin, seeing a young girl, asked, "Who's your family's daughter?" I smiled and said, "Grandma Lin, I'm Lu Yichen. I just moved into our village." She suddenly remembered something and said, "Are you the girl that Zhao's family doesn't acknowledge?" I replied, "Grandma Lin, I'm not from Zhao's family. It's right that they don't recognize me." She said, "Oh, girl, I really don't know what to say." I said, "It's okay." She then said, "Thank you so much." A few days ago, the village head and accountant's son brought some grain to our house. They said you asked them to deliver it. My husband wasn't feeling well recently, so he didn't have time to come, and thank you. Really thank you, girl. Without that grain, Her eyes welled up with tears, and she couldn't finish her words. I said, "Grandma Lin, don't worry. That grain was a punishment for Zhao's family. They did something wrong, and using their things for good is a kind act. You don't need to worry about it." Looking at the few pieces of firewood in her basket, I asked Grandma Lin, "How much firewood do you still have at home?" She sighed and said, "Not much left. I just came out because Grandpa Lin is feeling much better today. I wanted to gather some firewood, in case it rains. If it rains, it would be bad." Lu Qiao was thinking about going up the mountain someday to gather more firewood for the elderly couple. It was really hard work, so she put down her basket and helped pick up some wood. Granny Lin felt embarrassed to let her help and quickly stopped her, saying, "Girl, you go ahead with your work. I don't want to delay you. I'll just pick a little more, and then head back." Lu Qiao didn't stop until her basket was nearly full. Then she took a fish, about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram, from her own basket and placed it into Granny Lin's basket. She softly said, "Granny Lin, I caught this fish in the pond. Take it home to give to Grandpa Lin and help him stay healthy." Granny Lin was startled and quickly said, "Girl, that's not right. We already feel guilty about the food we have. We shouldn't take your fish. The fish in the pond are hard to catch." She warned, "Girl, stay away from that pond in the future. It's very deep. My father-in-law once said the rope he used to measure it was 50 or 60 meters long and still didn't reach the bottom. Be careful and don't go there often." Lu Qiao replied, "Granny Lin, I didn't go into the water. I used a net to catch the fish, so don't worry." She kept working, placing the fish under her basket and adding some firewood on top. Granny Lin was anxious and clapped her hands. Lu Qiao said, "Granny Lin, I have another fish in my basket. Don't be polite. It's getting late, so go home quickly." Granny Lin felt complicated but nodded. She was about to leave when Lu Qiao, seeing how much firewood was in her basket and feeling sorry for her, said, "Granny Lin, wait here for a moment. Don't go anywhere." She quickly carried her basket and hurried home. Not far from the mountain was the youth workstation, so it was very close. She quickly put her basket back in the yard and locked the door. Then she ran back to carry Granny Lin's basket of firewood, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you back." Granny Lin was anxious and said, "Oh, really, there's no need. I thought you had something important. I can carry it myself." Lu Qiao said, "It's nothing, Granny Lin. Let's go before it gets too late, and we miss dinner." Seeing that Lu Qiao insisted on helping, Granny Lin had no choice but to walk with her. They chatted happily along the way. They also met some villagers. Some praised Lu Qiao for being good, while others said she was just pretending to be kind to impress the villagers. These words wouldn't hurt Luo Qiao at all. If it weren't for seeing Grandma Lin being so thin that a strong wind cut her down, she would feel reluctant to help. Thinking about it, it was just a matter of reaching out a hand. Now, it's not the end of the world. We need to integrate into society. Also, when she first arrived at the rural youth station, she couldn't have settled in so quickly without the help of the brigade leader and his wife. People should always look forward, see the good, and be kind. Moreover, she had heard the women talk about the Lin family many times while working in the fields. Since she had encountered them, she couldn't just ignore them coldly. She delivered the things home and left without staying long. Luo Qiao didn't mention helping them chop firewood on the mountain another day to keep the elderly couple at ease. The old couple from the Lin family was only in their 60s, but their faces looked like they were over 70. If she could help, she would. It wasn't a big deal for her anyway. As for what others might say, their opinions are their own. People talk as they like. It doesn't matter to her. She has plenty of her own meat. After returning home and preparing 2 fish, mainly because she was worried that Lu Yichen wouldn't have enough to eat if she didn't prepare enough, especially since they had sent so much firewood. Actually, she wanted to say she didn't need to send more, she could handle it herself. But after saying it a few times, Lu Yichen thought she didn't want to owe favors, so he simply took charge. As a way of reciprocation, she could only prepare some food to give back. In the space, there was a Sichuan pepper tree. Luo Qiao picked some leaves. The cornmeal was pre-cooked and divided into 2 portions. One was mixed with Sichuan pepper leaves, pepper powder, and salt, and she cracked 2 eggs into it. The eggs were from a wild chicken caught earlier in the mountains, laid in the space, enough to satisfy her cravings. When her little chicks started laying eggs, she could eat freely. Thinking about it made her happy, and she hummed a song while cooking. She prepared the fish, cut it into pieces, and marinated it. Soon, she would stew it and make pancakes, a dish she had enjoyed with classmates at a farm stay before. Delicious. Once the ingredients were ready and the fish marinated, she started stewing the fish before making the pancake batter. One batch was salty and savory, the other was plain. She pressed the pancakes onto the hot skillet with a satisfying sound, waiting for them to be cooked and ready to eat. She removed a piece of firewood from the stove to reduce the fire, then closed the door and went into the space to wash. After tidying up the meal, it was just about time to serve. She first put some into a porcelain basin, then gathered about 10 pancakes into a cloth bag, locked the door, and headed to Lu Yichen's house. Lu Yichen had just entered the house a short while ago. These days, they had been helping at the commune, transporting various production materials from the county. As he was at the gate, shaking dust off his coat, he saw Luo Qiao walking over with a porcelain basin. Luo Qiao approached him and said, "Big brother Lu, I made some sticky cakes for you to try. You don't need to cook anymore." Lu Yichen replied, "I told you not to bring food here. After eating a few more of your meals, I'm worried I'll spoil my stomach." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "A few days ago, you helped me carry a lot of firewood. I can't just take without giving back. It's polite to return favors. Besides, I can still prepare decent meals." After arranging the items, she said, "Big brother Lu, I've cooked fish. Wash your hands and eat first. If it cools down, it might taste fishy. I'll be leaving now." Since she had already delivered the food, there was no point in being overly polite. Watching Luo Qiao's figure as she left, Lu Yichen suddenly smiled. He and this girl had similar personalities. Neither liked to take advantage of others. He shook his head and thought, well, since she brought it, I'll eat it. Anyway, she's right. These meals are truly good, very fragrant. After washing his hands and reaching the kitchen door, a delicious aroma hit him. The girl was small, but her cooking skills were really impressive. Lu Yichen happily finished a bowl of stewed fish. Only 2 sticky cakes remained, and he let out a satisfied burp. He stood up, tidied the bowl and basin, then heated water in the big pot, preparing to fill the thermos later. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. Besides the team leader and the village secretary who had visited a few times, he didn't have much contact with the villagers. He usually kept a cold face, which made people afraid of him. Since he hadn't been in the village long, The villagers weren't very familiar with him. So, hearing someone knock, he was a bit surprised. Lu Yichen walked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" He asked but received no answer. He reached the door and saw a girl standing outside, frowning and clutching her clothes nervously. She said shyly, "Brother Lu, may I come in and talk?" Lu Yichen's face darkened as he said, "If you have something to say it here. If not, please leave. I have things to do. Besides, it's almost dark, and it's not very appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone." The young woman suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. She looked around and said, "Brother Lu, my name is Gao Taohua. I'm 18 years old. I want to ask, what do you think of me?" Lu Yichen's face immediately darkened. He said, "Sorry, miss, you've come to the wrong place. I have a fiancé." Then he started to close the door. Gao Taohua was anxious. She pushed the door and said, "Brother Lu, stop lying. If you had a fiancé, you wouldn't come to our place. Besides, your leg is still limping. I, as a woman, didn't mind you. What are you still hesitant about?" Lu Yichen's anger flared up. He suppressed the urge to kick her out and said, "You have bad breath." Hearing this, Gao Taohua first glared at him, then covered her face and ran away. Luo Qiao finished her meal and was about to deliver a fish to the captain's house. Recently, the captain and his wife had helped her a lot, so she wanted to thank them. Just then, she overheard Gao Taohua and Lu Yichen's conversation and almost choked from holding back her laughter. She shrugged her shoulders happily, planning to wait until Lu Yichen went into the yard before leaving. She didn't want the people involved to know she was listening, as that would be too awkward. Just as she was enjoying herself, she heard Lu Yichen ask, "How much longer are you going to stand there?" Luo Qiao looked around and saw no one. Lu Yichen was amused and said, "That's what I thought. Why are you looking around?" Luo Qiao wondered if he was talking about her. She looked down and saw her shadow on the ground. Oh no, she had been caught listening. She hurriedly stepped out, trying to sound innocent, and said, "Big brother Lu, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was just passing by, really." To prove she was telling the truth, she raised what she was holding. Lu Yichen was too lazy to argue with her. He said, "Girls going out late at night isn't safe. Where are you going? I'll take you there." Luo Qiao quickly refused, "No need, no need. I'll be back soon. It's still early." She then hurried away quickly. She didn't want to be misunderstood or have others imagine things. If some gossiping woman spread rumors, it would cause her trouble. Plus, if Gao Taohua came back later, that would just be troublemaker behavior. Lu Yichen didn't expect a reaction. He watched Luo Qiao's back and shook his head as he returned to the yard. Luo Qiao went all the way to the captain's house and called out at the gate, "Is Aunt Gao at home?" Inside, the family had just finished eating. Qiao Lanlan saw Luo Qiao arrive and smiled, saying, "Come in quickly. Why are you here at this time? Have you eaten yet?" Luo Qiao smiled and replied, "I've already eaten." As she stepped inside, she greeted the captain, "Hello, Captain. We're just having a meal. Sorry to bother you." Seeing the two children sitting nearby, she smiled and said, "Hello, little friends." Luo Qiao also greeted the captain's son and daughter-in-law at the table. The captain asked, "Did Luo Qiao come for something?" Luo Qiao raised the item in her hand and said, "Aunt Gao, quickly find a basin to put some water in." Everyone looked at the bag in Luo Qiao's hand, as if the contents inside were still moving. Aunt Gao asked, "What is this?" Luo Qiao pulled her along toward the water jar, saying, "It's fish. I caught them from the pond. I brought one for you to try. You probably can't eat it today because it's not dead yet. Just put it in water and keep it alive. Tomorrow it will be good for everyone." Hearing this, Aunt Gao stopped and pulled Luo Qiao aside, saying, "That won't do. You worked hard to get some food. I can't accept it." Luo Qiao quickly held Aunt Gao's hand and said, "Auntie, don't forget I also borrowed many things from your family. If it weren't for the captain and you helping me back then, I wouldn't know what to do." After a short pause, she added, "These past few months, you've been guiding me and protecting me everywhere. That's why I was able to settle into our village so quickly. Plus, you taught me so many things. I just want to show my thanks, so please don't refuse." Seeing her husband, the captain, The captain finally said, since it's a gesture from the children, just accept it. In the future, help each other more. Hearing this, Aunt Gao still said, we shouldn't do this again. It's hard to get good things, so first, take care of yourself. You're so thin, just growing taller. Luo Qiao smiled and said, I understand. Anyway, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Aunt Gao replied, there's no need to thank me. Settling in our village makes you one of us. That's what neighbors do. Thinking about it, she said, you kid, in our village, we don't care so much about formalities. No need to be so polite with respectful words. There's no need to be so courteous to Auntie. Luo Qiao smiled and said, all right, I'll listen to Annie from now on. I won't be so polite to you anymore. Auntie Gao smiled upon hearing Luo Qiao change her way of speaking and said, that's right. Then she laughed heartily. She found a basin, filled it with water, and carefully placed the fish inside. Luckily, the basin was big enough. The fish weighed over 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. The family gathered around. The young grandson and granddaughter from the team leader's family pointed at the basin and said, fish. Big fish. Auntie Gao didn't expect the fish to be so large and quickly asked Luo Qiao, did you catch this fish in the water pond? Luo Qiao replied, after work today, I went up the mountain. I saw fish in the pond and caught a few. Then she crouched down to play with the children. The team leader and his wife exchanged a glance. The team leader asked, did you go to the water pond? Luo Qiao said, yes, I saw fish and wanted to catch a few. What's wrong with that? The team leader warned, in the future, don't go there alone. The pond doesn't look big, but it's very deep. A few years ago, someone drowned there while trying to catch fish. People in the village don't let children play near that pond. I should have reminded you earlier. You can't go there to catch fish anymore. Luo Qiao said, I see. Okay, I understand. Thanks for the reminder, leader. Going there wasn't really an option. She still needed the fish from the pond to earn money. But she appreciated the kind warning. Luo Qiao didn't stay long. She said a few words and then left. Auntie Gao wanted to see her off, but Luo Qiao refused. When she reached the rural youth station and entered through the back gate, the figure there left only after she passed. Back home, she tidied up, entered her space, and headed straight to the pond near the waterfall in the valley. Seeing the fish in the pond, she smiled contentedly. She didn't really know the species of fish, but they weren't black carp and they weren't eel. They had few spines and tasted fresh and tender. She thought about returning later to find shrimp and other fish fry to add to the pond, making it more lively. She had only recently started to explore the tricks of her space. The letter in her study didn't contain all the details. Inside the space, she could use her mind to control everything, saving her a lot of trouble. Using her mind, she collected all the ripe fruits from the valley into storage. She had previously tried to use her special abilities to make plants grow faster in the space, but unfortunately, it didn't work. The wood-type power doesn't affect plants inside the space, possibly because there are some restrictions there. After returning to the bamboo house, she did a set of martial arts. Then she did half an hour of yoga before taking a bath in the creek downstream. After tidying her hair, she practiced embroidery, which she had recently become quite skilled at. The next day, Luo Qiao came out of the space and heard the rain falling gently outside. On such a day, there was no need to work. So, she decided to make some snacks while she had free time. She remembered she had promised to give some gifts to her comrade at the Education Bureau, Lu Yichen, to show her appreciation. After a simple breakfast, she started making small twisted pastries, some with onion flavor, some with salt and pepper, and one sweet. She got right to work. Because it was raining, she didn't open the front door. She went straight into the space, kneaded the dough, and let it rest. She took a walk on the mountain inside the space and found that the rabbits were reproducing very quickly. She also picked some Sichuan pepper leaves before returning to the kitchen. She spent the whole morning busy in the space, making 3 small bowls of twisted pastries. Thinking of the rabbits on the mountain, she caught 2 large ones and made spicy rabbit jerky. Seeing the results made her very happy. At noon, she didn't feel like eating much. The smell of oil from cooking all day had no doubt affected her appetite. She cooked a pot of red bean porridge and prepared a few small dishes to stimulate her appetite. After eating, she divided the food into portions, one for herself, two others, one for Lu Yichen, and one for his colleague at the Education Bureau. It wasn't much, just a token of her sincerity. After all, if it weren't for them, she wouldn't have been able to solve her schooling issues so quickly. Once she finished tidying up the kitchen, she looked at her high school textbooks for a while before leaving the space. The yard looked like it had been raining all day. The sky was already dark. Luo Qiao went into the kitchen and boiled a pot of water. A day without smoke from the chimney was not good. If she asked someone to talk about it, it would only cause trouble. The villagers had no other entertainment, so they spent their days watching each other's affairs. It was important that every chimney in the village was smoking. Too much smoke was also a problem. Some busybodies in the village liked to worry about everything. The water was boiling. Luo Qiao first poured hot water into a thermos, then poured the rest into a large basin and stored it in the space warehouse, preparing to take a bath after finishing her exercises. Fortunately, Luo Qiao boiled a pot of water. Surprisingly, someone was actually watching her house. It was Li Xiulan's family, who lived on the south side of the bridge. At noon, Li Xiulan noticed that Luo Qiao's chimney wasn't smoking. She joked with her daughter Gao Taohua. Maybe that Guanid orphan girl from the youth commune isn't having a good life. She's not working, not even daring to cook at home. Yet, she can still support herself. Humph. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Feng Xiaowan, replied, Luo Qiao gets her 7 work points almost every day. Life isn't easy, but it's only been this hard for half a year. Once the autumn harvest is over and they share the grain, life will get better for her. Li Xiulan was initially annoyed when her daughter-in-law challenged her, but after thinking, she realized she was right. Life was tough now, but as long as they gathered wild vegetables from the mountain and worked hard, they wouldn't go hungry. That girl didn't get 7 work points every day. She only got 1 less than the women. After the harvest, they would share a good amount of grain. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. So, at dinner time, she paid extra attention to Luo Qiao's chimney, thinking it was a pity it was so far away. She could only see the smoke, nothing else. After dinner, back in her room, she told her husband Gao Shuani, Dad, if I give the second son? No, that's not right. The second son is a bit too old. The third son would be better. Gao Shuani glanced at his wife. Her words sounded random. He didn't understand. He reached for his pipe and prepared to smoke, inhaling deeply and pretending to be a fairy. Li Xiulan was a little annoyed and slapped Gao Shuani's arm. I'm talking about serious stuff. Why are you smoking that poison again? Gao Shuani's tobacco spilled onto the floor. He was a bit angry.
Just say what you want to say.
Why are you hitting me? Look at all this tobacco scattered everywhere. Li Xiulan said, You get up in the morning and do nothing but smoke that terrible dry tobacco all day. Gao Shuani said while tidying up, I want to smoke de Qianmen or golden leaf. Why don't you get me some? After he finished tidying, Li Xiulan continued, What do you think about marrying Luo Qiao to our third son? Gao Shuani paused. Would the girl agree? I doubt it. Don't dream about such a good thing. Though he said this, he was actually thinking about the possibility while smoking his dry tobacco. Li Qiao, an outsider, thought that if she put in some effort, it might not be impossible. As a lonely girl, she was easier to control, unlike the eldest daughter-in-law who often cried and went back to her parents' house, which was very annoying. Li Xiulan snorted coldly and said, She's just a lonely girl, still trying to find a good family. If she ends up marrying our third son, we can still help her if anything happens. If it weren't for the fact that she can earn 7 work points a day, I wouldn't be interested in her. Also, our third son is a bit short, but Li Qiao is tall and slim. Maybe she can help us have a good grandson in the future. Gao Shuani looked coldly at his wife. What are you talking about? Our third son is only 16, and he still has room to grow. It's one thing if others say it, but you, as a mother, are just following the trend. If he hears this, he'll feel bad. Li Xiulan replied, I'm just talking to you in our house. I'm also thinking about our third son. Gao Shuani didn't say anything more this time. Anyway, if things worked out, it would be good. If they failed, there wouldn't be much loss. If it really worked, they might even save on the bride price, so it could be a good thing. The next morning, the rain had stopped, but they couldn't do farm work. Li Qiao decided to go to the city today to use her sewing machine ticket. To make things easier later, she decided to buy a machine for her space. Since she had money from selling ginseng, she initially wanted to buy the house first. But then she thought that buying it now would be too obvious and might cause unnecessary trouble. It was better to quietly earn money first. After 3 years, if she went to college, she probably wouldn't come back, and even if she did, she wouldn't stay long. After breakfast, she packed 2 small snacks and locked the door before heading out. When she reached Lu Yichen's house, she heard some movement in the yard and knocked on the door. Lu Yichen opened the door and saw Li Qiao. "So early? Do you need something?" Li Qiao handed over what she was holding. "This is the snack I prepared yesterday. Not much, but a small token of my appreciation. When you have time, please help me pass it to your comrade and thank him for me. Another one is for you. Try my cooking. Oh, and these snacks can last a few days, so no rush. Just take them along when you go." Lu Yichen looked at the things handed to him, feeling a bit awkward. He was on good terms with his comrade and didn't need to specially deliver these. But since the girl had brought them over, he hesitated. It's still a kind gesture from them. Knowing that this young girl doesn't want to owe favors, I also received a gift myself. But right now, this girl is still struggling with her own life.
So I said, just forget about mine.
I already ate your food before, and it wouldn't be right to take more. I took this gift for my comrade. Today, I need to go to the county to deliver goods to the cooperative's main store. I can handle this today. Luo Qiao said, "It's not much stuff. Let's not argue. I won't just make good food and skip giving it to your comrade. Don't worry, I have enough food. I collected some herbs from the mountain and sold them for a little money." Since it was like that, Lu Yichen had to thank Luo Qiao. When he heard that Lu Yichen was going to the county to deliver goods, someone asked, "When will you leave?" Lu Yichen said, "I'll leave soon. Do you have something to do?" Luo Qiao nodded and said, "I'll ride your tractor to the commune later. That way, I won't have to walk." She didn't mention going to the city. The fewer people know about it, the better. She didn't want everyone in the village to find out. Today, she was not only going to buy a sewing machine but also looking for a place to sell fish. She needed to earn some money to feel secure. Although her space had many valuable things, they were too expensive. As a 15 or 16-year-old girl, taking out such valuable items would attract trouble if someone had bad intentions. Those items weren't worth just a few hundred yuan. Each could be worth over 10,000. Unless absolutely necessary, she couldn't move them. It was better to proceed carefully with Su Tu's advice. Lu Yichen didn't ask much and said, "All right, wait for me by the riverbank." Luo Qiao carried her basket and said, "I'm going to the village head's place. If you come over later and I'm not there, just wait a bit." Lu Yichen nodded. Luo Qiao then turned and headed to the village head's house. Coincidentally, just after crossing the river, she saw the village head heading toward the village office. Luo Qiao hurried to catch up, and they arrived at the office together. Gao Jifeng heard someone come in and turned to see Luo Qiao. "So early? Do you need something?" Luo Qiao explained, "Village head, it's like this. Today we can't go to work. I've been in the village for a while and want to go to the city. I left in a hurry and didn't say goodbye to my friend, who is going to Jishur City. Now I have settled in our Qingshan village and I want to go back once. I also need to bring some things with me, so I would like the team leader to help me write an introduction letter. Mainly, I am worried I might not be able to return at night. If I need a place to stay and don't have the letter, I might not be able to find accommodation, just in case." Gao Jifeng frowned and said, "Luo Qiao, Uncle is trying to say that although our commune is close to the city, is it safe for a young girl like you to go out alone? Also, don't spend all the money you earn from selling medicinal herbs." Luo Qiao understood that the team leader was only looking out for her. First, he was worried about her safety when she went out alone. Second, he was afraid she might spend all her savings and have a hard time later. She smiled and said, "Team leader uncle, don't worry. I know you mean well, but I really have to go this time. I left some things at someone else's house, and I need to bring them back. Fearing that the team leader might not believe her, she added, actually, when I was at the farm, some elderly people, grandpas and grandmas, left me some things when they returned to the city. I was worried that my older brothers and sisters might take them. So those elders asked me to bring some back to the Luo family, and some items are stored at someone else's house. That family also returned to the city before the new year, just like us, and their home is in Jishur. Luo Qiao sighed and continued, but after we returned to the city, our place wasn't very big, and I didn't have a separate room to sleep in, so I haven't gone to pick them up. They're not very valuable, just 2 beds and some cloth. It's their small gesture of kindness. Fortunately, our place is small, so I didn't go to get them. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep those things. Seeing Luo Qiao look a bit sad, he said, look forward. Things will get better. He then went inside to prepare an introduction letter for Luo Qiao. What Luo Qiao said was true. When those elders left, they indeed gave her the items they couldn't take with them. Although the bedding wasn't new, it was much better than what Luo's family had. Back then, because Yuan Grandpa's son helped with Luo family's exoneration, everything went smoothly. Yuan Grandpa knew that the Luo family wouldn't be able to stay in the city for long. He and Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang knew what kind of life Luo was living daily. So, Yuan Grandpa was clever and took 2 good bedsheets from their home and placed them at the neighboring Yao family's house, who were honest and kind. It is true that 2 pieces of cloth were also placed inside the quilt, but she didn't bring all of them back. The Yao family's life was not easy. They helped her a lot when she was on the farm. There is no shortage of quilts in the space. The bedroom cabinet holds many brand new quilts. Now she is using a new quilt in the space, and the quilts at the leader's house are just for show on the big Kong, heated brick bed. At that time, the grandparents wanted to leave money for the original owner, but she didn't accept it. The reason was simple. She was not well liked in the Luo family and was afraid that if someone found out, it would cause trouble. This time, she went to the city to deliver letters to 2 families. Before the new year, her family returned to Jishur City, but they had no money, so the letters couldn't be sent. After the new year, she hadn't had time to find a way and was sent back to Qingshan village. Unfortunately, her mental health was hit hard, and combined with poor nutrition, she was pushed and shoved during a sudden fight between Zhao and Luo's families, which cost her her life. The leader quickly arranged a referral letter and told her to be careful and return to the village early after completing her tasks. Luo Qiao said to the leader, Uncle Leader, please don't tell others about my trip to the city. I don't want to be too high-profile, to avoid causing more trouble. Gao Jiefeng immediately understood and nodded, saying, Don't worry. I'm not one of those gossiping women in the village. After thanking him, Luo Qiao ran to the tractor shed. It was a valuable asset in the village, so a special mud brick house was built for it. When not working, it was parked inside, similar to a garage, but now the village called it the tractor shed. When she arrived, several women were already on the tractor, and a few were climbing up. Everyone was taking advantage of today's day off to handle their own matters. Once they could work again, they would earn work points. Lu Yichen saw everyone getting on and reminded them to sit properly. Just as he started the engine, someone shouted from behind, Wait, wait.
Ah, I'm exhausted.
He could tell who was coming without looking. Li Xiaolon, catching her breath, saw Luo Qiao on the tractor and brightened with joy. She yelled loudly at Gao Taohua walking behind, Can't you walk faster? There are maggots growing behind you. Hearing this, Luo Qiao immediately felt sick. She moved to the empty seat inside and sat down. Just as she settled, Li Xiaolon said, Luo Qiao, help Auntie pull her up. Luo Qiao wondered if this woman was mentally ill. There were so many people outside, and she wanted her to pull her up. She turned and said, Auntie, you'd better find someone else. If you pull me down again, it won't be good. Everyone heard this and burst into laughter. A woman said, Li Xiaolon, you're really funny. Let Luo Qiao, who is so thin she has hardly any flesh, pull your big load. That's hilarious. Hearing this, Li Xiaolon's face darkened. Can you speak properly?
I just asked her to help out.
She's young, so what's wrong with her moving around a bit? Sun's wife Ding Kaiyun, who didn't get along with Li Xiaolan, said, Aren't you being mean? Luo Qiao didn't bother you. There are so many people on the truck, and you pick on her. Li Xiaolan already didn't get along with Ding Kaiyun. Now, hearing her say this, she thought she was trying to ruin her good reputation. Just as she was about to speak and curse, Lu Yichen said, Are you getting in or not? If not, then go. You're delaying the load, and you'll be responsible. Then he suddenly stepped on the gas. The truck made a sputtering sound, puffed out black smoke, and then shifted gears loudly, scaring Li Xiaolan so much she didn't need anyone to pull her up. Though clumsy, she still managed to climb aboard. As for Gao Taohua, who was still walking slowly behind, Lu Yichen called out, Sit tight. The truck started moving forward. Gao Taohua saw the truck had already started as she reached the bridge. She was anxious and hurriedly ran after the tractor, trying to catch up, but Lu Yichen ignored her and shifted gears to accelerate. Li Xiaolan was anxious and kept shouting and yelling. Seeing that Lu Yichen ignored her, she began insulting him, calling him a wicked person, and saying he was deaf at such a young age. Suddenly, the truck stopped. Lu Yichen sternly said, Get off. By then, they had already gone 2 miles out. Li Xiaolan was anxious. Why do I have to get off? Lu Yichen replied, Don't make me repeat myself. If you delay the work at the commune, I will report it honestly. It depends on whether the Gao family can handle it. Li Xiaolan looked at Lu Yichen's serious face. If she didn't get off today, she was afraid they might really report her. Thinking that her family didn't have much money and that if Gao Shuni found out she caused trouble outside, he might punish her to save face. Having no choice, she had to get off the truck, still cursing. You deserve to be a lifelong bachelor and never find a wife. Everyone on the truck looked down on her, but at this moment, no one wanted to provoke her, to avoid her going crazy. Without Li Xiaolan's noisy complaints, everyone felt more peaceful. Soon, we arrived at the commune, where the tractor stopped outside at the intersection leading to the county and city. Luo Qiao got off the tractor with everyone else, nodded to Lu Yichen, and then moved to the roadside. The village women walked into the commune chatting and laughing, paying no attention to Luo Qiao's movements. Seeing no one watching her, Luo Qiao stood on the side heading toward the city, waiting for the bus. Earlier, when she was working, she found out that 2 buses go to the city each day, so she expected one to come soon. There were a few people waiting nearby. The ticket price was 2 cents, and Luo Qiao had prepared some money in advance. Not long after, the bus arrived. The ticket seller called through the window, to the city. All aboard. Is there anyone else? Luo Qiao got on the bus and found a seat. The bus was coming from the county town, and would pass through the military family area ahead. There were quite a few passengers on board. Once everyone was on, the ticket seller said, Comrades, please buy your tickets responsibly. After everyone had purchased tickets, the seller announced, The road is a bit rough, so hold on tight and secure your belongings, especially fragile items. The road to the city was a dirt road, dusty outside, so the windows stayed closed. Some sections were bumpy and uneven, causing the bus to shake. 2 women sitting side by side in the front started arguing after bumping into each other during the ride. Why did you bump into me? Look, you broke my eggs, one said. Is it the bumpy road's fault? The other replied. My eggs were broken because you hit me. You need to pay me, or what am I supposed to give my aunt in the city? That's none of my business. Your aunt isn't my aunt, the first woman retorted. You're so unreasonable, the other snapped. I already said it was the bumpy road that made me lose my balance and hit your eggs. If you want, complain to the driver. He's the one who didn't drive properly. Everyone in the bus looked awkward. The ticket seller finally chimed in, You can't blame the driver for this. Madam, you're quite something. If everyone acted like you, what would the drivers do? Why would we even have buses? This is a government vehicle, and our driver is a good friend. He makes the round trip between the county and the city every day. He knows these roads very well. The road just now is full of potholes. If you have the skill, you could drive through without bouncing. First, don't damage others' eggs, and whether you pay for it or not, you should at least apologize. Instead, You seem proud and expect the driver to cover the damage. The ticket seller scolded her harshly, and the woman calmed down but then pretended to be a quail, closing her eyes as if to sleep. Some people on the bus couldn't stand it anymore. A woman sitting next to her said, "Young lady, you're wrong. The matter isn't settled yet and your attitude is a problem. Which village are you from?" The woman trying to pretend to sleep couldn't hold it anymore and quickly said, "I was wrong about this. I did hit her eggs, but the bus was bumpy, so I didn't sit steady." The ticket seller asked, "Sister-in-law, how many eggs did you break?" The woman replied, 6 eggs. "My older sister-in-law is in the hospital. These eggs were sent by my mother to the city to help my sister-in-law recover. There weren't many left, and now 6 are broken. How am I supposed to explain this?" She started crying. Everyone on the bus looked at her, probably feeling she had no reason to complain. She took out 3 cents from her pocket and threw it onto the older sister-in-law next to her. She said stiffly, "Stop crying. It's not like I bullied you. It's just 6 eggs. I'll pay you back." What bad luck. Seeing she received the money, the woman stopped crying, and the others on the bus also looked away, no longer bothering her. Lu Yichen thought that in the future, life would get better, and such things wouldn't happen again. It was poverty that caused the trouble. Eggs are still precious now. The bus arrived in the city at exactly 8 a.m. The ticket seller reminded everyone to return at 12:30 p.m. If they missed it, there was another trip at 5 p.m. Those wanting to go back should remember. The original owner didn't have many memories of this place because she was sent away with the Luo family shortly after birth. After being rehabilitated and returning to the city, she only stayed in Jishir for a short time before being sent back to Qingshan village. Honestly, Lu Yichen in the story never had a good day in her life. She was switched at birth, and apart from the late Grandma Luo, no one in the Luo family truly cared for her. Even in her last days, they were still worried about her. In the story, Lu Yichen was recognized by the Zhao family under the interference of the village officials, but life became even harder. Gao Suhua often scolded and beat her, and she couldn't even get a full meal in the mornings. The daughters of the Zhao family, except for the youngest, Zhao Xiaohua, were not very kind to her. She became the one who ate the least, woke up the earliest, and did the most work at home. Besides cooking, she did everything else and couldn't afford to delay working in the fields for extra points. Although Zhao Pulin was generally kind to her and never scolded or hit her, he would sometimes stand up for her when his wife and daughter were too harsh. Ultimately, in pursuit of profit, he abandoned her. She was married off for 800 yuan in bride price to a simple-minded man, bringing only 2 torn clothes to her new home. The Zhao sisters occasionally came to visit, making her in-laws dislike her even more. 6 months after moving in, under her mother-in-law's encouragement, her husband beat her. The beatings happened more than once, and she often ended up with bruises. Although she had learned some fighting skills on the farm, she was too timid to stand up for herself. By middle age, her husband fell into the water and drowned. Her in-laws and her own family both wanted to marry her off again. This motivated her to secretly take her household registration and ID and bravely run away. She didn't have much money and changed many jobs over the years. After wandering outside for more than 10 years, she unexpectedly met relatives from her biological mother's side. Later, someone secretly did a DNA test and found out her true identity. But she was already nearing old age. Knowing this didn't seem to matter anymore. One day, by chance, she overheard a phone call from the Zhao family daughter who had replaced her life, and she learned that she had known all along she was not a member of the Luo family. She had even maintained contact with Zhao's relatives, though they kept it secret from outsiders, including her biological parents, who thought it was just a coincidence. Her family didn't pay much attention until her cousin, staying at the hotel where she worked, saw her and said she looked very much like their late grandmother. They met a few more times afterward. Then, on a whim, her cousin sent someone to collect her hair, and a private DNA test confirmed their kinship. Only then did they start investigating what happened years ago. In the end, her life was a tragedy, as shown in that book. The only person who truly cared for her was Luo's grandmother, who raised her. So Luo Qiao decided that when she had time, she would visit the farm, pay respects at her grandmother's grave, and burn some paper money to let her rest in peace. Walking through the city, she found it much more lively than the commune. She first found a quiet place, entered her space, and changed into a new outfit she had prepared earlier, made from fabric stored in the warehouse. I didn't do anything too extreme, because I didn't want to attract too much attention. When making the pants, I made the waist area fit well with the clothes covering it, and the pant legs were made straight. If you look closely, they are similar to the styles most people wear now. The top is a small shirt that's slightly cinched at the waist. It looks quite neat when worn. If you don't dress properly, going to a department store to buy a sewing machine might get you ignored or even mocked. Why bother? Before leaving the space, I went to the department store in town. I had already found a good spot behind an alley at the back of the store. When the time comes, I can ask someone to help move the items there for storage. I don't lack anything else now. It's still the ticket era without tickets. Even with money, you can't buy things. So I just took a quick look around. When I arrived at the place that sells large items, I asked about the sewing machine. Besides the ticket, it costs an extra 150 yuan. It was painful to hear, but since I came to buy a sewing machine, I didn't hesitate much. I asked the clerk to issue the ticket, handed over the money and the ticket, and then asked their mover to help carry the item to the back alley. The mover, hearing someone would pick it up later, asked casually why not wait at the department store entrance. I smiled and said, that entrance is too obvious. I don't know when my family can come, and I don't want people to think I'm a show-off. So, I arranged to meet here. The mover thought about it and agreed. Since the sewing machine is a large item, people coming and going would definitely notice it. It's normal for someone shy to feel a bit embarrassed. After delivering the item, he didn't say much and left with a bit of envy. I stayed there guarding the stuff. After a couple of groups of people came and went and no one else showed up, I packed everything into my space and quickly left. There was one more important task, finding a place to sell fish. I found a spot and changed back into my original clothes because I was wearing too nice clothes. Walking around the busy streets, I was worried someone might notice me. Anyway, my clothes only had 2 patches, so I didn't stand out in the crowd. I carried my basket and wandered through the streets. By noon, I still hadn't found a good partner. I probably thought too simply. I visited 2 state-run restaurants, but they need fish daily. However, they already have regular suppliers, and they require delivery to their door. Those larger markets are still operated by state-owned units, and they can deliver goods to your door, but you need an official proof from the local authorities showing the origin and ownership of the items. Luo Qiao stood in a corner, watching the busy street, and thought of the saying, "Ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh." She was also a bit hungry and found a place to hide her basket. She took out a steamed bun and a pickled radish, eating them quickly for a simple meal. After drinking some water from a bamboo tube, she decided she couldn't catch the noon bus, so she would wait for the afternoon one to go back. She got up and asked a few passers-by before finding the scrapyard. It was a bit remote, but since it was in the city, it was much bigger than the one in the commune. Luo Qiao told the gatekeeper, an auntie, that she was looking for high school textbooks. The auntie also had a daughter about Luo Qiao's age who was in school. Feeling sympathetic, she gave her a few tips. Luo Qiao smiled and thanked her before heading inside. She first went to the room with the books. It was packed full of books. After searching for a while, she found the one she wanted, along with some exercise books. She picked out a few in good condition and put them into her basket. Then she thought about checking another warehouse for interesting items. At the back, there was a storage room full of old furniture, mostly broken or missing parts. Just as Luo Qiao was about to leave, she saw 2 antique armchairs against the wall. They looked very old, and nearby was a small table that seemed to match, made from the same wood. For some reason, Luo Qiao suddenly wanted to take these old-fashioned pieces of furniture with her. Except for one armchair with a broken leg, the others were in good condition. She thought that after some repairs, they could be used or kept as collectibles. To her surprise, the broken leg was just resting on a broken cabinet nearby. It felt like a lost treasure found again, and with a good craftsman, It could be restored so well that no one would notice the damage. Although Lu Yichen didn't know what kind of wood these furniture pieces were made of, their craftsmanship was very fine. Clearly, they came from a wealthy household. She wondered why they had been so well preserved and why they had remained here for so long. Lu Yichen was thinking about how to explain these furniture pieces to others outside. She then moved to another room filled with scrap metal, but she didn't find anything useful there either. After walking around several other storage rooms, I returned to the room with books and newspapers to look for some books. Then I carried my basket and headed outside. I was thinking whether those pieces of furniture had owners. When I reached the gate, I paid the bill after weighing my things. Ro Xiao asked, "Annie, do you sell the 2 chairs and small table against the wall in that storage room?" The Annie didn't expect this young girl to be interested in those items. They were left behind by people from the Revolutionary Committee before. But before the new year, that person got into trouble and went to jail. Because the items were a bit expensive, no one wanted them, so they were left there. Ro Xiao was afraid they might think she was just asking casually and not take her seriously. She explained, "My family is from a rural area outside the city. My brother is getting married soon, but we don't have much money to buy furniture. So I want to ask if those chairs and the table are for sale. If the price is right, we'll buy them. It would make my brother's wedding look better." A few staff members at the door looked at each other. The woman earlier said, "Maybe ask and see what they say upstairs?" Then a middle-aged man behind her went into the office. After a few minutes, he came out and said, "I asked about it. The furniture can be sold, but the price isn't low. Of course, it's cheaper than buying new ones, but as you see, except for one chair with a broken leg, the others just need a fresh coat of paint to look new." The 2 tables and 3 chairs cost 35 yuan. When Ro Xiao heard 35 yuan, she felt a little pain. But remembering what the man said earlier, she asked, "Uncle, you said there are 2 tables and 3 chairs, but I only saw 1 table and 2 chairs." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "They're being used in our office.
If you want, we can move them out."
Ro Xiao hesitated and asked, "Uncle, can you lower the price a bit? We really don't have that much money." The man probably thought this young girl couldn't afford the old furniture and didn't want to waste words. He replied, 30 yuan at the lowest, no lower. If you want it, take it. If not, forget about it." Ro Xiao pretended to look pitiful and asked, "Uncle, really can't it be a little cheaper? The items are just sitting there collecting dust. If it's a bit less, we'll buy it." The man said, "It can't go lower. The furniture isn't worth much to us. If you don't believe me, I can't help it." Li Qiao thought for a long time, then looked up at the man. "Uncle, could you help me take this to the bend ahead? My family will come to pick me up soon, so we won't be late getting home. Is that okay?" The group discussed briefly and helped carry out the items used in the office. Seeing how many things there were, they thought it was better to help send them now to avoid affecting their own work. The kind lady who had advised Li Qiao earlier asked, "Girl, this is quite a lot. Do you think you can carry all of it?" Li Qiao smiled and said, "Annie, it should be fine. We came here with a tractor from the village." Hearing this, the woman replied, "That's good then." After paying, the group helped load the items onto a cart from the scrap yard and made 2 trips to deliver everything to the big yard at the bend ahead. This yard used to be a storage space for the Revolutionary Committee, but had now fallen into disuse. Once everyone left, Li Qiao waited a moment to confirm that the people had truly gone back to the scrap yard. Only then did she pack up the items into her space and leave. Thinking about the fish she still hadn't caught, she sighed and walked forward. It seemed hopeless now. Anyway, buying the sewing machine wasn't a total loss, especially since she also bought 3 chairs she liked very much. She thought that once she had her own home, she would repaint and arrange everything again. Just as she was feeling happy, she suddenly heard someone shout, "Get out of the way. Quickly move aside." Li Qiao reacted quickly and moved to the side. She turned her head and saw a jeep rushing down the. At the same time, a bullock cart appeared in the alley. In the panic, the man who had shouted to move aside instinctively rushed forward to stop the bullock cart from coming out. He was quick and the bullock cart and the people on it were saved, but the man was hit and thrown by the out-of-control jeep. Everyone shouted in alarm. Li Qiao didn't think twice. She hurried over. Luckily, he fell onto a pile of sand instead of the ground, which helped reduce the injury. She instinctively wanted to call 120 emergency services, but before she could speak, she remembered there was number 120 available. She shouted at the stunned people on the bullock cart, "Don't just stand there. Quickly move the cart aside and get the person to the hospital." When Luo Qiao shouted, the people on the ox cart also reacted. They understood that he was trying to help them. If the man hadn't acted earlier, they might have been the ones hit. As Luo Qiao approached, an elderly man who had been standing nearby with a sieve for sand ran over. Luo Qiao hurriedly said, "Sir, please don't move him yet. First, check his injuries before shifting him. If he has a broken bone, moving him now could make things worse." Seeing that the man hadn't lost consciousness, Luo Qiao quickly added, "Comrade, hold on. We will take you to the hospital right away." Jiao Yu didn't expect to finish his task so suddenly. He had only planned to visit his friend's parents nearby, but ended up in this accident. Watching the young girl help him check his wound, he slowly closed his eyes. He could still hear her calling out, "Don't sleep, comrade. Stay awake. We're taking you to the hospital." Luo Qiao suddenly realized she was unprepared. Although she had learned traditional Chinese medicine from Grandpa Yang, she had never treated such serious injuries before. She remembered her backpack and quickly asked the elderly man to fetch it. She didn't hesitate anymore. Using the backpack as cover, she took out a few patches of ground ivy from her space to stop the bleeding. Without proper treatment, he might not make it to the hospital. Once the bleeding was controlled, she checked his leg and found it was broken. Luo Qiao said, "We need to get him to the hospital quickly." Looking up, she saw the ox cart hadn't arrived yet and shouted angrily, "What are you all waiting for? Saving lives is the priority." The old man driving the cart heard Luo Qiao shout, pulled the reins, and tried to come over. However, the nearby mother and daughter blocked his way. Luo Qiao's anger flared. Luo Qiao shouted angrily, "What are you two trying to do? Which team are you from? I want to ask how cold-blooded you have to be to block the cart. If it weren't for this comrade saving you, you might have been injured or even died. How can you be so heartless? Stop hesitating and help us pull the ox cart over." At this, the people around cast disapproving looks at the mother and daughter. A quick-tempered middle-aged man stepped forward, grabbed the reins, and pulled the ox cart over. Luo Qiao said, "Come on, everyone, help move this brave hero onto the cart." "Thank you all." The mother and daughter squeezed over and said, "No, this ox cart belongs to the village. The person is badly hurt. If he dies on the cart, how can we explain it to the villagers?" Hearing this, Luo Qiao really wanted to hit someone. If saving people wasn't urgent now, she might have done it. "Is this what people say?" An elderly woman who had seen the whole process nearby said, "That comrade shouldn't have saved you. He should have let the cart run you over and kill you. You don't even count as human. That young man was hurt trying to save you. How can you say such things? I feel ashamed for you." Luo Qiao shouted, "Could any of the comrades here please report to the police? There have been so many problems, let the police handle it." Ignoring the expressions of the mother and daughter, she ordered the people to drive the ox cart to the nearest hospital. When they arrived, she was immediately taken into the emergency room. The nurse handed her a form to pay a 20 yuan deposit for the hospital stay. Everyone looked at each other because no one had that much money on them. But the nurse said the person needed surgery immediately. Someone asked, "Nurse, that comrade was just trying to save someone. We're not his family. Can he be treated first? His family can pay later when they arrive." The nurse looked a bit troubled and said, "This comrade is badly hurt. The hospital has no such policy. You should try to find a way." Luo Qiao sighed and said, "Give me the form. Please do your best to save him. He was injured trying to save others. He's a hero." She took the form and turned to go to the payment counter. She didn't want to stand out, but nothing was more important than a life. If she had no money, she could find a way to earn it. But if the person was gone, everything else was meaningless. Although they were strangers, If it weren't for his shout at a critical moment, she might have been in trouble too. His willingness to risk his life to protect others was something Luo Qiao deeply respected. After completing the procedures and returning to the emergency room, police officers came to ask about what happened. Luo Qiao explained the situation. Fortunately, although the ramp was long, it wasn't too steep. Plus, his timely shout prevented more trouble. She wanted to ask about the final outcome of the cart, but the police officers said everything was still under investigation. It seems unlikely that today's incident was simple. How could a normal Jeep suddenly break down? It might have been caused intentionally. Since the police have already mentioned this, I didn't ask further. After the police finished their questions, Luo Qiao asked, "Comrade police officer, can I leave now? I came to the city for some errands." The officer replied, "If possible, please don't leave for now. If you don't have a place to stay, we can help you find accommodation." A nearby female officer explained, "Because that road is a bit remote, only about 10 witnesses saw what happened. Most of them just heard the shouting and ran out, so we need your cooperation. Our team is already investigating and collecting evidence, so we hope you understand." Luo Qiao nodded to show she understood. The few people who helped record statements and left their contact information had already gone. Now, outside the emergency room, only Luo Qiao and 3 police officers remained. Luo Qiao said, "Comrade, there's no need to arrange a place for me. The family of the person inside hasn't arrived yet. I can't leave right now, so I'll stay and take care of him. I need to leave by 4 tomorrow at the latest. By then his family should be here. After that, I can't stay. I only have a 2-day referral letter and still need to return to my village for work. Actually, the person inside probably won't wake up immediately after surgery. But just in case something happens, it's better to have someone there to watch over him." Since she couldn't leave anyway, Luo Qiao thought it was right to stay and look after him. Meeting her offer to help was appreciated by the police. They really couldn't spare anyone to watch the injured person today. If Luo Qiao hadn't offered, they were about to ask hospital staff to help. After the police left, Luo Qiao noticed her clothes and pants were stained with blood. She looked very disheveled, but since no one was outside the emergency room, she didn't dare leave, worried something might happen. Half an hour later, the door to the emergency room opened. Luo Qiao stepped forward and asked, "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor said he was brought in just in time. Stopping the bleeding before bringing him here was very good. Otherwise, his life could be in danger. Luo Qiao said, "Thank you, doctor." The doctor replied, "You're welcome. It's what we should do." Before long, the patient was pushed out and taken directly to the ward. He had a broken right leg, multiple soft tissue bruises, but luckily no injuries. He also had a mild concussion. Thank goodness he was okay, and I don't know what happened with that car. The young nurse told her to watch the 4 fluids and call someone if they ran out. Luo Qiao looked at how dirty she was and couldn't stand it. She asked the nurse's aide in the next bed to help watch her, then went to clean herself up. The kind aide was friendly and offered Luo Qiao her basin since she only had a small basket. After thanking her, Luo Qiao took the basin to the water room and secretly grabbed a clean towel and some fresh clothes from her space, using the basket for cover. She rinsed herself in the water room, then asked the nurse to help find a place to change clothes. She was careful because there were no cameras now, but she knew she couldn't risk staying in the hospital's crowded area with her space. Once she finished cleaning up, she returned to the ward, gave the basin back to the aide, and took out 2 handfuls of dried red dates as a thank you gift, hiding them in her basket. The aide was cheerful and accepted happily, saying she was too polite, and praised the red dates as a good gift, thanking Luo Qiao repeatedly. Luo Qiao was tall and had gained some weight recently from good food, so she didn't look as thin as before. She was generous in her words and actions, and everyone thought she looked young and tender. The aide and the other family members in the ward treated her like a young girl of about 17 or 18, and Luo Qiao didn't argue. After sitting for a while and waiting for the 4 to be changed, Luo Qiao took a bamboo tube and spoon from her space, using the basket, then went to get some hot water. Every so often, she would feed the patient a sip or 2 of water. When the doctor arrived, he told her tonight was very important and to be extra careful. Later, when the patient woke up, she should notify the on-duty doctor. Later, Lu Yichen went out again, brought back some supplies, and prepared some food for the patient. There was also a bottle of 4 fluid, and once it was finished, the nurse took away the 4 bottle and told her to tidy up and turn off the light. She was told not to close the door completely, because the doctor on patrol might come in. Lu Yichen sat on a stool, resting her head on the bed's edge, but couldn't sleep well. Every now and then, she would reach out to check the patient's forehead, worried about a fever. Xiaoyu woke up in the middle of the night. He has good night vision because he was trained for it. Seeing someone lying by the bed and thinking about what happened during the day, he realized he was probably in the hospital now. He moved slightly, and Lu Yichen was startled awake. Still a bit confused, she reached out to touch the person's forehead and muttered, "Fortunately, no fever." Just as she was about to lie back down to sleep, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked carefully at the person's eyes, which were open. "Are you awake?" she asked. Lu Yichen immediately stood up. "Are you okay? I'll go call the doctor." Before Xiaoyu could answer, Lu Yichen quickly left the ward. She ran to the duty room and knocked on the door. "Doctor, the patient in bed 16 is awake." The doctor came to check on him, asked a few questions, and then left. This ward has 3 beds. To avoid disturbing others, Lu Yichen didn't say much. She just went inside, took a bamboo tube wrapped in a towel from her backpack, and said, "There's porridge inside. Do you want to eat some to soothe your stomach? It's already cooled down." Actually, it wasn't too cold. When the temperature was just a little above room temperature, Lu Yichen stored it in her space warehouse. Xiaoyu was really hungry. He had been delayed by some matters earlier in the day. He had planned to finish things quickly and eat dinner early, but then something else happened. Now he was starving. To avoid disturbing others, Lu Yichen didn't turn on the light. The bed was near the window, so she slightly pulled back the curtain and used the moonlight to feed him the porridge from the bamboo tube. The room became quiet again. Both of them thought about saying something, but decided to wait until morning. It was indeed inconvenient now. The next day, just as dawn broke, there was movement in the ward. Lu Yichen woke up to the sounds, a habit she developed during the apocalypse. Xiaoyu was also awake now. People in the room started coming and going. Xiaoyu recognized the girl who had helped him yesterday and said, "My name is Xiaoyu." "Thank you." Lu Yichen smiled lightly. "My name is Lu Yichen. No need to thank me. If you hadn't shouted yesterday, I might have gotten into trouble. Actually, I should thank you." Lu Yichen briefly explained what had happened to Xiaoyu. Then she asked, "If the police don't have any other business, I'll be leaving soon. Do you want me to help you notify your family?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "Please call my cousin for me. He teaches at the local number 1 middle school." Lu Yichen asked, "Is it far from here? If it's not far, I can go there too." Xiaoyu said, "The school is to the east, so it might be a bit far." Lu Yichen replied, "Forget it. I'll call and ask for help soon." Lu Yichen took a towel, turned, and left the hospital room. She washed her face at the water station, tied her hair into a ponytail, and tidied herself up before returning to the room. She asked Xiaoyu if he needed someone to help him go to the bathroom. Seeing him shake his head, she felt a rush of emotions but stayed calm on the outside. She took the bamboo tube with porridge from yesterday and left the room. She first found a nearby public phone and called Song Wenbin, Xiaoyu's cousin from number 1 middle school in the city, to update him on Xiaoyu's condition. Then she found a place to have a simple breakfast. She brought back a portion of porridge, a boiled egg, and 4 buns in the bamboo tube. Now, her ration coupons were completely used up. The porridge she gave Xiaoyu last night was from her space, made with well water from her space, so she couldn't let him eat too much, to avoid trouble later. Back in a room, she asked a male patient on the neighboring bed to help lift Xiaoyu up. After thanking him, she asked Xiaoyu, "Will you eat by yourself, or do you want me to feed you?" Don't misunderstand. Since Xiaoyu's right arm was also injured, she was worried that moving it might open his wound. Lu Yichen was also frustrated with herself. She thought, "Forget it, I'll feed him. It's better than him hurting himself again." Xiaoyu remembered how, just before he fainted yesterday, the girl was anxiously telling him not to fall asleep. She must have been very frightened yesterday. She placed a bun in Xiao Yu's left hand and said, "Eat the bun yourself. I'll feed you the porridge." Xiao Yu replied, "Thank you very much." After finishing the porridge in the bamboo tube and eating the buns, Luo Qiao washed the bamboo tube in the water station. When she returned to the room, she saw a young man standing by Xiao Yu's bed. Xiao Yu saw Luo Qiao coming and told him about how she had helped him. Unexpectedly, Song Wenbin looked at Luo Qiao with disdain and said, "Is this another person trying to climb up the social ladder?" Although his voice wasn't loud, Luo Qiao and the mother and child on the neighboring bed heard him clearly. Luo Qiao chuckled softly and, acting a bit foolish, said, "Comrade Qiao, since your relative has come, I should leave now. But before I go, I'd like to ask for the medical expenses I paid for." She then took out the receipt from yesterday and handed it over. Then he said, "As for the meal money from last night and this morning, forget it. After all, you are a hero who sacrifices yourself for others. Consider it my treat." He then placed the bamboo tube and spoon on the table and said, "This is for you. There are no cups here to drink water, so don't worry. I haven't used these before. You can throw them away when you get a cup." This was already used by Qiao Yu, so Luo Qiao didn't plan to take it back. If Qiao Yu didn't want it, she would just throw it away. Qiao Yu hadn't spoken yet, but Song Wenbin said, "You should take your things with you. It seems you want to leave something behind here." Qiao Yu was getting angry as her cousin's words became more unreasonable. She said, "Shut up. What kind of attitude is that?" Song Wenbin wanted to say more, but just then, the police officers who had been handling the case yesterday entered. The female officer said, "Little Luo, thank you so much. Sorry to have taken up your time." Luo Qiao replied, "It's okay. That comrade woke up late last night. I was about to come find you." The police officer recounted what happened yesterday to Qiao Yu, then saw her take out an ID card and show it. The police officer said softly, "That car was driven by the mayor's son yesterday, but we don't know why it was tampered with." She spoke very quietly. She nodded and continued, "Fortunately, there weren't many people on that road." The driver, Su Xiangwei, was somewhat smart. He drove the car onto a pile of sand at the construction site and stopped there. They should be coming over soon. She explained that they left the bureau late last night because of the case. Just then, they heard voices outside. The mayor arrived with his wife and children, carrying fruits and nutritional supplements. Behind them, hospital leaders followed. Seeing the scene, Luo Qiao quickly moved aside. After exchanging greetings, the mayor said, "Comrade, thank you so much for what you did yesterday. If not, it could have caused a big problem. Don't worry, we'll cover your medical expenses. Just focus on your recovery." The aunt nearby couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Let's return the medical expenses that the young girl paid yesterday, so people won't think she has bad intentions. It's really hard to be a good person nowadays." Someone kindly paid for the treatment, but then they were insulted. The person thought that the patient's family wasn't here and stayed overnight to take care of him. When the family arrived, they accused the helper of having other motives. Society is really going downhill. There are all kinds of people. Doing good deeds often leads to frustration, and it's hard to watch. The female police officer listened and looked serious. Yesterday, this young girl helped by bringing the patient here. Others gave their statements and then went home, leaving their addresses. Most of them live nearby, but this girl is from out of town. She was in the city for some errands and happened to be there. She stayed calm and first stopped the bleeding before bringing the patient here. We also asked her, and she knows a bit of medical help. During the move, she directed everything so the patient wouldn't get hurt again. The doctor in charge should know this best." The doctor nearby nodded. Yes, if she hadn't stopped the bleeding quickly yesterday, the patient might not have been saved. So, she truly deserves to be called a lifesaver. Just then, a nurse from the operating room, who was there yesterday, spoke up. Yesterday, this girl paid 20 yuan as a deposit for the medical costs. Many people were present, and most probably didn't have enough money on them. Many suggested that the hospital should treat the patient first, and the family could pay later. But our hospital has no such rule. If she hadn't paid in time, things might not have gone so smoothly. The police officer continued, "She wanted to leave, But since the case wasn't closed yet and more issues could happen, we asked her to stay one more night. Originally, some colleagues wanted to arrange a temporary place for her to stay, but she said it wasn't necessary. Since the injured person's family hadn't arrived, she decided to stay and watch over him. Because of the case, we didn't have extra staff to assign, so we just did what we could. We need to be clear. She is a brave person who helped others, not someone trying to climb higher or gain favors. She looked at the patient and family with a very serious expression. A boy on the next bed said, "My mom is right. They spoke very badly earlier." This officer stayed last night and this morning, preparing food for the injured. When he saw the patient was uncomfortable, he even fed him himself. After glancing at Song Wenbin, she continued, "The family members arrived late without saying thank you, and they looked angry, accusing us of wanting to climb the social ladder or having ulterior motives. Everyone in the ward couldn't stand it anymore. It was really disrespectful." The doctor had instructed to be extra careful in the evening. After finishing the last 4 drip, it wasn't late yet, but they still needed to check if the patient had a fever from time to time. The sister barely rested during the early hours of the night. This big brother woke up in the middle of the night. After the doctor examined him, the sister fed him some food before finally resting. She didn't even have a proper place to sleep, sitting on a stool and leaning against the bed all night. In the morning, someone called to notify the family and brought food to feed him. When the family arrived, they accused others of having hidden motives. The relatives only mentioned his name, so what exactly were they after? An aunt standing nearby heard her son's words and said, "My son is right. I heard this family member is a teacher at the city's #1 high school." She shook her head and snorted, her expression full of meaning. This caused a lot of anger among the crowd. Song Wenbin's face turned pale and red alternately. Hearing these comments, he realized he probably made a mistake this time. He then said, "Comrade, I'm sorry." Luo Qiao remained calm and said, "Please settle the medical expenses I paid in advance first." The secretary behind the mayor took out 200 yuan and handed it over. Luo Qiao took out 2 large banknotes, showing them to everyone, and said, "I paid 20 yuan in advance, so I'll keep this." She then put away the bamboo tube and spoon, saying, "Since this family member is worried about leaving these items as an excuse, I'll take them back. Don't worry, I'm not that picky. Once I get into university, many talented students will be waiting for me to choose from. Rest assured, I'm confident." I want to clarify again that I helped stop his bleeding, saved him, and stayed to care for him because I admired his selflessness in saving others. Not all girls are as unworthy as you say. And I don't accept your apology. If a simple apology could fix everything, then what's the point of laws? Your morals and your profession don't match. After Luo Qiao finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Yes, not everything can be solved with an apology. She then asked the police officers, "Can I leave now?" The female police officer replied, "Yes, you can. Thank you so much. I really appreciate what you've done, especially after you've been through so much hardship." Li Qiao smiled and said, "It's okay. I won't blame others for their mistakes. I just see it as a breeze and let it go." The female police officer said, "I'll walk you to the door." Li Qiao took her basket and said, "Since there's nothing more here, I will go now." She nodded to everyone before leaving. When she reached the aunt, she took out a handful of dates and said, "Auntie, thank you for speaking up for me. I'm leaving now. I wish your son a quick recovery." The aunt replied, just speaking honestly, "It's the right thing to do." Qiao Yu didn't expect things to turn out like this.
He was very anxious in bed.
This is such a mess. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have asked his cousin to come. He opened his mouth to call out to stop her, but couldn't say anything. The mayor's family said a few words, put down their things, and told him to rest well and that they would visit again when they had time. When leaving, the mayor's secretary left a red envelope as a thank you gift, and the group left the hospital room. Soon, the room became quiet again. Qiao Yu thought to himself, "What is this? The mayor came today because he saved someone on that ox cart. If it weren't for him, the person on the cart might have been seriously hurt or even lost their life. So, the family came to thank him. He had no regrets about saving someone. But if it weren't for Luo Qiao stopping the bleeding and paying the 20 yuan in advance, he might not even be alive now. However, a stranger who struggled and didn't get any gratitude, and then his cousin made her so angry she refused to even greet him and left. He looked at his cousin, pouted, and closed his eyes in frustration. In his heart, he thought that once he recovered, he would go find Luo Qiao's address and thank her in person. Song Wenbin also felt uncomfortable staying there, so he said, "Cousin, I'll go prepare some things for you. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he quickly left. It was all for Fong Fong. This time, he really felt like he was on edge. He left the hospital room and let out a sigh. But that girl was really sharp-tongued. She even said she wouldn't accept his apology. Who would want to apologize to her? This time, I really went too far. Oh well, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's so annoying. Anyway, I must make sure Sister Fong Fong sees her cousin clearly. I would rather make 100 mistakes than let one slip away. That's just how it is. As Luo Qiao stepped out of the hospital, she was stopped by the secretary who had been chasing her. The mayor understood that the person in the hospital should be grateful, but the young girl in front of him deserved even more thanks. If she hadn't acted, this matter might not have been resolved so quickly. No matter who was involved, if a life was at stake, it would have been much harder to handle. He also knew he could be attacked by opponents, so this young girl was truly the one who saved their family's future. The police officers had already left, and the female officer told Luo Qiao her name, Liang Rui, and invited her to visit the bureau in the city someday. The mayor's wife stepped forward and said, "Young girl, let's find a place to talk." Luo Qiao replied, "Comrade, there's really no need. I have to catch my train back. I understand your feelings, but anyone would have done the same in that situation." The mayor stepped closer and said, "My name is Su Zihao. I am the current mayor of Jishir City. This is my wife, Feng Lanxiang, who works at the bank." He then pointed to Su Xiangwei standing nearby and said, "This is my youngest son, Su Xiangwei. Thank you so much for what you did this time." Su Xiangwei bowed sincerely to Luo Qiao and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have gotten into big trouble this time." Luo Qiao smiled lightly and said, "Anyone would have done the same. No need to thank me. I'm in a hurry, so I'll see you all another time if fate allows." The secretary handed Luo Qiao a note with a phone number and the secretary's name, Liang Rui. Liang Rui said, "You can call this number if you need anything in the future." The mayor's wife wanted to give her some money, not wanting to owe favors, just in case she needed help someday. But the mayor stopped her with a look. It was clear the girl didn't want to owe favors or be thanked repeatedly. He then asked the police for some information and told them to take better care of her. Luo Qiao took a turn and slowed her steps. She had just been told she was climbing too high and she didn't want to be disliked again, so she quickly ran away. Luo Qiao looked at the sun. There was still some time before her noon train, so she decided to take another walk. She checked her clothes and saw they had dried after yesterday's wash. I found a hidden place to change back into my original clothes and then wandered aimlessly on the street. As I entered a quiet alley, I noticed that the people inside were acting strangely in small groups. Carefully observing, I realized they were trading. It turned out I had accidentally entered an underground market. But why didn't anyone stop me? I was able to get in so easily. Thinking about it, I suddenly remembered where my fish might be. This place actually seemed better for selling those fish. I just needed to find the market leader and give the fish to them. After figuring this out, I left the alley and found a spot to disguise myself. In the bedroom of my space, I had many makeup items. After a while, I came out looking like a rural housewife. I then found the entrance to the alley again. This time, someone stopped me, a middle-aged man. I told him I was looking for their boss to discuss a big deal. He looked at me for a while, saw I wasn't nervous, and said, "Wait here." Then he ran off. I thought about how I had just entered, and I guessed it was a similar situation which allowed me to slip in unnoticed. Soon, the chubby man returned and said, "Come with me." He led me through several twists and turns into a courtyard. This courtyard was a bit away from the alley, but still nearby. After knocking on the door, the man inside said, It's this woman. She has something to discuss with the boss. I'll leave now. The person who opened the door led me into a small room inside and knocked gently, saying, "Boss, the chubby man has brought someone." A deep voice responded, "Let her in." The door opened and I was led inside. The room was tidy and simply furnished. A man around 25 or 26 came out and asked, "Are you the one who wants to talk about a big deal?" I replied, "Yes, hello." He looked at me for a moment and then waved, saying, "Sit down." Confident from my experience of living another life, I said, "My surname is Luo. May I ask your name?" He seemed surprised and asked, "You don't know who I am, but you came to do business with me?" I smiled and said, "Honestly, I accidentally entered that alley earlier and saw people trading. That's why I decided to come." His face showed a strange expression, and he said, "My surname is He. Now tell me about this big deal, Comrade Luo." Lu Qiao carefully opened the small basket. Before returning, she had already placed the fish basin from the kitchen into the basket. Luckily, it just fit. If it had been any larger, it wouldn't have gone in. She pulled out a large black fish, about 1.5 jin, around 750 grams, which surprised both people in the house. Lu Qiao asked, "Do you want to buy such fresh fish?" He Yu Jie suppressed his excitement and asked, "How many do you have?" Lu Qiao replied, "I can't guarantee how many I can catch each time, but how many would you like at most?" He Yu Jie said, "This fish doesn't look like river fish. River fish can't be this big, and I've never seen this kind of fish from the river." Lu Qiao thought for a moment and said, "Since it's getting late and noon is coming soon, how about we cook one now? You can taste it first and then we can talk." He Yu Jie didn't expect this woman to be so bold. The young man beside her looked at her with admiration. No one had ever dared to speak to the boss like that before. He Yu Jie said, "All right, let Ning Rui take you to the kitchen." But he was thinking that her dress and manners didn't match. She seemed interesting. Lu Qiao nodded confidently and followed him out. As expected of the black market boss, the kitchen was well stocked with ingredients. Lu Qiao saw rice already steaming, along with stir-fried pork with fennel, scrambled eggs with chives, homemade tofu, and a fragrant coriander egg soup. She started preparing to make braised fish. Soon, the aroma filled the kitchen. Ning Rui kept glancing toward the kitchen, and even He Yujie looked over a few times. Before long, Lu Qiao finished cooking. Her movements were natural, as if she were at home. Ning Rui was truly impressed by her. Someone brought the dishes over. He Yujie said to Lu Qiao, "It's about time for lunch. Join us." Lu Qiao thought she still had some business to discuss later and wasn't sure how long it would take, so she sat down. He Yujie was the first to pick up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately. This fish was even fresher and more tender than usual, with a great taste. During the meal, the three of them shared 4 dishes, and the fish was finished first. Ning Rui shyly said, "Comrade Lu's fish tastes very good." After the bowls and chopsticks were cleared away, Lu Qiao didn't speak first. She waited to see how boss he would respond. He Yujie brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Luo Qiao and himself. Then he said, "You're quite special, but we deal with business." Luo Qiao picked up her tea and took a sip, replying, "That makes sense." He Yujie said, "We usually sell ordinary river fish for 6 mao 1 jin, but your fish are really good. I'll give you an extra mao, so 7 mao per jin. How does that sound?" Luo Qiao knew his offer was quite fair, so she agreed. "All right, for now, let's go with that. I believe anyone who tastes these fish will want to buy more." He Yujie asked, "How many fish do you have now?" Luo Qiao replied, "Freshness is important, right?" He Yujie squinted, thinking about what this woman might be planning. Usually, people who want to buy from him are respectful, but she always surprises him. Luo Qiao said, "Yes, I have fish, but I don't handle delivery. You'll need to pick them up yourself." He Yujie said, "Just for your uncertain number of fish, I'd have to send someone to get them. This deal doesn't seem very profitable." Luo Qiao responded, "Whether it's profitable or not, you'll find out after we work together. If you think it's not suitable, that's okay. I'll find someone else to sell the fish." He Yujie was amused by this plain-looking woman. Why was she here? She was trying to make a deal, then suddenly wanted to back out after a meal. He asked, "Where do you want to pick up the fish?" Luo Qiao touched her nose and cleared her throat before saying, "There's a forest near Chaoyang Commune in Wangshan County, on the way to the city. That's where we can load the fish." He Yujie knew where Chaoyang Commune was and sneered, "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" That area had a military base nearby, and it wasn't far from the city, so everyone knew about it. Luo Qiao said, "If you don't believe me, I can't do anything. I already said I don't handle delivery. You can come once a month to pick up the fish, and I'll catch more." He Yujie was a bit angry, but thinking it might be okay to trust her once, he said, "There's a truck coming back from there the day after tomorrow. How many fish can you supply?" Luo Qiao felt a little embarrassed and said, "I don't handle the tools for packing fish. I only deliver the fish there. After weighing, you need to put them back in the water quickly, or they might die from thirst before reaching the market." He Yujie let out a deep breath, feeling so frustrated. It seemed like this woman was slowly guiding him to do what she wanted, wearing a mysterious smile. He said, "Okay, I hope Comrade Luo won't let me down." Finally, the two agreed on the time to deliver the goods, 2 nights later at 9 o'clock. They planned to test with 200 Jin first. Before leaving, Luo Qiao left the fish in her basket but also took a scale from Lao to he. This made Ning Rui almost admire her. No one dared to bargain in front of Lauda, but today, he truly learned something new. Lauda kept messing up, letting this ordinary-looking woman lead him around. It was already past 2 o'clock when they left the black market. Luo Qiao prepared about 2 jin of dried red dates and asked around until she found the Yao family. They didn't give a specific address, only saying it was near the city theater staff compound. It took a lot of effort for Luo Qiao to find the Yao family. When she was brought there, Aunt Yao was tidying up in the yard. She came out only after hearing someone call outside. Seeing Luo Qiao, she happily said, "Girl, you haven't come to visit us in so long, but it's also because we didn't leave your address. Uncle Yao and the others even went to the steel factory to look for you, but the factory is so big and they asked many people, yet no one knew your parents' names. It looks like life has been better since you returned to the city. You've grown taller and gained a little weight, unlike when you were on the farm, where you only grew taller than other girls your age. Now that you're back in the city, life is easier. Try to eat a bit more, so you can get even prettier." She looked at Luo Qiao for a while, then nodded with satisfaction. Then she remembered there was a neighbor nearby and said with a smile, "Sorry, I got too excited," and ignored Aunt Chen. "Thank you, Aunt Chen. This is a relative from afar." Luo Qiao also put down her basket, took out a handful of dried red dates, and handed them over, saying, "Thanks for bringing me here, Grandma. Don't mind these few dates." Aunt Chen smiled and said, "You're too polite. It's no big deal. No need to be so formal." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "They're not valuable. Just a little treat." Aunt Chen happily said a few kind words and left. Only then did Aunt Yao pull Luo Qiao into the yard and ask, "Have you settled in?" Luo Qiao didn't answer but asked instead, "What about Uncle Yao and the others?" Aunt Yao smiled and said, "She went to work now. Your Uncle Yao has gone back to work at the Grand Theater. Brother Pengfei found a temporary job for now. Sister Lily went to her grandmother's house. She should be back soon. The 2 little ones are at school. Oh, by the way, which school do you attend? When you return, don't fall behind in your studies. Professor Yang and his wife said that as long as you work hard, getting into a good university won't be a problem." Luo Qiao replied, "I don't have a home in Jishur now. I'm not a daughter of the Luo family. After they settled in the city, they sent me back." Hearing Luo Qiao's story, Aunt Yao was so angry she slammed the table and started crying. She said, "Maybe you don't need to go back to Qingshan village anymore. Your household registration is now independent. Come stay at Auntie's house. You're still young and not going to school isn't good. If Old Man Yuan and Professor Yang's wife and husband find out, they'll definitely worry."
Just listen to Auntie.
Luo Qiao said, "Annie, I do want to go to school. I've already registered. I'll take the entrance exam with this year's middle school exam students. You can rest assured. Don't forget, I learned traditional Chinese medicine from Professor Yang. I also picked some herbs in the mountains and sold them for money before. So, Auntie, You really don't need to worry about my life. Actually, I live better now that I'm away from the Luo family. When Aunt Yao heard about the Luo family, she got angry again. She said, I always wondered why the Luo family treated you so badly. It turns out they aren't even your real parents. They did such shameless things just for their own son. If I see them again, I can't even curse them enough. They're so mean-spirited. How could they do such things? After Aunt Yao calmed down, Luo Qiao said she needed to leave. Aunt Yao insisted she stay for the night, saying she wanted to see her before she left. But Luo Qiao explained she had already left the team yesterday and couldn't stay longer without explaining to the villagers. Aunt Yao wanted to give her some food and supplies, but Luo Qiao needed to take her bedding back and couldn't carry much. She gave Luo Qiao the leftover buns from noon, telling her she wouldn't need to cook dinner when she got home. Luo Qiao only took one set of bedding, but Aunt Yao insisted she take the 2 pieces of cloth, saying they were for her to wear to school. No matter what, she wouldn't leave them behind. So, Luo Qiao took both pieces of cloth and left about 2 jin of red dates for Aunt Yao. Tears welled up again in Aunt Yao's eyes as she thought, such a good child. Why is her life so hard? Aunt Yao kept walking Luo Qiao out of the residential area. Luo Qiao stopped her from going further, saying they had promised to visit when they had time and that she would write letters if anything happened. She then hurried to the bus station. On the way past the post office, she sent the letters to Grandpa Yuan and Grandpa and Grandma Yang. Along with the letters, she sent about 2 jin of red dates from each family. Feeling happy after finishing her errands, she headed to the bus station. She was thinking that once she had money, she would buy a watch because it was inconvenient to keep checking the time on her phone. The bus had already arrived, waiting for the scheduled departure. Luo Qiao bought a ticket and placed her luggage on the front hood of the bus. She sat at the front to avoid the crowded back seats. Just before departure, the driver and ticket seller got on the bus. The bus left the station at exactly 5 o'clock. After a bumpy ride, they finally reached the village entrance. Luo Qiao got off, rested for a moment, then started walking back home. The smell on the bus was quite strong, but luckily it was still light outside. On the way, she met a few villagers heading to the commune for errands. One of them was Gao Shuani from Li Xiulan's family. Seeing Luo Qiao carrying a basket, Gao Shuani looked at her a few more times, thinking to himself that Luo Qiao was quite capable. He wondered what she had brought back this time. A village ant asked, Luo Qiao, where are you going? Luo Qiao knew she couldn't hide it, so she replied honestly, I went to get the quilt. She didn't mention going to the city, only that she was fetching the quilt. Fortunately, they had reached the village entrance, or else she would have been questioned even more. She quickly greeted everyone and turned onto the path home. A few steps ahead, she saw Lu Yichen at his house door, brushing dust off his clothes. Luo Qiao thought to herself that he finished work early today. Lu Yichen frowned and asked, You didn't come back yesterday? He looked at Luo Qiao, waiting for her answer. Luo Qiao smiled and said, Yes, I went to the city yesterday and stayed overnight. Lu Yichen glanced at her basket behind her and asked, Do you want me to help you deliver it? Luo Qiao waved her hand and said, It's not heavy, just a set of bedding. She waved as she headed into her house. After opening the door and entering the yard, she quickly went to the backyard. She released 2 chickens from the space into the coop, so no one would notice if visitors came. I washed the quilt that the previous squad leader's wife gave her. It was already dark, but even though I haven't used that quilt myself, I wanted to make sure it was clean before returning it, so I felt at ease. After finishing everything, I boiled a pot of water to prepare for filling the thermos. I also took the opportunity to roast some buns over the fire. Unbeknownst to Luo Qiao, several people were talking about her. Gao Shuani returned home and told Li Xiulan about seeing Luo Qiao on the road. He also mentioned that Luo Qiao was carrying a basket, which looked very full. Li Xiulan was very excited and asked, Did you see what was inside? Gao Shuani replied, It looked like a quilt on top, but I couldn't tell what was underneath. The quilt looked quite new, so I wonder where she got it from. Even at her young age, she's quite capable. Hearing that the quilt was new, Li Xiulan thought to herself that all those things would eventually belong to their family. She planned to remind Luo Qiao to be careful when she saw her next, so she wouldn't waste or damage anything. Just then, Gao Shuani said, "You should pay more attention to Tao Hua's marriage. We can't delay any longer. If it's not possible to decide now, we should look at the two families we considered before and see who offers a higher bride price. The longer we wait, the more likely she'll become an old maid. Once she's married, it'll be good to receive the bride price and also for Erlin to take a look at her. We can compare the bride price with what the Lu Mu family offered." Li Xiaolon agreed. "All right, I'll keep an eye on it these days and try to decide quickly." Erlin really can't wait any longer either. The later it gets, the harder it will be to find a match. Thinking for a moment, she looked at her husband and asked, "Dad, when do you think we should decide about Luo Qiao? I'm worried that someone in the village might also have their eye on her. We can't be late." Gao Shuani said, "Let's wait a bit longer. Since she'd just arrived in the village, it's not good to rush things. In the meantime, we should get to know her better. Invite her to our house more often, build a closer relationship, and then bring up the marriage when the time is right." Li Xiaolon nodded. "That's a good idea. I'll talk to her more from now on. If it works out, we'll save a lot of money." Gao Shuani warned, "Don't tell anyone in the family about this, and don't go shouting it around outside. We don't want others to laugh at us." Li Xiaolon snorted, "Do I look that foolish? If I say anything, others might hear and rush to take her first. I'd regret it forever." Gao Shuani nodded. "That's good.
Just keep your wits about you.
Watch what you say and don't talk nonsense all day. Now go and finish cooking. We don't want to starve." Li Xiaolon smiled and said, "All right, I will go do that now. You rest for a while first." Meanwhile, the Yao family in Jishur was talking about Luo Qiao. After the head of the family, Yao Qingxian, heard his wife's words about Luo Qiao, he looked angry. The Luo family is really too much. I heard that old Luo used to be a leader. How did they raise such a shameless son? Luo Qiao is only about 15 or 16 years old. The Zhao family in Qingshan village isn't any better. What kind of people are these? Yao Pengfei, the eldest son of the Yao family, said, "Dad, calm down first. My mom said that Luo Qiao looks a bit plumper and fairer now, which means she's doing well. Luo Qiao has already signed up for the exams, and in a few months, she'll take the high school entrance exam. With her intelligence, she'll definitely get into a good high school. I know that Chaoyang commune isn't far from the city. I went there a few days ago to deliver some things. Maybe if she does well, she can go to the city's #1 high school.
Our family should take better care of her then.
We don't have any other options right now." Yao Lily, the eldest daughter of the Yao family, finished her last bite of rice and said, "You really are worrywarts. You can't even handle your own family's matters." When Luo Qiao was at the farm, Old Yuan and the Yang couple protected her. Maybe they still keep in touch. Those two families probably help her out sometimes. She's living better than us. It's making you all so anxious. People who don't know might think she's your real daughter. Yao Qingxian frowned and looked at his eldest daughter. "How can you talk like that? You're grown up now. When will you start to understand things?" Yao Lily said, "Am I wrong? We're neighbors. When Yuan's family and Yang's family left, didn't they leave their addresses?" Aunt Yao, Wu Peeling, said, "Why would they leave their address for someone they don't know? Besides, those two families gave you plenty of things when they left." Yao Lily snorted and said, "That was stuff they didn't want or couldn't take. Just look at those two quilts. They picked the best ones to leave for Luo Qiao. I wanted to use one of those quilts myself, but you wouldn't let me. When Yuan's and Yang's families left, they left Luo Qiao their addresses. I also heard that Luo Qiao could have come back earlier than us, because Yuan's grandson helped her out. Luo Qiao, that silly girl, didn't even tell her family. When she got to Jishur, she was kicked out to the countryside." "Huh, that's so funny I can't stop laughing." Yao family's youngest son, Yao Pengrui, couldn't stand his older sister's smug attitude and said, "Big sister, you're really disappointing me. When we were at the farm, Sister Luo Qiao shared delicious food from Yuan and Yang families with us many times. Look at what you just said. Are you jealous of Luo Qiao's good relationships? You can't have that kind of luck. It's not in your fate." Yao Lily didn't expect her little brother to reveal her little secret feelings, so she turned to her parents and said, "Mom and Dad, you don't care about him. I'm her real sister." Yao Qingxian looked at his daughter with mixed feelings and said, "Your little brother is not wrong. Lily, if you don't change your attitude, you'll end up suffering more in the future." Yao Lily replied, "In the end, you all just look down on me. If you think Luo Qiao is so good, why don't you adopt her as your daughter?" Next to her, Yao Pengfei couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Enough, Lily. You're talking nonsense. Can't you even tell good from bad?" Suddenly, Yao Lily stood up and ran back to her room, slamming the door loudly. Meanwhile, in the military compound, Zhang Xiao was pouring herself a glass of water when her father returned. She smiled and said, "Dad, you're back." Zhang Jianjun patted her head and asked, "How's your mom today?" Zhang Xiao replied, "It's fine. Luckily, she was injured on her left hand so she can still go to class. Don't worry, I will take good care of her." Zhang Xiao poured her father a glass of water and handed it to him. "Dad, have we heard anything from the girl who helped us that day?" Zhang Jianjun said, "No, I asked around the Chaoyang commune. They all said they haven't seen that girl. Maybe she's not from here." Zhang Xiao thought for a moment and said, "That's possible. She spoke standard Mandarin that day, so she might not be from around here. Oh, I really should have asked her name. I haven't properly thanked her yet, and I even made her pay for the phone call. I feel bad about it." Zhang Jianjun saw that his daughter looked upset and said, "Maybe we'll meet her again someday. When that happens, we'll thank her properly." Zhang Xiao nodded and sighed. "That's all we can do." Just then, someone knocked on the front door. Zhang Xiao looked at her father, who shook his head. "Since Dad didn't make the appointment, who will come now?" She put down her cup and ran to open the door. Seeing the person outside, she happily shouted, "Second brother, you're back?" Zhang Yu said, "Why wouldn't I be welcomed home?" Zhang Xiao smiled and asked, "Of course you're welcome. Did you bring a gift this time?" Zhang Yu huffed and slipped into the yard. "I knew it. The reason you're happy is because I brought a gift, but I'm not really your second brother." Zhang Xiao eagerly ran forward, linking arms with her second brother and smiling. "No way. The gift is just a bonus. The main reason I'm happy is because of you, second brother." Zhang Yu entered and greeted their father before asking, "Why didn't I see Mom?" Zhang Xiao looked a bit uncomfortable. "Mom went to the clinic to get her wound changed. She'll be back soon." Zhang Yu immediately stood up. "What happened? Did Mom get hurt?" Zhang Xiao looked down, nervously speaking. I took Mom on my bike to the dam area." Zhang Yu loudly asked, "What are you saying? Where did Mom get hurt?" Zhang Xiao lowered her head. "Mom's arm is broken, and she has a few scrapes on her body." Zhang Yu said, "Zhang Xiao, you really are something. The road is so wide. How did you manage to ride the bike down to the dam?"
I'm amazed.
After saying that, he turned and left the house to go to the clinic to pick up Mom. Zhang Xiao also followed, feeling wronged. "Second brother, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Can you keep this a secret? Don't tell big brother. He'll be mad at me. Please, second brother." Zhang Yu gently tapped her forehead with his finger and said, "You're grown up now. I need to see how Mom's hurt before I decide whether to tell you yes or no." Zhang Xiao begged, Okay, I swear Mom is almost fine now." Their voices grew fainter as they talked, until they disappeared. The next morning, Luo Qiao got up early, finished breakfast, and went to the riverbank to start work. She overheard some women talking about Li Xiulan's family. Li Xiulan was looking for a match for Gao Taohua. This morning, 2 families came. Li Xiulan said she would choose the family that offered the highest bride price. She also said they were just waiting for Gao Taohua's bride price to give to her second son, Rulin, so he could find a wife. Lu Qiao was listening intently when she heard someone say, "Stop talking, someone is coming. We don't want trouble." Lu Qiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw the Gao family approaching. Li Xiulan immediately spotted Lu Qiao in the crowd and smiled broadly as she headed straight for her. Seeing Li Xiulan's gaze, Lu Qiao felt uncomfortable. This woman seemed to want to cause trouble. "Lu Qiao, why haven't I seen you working these past few days?" Li Xiaolan pretended to be friendly as she tried to hold Lu Qiao's arm. Lu Qiao quickly stepped back cautiously and replied, "Hello, Aunt Li." Li Xiaolan noticed Lu Qiao's small move but still kept a friendly smile. "Lu Qiao, if you ever need help with heavy work, just tell me. My family is willing to lend a hand." Lu Qiao looked at the village gossip in front of her. She knew Li Xiaolan was a busybody and only helped if there was something in it for her. She wondered what she was planning. She smiled politely but distantly. "Thank you, Aunt Li," Li Xiaolan said. "There's no need to be so formal. Since you're settled in Qingshan village, we're like family." Lu Qiao narrowed her eyes, thinking Li Xiaolan was very calculating. What was she really up to? Just then, Gao's aunt from the team came over. Lu Qiao nodded politely to Li Xiaolan and then headed toward Gao's aunt. Li Xiaolan's gaze on her was strange, so Lu Qiao decided to keep her distance. Gao's aunt asked with a smile, "When did you come back? Is everything settled?" Lu Qiao didn't hide anything. She whispered, "I came back yesterday afternoon. Everything is done. Oh, and Aunt Gao, I washed the bedding. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Gao's aunt said, "There's no rush. You haven't been back long, so why bother washing it again?" Although she said that, she thought Lu Qiao was very sensible. Lu Qiao just chuckled softly. Today, she was weeding in the sweet potato field. As usual, she was working with Gao's aunt. There were also 2 women from the same field who had ridden the tractor with Lu Yichen that day. They talked about the day Li Xiaolan was asked to leave the vehicle and also about Li Xiaolan recently trying to find someone for Gao Taohua. She had started looking some time ago, but Gao Taohua wasn't interested in those 2 families. Luo Qiao thought about the night she met Gao Taohua and Li Yichen confessing, and suddenly she smiled. It seemed Gao Taohua had good taste, but unfortunately, Gao Shuani and Li Xiaolan probably wouldn't agree. However, even if they did agree, Li Yichen probably wouldn't want the trouble of marrying into that family. During work, she had heard villagers gossip about the couple many times. One seemed honest but calculating, and the other was outspoken, loves gossip, and liked to get benefits. They made a perfect match. From a distance, the Zhao family watched Luo Qiao and the wife of the team leader laughing and talking happily. They felt mockery inside. They had only been in the village for a short time but already managed to be close to the team leader's wife. It seemed they had someone backing them, so they didn't take the Zhao family seriously. Gao Suhua kept staring at Luo Qiao. The girl was becoming more lively and charming. Now she regretted her earlier decision. If not, Luo Qiao would have been exchanged for money long ago. A few days ago, her younger sister-in-law came again, saying the family in Beipo village hadn't found a suitable match yet. She heard that the bride price had increased from 50 to 100, with some added by a city sister, and they just wanted to find someone similar. The more she looked at Luo Qiao, the more she thought she was suitable. Her scheming was too obvious. Gao Suhua thought to herself that she and her sister-in-law had already planned that Luo's family would never interfere with Luo Qiao again. So even if they did something, no one would support her. If she sent Luo Qiao to Beipo village, her family there wouldn't let her leave the village. Even if she wanted to resist, she would be alone and helpless. She heard that the family in Beipo village was a big clan. As a single woman, she probably had to be obedient. The men in the village were not kind-hearted. After making her plans, she decided to go to the neighbor Jia family's village in the evening to discuss with her sister-in-law. At worst, she would share some of the money with her sister-in-law. She thought about the money she would get in a few days and felt very happy. Luo Qiao had no idea that so many people wanted to scheme against her. She was just thinking about what to cook for lunch. After work at noon, she was in the kitchen washing vegetables, preparing to cook some braised dishes, when she heard someone outside calling. "Is anyone there?" Luo Qiao put down the vegetables and went outside. "Who are you?" Outside stood a girl shorter than her. She looked at Luo Qiao and said, "My name is Qiao Ruimei. The head teacher asked you to go to school tomorrow for the midterm exam. Be there before 8 a.m. and first visit his office." "Thank you, classmate Ruimei, for your help," Luo Qiao said. Juo Ruimei looked at the classmate sitting next to her, who didn't have to attend classes every day and thought, since I don't have to go to class, What good grades can I really get? It's just a waste of money. Luo Qiao said, Ruime, please wait a moment. She turned around and went inside, grabbing 2 handfuls of dried red dates, and said, Sorry to trouble you on this trip. Take these and eat them on the way. Zhuo Ruime felt a little embarrassed and said, That's not necessary, it's just a small favor. Luo Qiao replied, Take them. They're not expensive, and I might need your help again in the future. Besides, taking a detour is no big deal. Zhuo Ruime didn't expect Luo Qiao to be so considerate and said, Then come early tomorrow so you won't miss the exam. Luo Qiao said, All right, I'll come early tomorrow. You take care on your way. After sending off her classmate, Luo Qiao quickly finished her meal, tidied up, and then went to the captain's house, taking a day off. In the evening, after practicing in the space, doing yoga, reading for a while, she went to bed early because she had to go to school the next day. In the morning, she cooked eggs and porridge in the space, ate with pickled vegetables, packed up, and then left the space. Today, she wore old clothes again because she didn't want to attract too much attention at school. As a transfer student, she was already noticeable, and with the upcoming high school entrance exam in a few months, she didn't want unnecessary trouble. Last time at the commune, she bought 2 pens and a notebook. She was quick and arrived at the school shortly after the gates opened. After greeting the gatekeeper, she went straight to the head teacher's office. She didn't expect that several teachers were already inside. Luo Qiao gently knocked on the door, and several teachers looked up at once. The head teacher, Ning Lintian, saw Luo Qiao and said, Come in. Luo Qiao entered and said, Good morning, teachers. The other teachers at their desks nodded friendlily and went back to their work. Teacher Ning asked seriously, Today is the midterm exam. Did you study well at home? Luo Qiao replied, Don't worry, Teacher Ning. I review every day. Teacher Ning said seriously, That's good. You can go to the classroom now. Fortunately, she brought a cloth to wipe the seat, or it would have been impossible to sit down. After Luo Qiao sat down, many people secretly looked at her, and some classmates showed disdainful looks. Many students were thinking to themselves that they attend school every day and sometimes fail exams, but this girl Luo Qiao doesn't even come to class.
Haha.
Soon, the teacher came over and handed out the test papers from the front to the back. Luo Qiao was quick to do her questions, finishing almost everything in half an hour. To avoid disturbing others, she silently entered her space after double-checking her answers. The proctor watched her for a while, but saw she didn't move and gently shook his head. He thought that maybe many of the questions this transfer student couldn't solve, as she hadn't written anything for a long time. After finishing 2 exams in the morning, Luo Qiao didn't go back to the village. Instead, she went to the road leading to the city near the commune to scout the place. She planned to trade there at night, so she could prepare early and avoid trouble later. She wandered around for a while and found a good spot. It was not far from the roadside, with a small well house inside, which could provide cover. The well house looked unused and quiet. The door was blocked with a wooden stick. She opened it and looked inside. The well's opening was covered with a stone slab, probably to prevent mischievous children from falling in. It was thoughtful. Outside, there was a large open space where she could leave her items at night, then lure people in from the road. After choosing a safe spot and entering her space, she cooked herself a bowl of noodles with tomato and egg sauce. It was a quick lunch. She rested inside her space for a while but didn't stay too long to avoid missing the afternoon exam. For the last exam in the afternoon, Luo Qiao didn't wait for it to finish. She finished her paper in half an hour and handed it in, then left immediately. She still needed to go to the mountain pond to fish. She didn't want to stay there after dark. The pond gave off a spooky feeling, as everyone said it was very deep. Luckily, her space had some wooden buckets and large basins. Without them, she wouldn't know where to put the fish she caught. She also wondered why her predecessor stored these things in her space. When she got home, it was still early. She thought about weighing the fish in the buckets or basins, but they had water, making it hard to weigh. Right now, her space didn't have any suitable tools for weighing. She looked around the yard but couldn't find a solution. She thought about the vines on the mountain, but that could damage the fish scales. Later, she saw some old clothes on the bed and took the dirtiest one into her space. Remove unnecessary parts. Using the sewing machine assembled last night, sew the clothes into a bag about the same thickness as a barrel. Add an extra layer at the bottom, neatly cut several holes, and make a handle on top. Line the small pit dug last night by the river with stored umbrella paper from the warehouse, preparing to catch fish with your mind near the water, avoiding water seeping into the ground. Everything is ready. Satisfied, I pack up and leave the space, carrying a basket on my back, heading up the mountain. The water pond is not far from the foot of the mountain. It doesn't take long to reach. However, the pond is not on the main path up the mountain. Instead, I need to turn to the other side, where few people go. Following the previous method, I put some well water into the pond. After waiting about 10 minutes, I see a shadow near the mountain wall moving toward us. Luo Qiao has a slight fear of tight spaces. She puts her hand into the water and collects some fish. When she feels she has enough, she finds a safe place to enter the space. Using the prepared torn cloth bag, she catches 4 or 5 fish at a time, weighing over 1.5 jin each. She then puts them into a water bucket or basin. Luo Qiao's fish are mostly over 1.5 jin, totaling about 130 fish, enough for 200 jin. She even adds a few large fish to ensure that, after water loss, she still has enough for 200 jin. She finishes and throws the smaller fish into a pond in the valley. After completing all this, she leaves the space and heads down the mountain. Because she needs to go to school for half a day tomorrow, Luo Qiao also visits the village head's house again, bringing some wild vegetables she dug on the mountain. The wild vegetables are very fresh, perfect for adding to dinner. It's her small gesture. Aunt Gao sees the fresh vegetables and doesn't refuse, thanking Luo Qiao. The adults at their home are working and don't have time to dig wild vegetables. The 2 young grandchildren are too small and haven't been allowed to dig wild vegetables yet. So, they find these wild vegetables quite rare. Aunt Gao also gives her some homemade fermented bean paste she made before. They agree that when making more bean paste she will teach Luo Qiao. When Luo Qiao leaves the village head's house, she happens to meet the Zhao couple. Gao Suhua, thinking about important matters, doesn't make any sarcastic remarks this time. She looks at Luo Qiao and says, "Luo Qiao, the day after tomorrow is my daughter Xiao Tao's wedding. Remember to come and join the celebration." Although Luo Qiao didn't like the Zhao family, since they had already spoken, she felt it was rude not to respond, especially with a few gossip-loving women from the village standing nearby. Luo Qiao said, "All right, congratulations, auntie. I have something to do, so I'll go ahead." Gao Suhua watched Luo Qiao's departing figure and snorted coldly in her heart. The sharp glint in her eyes made Zhao Pulin feel strange. He pushed Gao Suhua and asked, "What are you looking at?" Gao Suhua quickly snapped out of her thoughts and replied, "Nothing, just going home." She couldn't tell this to the stubborn man, or it might cause trouble. She had already planned with her sister-in-law. Once the person was delivered, she could get the money, 100 yuan. Her sister-in-law said she only needed 30 yuan, and thinking about the 70 yuan left her happy. In Jing City, Luo Jiani had been discharged from the hospital. Under Ning Lingyu's firm stance, Luo Jiani had to admit she accidentally fell down the stairs. Otherwise, Ning Lingyu would report to the police. This incident made Luo Xiyuan and Luo Xiyuan's brother dislike Luo Jiani even more. Usually, Luo Haoyan was quite kind to Luo Jiani, but he always felt like there was something distant between them, so their father-daughter relationship wasn't very close. As for her 2 older brothers, they had suffered a lot from their mother's treatment of Luo Jiani since childhood, so their relationship was only average, definitely not as close as with Ning Lingyu, her cousin. Luo Jiani was often angry about this and spoke badly about them in front of their mother, but despite their efforts, they just couldn't get close. After this incident, Luo Jiani's image in everyone's mind became even worse. Luckily, only their families knew about it, or their carefully maintained images might have collapsed. Ning Lingyu's patience, built up over many years, finally reached its limit. She forced Luo Jiani to apologize to her in front of both families, and that was the end of it. After dinner, Luo Qiao looked at the sky, which was already dark, and then left the village to go to the commune. Once this batch of fish was sold, she could earn 140 yuan. But she couldn't do this many times. The fish under the water couldn't be caught all at once. They needed time to rest and recover. She just wanted to use these fish to earn some money, and then do other things later. Without any capital, no matter how many ideas she had, it was all useless. She had already made a plan. Once she had some money, she would use the excuse of finding her biological parents to go south a few times. After she started college and was a bit older, she would find some reliable projects to do and enjoy her simple life. That sounded good to her. Tonight, there was no moonlight and Luo Qiao moved very carefully. If she weren't quite skilled, she would be a little scared in such a dark night. After walking a short distance, she heard voices ahead. The voices sounded familiar. Chunli, you've arranged things on that side, right? This must not go wrong. If that stubborn girl gets suspicious, it will be hard to handle later. Luo Qiao wondered who Chunli was. Was there such a person in Qingshan village? She didn't recognize her. Then she heard, okay, let them meet at the designated place the day after tomorrow. If this works out, that's 100 yuan. I'll use it to fix up the house. Sister-in-law, don't forget my 30 yuan. I've done a lot of work for this. Alright, it's getting late. Be careful not to let your family find out. You should go back early. We'll act at the right time the day after tomorrow. Luo Qiao hid behind a tree and watched the two walk away. She recognized Gao Suhua heading toward the village, but the other person she hadn't seen before. The other person was walking in a different direction. Her face wasn't clear, but she remembered the voice. Luo Qiao squinted, thinking about who Gao Suhua and this woman might be plotting against. She remembered what Shirtu, a villager, had said earlier, and she shivered. Could they be planning to trick her? That day, the child had said Gao Suhua wanted to sell her. Gao Suhua was definitely not a kind person. If she could switch children, she would do anything for money. Luo Qiao touched her chin and thought silently, don't you dare mess with me. I didn't follow the story exactly, but as long as they don't bother me, I'll teach them a lesson when I leave, just to avenge the original owner of this story. But if they targeted her, she wouldn't hesitate to make them regret it. After thinking it through, Luo Qiao stopped worrying. She believed in the saying, when soldiers come, they will be met with soldiers. When water flows, it will be blocked. She quickly headed toward the commune. She thought that once she had money, she would buy a watch or maybe a clock. She wasn't good at reading the sun and hated how it made her feel lost in time. When she arrived, she entered the woods. Luckily, the water well house wasn't far from the main road, just behind some big trees. Luo Qiao estimated the time and thought she might have to wait a little longer. The space was quite advanced, and it was almost half an hour before I heard the sound of a car stopping outside. Luo Qiao left the space, moved the water bucket and wooden basin out of the well house, and also took a basket covered with umbrella paper. There were no tools left to store the fish. After placing everything properly, Luo Qiao quietly went outside in the dark. She promised herself that she would buy a flashlight from the supply and marketing cooperative someday because it was really inconvenient. Inside the space, Luo Qiao also did her makeup. She thought it was better to be careful in everything to avoid trouble. People outside probably heard someone leaving, so they flashed their flashlights twice. Luo Qiao didn't walk out of the woods but only went a short distance and quietly asked, "Who are you?" The person also whispered back, "Fishing." Luo Qiao said, "Come with me." The few people followed Luo Qiao. When they saw the goods with their flashlights, their eyes lit up. They didn't expect to really get so many black fish. After Luo Qiao finished checking the fish, she said, "You guys brought tools to store the fish, right? I can't let you take my basins and buckets." The three nodded and said, "Yes, we brought some." Luo Qiao said, "I've already weighed the fish. If you trust me, you can just take them directly." The others had been told by their leader to just load the goods quickly. They quickly poured all the fish into the large buckets they brought, loaded the car, paid the money, and didn't waste any time. One of them wanted to test Luo Qiao but was pulled away by his companion. After getting into the car, he asked, "Why did you stop me?" The person started the engine and said, "I think you forgot what the boss told you. With so many fish, only one person can hide them in such a secret place. Besides, didn't you see how strong that girl is? This is a problem for the boss. I think you don't want to fix this." Hearing his words, the man was so scared he broke out in cold sweat. Luo Qiao left the woods with the 140 yuan she just received and headed toward the village. She thought that He was honest, and having their help would save her a lot of trouble in the future. She was only 15 years old now, and thought she would have to stay here for at least 3 more years. Before leaving, she had to find a way to earn some money. Currently, there are no other options available, so the startup funds really depend on the fish under the water pool. Anyway, these resources can't be obtained by anyone else besides herself, so she isn't really taking anything from others. After returning home, she closed the doors and windows, then entered her space. She practiced boxing first, then yoga. After washing up, she looked over the 2 subjects she would be tested on tomorrow. She didn't feel sleepy, so she finished the embroidery she had almost completed earlier. Although her embroidery skills are not as good as the space's owner, it still looked quite pleasing. A few days ago, she saw a dedicated embroidery counter at the department store in the city. She asked that a piece like the one in her hand could sell for about 20 yuan. Larger pieces could sell for hundreds. She had many finished embroidery pieces in her warehouse and bedroom, but she didn't plan to sell them. She had a good night's sleep. The next morning, she found it had rained overnight. After breakfast, she put on her slippers and was about to go out when she met Lu Yichen, who was leaving. "Big brother Lu, are you going to work today?" Lu Yichen replied, "Yes, I made arrangements yesterday with a county canning factory to help them transport goods." "Where are you headed?" Luo Qiao said, "Just right. I'll ride your tractor to the commune. The school has midterm exams, and I have 2 more subjects today." The 2 of them talked as they headed out together. When they reached the bridge, many people were already waiting there, mostly those who had greeted Lu Yichen yesterday. Seeing Luo Qiao and Lu Yichen coming together, Li Xiulan looked displeased. When they approached, she said, "Luo Qiao, you're so young. You should know to avoid suspicion. Why are you out with Comrade Lu?" Luo Qiao sneered and said, "Lu and I live not far apart. We happened to meet when we left, so we came out together. I think, besides Aunt Li, no one would think or say otherwise." Seeing her want to speak in her defense, Li Xiulan immediately added, "You have bad thoughts. Don't throw this dirty water on me. You should take good care of your daughter. She's out late at night confessing to someone, and yet you still care about my affairs." Li Xiulan didn't expect Luo Qiao to say such things. She also said her daughter confessed to someone late at night. She didn't understand what confess meant, but she understood the late-night visit. She was so angry she wanted to curse Luo Qiao, but she was afraid that this girl might say more things that could damage her daughter's reputation. She could only suppress her anger and stop paying attention to Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao is not someone who easily suffers losses. She is now living alone in this village. If she shows weakness or is easily bullied, anyone could step on her. Although she doesn't bother to argue with these people, she also won't let them smear her reputation. The tractor soon arrived. Luo Qiao quickly got on and found a seat at the front. Li Xiulan struggled to climb aboard. Having experienced this before, she didn't dare to act stubborn this time. When she saw Luo Qiao sitting inside, she said, "Luo Qiao, girl, you're not working hard. Why do you keep going to the commune? Even if your parents aren't here, you shouldn't be so lazy." Luo Qiao, tired of her endless nagging, turned around and said, "How I live my life is none of your business. Don't worry, Auntie. I won't come to borrow grain from you even if I have nothing to eat or drink. You don't need to worry about my affairs." She then added, "I heard your 2 sons and your daughter are all grown up. You should focus on your own family. Women who worry too much tend to look older. You should take it easy." Li Xiulan was furious at her words. Someone nearby interrupted, saying, "Xiulan, I heard your daughter Peach Blossom's marriage is almost settled?" Lu Yichen could hear some of this from the front, but not clearly. As long as he knew the girl wasn't bullied, he felt relieved. Li Xiulan proudly said, "Yes, but both families are interested in my daughter Peach Blossom. We need to think it over." We should consider her future, after all. She's our little girl. Another woman on the bus said, that's true. If a girl marries into a good family, it can help her parents too. You need to think this through carefully. Don't rush into a decision. If things go wrong later, it'll be hard to fix. Exactly. When a girl gets married, she still has to live her life. If her in-laws dislike her over the bride price or dowry, life won't be easy. Listening to this, Lu Yichen thought it made sense. She decided not to rush and to let her daughter choose the family she liked best. Then she looked up at Lu Yichen again, thinking it was good her younger son wouldn't need to pay a bride price. That stubborn girl was tough, which was good. She was a perfect match for her quiet little son. The tractor soon reached the entrance of the commune. Everyone got off and dispersed. Lu Yichen thanked Lu Yichen and headed straight to the high school in the commune. Lu Yichen glanced at Lu Yichen, thinking she had other business to attend to in the commune today. I didn't pay much attention to Lu Yichen anymore. When Lu Yichen arrived at school, she went straight to the classroom. Coincidentally, a student on duty was cleaning the room. Thinking that she was also part of the class, she dong bangmang da salachila. Soon after the last exam finished, Lu Yichen specifically went to the homeroom teacher's office to ask about the exam results release time. Lu Yichen was holding a bag containing about a pound of dried red dates. Now, this was the safest gift to give, as it wouldn't go wrong, looked presentable, and was easy for others to accept. She gently knocked on the teacher's office door. Teacher Ning was sitting at her desk. The other nearby teachers had already gone home, leaving only 3 teachers in the office. Teacher Ning looked up and saw Lu Yichen. Lu Yichen, is there something you need? Lu Yichen smiled and asked, I want to know when the exam results will be out and what time would be good to come. I asked in advance, so I wouldn't bother classmates to tell me again. I feel a bit embarrassed. Teacher Ning smiled and said, come on Friday noon. By then, all the subject scores should be available. She thought that this wouldn't interfere with her work. While they were talking, the other teachers in the office gradually left. After finishing their work, Lu Yichen placed the paper bag on the table without saying anything and prepared to leave. Teacher Ning said, Lu Yichen, you left something behind. Lu Yichen smiled and explained, it's just some dried red dates. Teacher, keep them for tea to boost energy and blood. Before Teacher Ning could say anything, Lu Yichen turned around and jogged out of the office, feeling she had caused some trouble for the homeroom teacher, so she wanted to show her gratitude. Back in the village after lunch, she tidied up the vegetables in the backyard. Since she used her special abilities every few days to promote growth, the vegetables looked especially fresh. She would harvest what she could and store it in her space warehouse, then replant another batch. This cycle continued. The garden was always lush and green, which wouldn't raise suspicion. She thought she could accumulate more over time and, when winter came, take a trip to sell these vegetables. The next day was Zhao Xiaotao's wedding day. In the morning, the villagers were working in the fields. Besides Zhao Chonglin's family, they also invited 2 master chefs to help with the cooking. After finishing work at noon, villagers gradually came to offer their congratulations with gifts. Lu Yichen had already asked around. The usual gifts ranged from 20 cents for acquaintances, 50 cents for some, and $1 for close friends. Lu Yichen quietly gave 3 cents to avoid gossip. Zhao Chunli and Gao Suhua saw Lu Yichen arrive, and their smiles became even brighter. However, neither of them noticed a small child secretly walking over to Lu Yichen and tugging on her sleeve. The child signaled Lu Yichen to follow him. Seeing no one paying attention, Lu Yichen decided to follow the child outside, remembering how he had helped her before and that she still hadn't properly thanked him. The small stone led Lu Yichen into a very narrow alleyway, just a space between 2 houses that only one person could pass through. If she were any heavier, she might not fit. Ahead was the back door of the Zhao family. The small stone pointed forward, and Lu Yichen saw 2 middle-aged men standing guard there. Clearly, they were not from Qingshan village. Lu Yichen whispered, "Why did you bring me to see these 2 people?" The small stone replied softly, "They are from Beipo village." Hearing this, Luo Qiao immediately remembered the conversation between Gao Suhua and the woman last night. She turned to look at the small stone. The small stone whispered, "That's exactly what you think. I overheard them talking. Gao Suhua said she would give you something special to drink later, and also mentioned not letting you show your face easily after they take you away." Luo Qiao sneered silently. She thought Gao Suhua must be foolish. If a person as big as her disappeared, surely the village would notice. It was just wishful thinking. Luo Qiao whispered, "Stone, thank you. I'll remember this. Later, I'll make you something tasty." The two quietly retraced their steps, and Luo Qiao pretended nothing was wrong as she returned to the yard. Soon after, she saw Gao Suhua walking toward the backyard, followed by Zhao Xiaomei. Luo Qiao quietly followed behind. She overheard Zhao Xiaomei say, "Mom, if Luo Qiao is taken away, it won't be long before everyone finds out. If people learn we planned this, they'll be furious with us." Gao Suhua replied, "She's just an orphan girl. Who would bother with her? Behind our village is Daqing Mountain. It's possible for wild animals to take someone. Besides, we agreed with that family that once they take her, she can't leave the village. No one will know it was us." But inside, she was thinking that the money had already been received today. As long as they managed to take her away smoothly, the plan would be successful. Zhao Xiaomei said, "Mom, what if Luo Qiao doesn't drink the beverage I gave her?" Gao Suhua replied, "I prepared 2 bottles of the same drink. You stay with her and make sure she drinks it. She's young and won't think much. Once everything is done, just tell the people at the back door to take her away. I'll handle the guests up front so they won't suspect us adults. Do you understand?" Zhao Xiaomei thought for a moment and said, "Mom, after it's done, you have to make me a new dress. Otherwise, I won't do it." Gao Suhua, a bit impatient, said, All right. Your aunt will bring her over soon. Just make sure she drinks that beverage and don't mix it up." Zhao Xiaomei assured her, "Don't worry, I got it. I'm old enough to handle this." Luo Qiao listened as they finished talking and quickly slipped back to the front yard quietly. After a while, Gao Suhua came out and invited Qiao Lanlan, the wife of the team leader, into the house, saying she had something to discuss. Luo Qiao roughly guessed what she was planning. At that moment, a strange woman approached and said to her, "Are you Luo Qiao?" Luo Qiao didn't recognize her but recognized her voice. It was the woman who was with Gao Suhua last night. She nodded dismissively and said coldly, "Is there something you need?" The woman replied, "The team leader's wife asked me to tell you that there's another table in the backyard, where it's quiet. She wants you to go there and sit with her." Luo Qiao chuckled inwardly. These people really know how to work together. She smiled and said, "All right, I'll go find her now." Pretending not to know what was happening, Luo Qiao turned and headed toward the backyard. At the corner, she glanced with her peripheral vision and saw the woman go into the room where the team leader's wife had just been. That room had a view of the path leading to the backyard. They probably planned to stay there with the team leader's wife to avoid suspicion. Even if the villagers noticed she was missing, they wouldn't suspect her. They seemed pretty clever, and that room was perfect for keeping an eye on the entrance and exit of the backyard. If anything happened, they could notice immediately. When Luo Qiao reached the backyard, she heard someone call her. Zhao Xiaomei, pretending to be unaware, asked, "Luo Qiao, why are you in the backyard?" Luo Qiao replied calmly, "I'm here to see Aunt Gao from the team leader's house." Zhao Xiaomei responded with an "oh," then said, "Aunt Gao from the team leader's house isn't here. Are you mistaken? Look at how realistic this acting is. Who would have thought that soon someone would harm others?" Zhao Xiaomei said again, "Why don't you come in and sit? We've set up a table here. Maybe soon the captain's family will come by. I'm just drinking some juice here, and we don't have any in our place." She deliberately showed off her drink. Luo Qiao looked at her and pretended to leave. Zhao Xiaomei said, "Luo Qiao, maybe I can give you a bottle. Don't tell anyone I'm secretly drinking here." Luo Qiao replied coldly, "No need. You can drink it yourself. Aunt Gao isn't here, so I'll go back to the front yard to find her." Zhao Xiaomei looked a bit anxious and quickly said, "Luo Qiao, I was wrong about what happened last time. I've been wanting to apologize, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Since no one else is around today, I want to make it up to you with this drink. You won't refuse, right? Luo Qiao looked at her with disbelief, but said, no need. I forgive you. Zhao Xiaomei felt disdain, but said aloud, that's not right. This drink is my apology to you. If you don't drink it, it means you look down on me, Zhao Xiaomei. Luo Qiao secretly sneered. She thought, she's really going all out. Reluctantly, she said, all right then. Zhao Xiaomei smiled and placed her bottle on the table, then casually opened another bottle, pretending to take a fresh one. But Luo Qiao had already noticed that the bottle was open long ago. Zhao Xiaomei handed the drink to Luo Qiao, just as she was about to grab her own bottle. Luo Qiao suddenly said, look at that basket behind. Is there a snake? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaomei was startled. She turned and looked in the direction Luo Qiao pointed. Before she could react, Luo Qiao quickly swapped her bottle with the one on the table. Zhao Xiaomei looked for a while, but didn't see anything. She hurriedly asked, where is it? Where is it? Luo Qiao then said slowly, I think I must have seen it wrong. I thought there was a snake on that basket, but it was just a rope. It scared me. She patted her chest as if to calm herself. Turning around, Zhao Xiaomei looked a bit angry and said, you didn't see clearly, and said something scary. You almost gave me a heart attack. But thinking about what she needed to do today, she quickly controlled her temper and said, next time, make sure you see clearly before saying anything. It's too frightening. Perhaps because she was too nervous, she didn't notice that the drink had already been switched. Maybe she was too eager, so she picked up a bottle on the table and took a sip before saying, it's really good. Luo Qiao, you should try some too. Don't let others see. Luo Qiao also sipped small amounts to reassure Zhao Xiaomei. It seemed Gao Suhua was worried the medicine wouldn't be strong enough, so she added too much to the drink. After drinking about a third, Zhao Xiaomei started feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Before she could react, she fainted and collapsed onto the ground. Luo Qiao walked over and kicked the person on the ground hard, but there was no response. She thought Gao Suhua was really ruthless. She must have put a lot of medicine in there. Luo Qiao stored both bottles of drink in her space, then opened the back door without showing herself and told the outside people, come in and bring the others. She deliberately changed her voice. When she heard footsteps outside, she quickly moved to the room she had been in earlier, found a spot with not too much light, and stood still, saying, the person is here. When the two people entered the room, they saw the floor. Zhao Xiaomei was the most beautiful daughter of the Zhao family head. They looked at her and felt very satisfied. Afraid of being seen, they didn't bother to greet the people inside. Anyway, they had already paid the money earlier that morning, so they just took the person and left, as they had agreed before. After the two carried Zhao Xiaomei away, Luo Qiao exited through the back door of the Zhao house, then circled around and returned to the front yard. She thought, since she had already paid the gift money to San Mao, it was better to follow through. If she didn't show up herself, the villagers might become suspicious. Luckily, she ran into Feng Qiahui, the second daughter-in-law of the village chief's family, at the main gate, and they went into the yard together. Luo Qiao didn't find Gao Suhua in the yard. She probably was still inside waiting for news about Zhao Xiaomei. Haha, let her wait. Luo Qiao followed Feng Qiahui to a table that wasn't too crowded and sat down. Just then, the dishes were served. The scene was quite lively. Within minutes, all the food was gone. Luo Qiao had never seen such a rush. It was clear this wasn't a normal banquet. It was more like a competition. Luo Qiao only got a steamed bun, shook her head with a smile, and thought she really couldn't get used to this kind of chaotic feast. After finishing a bowl of soup and her steamed bun, the table cleared out. As Luo Qiao was leaving with Feng Qiahui, she saw the woman who had tricked her earlier, heading to the backyard. Luo Qiao gave a dismissive glance and left Zhao's house with Feng Qiahui. Today, Zhao's family should face some consequences, and it will probably be quite dramatic later. At the Luo family in Jishu City, the eldest son Luo Tao came inside. He had been traveling outside for a long time and was very thirsty, so his lips were dry and flaky. But at this moment, he didn't care about that. He hurried into his house and asked his father Luo Tiancheng, "Dad, I want to ask you, did someone help us when we returned to the city?" Luo Tiancheng looked up at his eldest son in surprise and asked, "Why do you ask that?" Luo Tao replied, "Just now, I was on the street, and I overheard Officer Wang talking. He said that our return procedures were arranged by someone from Beijing, so we could come back so quickly." Luo Tiancheng said, "That can't be true. We don't have any relatives or friends in Beijing." Luo Tao said, "Dad, think again. Maybe Grandpa still has some friends we don't know about." I wanted to ask more, but even the officers don't seem to know much. Luo Tiancheng thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and said, "We don't have relatives or friends in Beijing. This is strange. Who would help us without leaving a name?" Luo Tao suggested, "Dad, maybe you should ask Uncle Air.
Does he know anything?"
When mentioning Uncle Air, he thought of his cousin Luo Bin, feeling annoyed. "Dad, Luo Bin is really my uncle's son. He's always loafing around and has almost become a joke in our area." Luo Tiancheng said, "I don't know about that either. Your Uncle Air and Aunt Air say it's true." Just then, the eldest son's wife, Qiao Wan, came out. She had overheard their conversation. She poured a glass of water and handed it to her son. "Drink some water first. Look at your lips, they're all flaky." Luo Tao took the water and said, "Thanks, Mom." Qiaowen said, "I really don't understand what your second uncle and his wife are thinking. Bringing that troublemaker back only causes problems. If Luo Qiao were here, she could still do some work around the house. After a year or two, we could get some bride price and help the family. But now, fewer people are working, and we have someone who just eats and has a bad temper. He keeps talking about going back to Qingshan village. Your second uncle and his wife spoil him and cherish him. I really can't stand them. Tiancheng, I think our two families are stable now. Maybe it's time to consider dividing the house." Carefully, I looked into the yard and continued, "Mom and Dad have been gone for many years. When we were on the farm, it was because we had to stick together. Now that we're back in the city, it's not so easy to stay close. Most of the household chores are now done by Roland. Rofi from the second household is still young and in school. Since Lobin acknowledged us, he doesn't help much with the work, just hopes not to cause trouble every day, and that's enough. He mostly just eats, drinks, and plays. Our eldest is no longer a child. He's at the age to start thinking about marriage. We can't compare him to the second brother. Lobin, the oldest, is only 15. Things will come in time. As for us, even if the eldest gets married smoothly, the second should also start looking. Luckily, both of them have temporary jobs and some hope for the future. The two girls can stay at home for a few more years helping out. As for Luo Chong, he's still young. I just hope he studies well and can get into college someday. But that depends on us splitting the family first. No girl from any family will agree to marry into a big household that's still all mixed up." Luo Tiankai was silent. He knew his wife was right. As the eldest, he couldn't be the one to suggest splitting the family. So he said, "Let's wait a bit longer." He also understood that it wouldn't be good for the two families to keep living together in the city. There were already some conflicts back on the farm, but at that time, they had to stick together to avoid being bullied.
Now, he also wanted to split the family.
His wife was right, but with only a few rooms, splitting up would leave them with nowhere to live. That was a headache. At the black market, Yujie was shocked last night when he saw the fish. That woman really was capable. The smallest fish was at least 1.5 jin, and the bigger ones looked like they weighed about 2 jin. The person reporting said the total weight of the fish was over 220 jin. Almost none was sold retail. It was all bought by a big buyer at a high price. The fish was resold at 1.2 yuan per jin. They said it was for gifting. Yujie's men asked, "Boss, do you have that woman's contact info? The fish was all gone in just one day. We need her to bring more." Yujie tapped the table but said nothing. He had underestimated her and didn't keep her contact info. Finally, he said, "This fish isn't available every day. When she has more, she'll come to us voluntarily." Although she said so, she was secretly blaming herself for not leaving a phone number for that woman here. She touched her hair, knowing it was too late now.
Just wait and see.
In Qingshan village, in the afternoon, Luo Qiao continued working. Aunt Gao asked, Luo Qiao, where did you sit during lunch?
I didn't see you.
Luo Qiao smiled and said, I sat with second sister-in-law in the storage room in the yard. Aunt Gao laughed and said, Oh, I didn't meet second brother's family when I went back. When I left work, she was changing little red Xiang's clothes. We left first. Luo Qiao helped everyone in the fields. Someone nearby said, Luo Qiao, you're doing better than some experienced workers. Luo Qiao glanced at the woman and said with a smile, It's because the aunties taught me well.
Don't say that.
Luo Qiao is really good at farming. Look at her own land by the roadside. It's better than others. The young girl is diligent. Her land is well kept and looks very nice. Well, in a few years, who knows which family's kid will benefit from her work. Xiao Lanlan, the wife of the team leader, knew about Luo Qiao going to school. She quickly said, Everyone, don't tease Luo Qiao like that. She's still young and not thinking about these things now. Don't scare her anymore. At Zhao's house, after seeing off the guests and tidying the yard, Zhao Chunli quietly approached Gao Suhua, saying, Second sister-in-law, we haven't found little Mei yet. Could something have happened? Gao Suhua was counting the gifts received from villagers that day. She paused instinctively and said, Nothing serious. Little Mei isn't foolish. She probably feels upset about what happened and is hiding somewhere. Until everyone who brought tables and chairs back from the yard, they still hadn't seen Zhao Xiaomei. Zhao Xiaoxing came in and asked, Mom, why haven't I seen my second sister? Today is my eldest sister's wedding. It's strange that second sister isn't helping. She usually helps out, and I'm worried the villagers will think she's lazy and ruin her reputation. Zhao Pulin, sitting nearby resting, heard his third daughter's words and put down his teacup. When did you last see your second sister? Zhao Xiaoxing thought and said, I didn't see her at lunchtime. The youngest, Zhao Xiaoyun, said, I saw Mom and second sister go to the backyard around noon, but I haven't seen her since. Zhao Pulin looked at the sky. It was almost 5 o'clock. He got up and went to the backyard but saw no one. He then returned to the front house and found Gao Suhua. Did you send Xiaomei somewhere? Gao Suhua, feeling a bit guilty, replied, No, I've been busy all day. That stubborn girl is probably just hiding again. She'll come back when it gets dark. Although she said this, she was nervous and worried that something might have happened. She didn't bother checking her belongings and ran to find Zhao Chunli, who was still cleaning in the kitchen. Chunli, come out, I need to ask you something. The two sisters-in-law went to the backyard. Gao Suhua asked, Did you see Luo Qiao go into the backyard? Zhao Chunli said, Yes, I saw her go in before. I came inside to talk to you. Gao Suhua said, It's already this late, and Xiaomei still hasn't come back. I'm a bit worried. Zhao Chunli smiled and said, Didn't you say earlier that Xiaomei might be hiding somewhere? Now you're worried again. Gao Suhua replied, If she was hiding, she should have come back by now. Your second brother even asked about her just now. Both Gao Suhua and Zhao Chunli felt uneasy, their hearts fluttering with worry. Gao Suhua saw Zhao Xiaoyan coming from the backyard and called her over. Xiaoyan, did you see Luo Qiao come to eat lunch today? Zhao Xiaoyan said, Yes, she was eating at the table in the storage room. Gao Suhua grabbed Xiaoyan's shoulders and asked, Are you sure?
It was Luo Qiao, right?
You didn't see her wrong. Xiaoyan looked confused. Of course I saw her. She was sitting with the second squad leader's wife. Gao Suhua was so shocked, she almost lost her balance. She muttered, It's over, it's over. What should we do? Seeing her mother acting so strange, Xiaoyan quickly ran to the front door and shouted, Dad, come quickly. Look at what my mom is doing. Zhao Pulin hurried to the backyard. Gao Suhua grabbed his hand tightly. Hurry, go to Beipo village and find Xiaomei. Tell them there's been a mistake. Zhao Pulin was stunned and asked anxiously, What are you talking about? You crazy woman? Speak clearly. Gao Suhua looked at Zhao Chunli standing nearby and quickly rushed over, saying, Chunli, you're wrong. They took the wrong person. It's Xiaomei. They took her away. It must be that mean Luo Qiao's doing. Quickly, take your second brother. Let's find a few more people and go to Beipo village now. Before anyone finds out, we must bring Xiao Mei back. At the door, Zhao Chonglin and his wife listened to half of the story and became more confused. But Zhao Pulin understood immediately and slapped Gao Suhua across the face. If anything happens to Xiao Mei, I won't forgive you. He then hurriedly called his older brother, his brother-in-law, and the two sons of his older brother. Gao Suhua and Zhao Chunli also joined, and they headed to Beipo village. Xiao Mei was still not awake and was lying on Mao's family's Kong bed. The man with the broken leg was watching her with a gloomy face. This man had been married before, but after he had an accident, his wife ran away. The family wanted to find someone to take care of him, so they pooled money. They heard she had 6 daughters, so her mother sold her to come here, thinking she might cause trouble once she wakes up. That mother was really cruel. She must have given her strong medicine because Xiao Mei hadn't woken up after 5 or 6 hours. After work, Luo Qiao took a look at Zhao's house entrance. It was quiet, and she thought maybe the Zhao family already knew they sent the wrong person.
Hee.
Back home, she was in a good mood and steamed some rice. She took a fish from her space and made fish with soy sauce, stir-fried dry-fried green beans, sliced some pickled cucumbers, and prepared a tomato and egg soup. After eating and tidying up, she added water to the pot, lit the fire, and threw in a piece of firewood before going back inside. She had previously washed the bedding borrowed from the brigade leader's family and some unfinished sewing. She thought there wasn't much left to do. Once she finished sewing, she could deliver it today, which would put her mind at ease. Recently, she had been practicing embroidery in her space. Sewing quilts was not difficult for her, especially since she had a background in fashion design from her previous life. She had seen Gao's older sister-in-law sewing quilts before, and with her own memories, she finished the remaining work quickly. She got up, went to the kitchen to turn off the fire, took a shower, and decided not to practice martial arts in her space today. She didn't want to sweat and then have to shower again. She packed up everything borrowed from the brigade leader's family. Then she took a small amount of tea leaves from the storage space, found a bamboo tube, as there was nothing else at home to hold the tea. She thought to herself that she would buy some craft paper from the commune tomorrow, so she would have it ready in case she needed it, since there was nothing at home. She placed the bowl and bamboo tube into a basket, carrying the bedding herself, and headed to the squad leader's house. It was already dark outside. Several neighbors sat on the stones outside the squad leader's door chatting. When Luo Qiao approached, a woman asked, "Luo Qiao, why are you carrying bedding?" Luo Qiao smiled and replied, "Annie, this was borrowed from the squad leader's house. A few days ago, I brought back some bedding, washed it, and brought it to Auntie." Just then, Gao Annie heard the noise and came out. "Oh, why are you in such a hurry? You even made a special trip." She took the bedding back and said, "It's only been a few days. Why wash it again?" Qiao Lanlan said this aloud, but inside she was growing more pleased with Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It's no trouble. Washing it makes it easier for you to store. If you need it someday, you can just take it out and use it." She handed the bowl to Gao's older sister, who was washing dishes, and said, "Sister-in-law, this bowl is borrowed. Please keep it." In just a moment, Gao Annie had already put the bedding back in the room and came out saying, "You still need to return these 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks? Oh, you really are a character." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Borrowing and returning is easy. Besides, no one's things are blown in by the wind. When I was in the hardest times, Annie, you helped me out. I remember that, kindness." Then she handed over the tea leaves from the basket and said, "Annie, I don't have a proper container to store this in. You should find a sealed jar to keep it, so it doesn't go bad from moisture." Gao Annie saw the tea leaves in the bamboo tube and said, "Luo Qiao, you keep this for yourself. I'm happy that you care, but I can't accept such a valuable item." She spoke softly, not wanting the people sitting at the door to hear. Luo Qiao said, "Annie, this was a gift from a friend in the city. I don't usually drink it, and it would spoil if kept for too long. It's just right for the squad leader to drink. Let's not push it around, so no one will laugh at us." Gao Auntie had no choice but to accept it. A few days ago, The second daughter-in-law was brought back from her parents' house with some dried mushrooms. Luo Qiao was asked to add a few to the stew. She didn't refuse and thanked them before placing the mushrooms into her basket. Then, she overheard people outside discussing the Zhao family. They wondered why there was no activity in the yard after the wedding celebration was over. A neighbor from the Zhao family said, "My mother told me that when they finished work, the Zhao family members left together and went out of the village." Someone else asked, "What's going on? Did Zhao Xiaotao argue with her in-laws on her wedding day? Did the Zhao family go to settle things?" Another person said, "That doesn't seem right. The people who sent her didn't say anything. I even saw the little ones from the Zhao family playing under the big willow tree earlier." Someone else wondered, did something happen to the Zhao family? Why did everyone leave the village? They all agreed they didn't know for sure, but it probably wasn't a big problem. If it were, they would have gone to find help sooner. Luo Qiao didn't stay long. She said a few words and then left for home. In Beipo village, as it was getting dark, the Zhao family finally found Mao's family and said they had made a mistake. It wasn't their daughter, and Mao's family wouldn't let her go. Everything had been arranged earlier, and they had even disturbed some neighbors outside the Mao house. The old woman from Mao's family said, "No matter what you say today, we won't let you take her. You paid us this morning, and it was agreed that we would let her go at the designated place. Now you're saying it's a mistake? You're just playing tricks on us, Mao family." Zhao Pulin replied, "Aunt Mao, this is a misunderstanding.
I didn't know anything about this.
When we couldn't find the child, I asked my wife, and she said she made a mistake. My wife is also at fault. So I'll return the money and take her back. Let's pretend this never happened. Do you agree?" The old woman from Mao's family said, "That won't work. Whatever you say, that's what it is. We spent money and effort to bring her back. If you just say it was a mistake, do you think you can take her away so easily?" She then added with a sly look, "Besides, she's been lying on my third son's bed all afternoon. If this gets out, it won't look good for us." Zhao Pulin was so angry, his veins bulged on his arms as he clenched his fists, wanting to hit her. The two families were at a standstill, unable to resolve the situation. Zhao Pulin said, "If Mao's wife refuses to let her go, I will have to call the police. My wife also admits she was wrong. At worst, she will stay inside for a few months. Anyway, I must take my daughter away today." Mao's wife replied, "You're not afraid, and I'm not afraid either. If you make a big fuss, your daughter won't be treated well. I heard you still have 4 unmarried daughters at home. Haha, if they all become old maids, it will be a joke." In the end, the village secretary and the team leader from Beipo village came to help mediate, and the matter was resolved. Zhao's family broke their promise first, so they paid Mao's family 30 yuan in compensation. Mao's family originally wanted 50, but Gao Suhua refused strongly. Finally, Zhao Pulin agreed to pay only 30 yuan, or else face legal action, as he was willing to take the risk. In the end, Zhao's family paid back the original 100 yuan and added 30 more to settle the matter. Since they didn't have that much money on hand, the village secretary from Beipo village assigned a few young members of Mao's family to go and collect the money. Mao's wife received the money. Although she cursed and complained, she was secretly happy. She thought that if such incidents happened more often, it wouldn't be so bad. When Zhao's family returned to the village, most people had already gone to rest, so there was no big fuss. After the villagers from Beipo took the money and left, Zhao Pulin closed the door and suddenly started hitting Gao Suhua. This was the first time Zhao Pulin had beaten her so badly. Gao Suhua was in terrible pain but dared not cry out loud, fearing the neighbors might hear and spread rumors the next day. Zhao Chonglin saw that it was enough and pulled his brother away. "All right, we have to work tomorrow. If the villagers see this, it will cause trouble. You all need to keep this to yourselves." Many villagers from Beipo saw what happened, but although the village secretary and team leader tried to stop the spread, the truth would eventually come out. It's better to settle Xiao Mei's marriage as soon as possible. Anyway, those people didn't see Xiao Mei's face, and Zhao's many daughters mean no one will know which one it was if it gets out. For now, this is the best solution. Additionally, from now on, you all must stop having such crooked thoughts. Today, you try to scheme against Luo Qiao, but she not only escaped but also didn't get involved in any trouble. That girl is not simple. In the future, you should avoid bothering her. Since we didn't plan to acknowledge her in the first place, and she's not part of our Zhao family, don't entertain such wicked ideas. Otherwise, it will bring shame to the entire Zhao family. Gao Suhua clenched her teeth and said, "Is this really the end of it? She schemed against Xiao Mei and made us pay 30 yuan. I can't swallow this anger." Zhao Pulin snorted coldly. "What can you do, if you're not willing? If you dare to spread the word, today at noon, she sat with the second daughter-in-law of the village head. In the afternoon, she still went to work as usual, and no one saw anything unusual. You think the matter isn't big enough? You want everyone in the village to know? Will you still go out and see people in the future? I've told you many times, stop having such bad thoughts. Now look at what happened, trying to cheat others and ending up losing everything, almost ruining your own daughter. Are you satisfied?" Gao Suhua was furious and said, "This was Chunli's idea. She was the one who contacted her. You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your sister. And about the 30 yuan we paid today, Chunli has to pay me half, or I won't let it go." Zhao Chonglin listened to his sister-in-law's words, feeling very angry. What kind of thing is this? At first, he thought Chunli was just joking, but later she encouraged her second sister-in-law to do something truly heartless. Zhao Chonglin said, "Xiao Mei has been found. The rest is up to you to handle. Think carefully before you act. If today you really send Luo Qiao to Beipo village, you'll be in jail soon." He glared fiercely at his younger brother and then turned and left. Gao Suhua saw her eldest brother-in-law leave and muttered, "It's all Luo Qiao's fault. Just wait and see how I deal with her in the future." Zhao Pulin snorted coldly, "I advise you to behave. Don't think about messing with Luo Qiao again. If there's a next time, just go back to your parents' house. I, Zhao Pulin, can't afford to be associated with someone like you." Gao Suhua didn't expect Zhao Pulin, who usually didn't speak harshly, to tell her to go back to her parents' house. She wanted to argue, but remembered that this man had hit her before. Today had already been exhausting, so she didn't say anything further. Inside, she thought to herself that Luo Qiao was responsible for her losing face, getting beaten, and losing money today. This matter wouldn't just be forgotten easily. Zhao Pulin saw that his wife had calmed down and thought to himself that if Xiao Mei's problem today was caused by Luo Qiao, then that girl was very cunning. It's better to stay away from her in the future. Lu Qiao returned home and entered her space. She didn't practice boxing anymore and didn't want to take a shower, so she spent the whole night reading medical books. In her study, besides embroidery books, medical books were the most numerous, along with some on music theory. She had learned some things from the original owner, who studied with Grandpa Yang. Reading these medical books wasn't too difficult, and she learned many new things she hadn't known before. This made Lu Qiao genuinely interested in traditional Chinese medicine. When she got tired, she would go to the instrument room and play a tune. Although most of the gushings there had 13 or 15 strings and couldn't compare to the modern 21-string ones, it didn't affect her playing. The next day, after finishing work at noon, she hurried home, ate the leftover breakfast, washed up, and changed into new clothes. Then she headed to the community middle school. Today was the day the exam results were announced. During the exam, she intentionally missed a few questions in each subject. She didn't want others to notice her too much. Anyway, in a few months, she would be going to high school. Recently, she had been thinking that if things didn't work out, she could go to a high school in the city. The city was closer than the county, and it would be more convenient for her to do what she needed. When she arrived at school, the classrooms and offices at the front of the campus were quiet. The boarding students were still in the dormitories at the back. Lu Qiao hurried to Teacher Ning's office. She knew Teacher Ning also lived at the school, so at this time he was either in his office or in the dormitory. She knocked lightly on the office door, and a voice said, "Come in." It was Teacher Ning's voice. When Lu Qiao pushed open the door, Teacher Ning smiled and said, "I knew you would come at this time." Lu Qiao smiled and said, "After work, I ran here straight away." Teacher Ning's face was full of smiles. He never expected that a transfer student could achieve such good results. If she kept up her effort in the next few months, even the city high schools might compete to admit her. When Luo Qiao was about to leave, she told teacher Ning a few more words. She didn't want the teachers to use her situation to motivate the students. Now, she just wanted to stay low-key. After all, besides the village chief, no one in the village knew she had signed up for school. Some people in the village were already attending this school, and she didn't want to cause herself trouble. After receiving the test paper, she bid farewell to teacher Ning and left the school. She then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a stack of craft paper before heading back to the village. There was no time to rest at home. On her way to work in the afternoon, she ran into the Zhao family. Gao Suhua looked at Luo Qiao with a mean expression, thinking that this little troublemaker had almost ruined her daughter Xiao Mei. This morning, Xiao Mei had woken up. She was puzzled about how she got sick. Later, Gao Suhua and Zhao Pulin carefully discussed the details, thinking it was because Luo Qiao said there was a snake and changed 2 bottles of drinks. She didn't expect this girl to be so clever to think of changing the drinks. She also remembered how much it hurt to lose those 2 bottles. She had spent a yuan on them, brought back by Zhao Chunli, the dead woman. But Luo Qiao wasn't afraid of her. She asked openly in front of the villagers, "Aunt Zhao, why are you looking at me with such a mean face?" The women walking with Luo Qiao all looked at Gao Suhua. Seeing her not quickly hiding her expression, an older woman said, "That's right, Gao Suhua. Luo Qiao offended you, and your look could kill." Li, who didn't get along with Gao Suhua, said, "Your Zhao family is really something. Your son ran away with someone after raising him for so many years, and now you say the girl isn't your real daughter. Luo Qiao is ambitious. You don't accept her, but she supports herself and lives on her own. What does that have to do with you? Are you just looking for trouble or giving her hateful looks? I've been watching you for a while, and I just don't understand what Luo Qiao did to upset you." Hearing this, Zhao Pulin felt a sudden pang. He quickly glared at his wife and smiled, saying sisterly, "You must have misunderstood. She has no grudge against Luo Qiao. Her eyes have been uncomfortable these days." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "If your eyes are uncomfortable, you should treat them early. Maybe they can get better. If your conscience is bad, then there's probably no hope." When Luo Qiao said this, clever people in the crowd started thinking. Zhao Pulin didn't expect Luo Qiao to openly confront them. Luo Qiao stared directly into Zhao Pulin's eyes and challenged him, "Uncle Zhao, what do you say?" Zhao Pulin's expression was not very happy. Seeing many people looking at him, he said, "If you're sick, you should get treatment early." Feeling awkward, he quickened his pace. Gao Shuhua also dared not act too obviously, afraid that this little troublemaker might cause trouble in front of everyone. If she revealed what happened yesterday, it would be a big loss. Watching the departing figures of the Zhao family, Luo Qiao thought, "Originally, you owed the original owner a life. I planned to wait until I was capable to repay this debt. Now that you dare to come after me, don't blame me for being rude. I'll collect some interest early." Time passed quickly. Half a month went by. On the black market in Ji City, He Yujia was getting annoyed because of the fish Luo Qiao provided. After the fish arrived, they weren't sold individually but were given as gifts. Everyone who tasted them liked them because they said these fish weren't ordinary wild fish. They had a good taste and high nutritional value, and eating them regularly was good for health. But it's been half a month, and the girl hadn't given any news. He had planned to return to Beijing during this time, but since the issue wasn't resolved, he couldn't leave. It made him worried. Luo Qiao didn't want to go to the city, but she couldn't ask for leave too often, or the team leader would have opinions.
So she hadn't found a chance.
One evening, experienced elders said there might be heavy rain at night. Luo Qiao looked at the sky, which was clear, and didn't believe it much. But as night fell, it really started to rain. Luo Qiao thought if it rained again tonight, she probably couldn't work tomorrow. If that happened, she would go to the city. She planned to go and come back in a day. Without a formal letter of introduction, it shouldn't be a big problem. The next day, Luo Qiao got up early. The rain had stopped, but the roads were still difficult to walk on, which made her a little worried. She looked at the sky, hoping it wouldn't rain again, or she might really be stuck. First, she cooked some porridge and steamed a batch of buns with sweet potatoes, using the flour she had sent yesterday. After tidying herself up, the porridge and buns were ready. The buns with sweet potatoes looked like regular steamed buns but were sweet and very tasty. After breakfast, she checked if it would rain again soon. Seeing that it probably wouldn't, she put on her liberated shoes, locked the door with her basket, and headed out of the village. Because she left early and didn't meet anyone, but since the road was really difficult and her shoes were covered in mud, she still couldn't catch the morning bus to the city at the commune entrance, which made Luo Qiao very upset. While she was standing there unsure of what to do, she saw a jeep drive out far away and then turn back. There was a girl inside the car waving at her. Luo Qiao turned around and looked, but didn't see anyone on this side. When the car stopped, the girl excitedly opened the door and jumped out. Zhang Xiao smiled and said, "Don't you recognize me?" Luo Qiao saw Zhang Xiao and remembered that she wasn't the girl who fell under the dam that day. Zhang Xiao smiled and asked, "Do you remember now?" Luo Qiao pointed at the dam in front of them and asked, "Is your mom's arm better?" Zhang Xiao replied, "Almost. That day, I didn't even have time to say thank you to you. We couldn't find you for a long time." "Oh, there's no need to worry about that. When you run into someone helping, just let it go. Besides, I didn't do much. If it weren't for you that day, my mom and I wouldn't know how long we would have stayed under the dam. I was really scared and confused, not knowing what to do. Luckily, you reminded me." While they were talking, someone else got out of the car. Zhang Xiao quickly said, "Dad, this is the girl who helped us that day." Zhang Jianjun came over and said to Luo Qiao, "Miss, thank you so much again for your help that day." Luo Qiao smiled lightly and said, "You're too polite. It's nothing." Zhang Jianjun looked at Luo Qiao and asked, "What should I call you?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Uncle, my name is Luo Qiao." Zhang Xiao said, "Luo Qiao, that's a nice name. I remember I told you my name before." Luo Qiao nodded and said, "Zhang Xiao, right?" Zhang Xiao replied, Yes, you have a good memory. By the way, where are you headed?" Luo Qiao looked at the sky and said, "I was planning to go to the city, but the road is not good today. I came late and missed the bus." Zhang Xiao looked at his father, and Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "We can give you a ride." Luo Qiao looked at the jeep in front and then at her shoes. She wanted to refuse, but thought that if she didn't go today, she wouldn't know when she would have time next. If she took the noon bus, she was worried about not having enough time. If she couldn't get back at night, it would be troublesome. Zhang Jianjun noticed her thoughts and said, "It's okay. The weather isn't good today and our shoes are muddy. Later, we can wash the car." When Luo Qiao approached, she had already scraped the mud off her shoes with a stick, but her soles were still dirty. Zhang Xiao pulled her toward the car and said, "Really, it's fine. There are already footprints on the car. Just look for yourself." Since others had said so, she felt it was a bit overcautious to worry too much, so she placed her basket in the trunk with the help of the driver and got into the car. Inside the car, Zhang Xiao was very friendly and asked, "Luo Qiao, how old are you?" Luo Qiao looked at Zhang Xiao and said, 15 years old." Zhang Xiao exclaimed, "What? You're 15? No way. I'm a year older than you, but I'm not even taller than you." Luo Qiao didn't answer but looked out the window at the scenery outside and smiled lightly. They talked all the way in the car. Zhang Xiao asked Luo Qiao many questions about her situation. Of course, she already knew most of what Zhang Zhao's family knew. Zhang Jianjun and his daughter felt quite sympathetic toward Luo Qiao. She didn't want to say much at first, but Zhang Xiao was very talkative, asking questions one after another. She couldn't lie, so she told the truth. Besides, Luo Qiao didn't think there was anything shameful about her situation. When they reached the city, Zhang Xiao asked if she was going back today. Luo Qiao replied, "Yes, I'll go back. I have to work tomorrow." The Zhang family wanted to take her back with them, but Luo Qiao said she didn't know when she would finish her work, and taking the bus was more convenient for her, so they gave up. Before leaving, Zhang Xiao gave her family's phone number and told her to visit whenever she had time. Luo Qiao first found a place to fix her makeup in her space, then headed toward the black market. Yujie was thinking about waiting a couple more days, but if he couldn't wait any longer, he would have to go back to Beijing to handle some matters. As soon as Luo Qiao entered the black market, someone came up to greet her. Ning Rui had been wandering around here these days because he didn't want to see the boss's stern face. Finally seeing someone familiar, he quickly went over to say hello. When Ning Rui and Luo Qiao arrived at the small courtyard, they heard Yujie on the phone, repeatedly saying, I know. Calm down. I'm trying to find a way. It's not that easy. Understand? Don't worry, I'll think of you first. After hanging up the call with difficulty, he sighed and turned around, only to see Ning Rui bringing Luo Qiao inside. Yujie clapped his hands and said, Oh my goodness, my ancestor. You finally showed up. Luo Qiao thought to herself that the last time they met, he was very serious. It's been a short while, and he's completely changed. Yujie cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and said to Ning Rui, Bring a glass of water to Comrade Luo. Then he turned to Luo Qiao and said, It's because your fish sell well and there are many repeat customers. I happen to have some things to do and want to go far away, but since you're not here, I can't leave either. Luo Qiao said, Let's get straight to the point. I'm in a hurry. Yujie replied, Whatever amount of fish you have, I want as much as possible. I'll also increase the price by 10 cents. Luo Qiao said, We all know these fish are wild and not easy to catch. It's not always good luck. Hearing this, Yujie thought she was unhappy with the price and was about to speak. Luo Qiao continued, I can only supply once a month about 200 pounds each time, at most 300 pounds. I can't guarantee how long I can keep providing. Yujie understood and agreed quickly, All right, let's settle on that. He then wrote down a phone number for Luo Qiao. This is my number. If anything comes up, you can call me. Even if I'm not here, Ning Rui will be.
Just talk to him.
Luo Qiao nodded and asked, Do you have watch tickets and industrial coupons?
Yujie nodded, yes.
How many industrial coupons do you need? Luo Qiao thought for a moment and said, Not many. I just want to buy a flashlight. Yujie asked Ning Rui to get them. Soon, Ning Rui came back and placed a watch ticket and several industrial coupons on the table. Luo Qiao reached into her bag to pay, but Yujie stopped her.
This is on me.
Consider it a gift for being my friend. Honestly, your fish helped me a lot, so you don't need to feel bad. Luo Qiao thought for a moment and didn't insist. She took the items happily. She then turned around and took a basket of strawberries and about 5 jean of dried dates from her bag and placed them on the table. Luo Qiao said, Since I accepted your ticket, these are also my small token of thanks. The strawberries were very fresh, and Yujie's eyes lit up when he saw them. But then he sighed and said, These strawberries probably won't reach Beijing. What a pity. Luo Qiao didn't dare to give advice, worried that if she tried hard and failed, she would be even more upset. She had agreed on a monthly pickup schedule and then left. Holding the ticket she got from Old He, she went straight to the department store, spent 120 yuan to buy a Shanghai brand watch, along with a flashlight and batteries, then left the store. After finishing her errands, Luo Qiao headed directly to the train station, checking the time to see if she could catch the noon train back. As she approached the station, she ran into Zhao Guibao, the son of the Zhao family who had been raised there for 15 years. Although they had only met once before, his appearance left a deep impression on her memory. Luo Qiao overheard 2 young men calling him Ruobin. One of them asked Ruobin, Are you really going back to Chaiyang Commune? Ruobin replied, Yes, I need to ask my mom for some money, then I'll come back. One of the young men said, We'll wait for you then. Ruobin nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll be back exactly 2 days from now. Ruobin went straight into the station, while the 2 young men remaining behind looked at his back and smiled. One of them said, Let's go. We'll wait until he comes back tomorrow, and then take him. The other young man asked, What if he doesn't bring back the money? The first replied, He'll find a way. If he can't bring it, we'll go to his home. What's there to fear? Let's go and have some fun. After hearing what the 2 young men said, Ruo Qiao went to a state-run restaurant across from the station, ordered a meat bun, and a bowl of noodle soup. After eating, she bought a ticket and boarded the bus, glancing at the person now called Ruo Bin, the adopted son of the Zhao family. She sat in the front seat again, with her basket placed on the car hood. The driver and ticket seller got on the bus shortly after, and it left on time. As the bus slowly exited the station, Ruo Qiao was thinking about Ruo Bin's plan to go back to the village and ask the Zhao family for money. She wondered how Gao Suhua would react. If Gao Suhua was not foolish, she wouldn't give money again. She clearly was untrustworthy. The road was rough, and the vehicle jolted badly. After arriving at the commune and getting off, Ruo Qiao waited until Ruo Bin was far away before heading back. When she reached the village, she saw a crowd gathered in front of the Zhao house from a distance. Back home, Ruo Qiao put her basket down and prepared to steam some flour rolls and buns in the afternoon, storing them in the space warehouse. When the weather gets hot, she won't want to cook at noon after work. A simple meal of soup and dry bread is enough for a meal, so she just did it quickly. The noodles were made yesterday. This time, she used a mix of coarse and fine flour for a healthy and nutritious meal. Afterward, she went to the vegetable garden to pick chives, clean them, and set them aside. She also took some eggs from her space. Since the road was difficult today and Zhao's son was returning to the village, she thought no one would pay attention to her family. So, she didn't cook eggs in her space today. Instead, she prepared filling outside. Once the filling was seasoned and ready, she added water to the big pot and lit the fire. Then, she took the dough from the basin, kneaded it on the board, and cut it into small pieces. She filled each piece with the prepared filling. After finishing the fillings, she brushed oil on the remaining dough, sprinkled some pepper powder, salt, and chopped scallions, and made flower-shaped rolls. She put the rolls into the steamer. Only then did she go to the backyard to store the vegetables in her space warehouse and plant some seeds. After finishing her chores, she made buns and flour rolls in the kitchen. Once Luo Qiao finished packing the buns and rolls and tidied up the kitchen, she thought about taking her shoes to the riverbank to clean them. Suddenly, she heard crying from across the river. Curious, Luo Qiao stood outside the gate and looked across. She saw many people gathered, but couldn't see clearly what was happening. It was noisy, and she couldn't hear what they were saying. She locked the gate and went down to see what was going on. She saw someone coming to find Lu Yichen, asking him to drive and take people to the commune health clinic. At the riverbank, she finally saw that Gao Shuani and another villager, Qiao Tsongshan, had been helping the secretary's younger brother repair his roof today, taking advantage of their day off. The roof was old and damaged, and last night's rain made it worse. The roof couldn't hold the weight of the two men, and it collapsed. Gao Shuani and Qiao Tsongshan fell directly from the roof and now lay on the ground, covered in dust and dirt, waiting for the ambulance. Qiao Tsongshan probably had a broken bone, and Gao Shuani had multiple serious cuts. When the team leader arrived and saw Gao Shuani's condition, he asked, "Where is Dr. Gao?" A villager replied, "Dr. Gao isn't home today. His niece is getting married, and he went to the wedding banquet. He hasn't come back yet." Luo Qiao stepped forward and said, "Captain, if we don't stop the bleeding quickly, it could be dangerous." Gao Jiefeng turned to look at Luo Qiao and asked, "By the way, I remember you said you know some medicine, right?" Luo Qiao replied, "A little. I don't know much, but he's bleeding heavily now. It's best to stop the bleeding first before sending him to the hospital, or he might bleed out before they get there." While they were talking, Lu Yichen came over and said, "Captain, the tractor has bearing problems. I took it apart this morning, but it hasn't been fixed yet." The village secretary, Zhang Dijing, became worried. If this person kept acting so carelessly, something serious might happen. This was work for his own brother's family, and if anything went wrong, it could cause big trouble. He quickly called someone to bring a mule cart from the breeding station, since mules are faster than oxen. The captain approached and said, "Secretary, don't you have a spare key for the health station? Let Gao Shuani stop the bleeding first. If we wait too long, he might bleed out before reaching the commune hospital." The secretary replied, "Yes, I have the key, I carry it with me. But besides Dr. Gao, no one in our village knows how to handle this. The secretary was really nervous now, worried that something might happen to Gao Shuani and that it would cause trouble for his own brother. Captain Gao said, "Let Luo Qiao come. She knows a bit. She studied with some doctors in the city for a few years. Stopping the bleeding shouldn't be a problem for her." Actually, Gao Jiefeng was also worried that Gao Shuani might be seriously hurt. The village would become chaotic and hard to manage if that happened. Secretary Zhang Dijing looked at Luo Qiao standing among the crowd and said, "How young is she? Can she handle this?" "This is nonsense." The captain replied, "It has to be done now. If we don't act, he might bleed to death before reaching the hospital. The mule cart isn't here yet, so we need to hurry." The captain felt a bit embarrassed about calling Luo Qiao. She wanted to stay low-key, but when someone kindly reminded him earlier, he had to push the girl forward. The secretary, Zhang Dijing, with mixed feelings, said to Luo Qiao, "Come with me. Let's see what you need. You can get it yourself." The health station was nearby. Luo Qiao had heard that Dr. Gao wasn't there today. Since this was a matter of life and death, she didn't argue with the captain. She quickly followed inside, took what she needed, and loudly called out, "Could someone please bring a basin of warm water and a clean towel?" The nearby family hurried to prepare and brought them over. Everyone saw that Gao Shuani's face was pale, and they all feared something serious might happen. Luo Qiao skillfully cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it, leaving the villagers amazed. In her previous life, she had attended emergency first aid training several times. Plus, with her own memories and having already done this once in the city, she was completely calm and confident. As Luo Qiao was about to finish her quick work, the mule cart arrived. After helping Gao Shuani bandage his wound, she also checked Qiao Tsongshan, who had a broken left leg. Worried that the villagers might not understand, Luo Qiao had someone find 2 pieces of wood to stabilize his broken leg before carefully lifting him onto the cart. Watching the mule cart disappear into the distance, everyone in the village looked serious. Seeing that there was no more problem, Luo Qiao tidied up her things and handed them to the team leader, then prepared to go home. The team leader, Gao Jiefeng, looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Luo Qiao, today's matter is my uncle's fault. It was an emergency with Gao Shuani, so we didn't discuss it with you beforehand." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It's okay. Saving people is the most important thing." Some villagers overheard their conversation and said, "Luo Qiao is really capable. She knows how to stop bleeding and bandage wounds. Her movements look quite skilled, not worse than Dr. Gao." Fortunately, Luo Qiao helped stop the bleeding. You didn't see Gao Shuani's face, he was so pale. When they carried him out of Zhang Digang's house, there was a lot of blood on the ground. "I couldn't do that myself. I'd be so scared I'd faint." Luo Qiao is brave and careful. Today, she really helped a lot. Oh, by the way, I didn't see Li Xiulan and Gao Taohua and their daughter. I only saw Gao Shuani's older son and his wife earlier. Li Xiulan took Gao Taohua to the city today to buy some things. Has Taohua's marriage been arranged? Did they go to the city to prepare the dowry? It's possible. A few days ago, 2 families showed interest in Taohua, so it might be settled now. Luckily, Li Xiulan wasn't here today. Otherwise, Zhang Digang might have gotten scolded to death by her. Just wait and see. When Li Xiulan returns and finds out Gao Shuani helped Zhang Digang fix the house and got injured, she might come to cause trouble at Zhang Digang's house. With the village secretary backing him, she might hold back a bit. Li Xiulan is known to bully the weak and fear the strong. Luo Qiao was walking ahead, with Lu Yichen limping behind her. After the rain, the road was really difficult. Every step was muddy. Suddenly, she heard some movement behind her. Luo Qiao stopped and looked back. Lu Yichen almost slipped, but luckily, he was quick and grabbed onto a small locust tree nearby. However, his injured leg slipped and couldn't exert strength, almost causing him to kneel on the ground. Luo Qiao suddenly felt a bit of sympathy. Lu Yichen hadn't been in the village for long, and most villagers didn't know his background. Luo Qiao only knew that he had been a soldier before, and the injury was from a mission he had carried out. This was something Lu Yichen had casually mentioned last time, but when Luo Qiao wanted to ask more, he stopped talking. Luo Qiao helped him steady himself, holding his arm. To ease the awkwardness, she said, it rained a lot last night. Look at our road now, it's all muddy. If we're not careful, we'll slip. I wonder when they'll lay the cement road like in the city. With Luo Qiao's help, Lu Yichen quickly stood firm, but his face looked a bit grim. He said softly, thanks. Luo Qiao asked carefully, can I ask how long you've had this leg injury? Lu Yichen clearly didn't want to talk about it, but since she had just helped him, he sighed and said, almost a year now. That's just how it is. I feel like I'm no different from someone who can't do anything. After saying that, he pulled his arm away from Luo Qiao's hold and walked forward on a path where no one had been. Watching his back, Luo Qiao felt he seemed very downcast at this moment. Seeing him enter the yard, Luo Qiao finally stepped toward her own house. She made a pot of tomato, egg, and spinach soup. Just as she was about to eat, she suddenly remembered Lu Yichen, looking so discouraged. In her past life, Luo Qiao admired soldiers very much. Whenever there was a need, they always rushed to the front, even if it meant facing danger. She sighed, got a basket, and looked at it with a smile. It was a gift from Lu Yichen a few days ago, who said he had several at home. Since she often went to her small vegetable patch, carrying things in a basket was too inconvenient. So he casually gave her two, solving her big problem. One was for picking vegetables, and the other for washing clothes by the river. She didn't have many clothes, just a few pieces each time, so the basket was just right. She packed 5 buns, 5 flour rolls, and a small basin of chicken and egg soup. After closing the yard gate carefully, she tiptoed toward Lu Yichen's yard. She guessed he was in a bad mood and probably didn't want to cook dinner. He often took care of her before, so she thought she should do something in return. Right now, her only skill was cooking. When Lu Yichen saw Luo Qiao standing outside his gate, he was a bit surprised and said, "The road is all muddy. Why are you coming out?" Luo Qiao handed over the basket and playfully said, "I thought you might not feel like cooking, so I brought some over. Anyway, you shouldn't go hungry." Lu Yichen replied coldly, "No need. I was just about to cook." He didn't want to always eat the little girl's food for free, but Luo Qiao wouldn't let him. If he didn't accept, she kept insisting. The two stood at the door, stubbornly arguing. Finally, Lu Yichen had no choice and said, "Come inside first." He turned and limped toward the house. Luo Qiao went to the kitchen, just clearing the basket and small basin. As she stepped out of the kitchen, Lu Yichen said, "I don't need these tickets."
Take them.
"If you don't want them, just take your things and go. I can't keep taking advantage of you." Luo Qiao wanted to take out a ticket, but Lu Yichen directly put them into her hand and turned toward the kitchen. She opened her mouth to say something but couldn't speak. She threw the tickets into the basket on the ground. Suddenly, she called out to stop Lu Yichen, then made a graceful, respectful bow like those seen in popular videos and said, "Salute, hero." Lu Yichen was stunned by her action. He never expected the little girl to do something so surprising. For some reason, he felt a warm feeling inside. Luo Qiao looked serious and said, "You're not useless. You're much better than those able-bodied people who do nothing all day and cause trouble. Keep going." After saying this, she picked up the basket on the ground and turned to leave the yard. Her mood improved, and she stepped carefully along the muddy road back home. Lu Yichen stood at the door of the kitchen, watching Luo Qiao disappear. He stood there motionless for a long time before coming back to himself. Suddenly, he felt a clear, bright feeling inside, and his mood changed. Luo Qiao didn't expect that a simple gesture and a few words could make Lu Yichen see things so clearly. The frustration in her heart disappeared, and she felt refreshed. When she returned home and finished eating, it was already dark outside. She closed the door and entered her space, practicing martial arts and doing yoga. She thought about the fabric she took from the Yao family last time. This cloth was given by the Yang family and the Yuan family, enough to make a full set of clothes. Luckily, there are plenty of scissors in the space, and making clothes is also her strong skill. In her previous life, She often worked behind her mentors and senior sisters. She made 2 sets of clothes in one night, so it was indeed late when she went to bed. In Beijing, Old Master Yuan Huaijian from the Yuan family received a letter from Luo Qiao. He saw that her handwriting had improved a lot compared to before and thought she had been practicing hard at school in Jishe. However, the more he read, the angrier he became. He almost slammed the table in anger. His family members were so frightened they didn't dare speak loudly. His eldest son, Yuan Weizhou, quickly came over and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Old Master Yuan Huaijian slammed the letter onto the table, eyes full of anger. How can there be such shameless people in this world? No, I have to bring that girl to Beijing. By the way, you go make a phone call. The Luo family in Jishe no longer needs to be taken care of, and they don't need to consider our Yuan family's face anymore. Do it now, this is too much. His eldest son didn't delay and immediately made a call in front of the whole family. After a few simple words, he hung up. Old Master Yuan Huaijian then said to his second daughter-in-law, "Get me a train ticket. I need to go to Jishe." The family members were worried and tried to persuade him. The old master had suffered a lot before going to the farm and wasn't in good health. If it weren't for the private care from old Master Yang of the Yang family, who had looked after him for several years, he might have already been in worse condition. Finally, after reading Luo Qiao's letter, the Yuan family started to criticize the Luo family's actions, just to make the old master feel better. Yuan's youngest son took on this matter, saying he would go on a business trip there in a few days and could help check the situation. Thanks to the united efforts of the Yuan family, the old master was convinced not to go there himself. However, he ordered his eldest son not to help the Luo family's troublemakers anymore. But because of Luo Qiao's letter and a phone call from Yuan Weizhou, the Luo family fell into deep trouble. At the same time, the Yang family also received Luo Qiao's letter. Grandma Yang said, "Finally, the letter has arrived. Let's see what it says." The elderly couple from the Yang family looked at each other with increasingly serious expressions. Grandma Yang, Feng Shumin, finished reading the letter and her eyes reddened. She said, "Old man, how about we bring Luo Qiao here? After all, she's one of our students." Grandpa Yang, Yang Jiancheng, said, "We have no problem, but Luo Qiao's 2 unfilial children probably won't let her rest. It's better to wait a bit. Let's send some things to the kids first. As for the Luo family, they really are not good people. I didn't expect this to happen." "Oh, and check with the neighbors about those receipts. Maybe we can exchange them for military vouchers, which would be easier for her to use." Feng Shumin said, "That child is having a hard time, but she still sent us a lot of red dates to help strengthen our health. I really don't know what to say." Yang Jianqing smiled and said, "It's the child's kindness. Since she sent it, we should eat it and not waste her good intentions." Feng Shumin thought for a moment and said, "Should we contact old Yuan tomorrow? I'm sure he received a letter from Luo Qiao too. Let's discuss and see what he thinks." Yang Jianqing nodded and said, "All right, it's too late today. We'll call him early tomorrow." Feng Shumin remembered the Luo family members and said, "Old Yang, over in Jishe, there are 2 students working for the government. Tomorrow, you should call and have them talk to the Luo family." The Luo family's return to the city went smoothly, including the older children. Although they weren't official workers, they had better luck than others who came back. Not long after returning, they all found suitable jobs, which made many neighbors envious. But recently, everyone who came back looked unhappy, and the children working as temporary workers were scolded. Even the adults in the Luo family who had resumed work weren't doing well. Big brother Luo Tiancheng and second brother Luo Tianming were even transferred from their original positions, leaving the family confused. Luo Qiao didn't know that far away in Beijing, the Yuan family and the Yang family had stepped in to teach the Luo family a lesson because of her. In Qingshan village, the atmosphere in the Zhao family was not good. After Luo Bin returned, he told Zhao and his wife how badly he was doing in the city, how much he missed them, and that he wouldn't abandon them in the future. Gao Suhua and Zhao Pulin were moved to tears. After talking kindly for a while, Gao Suhua asked, "Mom, can you give me some money? I don't want to go to school." I just want to find a job, so I can support you when I'm able. A few days ago, she tried to find an apprenticeship, but it required some money to get started. She thought if the Luo family had the money, they might stop her from taking care of her family later. So I came back thinking about whether your family could help cover the money. That way, if anyone from the other side says anything later, we'll have something to say. I wouldn't have to be stuck in the middle, feeling uncomfortable. Just listen to how smart that sounds. He hasn't even gone to school much, yet he can say such things. It seems Luo Bin has spent a lot of time outside, mixing with society. Now, he talks like he's experienced everything. If Luo Qiao were here, she would clap and cheer for him. But unfortunately, they don't even think about whether jobs are easy to find. Luo Bin is only 15 years old. No family would let such a young child work as an apprentice. Don't they know how lazy their own children are? If they wanted to treat them well, they wouldn't have left their biological parents so decisively. When Zhao Pulin and Gao Suhua heard Luo Bin's words, they felt a bit conflicted. Their family didn't have much money to begin with. A few days ago, they even had to spend a lot. If it was too much, they really couldn't afford it. But they still hoped to use their adopted son to help them in old age. After all, they genuinely cared for this child for over 10 years. Now they felt stuck and unsure what to do. Zhao Pulin asked, "How much money do we need to prepare everything properly?" Luo Bin clenched his fist, brought it to his mouth, and coughed lightly to hide his nervousness. "It'll take at least 100 yuan. After starting work in the factory, I'll earn 18 yuan a month, plus some receipts. After 3 years, I can become a regular worker, earning 26 yuan, and I can apply for welfare house." When Gao Suhua heard that he would earn only 18 yuan a month, she was excited. She thought that in less than a year, she could earn back the money spent on gifts. Zhao Pulin was more cautious. "But if your biological parents find out about this, it wouldn't be good. If they refuse to admit that the money is from us and won't let you manage it, then all this effort would be pointless." Luo Bin didn't know what to say at first. Gao Suhua suggested, "We can have our son write a receipt, stating what the money is for, and have a village official witness it. They can't refuse to recognize it." Zhao Pulin thought this was a good idea. With a witness from the village official, Luo's family wouldn't be able to shamelessly take credit for it. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the plan. So, the couple took all their savings and, when that wasn't enough, borrowed 40 yuan from neighbors. They didn't even discuss it with Luo's family or his sisters. Hai Suhua directly had Gao Jiefeng and Zhang Dijin, who had just returned from the hospital, witness the event. To be safe, she also had the team's seal stamped on the document. Originally, the team leader and the party secretary did not agree to stamp the team seal, but Gao Suhua persisted insistently. Plus, Zhang Dijin was already upset about Gao Shuani and others being hospitalized, so he was not interested in interfering with Zhao's family matters. Team leader Gao Jiefeng said, "Aren't you guys planning to check with the city office? This isn't a small amount of money. If something goes wrong, there will be no place to cry." Gao Suhua replied, "No need to go. It's not only unfamiliar territory but also involves travel and extra costs. We trust him." She kept her words brief. After all, it was their family's private matter, and most of their officials wouldn't interfere too much. After staying in Qingshan village for 2 days, Luo Bin happily took the early bus back to the city on the 3rd day. Gao Suhua told everyone that Luo Bin had found an apprenticeship in the city, and after 3 years of learning from a master, he could become a full worker. She also said that they had not raised their son in vain, and that he would support them in old age. When Luo Bin returned, the villagers had gathered around Zhao's house for a long time. Seeing Luo Bin's excited return, the villagers talked among themselves. They also learned that after Zhao Guibao went back to the city with his biological parents, he changed his name to Luo Bin. Although the villagers weren't used to it, those who knew about it accepted the change. A woman, hearing Gao Suhua's words, said, "Don't celebrate too early. He's even changed his name. Don't expect him to come back and support you. Don't be fooled." Gao Suhua was displeased when she heard this. "Although he's changed his name now, he's still the child we raised with hard work. A foster son is still a son. It's only natural for us to support him, not to mention. She didn't finish her sentence, afraid of being laughed at. It turned out that they had paid for his job, and Luo Bin was the one supporting them in old age. The woman then asked, "Why don't you say more?" Gao Suhua rolled her eyes at her and said, "Don't be jealous and bitter. You're just jealous and trying to talk behind our backs." Afterward, she turned and went home feeling guilty. In Jishir City, Luo Tao mentioned again to his father what the clerk at the street office had said earlier. "Dad, think carefully. Do we really not have any relatives or friends in Beijing?" Luo Tianqing said, "There really is nothing. I've thought about it several times these days. Don't worry about this anymore. Just focus on doing your job well." Luo Tao said, "Dad, don't you think we've been having bad luck lately? I believe there's a reason, but we haven't figured it out yet." Luo Tianming said, "Now we can only take things one step at a time." Luo Tao frowned, feeling a bit disappointed in his father. "Dad, could you give me some money and ration tickets? I want to invite that official for a meal to get closer and see if I can find out some useful information." Luo Tianming had no other options, so he agreed with his son's idea. He got up and went inside to take out 3 yuan and some tickets. In Qingshan village, Luo Qiao went to the water pond at noon because today was delivery day, at the usual time and place. This time, Luo Qiao brought over 260 jin of fish. She wanted to show them that catching these fish wasn't easy, so they wouldn't doubt her. In the afternoon, she went back to work as usual, without showing any signs of trouble. Recently, the village had been noisy because of Gao Shuani and Qiao Tsongshan. As villagers discussed, Li Xiulan returned after hearing that Gao Shuani had helped Zhang Digang's family and got injured. Instead of rushing to the hospital to see how he was, she went straight to Zhang Digang's house to cause trouble. Zhang Digang's family agreed to handle everything thoroughly, so she left and went to the commune hospital. When the doctor said the injury was very dangerous at the time, she almost fainted from shock. The doctor said if they hadn't stopped the bleeding early, he might not have survived. Later, the doctor said he was now fine. She just needed to rest and recover for a while, and everything would be okay. Qiao Tsongshan's leg was really broken. It takes about 100 days to recover from such an injury. But that day, Luo Qiao's splint helped a lot, preventing further injury. So, he was resting well and unlikely to have serious problems. Neither family knew exactly how they had secretly negotiated. It's been over 10 days, and he still hasn't been discharged. This made Zhang's family very worried. Not only did they have to pay for the hospital stay, but also for nutrition and lost work points during this time. Li Xiulan had been taking care of her husband at the commune health clinic these days. Her meals and expenses were covered by Zhang's family. They also had to work extra to earn work points. Every day, she chatted with the hospital staff about gossip. Finally, Zhang's family found a respected villager to help persuade Li Xiulan. She then took Gao Shuani home to rest, and it cost them 30 yuan to get him out of the hospital. Hai Shuani was actually losing a lot of blood. Originally, he could have been discharged in 3 days and gone home to rest, but Li Xiulan refused, saying she was worried about possible aftereffects. Qiao Tsongshan simply stayed behind the Gao family, enjoying the benefits without much effort. In Qingshan village, under the big willow tree, things have been lively these days. Everyone is talking about the cost of Zhang Digang's roof repair. I heard that just Gao Shuani and Qiao Tsongshan's hospital stays cost nearly 100 yuan. Li Xiulan insisted on getting 30 yuan in compensation before agreeing to let Gao Shuani leave the hospital. During his stay, Zhang Digang's son and daughter-in-law replaced him at work. No matter what, once he was discharged, they agreed to have nothing more to do with Zhang's family. The doctor at the commune clinic said Gao Shuani looked frighteningly pale. If the bleeding hadn't been stopped in time, he might have died. But since the bleeding stopped and he recovered well, he was fine after some rest. Li Xiulan didn't care about all that. She waited until Zhang's family paid compensation before she agreed to discharge Gao Shuani. She thought she had gained a big advantage, but didn't realize she had deeply offended the village secretary. Li Xiulan kept saying she only asked for 30 yuan out of respect for the secretary's face, feeling proud of herself. She thought her husband was injured just to help Zhang Di Gang repair his house, so the secretary would take care of their family more in the future. During this time, some people worked in the fields for them, and they stayed at the clinic with good care. Although her husband had been in real danger, he was lucky and pulled through. Now they had received 30 yuan in compensation, and she felt very happy. One day, Luo Qiao cooked something delicious at home. She and Xiao Shitu had arranged to eat at her place for lunch. The boy was small but clever and well-behaved. Luo Qiao decided to help him. Talking about Xiao Shitu, he was a poor child. His father was a city youth sent to the countryside 2 years ago. He promised to bring his mother and him to the city once he settled in, but after returning, his family opposed it. The plan to move them to the city was delayed again and again. A year ago, his father, a city youth, returned and convinced his mother to divorce. Then he disappeared without a trace. His uncles and aunt wanted his mother to move on and find someone new to marry. Basically, they wanted to get more bride price money. But his mother refused because of him. 6 months ago, she had an accident in the city and passed away, leaving him behind. His 3 uncles divided his mother's compensation money among themselves. They agreed to take turns caring for him each month, but he was not welcomed anywhere and rarely ate a full meal. Luo Qiao only recently learned about his background. Over the past few days, she tried to find him several times but couldn't. Finally, yesterday she met him and found out that he has to go up the mountain every day to gather pig grass. They agreed to come over for lunch today, so Luo Qiao steamed pumpkin buns, stir-fried zucchini with eggs, braised fish, and garlic oil lettuce. She also cooked some porridge. When the meal was ready, Shitu arrived. Luo Qiao welcomed him inside and asked, "Did you wash up in the river?" Shitu looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Yes, I'm all covered in dirt. I didn't want to dirty everything." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Sit over there. I'll bring the food." Shitu said, "Luo Qiao, I want to help you." Luo Qiao liked this boy very much. He was honest, kind, clever, and very sensible. In the yard, there was a big rock that the previous young workers had used as a table for meals. Today's food was placed there. Seeing the delicious bread, Shitu swallowed hard and touched his head, saying, "Luo Qiao, this is too much." Luo Qiao smiled gently and said, "You've helped me so much. I just want to thank you. Don't think too much. Sit down and eat. You still need to go up the mountain to gather pig grass this afternoon. Finish your meal early, and you can rest a little." Shitu suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. Since his mother left, only his grandmother had been kind to him. Others felt like they owed him something, especially his uncles, who were often impatient with him. Sometimes his grandmother would secretly give him an extra bun, but because of his mother's issues, she also took out her frustration on him and didn't want to get too close. Thanks to his mother's compensation money, his 3 uncles couldn't do much to him, so he took turns staying at their homes each month. Luo Qiao scooped a lot of food onto his plate and said, "Just pretend it's your own home. Eat more and don't be shy." Shitu nodded. It had been a long time since he had a proper hot meal. Usually they finished eating, and only leftovers were left for him. Sometimes his bowl only had a sip of soup. Luo Qiao asked Shitu, "Do you have a full name?" Shitu swallowed the bun and said, "Ningzhenglei." Luo Qiao looked at him and said, "Ningzhenglei, that's a good name. It suits you, honest and straightforward." After finishing the meal, Luo Qiao handed him a pair of pants she had altered the night before and said, "Shitu, these are made from old clothes.
Don't be picky."
Stone's eyes reddened again. Over the past 6 months, although he couldn't eat enough, he had grown a bit taller. His old pants had become too short, but none of his aunts cared about him. With a slight nasal tone, he said, "Thank you, Sister Luo Qiao, for not minding." He gestured to his legs, then thanked her, and left holding his pants. Luo Qiao wanted to make him 2 new pairs of pants, but she was worried that if she did, he might not keep them safe, and it could cause trouble for him at home. The old pants were better because they didn't attract much attention. Luo Qiao watched Stone's figure walk away and thought, if possible, she wanted to help him. But she needed a steady income she could show openly, or else the village gossip would be hard to bear. She was only 15 years old now. What could she do? She wanted to both keep others from talking and help Stone. She spent the whole afternoon thinking about this. Unexpectedly, when work ended, the team leader said there was a package for her from the village team. And it was 2 packages. The team leader had already checked and knew they were sent from Beijing. Luo Qiao signed and said, "It's from my former teacher at the farm." Gao Jiefeng understood immediately and asked the scorekeeper to help deliver the packages. Now, the village was lively, all guessing what was inside. Many families discussed Luo Qiao's 2 packages during dinner. Zhao's family, Zhao Xiaoxing, said with some resentment, "I don't know what kind of mood Mom was in back then," refusing to acknowledge Luo Qiao. If she had just accepted her, those things would have been ours. Gao Suhua was also angry. She hadn't expected that stubborn girl to have such ability, and now someone was thinking of her and sending her packages. During this time, Zhao Xiaomei hadn't left the house and was helping with chores. She was really afraid someone would ask about what happened before. Her father had told her that the villagers didn't know the truth. But what if someone from Beipo village spread rumors? She was nervous all day. Now, when they mentioned Luo Qiao, her hatred was obvious. Zhao Xiaoyun, sitting across from her, shivered in fear. Only Zhao's 4th daughter, Zhao Xiaohua, said, "Don't forget what Uncle said before. If it's not your own, don't get involved, or you'll be laughed at." She knew Luo Qiao wasn't someone to mess with. She was afraid her family would provoke her again. Even a rabbit bites when it's cornered, and Luo Qiao was a person. Zhao Xiaoqiao said, "It's not that Mom didn't do the math right. If we had accepted Luo Qiao back then, not only would someone have helped earn work points, but things would have gone smoothly last time. Now we've missed a good chance and lost out." Zhao Pulin replied, "Having food isn't enough to keep you from talking." More than just this family was concerned about Luo Qiao. Li Xiulan's eldest daughter-in-law, Feng Xiaojun, entered, first filling a gourd from a water jar, taking a sip with a loud gulp, then wiping her mouth and sitting down on a bench in the yard. She said, "Mom, I just heard that the village's orphan girl received 2 big packages. Everyone in the village is jealous." Li Xiulan's eyes shifted, and she asked, "What did you say?" Feng Xiaojun repeated, "The orphan girl from the Zhao family. She's not officially recognized. Just now, the team leader said she received 2 large packages sent from Beijing." I didn't expect Luo Qiao to have such connections quietly. Li Xiulan couldn't sit still. Her eyes darted around for a long time before she went inside. Inside, she looked at Gao Shuani, who was still lying on the Kong bed. She said, "Dad, I think we can't wait any longer about Saner and Luo Qiao. Just now, my eldest daughter-in-law said she received 2 big packages. Now, more people in the village will be interested in Luo Qiao. If we delay, others might get ahead of us." Gao Shuani was silent for a moment, then said, "That's fine, but we need a reason. Otherwise, the village might say we're bullying her." Li Xiulan smiled. "Dad, don't forget Luo Qiao saved your life. She's a lifesaver for our Gao family. We should take better care of her. To repay her kindness, we arranged for Xiao San to marry her, so it's easier to look after her in the future." Who can argue with that? Don't forget, she's just an orphan girl. What else could she want? Gao Shuani said that reason sounds a bit weak, but it can work. Luo Qiao returned home, thanked the clerk who helped send the packages, and didn't forget to give him a handful of dried red dates. After sending him off, she closed the courtyard gate, stored the 2 packages in her space, and planned to cook first before opening the packages. In her space, she steamed a large pot of rice, which could last for several meals. Sometimes, after a hard day's work, she really didn't want to cook. Yesterday's garlic oil lettuce was good, so she made a simple version of gongbao chicken. After finishing her meal, she finally opened the packages. Grandpa Yuan had sent 2 cans of malted milk, 2 bags of milk powder, a white shirt with red dots, and a pair of black pants. Inside, there was also a pair of black leather shoes. Below, there are a few magazines, a stack of newspapers, 2 sheets of manuscript paper, and some small miscellaneous items. Inside the package, there was also a letter saying that if she had any difficulties, she should tell them. They also asked if she would like to live in Beijing, and left a phone number for her. Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang sent many health supplements, malted milk, white rabbit candies, and 2 cans of meat. The letter with the package also included many tickets, all of which were nationwide military coupons. At the bottom of the package, there were 2 pieces of cloth and a pair of white sneakers, with a note suggesting she take some time to make clothes for school. Luo Qiao felt warm inside, staring at those items with mixed feelings. She felt like a small thief who had stolen others' happiness, enjoying the care and concern that should belong to someone else. After a long while, she sighed and thought, since they had sent it all, she should accept it. She remembered this kindness and promised herself to repay them well if she had the chance. She thought about sending some smoked fish and dried fish as a thank you gift, but now was not the right time. The weather was too hot, and without vacuum packaging, the fish might spoil once they arrived in Beijing. Luo Qiao finished tidying up and then started her daily studies. Seeing the newspapers and magazines, she suddenly had an idea. Yes, she thought, why didn't she consider this as a way? She had artistic skills. She could create illustrations for magazines or try writing some articles to publish. That way, she would have a source of income, and in the future, helping Stone would also have a natural reason. Wow, this idea was good. She just wasn't sure if her drawings would catch the editor's attention, but how would she know without trying? She immediately took the manuscript paper that Grandpa Yuan had sent and first replied to the Yuan and Yang families, telling them she was well and that she would start high school in the second half of the year, so they shouldn't worry. After finishing the letter and putting it away, she thought about what to send. If she couldn't send something expensive, she could send dried mushrooms and vegetables she had dried earlier, soaked and cooked into delicious dishes. They would definitely like it once they tasted it. Although the items weren't worth much, they were her small tokens of affection. After calming her mind, she began to think about what to draw and send. After thinking for a while, she decided that if she wanted to try, she might as well write some fables with illustrations. Even if they didn't succeed, it wouldn't be a waste of time and effort. She now only has a regular pencil, without colored pencils, but she can make do. She wrote 2 short fables last night, simple in illustrations, but drawn very carefully. After finishing, she put them away, planning to find time to send them to the community office. She also thought that if she had time, she should go to the city to buy some professional art supplies. If she wants to make a living in this field, she needs to invest wisely. The next morning, she packed the items to send to the Yuan and Yang families, ready to go to the community office at noon to send them early and get results sooner. After work at noon, Luo Qiao hurriedly ate and then went to the community office. She first sent the letters to the Yuan and Yang families by placing them in separate packages, and then sent the 2 fables with illustrations to the magazine and the newspaper. She also stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some regular pencils and paper, since that's all they had there. To buy professional supplies, she would need to go to the city. Back in the village, she met Li Xiulan by the bridge. Li Xiulan cheerfully greeted Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao, where are you going? Luo Qiao didn't like Li Xiulan much, but since there were so many people around the bridge, she didn't want to be too rude. She replied, just to send some letters, Auntie. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm going home first. She didn't want to stay there being questioned by a crowd, so she quickly made an excuse to leave. The group of women who wanted to find out more looked disappointed. Li Xiulan smiled and said, then hurry back. You still have work this afternoon. Luo Qiao nodded politely to the women by the bridge and left. One woman nearby said, Li Xiulan, why are you so easy to talk to today? That's not like you. Li Xiulan replied, our Shuani's life was saved by Luo Qiao. From now on, I must take better care of her. I call that being grateful. Another woman said, you? Grateful? I think you're up to something. Li Xiulan listened, but didn't get angry. She knew Luo Qiao would be part of the Gao family soon, and they would envy her then. Another woman said, Xiulan, since you said Luo Qiao saved your family's Gao Shuni, why don't you go and give her some thanks? It's easy to talk about gratitude, but what's the use if you don't act? As soon as she finished speaking, a group of women by the bridge burst into laughter and started teasing each other. Li Xiaolon felt embarrassed and said somewhat angrily, "Who said we didn't give anything? These days, I haven't had time to take care of my husband's needs, so what's the rush?" This comment was overheard by the wife of the village secretary. She then remembered that not only Li Xiaolon's family, but also her own younger brother's family had never gone to thank them. It was indeed a bit rude. After all, if it weren't for Luo Qiao's help, Gao Shuani might not be alive. So, her younger brother's family couldn't be blamed for any trouble. Li Xiaolon, with her straightforward nature, wouldn't forgive her brother's family easily. Just thinking about it made her a little scared. She got up from by the small bridge and prepared to go home to tell her husband about this matter. Luo Qiao returned home, drank some water, and planned to lie down for a while because she would need to work again soon. But before she could lie down, she heard children shouting from across the village. Luo Qiao initially wanted to turn over and rest, but then she heard a woman questioning someone and also heard the name Shirtu. She quickly got up to leave the bed, thinking that the loud cry earlier might have been caused by Shirtu. She put on her shoes and ran outside. The sounds were clear, but she couldn't see what was happening across the river because crops blocked her view. She only heard children crying and adults shouting and scolding. When Luo Qiao arrived, she found out that the incident was caused by Shirtu's pants. This month, Shirtu was staying at his second uncle's house. The eldest son of that family, who was 1 year older than Shirtu, had fallen into the water while playing by the river earlier, and his pants were soaked and no longer wearable. When Luo Qiao went home to change pants, she noticed that Shirtu's pants were unfamiliar. They weren't new, but they only had 1 or 2 patches, so she asked Shirtu to take them off so he could wear her pants instead. Shirtu didn't want to, and the 2 children started pushing each other. Fortunately, the second aunt from that family saw this. She had just come out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of millet noodles she had just cooked, originally meant for pig feed. In her anger, she forgot that the noodles just came out of the pot. She suddenly poured the hot noodles onto Shirtu. Luckily, Shirtu dodged, turning his face away, and the noodles splashed onto his back. This scene was seen by people sitting under a tree nearby. Everyone scolded Sun family's second daughter-in-law, Kong Yuru, calling her unkind. Fortunately, Dr. Gao was nearby. He quickly pulled Shirtu into the river and told him to lie in water. When Luo Qiao arrived, Shirtu was already soaking in the river. Also in the water was Sun family's second son, Sun Xingyuan, who was Shirtu's cousin. His small arm was also affected. Luo Qiao felt a bit sorry for Shirtu. Being dependent on others and ignored by neighbors was bad enough, but now he was also getting beaten and bullied. Now someone even dared to pour boiling water on him. This must be very cruel. This incident also alarmed the team leader and the village secretary. After finding out what happened, the secretary scolded Sun family's second daughter-in-law. Dr. Gao said that with such large burns, he couldn't do much himself. He had just examined Shida's back, which was blistered all over, and said he needed to go immediately to the commune health clinic. When Secretary Zhang Dejing heard about the clinic, he felt annoyed because his brother had just sent over more than 100 yuan. But there was nothing he could do. Dr. Gao had already said he couldn't treat such big burns. The secretary asked Sun family's second daughter-in-law, Kong Yuru, to take the money and go to the clinic, but she stubbornly said her family had no money. A villager watching nearby said, "Where is Shida's mother's compensation money? She should hurry up and use it to pay for her child's treatment." When this was said, the people from the main and third branches of the Sun family looked angry. The money was in their hands, so how could they give it away? Shida's grandmother said, "The second family still needs to get their money. Do you want to cause trouble for old Sun's family?" Kong Yuru, the second daughter-in-law, finally realized she had caused trouble. Now everyone in the village was watching her, so she didn't dare to act out anymore. She turned and went inside, took out 20 yuan, and handed it to the secretary. The secretary then called Lu Yichen to arrange for a tractor to take Shirtu to the clinic. Shida's uncle, Sun Baowen, quickly carried Shirtu onto the car, along with Dr. Gao from the village health station. Luo Qiao also wanted to go, but the village secretary didn't allow her. She could only take out 10 yuan from her pocket and give it to Dr. Gao, saying, "Take this money first. If Shida's treatment costs more, you can use it. If not, bring it back." She didn't trust the Sun family at all. After paying her sister's compensation, she still had to treat her own nephew. The entire Sun family was not good people. Watching the tractor leave, the villagers gradually dispersed. Kong Yuru then realized her son was still in the river. She wanted to shout for the tractor to stop, but when she looked up, she saw it had already crossed the bridge and left the village. She stomped her feet in anger. Grandmother Sun saw her second grandson's arm blistered and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find someone to take Xingyuan to the commune health clinic." Although Sun Xingyuan only slightly injured a small arm, the burn was still serious. His face was also splashed with some burns, but it was a little better than his arm, with a small red patch that was very painful and hot. At first, he was so scared after realizing he caused trouble that he didn't dare make a sound. Now that many villagers had dispersed, and his mother was tearful with concern, she also started crying. She said her arm and face hurt badly, which made Kong Yuru too frightened to delay any longer. She went back inside, put 30 yuan in her pocket, and asked the village secretary to send his son to give them a ride on his bicycle. After the incident, even if the village secretary didn't want to get involved, he had to send his eldest son, Zhang Dongzi, to help. Luo Qiao was worried about Shirtu, but she couldn't show too much enthusiasm now. She had to wait for news at home. Fortunately, the work site was right at the village entrance, so Luo Qiao spent the afternoon feeling restless, occasionally looking up the main road. Later, she heard the sound of a tractor and saw villagers running over to ask about the situation. Luo Qiao followed behind. She learned that Shida's burns were quite serious. The commune health clinic had already taken him in, saying they would assess the situation. If it was too severe, he would need to be transferred to a hospital in the city. Dr. Gao was worried. First, because if the burns were serious, treatment in the city would cost more. Second, because the clinic's conditions were limited, and if scars remained on his back, it could ruin his life. The villagers listened to Dr. Gao, and many women started crying. Luo Qiao felt terrible inside. She decided that after work, she would go to the commune health clinic to check on Shirtu herself. As the end of work approached, Luo Qiao didn't want to attract attention. She hurriedly finished her remaining tasks, then asked the scorekeeper to check her work points. After recording her points, she quickly ran home. She washed her hands quickly, ignoring everything else. She closed the door tightly and entered her space. She wanted to see if her medical books in the space's study had any methods to treat burns. She flipped through many medical books but couldn't find a solution. Just when Luo Qiao was about to give up in disappointment, she noticed an unremarkable handwritten notebook nearby. It was only a few pages long and contained 2 recipes: burn relief and comfort scar gel. Luo Qiao felt like she had found treasure. She read them several times, then ran to the medicinal herb field with her medical books. When she was on the farm, the original owner had made some ointments with Grandpa Yang a few times. First, she gathered all the ingredients according to the recipes. She worked late into the night and finally made the ointments, not even drinking a sip of water during the process. Because I am not very skilled, I wasted a lot of medicinal herbs. Finally, I managed to make a small bowl of burn relief ointment, but I couldn't find a suitable container to hold the herbs. Looking at the bowl in my hand, I thought I couldn't just carry it around. Besides bamboo tubes, the only thing in the space seemed to be bowls. But if I took this bowl outside, I worried someone might see it. These are all antiques. After thinking for a while, I left the space. I checked the time. It was already 9 p.m. I looked outside through the door and saw the moonlight. Thinking that little stone might still be suffering, I opened the courtyard gate and went out. I wanted to see if Lu Yichen's house had any canned jars or similar items. The original owner was very afraid of the dark. Luo Qiao had also gone on missions at night during the apocalypse. Since the moon was bright tonight, she gathered her courage and knocked on Lu Yichen's door. Lu Yichen was awakened by the knocking. Hearing someone at the door, he got up, put on his clothes, and asked, "Who is it?" Luo Qiao replied, "Big brother Lu, it's me, Luo Qiao." As soon as she finished speaking, the door was opened. Lu Yichen stepped out and looked left and right, only seeing Luo Qiao. He asked, "So late? What's the matter?" Luo Qiao hesitated and asked, "Big brother Lu, do you have any canned jars at home?" Lu Yichen didn't know why this girl was looking for canned jars so late at night. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that he had some. Last time, he helped a friend with something and, when leaving, forcefully gave him 2 jars of canned food. He had just placed them in the kitchen cabinet, and Luo Qiao would have forgotten about it if she hadn't asked. He turned around and went to the kitchen, took out the 2 jars of canned food, and handed them to Luo Qiao. "There are 2 jars that haven't been eaten yet. You can take them," Luo Qiao said. "Then can you pour the canned food into a bowl? I only need the jar." Lu Yichen shoved everything into Luo Qiao's hands and said, "These have been sitting for a long time. I don't really like eating this stuff. You can take it back." Luo Qiao felt a bit embarrassed. She originally just wanted to find a jar, but now she was about to take someone else's canned food. She thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, big brother Lu. I'll make you some delicious food later as a thank you, and we can exchange." After saying goodbye, she turned to leave. Lu Yichen wasn't sleepy anymore. He watched Luo Qiao enter the yard before closing the gate again. But he still couldn't sleep. He felt annoyed at himself for not asking more. What was she planning to do with the jar? Thinking that this girl must be in a hurry, otherwise she wouldn't come knocking on his door at this hour without manners. Luo Qiao didn't realize she had completely disturbed his rest. After returning, she poured the canned food into a bowl, quickly washed the bottle, and found a piece of fine cotton cloth in the space to dry it. Then she carefully poured the ointment into the bottle with a spoon and sealed it with a lid. Only then did she feel very hungry. She found some food from the warehouse to fill her stomach, quickly washed up, changed her clothes, locked the door, and headed to the community health clinic. Tonight, the moonlight was nice, and the road was very clear. She walked very fast and didn't notice someone following her from behind. The clinic's main door was already closed, but there was a small side door for entry and exit. Several wards had their lights off. Luo Qiao didn't want to bother knocking on the duty room door. Since the wards were all in a row, she listened carefully for any sounds. Not many patients were hospitalized. Finally, outside one ward, she heard someone crying softly. Luo Qiao pushed the door open and looked inside. There were 3 beds, but only the middle one had someone. A small bundle. Luo Qiao suddenly felt very distressed. It reminded her of her childhood, when her parents were busy every day and had no time to accompany her. Their business wasn't very big yet, and they only had a live-in nanny. That aunt had to go home once a week. If her parents were home that day, it would be fine, but most of the time they came home very late. Once, it rained and thundered at night.
She was only a little older than Stone then.
She was also helpless, hugging herself and crying softly. At that moment, she felt a kind of shared suffering with Stone. Luo Qiao gently knocked on the door and softly called, "Stone." Stone stopped crying, but didn't dare move. Luo Qiao was afraid of scaring him, so she said, "Stone, don't be afraid. I'm Sister Luo Qiao." Hearing Luo Qiao's voice, Stone wanted to turn his head toward the door. Maybe because of the injury on his body, he whimpered again in pain. In that moment, Luo Qiao had already reached the bedside. Because of the injury on his back, little Stone had been lying face down all this time. With a crying voice, Stone asked Sister Luo Qiao, "Why did you come so late?" Luo Qiao looked at Stone's back in the moonlight. It was really frightening. His back was covered with blisters. Seeing that he was wearing pants now, she asked Stone, "Besides your back, do your buttocks and legs also have burns?" After asking this question, Luo Qiao couldn't help but shed tears, thinking that Kong Yuru truly deserved a bad fate and was such a fool. Shirtu felt a bit embarrassed and said a little, "Sister Luo Qiao, don't worry." Shirtu's thoughtfulness made Luo Qiao feel even worse inside. Luo Qiao looked around the empty hospital room and asked, "Shirtu, where is your eldest uncle?" Hearing Luo Qiao's question, Shirtu was silent for a moment and replied, "Eldest uncle has to work tomorrow, so he can't stay with me." He went back to the village at nightfall. Second aunt and cousin Sheng Yuan also went back after giving me medicine. Luo Qiao's anger flared up instantly. So no one is bringing you food tonight, right? Tu whispered, I ate enough at noon, it's fine. Luo Qiao took out a bamboo tube from her basket, containing chicken and vegetable porridge. It was cooked a few days ago and stored in her space. She originally planned to give it to Tu as a late-night snack, but now it seemed like dinner. She slightly opened the door to let the moonlight into the room and handed the spoon to Tu.
Drink this porridge.
Tu's eyes still had tears, which made Luo Qiao feel even more sad. Tu softly said, Thank you, Sister Luo Qiao. Because his back was covered in blisters and it was inconvenient, Luo Qiao took a small stool from the corner of the wall. The stool was lower than the bed, so she placed the bamboo tube on it, making it easier for Tu to drink. Seeing Tu start to eat, Luo Qiao asked, Tu, did the doctor give you any medicine today? Tu paused while holding the porridge and said sadly, The doctor gave me medicine once today, but my second aunt said it was only 20 yuan and once it's gone, she won't care anymore. Luo Qiao didn't reply but took out her homemade ointment from her basket and looked at Tu. Tu, do you trust Sister Luo Qiao? Tu nodded quickly. I trust her. Luo Qiao softly said, I made some medicine for burns. Now I will put it on you. You just need to know, don't tell others whether it works or not. Tu turned to look at Luo Qiao. Maybe I shouldn't put it on. If others find out, it might cause trouble for you. Luo Qiao had already opened the jar and took out the tools she made at home. This medicine will be absorbed by the skin soon and won't leave any marks. Tu agreed. All right, as long as it doesn't cause trouble for you. Little Luo Qiao carefully helped Stone apply medicine to his back, then began to worry about what to do about the injuries on his buttocks and thighs. Stone was now 8 years old, and Luo Qiao felt a bit embarrassed to pull down his pants. While she was feeling anxious, someone entered the room and said, I'll handle the rest. Stone heard the voice, turned his head, and looked over. Uncle Lu. Lu Yichen felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that. Just now outside, he clearly heard Stone call Luo Qiao his sister, but here he was called uncle. That made him feel like he was a generation apart from Luo Qiao. However, calling him uncle was not wrong for little Stone. Luo Qiao stood up and moved aside. Big brother Lu, why are you here too? Lu Yichen replied, I saw you left the village and was worried, so I came to check. Your courage is growing. You dare to go to the commune alone in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid of danger on the way? His words sounded a bit harsh, but Luo Qiao could tell he was worried about her. She felt a little shy and said, I'm just worried about Stone. Luckily, I came, and the Sun family is really too much. It's one thing not to have anyone to watch over him at night, but no one even brought dinner. Lu Yichen looked at her after she finished speaking. Are you going to stand here and watch me take off Stone's pants? Luo Qiao snorted at his words, then turned and left the room. Looking at the pale green ointment in the glass bottle, Lu Yichen thought to himself that this girl was really capable. He shouldn't underestimate her. He slowly helped Stone take off his pants and carefully applied the ointment evenly on his buttocks and thighs. Stone, I won't put your pants back on just yet. If the medicine gets on them, it won't work. Wait until it absorbs in a couple of hours, then you can wear them. Do you understand? Stone hesitated and asked, What if someone comes in? Lu Yichen replied, It's almost 10 o'clock now. The health clinic staff are already asleep, so no one will come in. Besides, you're just a little kid. There's no need to be shy. Luo Qiao didn't want to go back in anymore. After Lu Yichen gave a few instructions and saw that the porridge in the bamboo tube was finished, he put the tube away. We'll leave now and come back tomorrow to see you. Stone said, Okay, be careful. Luo Qiao asked Lu Yichen to leave the 2 steamed buns from the basket for Stone to keep. At the doorway, Luo Qiao whispered, Tu, you can sleep first. Many people live in this yard, so don't be afraid. Sister will come to see you again tomorrow. After leaving the health clinic and turning onto the road back to the village, Lu Yichen said, In the future, try to avoid doing this. If your medicine causes any problems, you'll only be making trouble for yourself. Luo Qiao made a funny face and replied, Got it. although she said that she was actually thinking that this was made with space well water, which has nourishing effects, so it definitely wouldn't cause any problems. The casual notes mentioned that this burn relief ointment and soothing cream were rare and hard to find. Lu Yichen realized that this little girl had her own ideas and was just fooling him. He seriously said, "You just arrived in the village, and you should know that people's hearts are hard to read. The Sun family is not easy to deal with. In the future, stay away from them. If you get involved with them, it could be more dangerous than the Zhao family." Hearing this, Luo Qiao was a bit confused and turned her head to ask what he meant, but she accidentally stepped on a small stone on the road. Luckily, her skills prevented her from falling. She did twist her ankle slightly and exclaimed, "Ouch." Lu Yichen quickly caught her and said, "You're really something. Such a beautiful moonlit night, and you hurt yourself just walking." He helped her sit on a large rock by the roadside and asked, "Try to twist your ankle and see if it's serious." Luo Qiao tested it and felt some pain, but it didn't seem serious. "It's fine. Let's hurry back." She planned to soak her ankle in the well water from her space when she got home, thinking it would be fine by morning. Just as she was about to stand up and leave, Lu Yichen said, "Don't push yourself. There's still some way to go. Don't make it worse by walking on it when it's not serious. I'll carry you back." Luo Qiao replied, "It's not far, it should be okay." She felt a bit embarrassed to let Lu Yichen carry her, especially since he already had a leg injury. Wouldn't that be unfair? Seeing her hesitation, Lu Yichen said with some annoyance, "Stop fussing. Hurry up. Are you ashamed to have me carry you, because you think I'm disabled?" Fearing to hurt his pride, Luo Qiao climbed onto his back. Recently, she had been eating well and gained some weight, now weighing nearly 80 jin. Luo Qiao remained silent and did not speak. Lu Yichen said, "Forget about it this time. In the future, don't be so reckless. Do you understand?" Luo Qiao softly replied, then became quiet again. Lu Yichen kept escorting her to the gate of the yard before saying, "You open the door first. I'll go get some medicine for you." Luo Qiao stood on one leg, opened the door, and tested her foot. It hurt a little, but she could barely walk forward. Lu Yichen came quickly and said, "I'll fetch some well water first. You soak that injured foot." Since there was no ice now, this was the best option. He added, "Tomorrow morning, check the situation before using this medicine." Before Luo Qiao could speak, Lu Yichen already handed the medicine to her and helped her sit on a wooden stool in the yard. Later, he brought a bucket of water and asked about the foot basin's location, then placed the water beside her. Thinking for a moment, he said, "I'll leave now. After you finish soaking, tidy up tomorrow. I'll help you close the yard door from inside. Don't go over there again later." Luo Qiao said, "Thank you." Lu Yichen closed the door from inside and then jumped over the wall, thinking how quick he was despite his injured legs. When he's in good shape, he's really capable. Back in his own yard, Lu Yichen felt he had been a bit reckless. He shook his head and went inside to sleep again, but he just couldn't fall asleep no matter how much he turned over. Thinking about how he carried Luo Qiao back and her shy, timid look made him laugh. After all, she was still a child at heart. The next morning, the Sun family staged another scene in Qingshan village. Today was the first, and Stone was supposed to go to Sun Baojuan's house, the third son of the Sun family. But Sun's third daughter-in-law, Yao Honghong, said they couldn't take over now. Kong Yuru said, "Today is the first. It should be your turn. Why aren't you taking over?" Yao Honghong sneered and said, "Second sister-in-law, how can you say that?" Kong Yuru replied, "Our Shengyuan also has a burn arm. It's not that I don't want to take care of that wild kid, Stone, but I simply can't manage it." She almost caused trouble by calling the child a wild kid in front of the villagers. Yao Honghong scoffed and said, "Don't say nice things. Stone is still in the clinic. He was injured at the second house, and it was even you who hurt him. If I take over, the house must be in perfect condition. Otherwise, who will pay for the medicine?" The villagers could understand what Yao Honghong from the third house was saying, but it was not easy. Once she took over, there were medical expenses and meals to send to the health clinic, which caused delays. Early in the morning, Luo Qiao cooked porridge, made sugar triangles, prepared a cucumber salad, and fried 2 eggs. She took the food to Shirtu right away. After Shirtu finished eating, Luo Qiao asked, "Shirtu, how do you feel today?" Shirtu replied, "The pain isn't as sharp as yesterday." Luo Qiao said, "That's good. I'll come again at noon to bring you food, and I'll apply the medicine tonight." Shirtu nodded and said, "Thanks, Sister Luo Qiao. You should go back now so you won't be late for work." Last night, after Lu Yichen left, Luo Qiao went back to her room and soaked her feet in well water. She rested all night. In the morning, she tried her foot and found the pain was less than last night. When she was delivering food, she happened to meet a neighbor from the next village riding a bicycle back to the city for work. The neighbor gave her a ride to the village entrance. Now, walking back to the village, she still felt some discomfort in her foot. She hoped it wouldn't get worse. While she was looking down at her foot, she heard a noise ahead. She looked up and saw Lu Yichen riding his bicycle toward her. His familiar expression made Luo Qiao feel a bit guilty. She quickly greeted him. "Big brother Lu, where are you headed?" Lu Yichen got off his bike and turned it around.
Get on.
"I'll take you back to the village." Luo Qiao asked, "Won't that delay you?" Lu Yichen said, "What do you think? You don't want her foot to get better, right? You're also studying medicine. Why are you being so stubborn?" Luo Qiao knew Lu Yichen was truly angry this time. She whispered her excuse, "If I don't bring food, Shirtu will go hungry. Also, I was just riding with a neighbor from the next village." "Really?" Lu Yichen said, "Then why didn't you ask me to take you to the health clinic? It's a few hundred meters from the village entrance. If your foot gets worse, who will take care of you?" Luo Qiao took a deep breath and stammered, I just didn't want to trouble you all the time." Lu Yichen said, "I'll bring food to Shirtu at noon. Just focus on doing your part. If you delay my work today, lunch will be your reward." Luo Qiao asked, "Don't you usually not come back to the village at noon?" Lu Yichen was amused by this girl. He thought he was caring for her, but she didn't seem to appreciate it. Without saying another word, he rode his bike angrily back to the village. Near the village entrance, Lu Yichen told Luo Qiao to get off and go back by herself. He didn't cross the bridge, but instead waded across the river and took the small path to the tractor shed. From afar, Luo Qiao heard the noise and asked the people sitting on the bridge, "What's going on?" An old man looked at the loud argument happening at the Sun family's side and said, "No one wants to take over the stones. It's such a shame." The second and third branches of the Sun family argued loudly, almost coming to blows, but no conclusion was reached. The village leader couldn't stand it anymore and came over to mediate. Unexpectedly, Kong Yuru said, "The village leader is just talking without understanding. If it were your family, would you want someone to eat free?" Kong Yuru knew the truth well. Stone was already 8 years old. Several children of his age had started school last year, and some were expected to start this year in the second half. His son, Sun Xingyuan, started elementary school last year. If this wild child isn't allowed to go to school later this year, the villagers might start criticizing their Sun family. After all, the 3 families had already shared the compensation money for the younger sister-in-law. The village leader didn't expect Kong Yuru to be so unreasonable and said bluntly, "You are the closest to Stone. Sun Mei's compensation was 600 yuan. Now you say Stone is just eating free. The Sun family really is ungrateful. They took the compensation and still dare to say such things. It's heartless. Since he's been with you, have any of your families treated him kindly? Every day, he gets up at dawn to go up the mountain to gather pig grass.
What about your children at that time?
Have any of your families fed him a proper meal in these months? Have you ever made him a piece of clothing? Now you say he's just eating free. How can you say that?" The villagers working in the fields couldn't stay calm anymore. It turned out that Sun Mei's compensation was so large, and the Sun family was truly unforgivable. Li Xiulan stood among the crowd, holding a handful of pumpkin seeds, cracking them and saying, "Kong Yuru, I didn't expect your Sun family to be so shameless. Spending your mother's hard-earned money and still calling him a freeloader, and even ignoring how badly he was hurt." Turned around and spoke to the villagers watching the commotion, saying, "You all probably don't know, But since last night, no one from the Sun family has brought food to the health clinic. They even bragged that the 20 yuan they paid is all they will give, no more. Look at how heartless they are. Aren't you afraid that Sun Mei will come to talk to you tonight? At this moment, Dr. Gao also stepped forward and said, "That child is badly hurt, almost a severe burn. How could you not send someone to bring food for him last night? Sun Granny, your Sun family is really cold-hearted." Soon, the villagers gathered by the river started talking among themselves. Someone said, originally, Ning Ziping and Sun Mei had a good relationship. If it weren't for the Sun family constantly causing trouble, they would have had a much easier life. Later, because the Sun family kept coming to their house, Ning Ziping and Sun Mei often argued. Exactly. If it weren't for the Sun family, Ning Ziping probably wouldn't have left so quickly. When the Ning family came over, look at how the Sun family responded. They made many demands and drove the Ning family away in anger. That's only part of it. No matter what, Ning Ziping also wronged Sun Mei. Things used to be good, but that was in the past. In the end, he listened to his parents and gave up on Sun Mei and their son. Sun Mei was also naive. She shouldn't have left Stone behind and let him go back to the city with his father. Maybe she could have found a good family to marry into and wouldn't have left so young. A woman nearby responded, "You're right. Now Sun Mei has lost her life, and her son is seen as a burden by others, a freeloader. She even hurt her own aunt-in-law badly. Sigh, such misfortune." Another woman whispered, "You didn't see it yesterday afternoon. My cousin from my family fell and hurt his arm. I was at the health clinic. Stone's back was full of burns. I couldn't bear to look. The doctor said his buttocks and thighs were burned too." The boy gritted his teeth and didn't cry out loud. The doctor who treated him was so moved he nearly cried. That woman, Kong Yuru, is really no good. Was it that serious? I'm not joking. The doctor said if those burns can't be absorbed by his body today, they might need to do drainage. They would puncture from the side so the water inside the burns could flow out and then be treated. Just thinking about it makes me feel heartbroken. Oh, this Stone is really pitiful. Ning Ziping's parents are not good people. Even if they don't want a daughter-in-law from the countryside, they should at least care for their own grandson. I didn't expect they would even abandon him. That's really cruel. Who's to say otherwise? Maybe Ning Ziping's wife in the city doesn't want him. Sun Mei is also unlucky, married to a bad man. Lu Qiao finished her breakfast at home, locked the door, and went down to the riverbank to start work. But at the Sun family's door, the argument hadn't finished yet. The village officials couldn't solve the problem. The main house and the third house had the same opinion. They wanted the child to stay with them. They wouldn't pay for the health clinic or the hospital expenses. But the second house's man, Sun Baoqing, wasn't in the village. Before the new year, he found a temporary job in the county and could only come back 3 or 4 times a month. Now, the second house's woman, Kong Yuru, was in charge. She said they had no money, just 20 yuan, and they'd spend it all. Whatever happens, happens. She didn't want to worry about it. The situation was getting worse and worse. The village officials were angry. They said the Sun family had to give an explanation, or they would report it to the police station for help. It was time to start work. The team leader didn't want to waste more time arguing with the Sun family. He arranged for everyone to start working, but the Sun family was unlucky. All the men, women, and children had the hardest jobs. Some of the Sun women wanted to resist, but the team leader said if they didn't want to work, they could go home. They wouldn't get any work points anyway. Recently, the team had brought back some fertilizer in big blocks. Luo Qiao was helping Aunt Gao and some women from the village crush the fertilizer in the big warehouse. After crushing it, they would send it to the fields. People in the field dug holes, spread fertilizer, covered the soil, and worked in groups of 3. Luo Qiao hurt her foot today, so she was assigned this task. The fertilizer on her hands hurt her skin a lot. Qiao Lanlan said she would bring her a pair of cloth gloves in the afternoon. While working, Luo Qiao kept thinking. She almost got her hand hit a few times, which scared her. She didn't dare to be distracted anymore, worried that if her foot didn't heal, she might hurt her hand again. Then Lu Yichen would laugh at her to death. Seeing Luo Qiao so worried all morning, Qiao Lanlan asked, Luo Qiao, is something bothering you? Luo Qiao didn't hide it. I'm thinking about how good a kid Stone is. He's also the only grandson of the Sun family. Their only sister or cousin is gone. As an uncle, shouldn't I take care of this only nephew? But how can they feel so justified in taking the compensation and insulting others by calling them white rice eaters and wild children? It's one thing if others speak harshly, but even their own closest family members are treated this way. Their morals are really poor. Luo Qiao glanced around and whispered, aren't they afraid that today's events will affect their children's future? Aren't they worried that others won't want to work with the Sun family in the future? Qiao Lanlan sighed after hearing Luo Qiao's words. The Sun family is indeed a bit excessive, but there's nothing we can do about it. Look, the village leaders spoke this morning, but they still didn't settle things. While speaking, she continued working without stopping and said, those daughters-in-law of the Sun family are also calculating. Just watch, there will be more trouble over the Stone issue. It's just the kid, Stone. At noon, after work, Luo Qiao went home. She thought that making noodles was not a good idea today, or they might spoil if delivered to the health clinic. So she quickly steamed rice, stir-fried a meat dish and a vegetable dish, and prepared a cold salad. This way, even if it was a bit late to deliver, the food wouldn't lose its taste. When Lu Yichen arrived, Luo Qiao's food was just ready. Big brother Lu, you're just in time. Sit down quickly. The meal is ready. Lu Yichen looked at the rice in the bowl and then looked up at Luo Qiao. Where did you get this rice? Luo Qiao paused for a moment, realizing she was careless. She quickly made up an excuse. Last time I went to the city, a neighbor from the farm gave it to me. It's not much. I was worried it would spoil if I made noodles, so I cooked rice. Lu Yichen said, you shouldn't have wasted it all. I can eat anything, but this is a waste. Luo Qiao smiled. It's okay. I made it, so I'll eat it. Later, I'll post it online and steam buns for you tonight. Seeing her cheerful face, Lu Yichen didn't want to say much. He thought about finding someone to exchange some rice later. Before Lu Yichen came, he washed his hands at his own home and also took 2 lunch boxes with him. Luo Qiao said, you're so thoughtful. I really don't have any lunch boxes here. You can eat first. I'll go serve Stone's food. When Luo Qiao came out, Lu Yichen hadn't started eating yet. Luo Qiao packed the 2 lunch boxes into a cloth bag and set them aside. Big brother Lu, hurry and eat. Otherwise, Stone's food will get cold. Lu Yichen thought to himself that this little girl was unkind. He was just waiting for her to eat together, but his mind was only on Stone. He picked up his chopsticks and said, sit down and eat together. Are you okay with your foot today? If not, rest for a couple of days.
Don't take it lightly.
Luo Qiao smiled and replied, I'm fine now. I didn't go out this morning. I was working in the big warehouse with fertilizer. Sitting around doesn't bother me. Lu Yichen picked up his bowl and said, just work in the big warehouse these days. I have some wire gloves at my place. I'll send a few over later. Fertilizer can hurt your hands. Luo Qiao said no need. Aunt Gao said she would bring some in the afternoon. Hurry and eat, so it doesn't affect your work this afternoon. If there's enough time, you can rest a bit at the Stone area before starting work. Lu Yichen ate while replying, okay, I'll deliver food to Shirtu. I'll rest there for a while. I'll bring the lunchbox back tonight. Luo Qiao nodded and said, that would be helpful. Thank you. Lu Yichen looked up at Luo Qiao and asked, why do you go to so much trouble to help Shirtu? Luo Qiao chewed her food and said, Shirtu helped me before, so now I should help him. Don't you think we're both pitiful? She then gave a self-deprecating smile. Seeing her awkward smile, Lu Yichen felt a pang in his heart. Yes, the city's adoptive parents are selfish, but luckily, the little girl is clever and strong-willed. If she had entered the Zhao family's home, it probably wouldn't have been good. He thought it's better to take care of her more in the future. Both she and Shirtu are pitiful children. The Sun family was called to the village committee at noon. Village Secretary Zhang Dezhen said, you must handle Shitu's situation properly. I don't care what plans you have, but the illness must be treated. Otherwise, how can you face the late Sun Mei? The Sun family refused to speak no matter what the secretary said. Finally, Grandma Sun couldn't stand the mockery from villagers outside and said, "We don't know how much money it will take to cure this illness. It might be an endless pit, and we can't afford it."
Kong Yuru said, "My grandmother is right.
We can only support him now out of kindness. If we have to sell everything to pay for his treatment, that's impossible." Chief Gao Jifeng said, "Sun Mei passed away just over half a year ago. Isn't her compensation enough to pay for Shida's treatment? And don't you know how Shirtu was injured?" In the end, seeing that the Sun family wouldn't speak up, the secretary's temper flared. He ordered their eldest son, Zhang Dongzi, to report the matter to the police station. Initially, the Sun family wanted to seriously confront the party secretary and discuss the matter further. However, the secretary now ignored the Sun family, knowing their temper. He didn't want to embarrass himself publicly, but the Sun family seemed prepared for a long fight. The child, Stone, couldn't wait around. If they delayed too long, it could ruin his future. Zhang Dongzi rode his bike and arrived at the team office about half an hour later, together with 2 police officers from the local station. In the end, the 3 families argued about no longer wanting to raise Stone. They said the small amount of compensation left by his mother would barely cover his medical treatment, and he still needed money for school and marriage. His biological father was still alive, so it wasn't their place to decide. The villagers felt sad and angry, surprised at how mean the Sun family was. The phone call was made to Ning Ziping's local office, but they said they couldn't handle it. Now, the situation was tricky because, when Sun Mei divorced, she had signed an agreement that the child would belong to her in the future, and she was also given a one-time payment of 200 yuan. Ning's family also had a new daughter-in-law who was pregnant and didn't want Stone to go back and cause trouble. Gao Jifeng, not believing in giving up, made another call and insisted that Ning Ziping answer it. Later, the local office provided a phone number for Ning Ziping's workplace. When he answered, he didn't show coldness like the Ning family, but explained his difficulties and mentioned the agreement. Gao Jifeng was very angry and shouted into the phone, "Ning Ziping, I hope you won't regret this later." By late afternoon, the police had left. The Sun family decided it was better to settle everything at once, since they had already lost face. The 3 families agreed not to raise Stone anymore. Even Stone's grandmother didn't speak up for him this time. Because the police had visited the health clinic and the doctor said the injury was serious, treating it in the city might cost several hundred yuan. Seeing the small child lying alone and helpless, the police officer felt deeply distressed. That evening, Luo Qiao and Lu Yichen came to deliver food. After Stone finished eating and tidied up, Luo Qiao asked, "Stone, would you like to live with your sister?" Stone didn't understand, and Lu Yichen was a bit surprised. They both looked at Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao explained what had happened in the village that day. Only then did Lu Yichen understand why she asked, while Stone just lay there silently. After being silent for a long time, Stone asked, "Do they really not want me anymore?" Luo Qiao gently patted Stone's head and said, "They don't want you, but sister wants you. From now on, sister will stay with you." Stone was silent for a moment, and then said, "Okay." After finishing the medicine and leaving a bamboo tube of water for Stone, Luo Qiao and Lu Yichen returned to the village together. Lu Yichen was silent for a long time before saying, "You're still young. Since you want to help Stone, I should handle this. I am more suitable, and the villagers will respect me a little." Luo Qiao looked at Lu Yichen in surprise. They were not riding bikes but pushing bicycles side by side along the road. Lu Yichen continued, "But I have a small request." Luo Qiao asked, "What is it?" Lu Yichen said, "Can I join you for meals?" Hearing this, Luo Qiao didn't really want to agree. She had secrets and couldn't always eat good food openly. Sometimes she had to sneak around. Eating together occasionally was fine, but long-term would be troublesome. Lu Yichen added, "Besides stir-frying some vegetables, making a braised dish, and cooking porridge, I can't do much else. I can't stand eating my own cooking all the time." Worried Luo Qiao might feel burdened, he said, "Don't worry, I'll pay for the ingredients. I just don't want to keep eating my own cooking." Luo Qiao also knew that if Lu Yichen helped handle things, it would save her a lot of trouble. After thinking for a moment, she agreed, all right, I'll accept. Lu Yichen was worried that walking too much might worsen Luo Qiao's foot injury, so he suggested, let's ride bikes. Be careful not to hurt your foot again. You should pay more attention for now. On the way, Luo Qiao shared her thoughts, and Lu Yichen nodded in agreement. He decided to wait until tomorrow to see how things went, then discuss with Stone. If Stone agreed, Lu Yichen would proceed accordingly. The next day, Luo Qiao got up early to cook porridge. After practicing a set of martial arts in the yard, she planned to steam an egg for Stone later. Suddenly, she heard someone approaching, and soon someone knocked on the door. Luo Qiao asked, who is it? Outside, Li Xiulan's voice came. Luo Qiao, open the door quickly. I'm here to bring a gift. Luo Qiao opened the door and saw Li Xiulan holding a basket outside, with 4 or 5 women behind her. Luo Qiao said, Auntie, you all woke up quite early. Li Xiulan said, let's go inside and talk. Out of politeness, Luo Qiao said, then come in. I don't have much to offer, but I can wash some cucumbers for the ants to eat. Luckily, there were some small cucumbers picked from the basket in the yard. She washed 3, broke them in half, and handed them to the ants. Li Xiulan ate the cucumber and said, Luo Qiao, you're just a young girl living alone in the village. You saved my husband's life. If you need anything in the future, just say so. I will definitely help you. Luo Qiao smiled lightly and said, Auntie, don't say that. It was just luck. I happen to know a little, and mainly, Uncle Shuani was lucky. Li Xiulan pointed to the basket on the ground and said, Luo Qiao, these are my small tokens of thanks. Please accept them. Seeing the seemingly large basket, Luo Qiao smiled and said, I can't take these. We're all from the same village. Helping each other is just what we do. Li Xiulan said, no, you saved my husband's life. You are a great benefactor to the Gao family. We must give you a gift. Otherwise, people might gossip about us. Luo Qiao said, it's okay, Auntie. This happened a long time ago. No one is paying attention. Hearing this, Li Xiulan looked a bit uncomfortable. It had been almost 20 days. If it weren't for the villagers teasing her that day, she wouldn't have sent anything over. The other women who came to witness also felt a bit embarrassed. They had all been brought by Li Xiulan and were worried that villagers would find out she came to thank Luo Qiao. Just then, Wang Chunyi, the wife of the village secretary, came with her younger brother and his wife. They looked a bit out of breath. Wang Chunyi had hurried over after hearing that Li Xiulan brought people to Luo Qiao's house, and she had quickly tidied up some things. Luo Qiao looked at the people coming in from outside the yard and was a bit stunned. Since she moved in, besides Lu Yichen, only the Zhao family had come a few times at the beginning. Now, what kind of wind is blowing that they all came here? Luo Qiao said, Annie, why do you have time to come over? Come in quickly. Wang Chunyi looked at the tidy yard and smiled. You are capable. I've always wanted to come and thank you. That day, Shuani and Songshan were lucky you helped in time. Otherwise, my younger brother's family would have been in big trouble. Luo Qiao said, it's not that serious. I just happen to know a little. I'm happy to help everyone. No need to worry about it. Wang Chunyi's sister-in-law, Zhou Xiaomei, stepped forward and took Luo Qiao's hand. Luo Qiao, please don't say that. We've been busy with our own problems lately and haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Don't blame Auntie for being rude. If it weren't for you, our family might have gone bankrupt. Thank you so much. The party secretary's younger brother, Zhang Digang, placed the items he was holding on a stone table in the yard and said, Luo Qiao, Uncle isn't very good at speaking, but I want you to know that I appreciate this kindness. If there's anything big or small in the family, just tell us. Honestly, the gift I brought today isn't very valuable. You know our family situation. We're limited in what we can do. Still, it's just a small token of our goodwill. Please don't mind, he added. Luo Qiao felt a bit overwhelmed. Everyone listen to me. I truly appreciate your kindness. I now work part-time, sometimes going up the mountain to gather herbs to sell for some pocket money. I can feed myself and the family. But your situations are different. Uncle Digang, your family just received some money, and Auntie Xiaolon, your Shuni uncle lost a lot of blood and needs to recover. So, I really can't accept these gifts. At this moment, someone spread the word that Zhang Digang's family and Gao Shuni's family had come to give Luo Qiao a thank you gift, so they came together to see what was happening. They overheard Luo Qiao politely refusing the gifts outside the main gate. Meanwhile, Kong Yuro, the sister of Kong Baru, who was known for her outspoken nature like Li Xiaolon, laughed and entered Luo Qiao's yard. She went straight to Li Xiaolon and opened the basket and cloth she had placed on the ground. The basket was large, containing 2 fennel bulbs, a bunch of chives, and 3 eggs. Kong Baru immediately burst into laughter. Sister-in-law Xiaolon, you're so insincere. You brought such a big basket, but it turns out Shuni's worth is just 2 fennel bulbs, a bunch of chives, and 3 eggs. Li Xiaolon's face immediately turned sour from Kong Baru's teasing. She glared and said, our family's conditions are what they are. I can't do anything about it. Zhou Xiaomei, Zhang Digang's wife, said, our family is also having a hard time now. Luo Qiao, please don't look down on us. She opened the basket she brought, which held about 20 or 30 eggs and 2 bottles of orange jam, and looked provocatively at Li Xiaolon. Luo Qiao said, dear aunties, I, Luo Qiao, came to Qingshan village. I am very grateful that everyone has accepted me and given me a place to settle down. I truly appreciate it. I am glad to be part of our big group, and to do something for the village. There's no need to be so formal with me. Lu Qiao didn't want to argue about this anymore. She walked to Li Xiaolon's basket, picked up an egg, then went to Zhou Xiaomei and took an egg from her basket. She said, everyone's life is hard right now. I'll accept these 2 eggs. That's all there is to it. It's getting late, and soon it will be time for breakfast and work. I won't keep everyone.
Come visit when you have time.
Kong Baru said, good, Lu Qiao is a good girl and can handle things. Let's go now. It's time for everyone to go home and eat. Lu Qiao saw everyone off and then went to the kitchen to check her porridge. Luckily, she had used a big piece of firewood, or the porridge might have boiled over. Yesterday, she had leftover filling, so today she made pies with it, saving some vegetables. In no time, a small bowl of pies was ready. The big pot really has its advantages. Lu Yichen came over and looked at Lu Qiao. Were you scared this morning? Lu Qiao said, not really scared, but these people are funny. They were competing. If someone hadn't pressured Li Xiaolon, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Yichen smiled. You did very well today. Lu Qiao carried the food outside and said, it's been a while. If they really wanted to thank me, they would have come by now. But I really can't accept their stuff. I only have a few vegetables, and I can't finish what I planted in the backyard. Lu Yichen smiled. Yes, your vegetables are much tastier than theirs. Lu Qiao playfully turned and smiled. Of course, it depends on who planted them. Lu Yichen looked at her with a happy smile. Her confident and proud little expression made people laugh. Hurry up and eat. The porridge took a long time to cook today, so it's a bit thick and soft. I like my rice porridge a little firmer. Lu Yichen didn't say anything, but he noted that she didn't like her porridge too soft. After eating, Lu Yichen asked, do you have anything to tell Shi to? Lu Qiao thought for a moment. No, just like we discussed yesterday. With how things are this morning, if I really step in, I won't be able to handle it. You should do it. Lu Yichen's smile showed he was in a good mood. So, you agree to join us for meals? He waited to see her reaction. Luo Qiao asked back, is it okay if I don't agree? Lu Yichen shook his head. Luo Qiao rolled her eyes. After sending Lu Yichen off, Luo Qiao tidied up the kitchen. She looked at her current bowl and thought she should buy some new ones soon. The bowl she used now was quite old. If she accidentally broke it, she would be very upset. Today, Lu Yichen kept staring at that bowl while eating. Maybe he noticed something about it. It was fine for her to eat alone, but if later both Stone and Lu Yichen ate here, she couldn't keep using that bowl. It was better to buy some new ones early, to avoid trouble. She locked the door and waited by the riverbank for the work crew, holding a pair of knitted gloves given by Aunt Gao. Last night, Lu Yichen also gave her several pairs, saying the tractor station distributes them every quarter. Lu Yichen's current work relationship was with a commune's tractor station. The tractor belonged to the station too, but it was assigned to Qingshan village. The tractor driver was an employee of the station. During spring planting and autumn harvest, the tractor worked in the village. Usually the station arranged work for them. The gloves were part of their welfare benefits. When Luo Qiao arrived, Aunt Gao saw her and came over. "I heard Li Xiulan sent you a thank-you gift?" Luo Qiao replied, "Yes." Aunt Gao said, "You did very well today. If you accepted Li Xiulan's gift today, it might be hard to peel off the bark later." Luo Qiao whispered, "You're right, Auntie." Just as the team leader was about to assign work, a jeep suddenly drove into the village and crossed the bridge, stopping there. 3 people got out: a middle-aged man with 4 pockets, a soldier in uniform, and a middle-aged woman. The secretary and the team leader went to greet them. Secretary Zhang Dijing asked, "Comrades, who are you?" The soldier asked, "May I ask if Luo Qiao is here?" Hearing they were looking for her, Kong Baru, standing in the crowd, shouted, "Luo Qiao, they're looking for you." Hearing this, Luo Qiao stepped out from the crowd, wondering who was here to find her and why so many people. As she stepped out, she saw Qiao Yu standing there in a neat military uniform. She frowned and asked, "How did you come here? Have you recovered?" Qiao Yu felt that Luo Qiao didn't look very happy to see him. He quickly replied, "Yes, I've recovered now.
I'm really sorry about that day.
My cousin didn't know how to speak properly. I apologize to you on his behalf." Since others had already said so, he thought it wouldn't be polite to ignore it. Seeing the 2 people behind about to move forward, Luo Qiao said, "The village is starting work now. Let's go over there to talk." She also called the secretary and the team leader to join them so they wouldn't leave before explaining things. Secretary Zhang Dijing looked at his eldest son, Zhang Dongzi, and said, "You go ahead and assign the work. We'll come over soon." Luo Qiao first introduced the secretary and the team leader, then briefly talked about Qiao Yu. When they arrived at the bridge, a middle-aged woman immediately grabbed Luo Qiao's hand and said, "Are you Luo Qiao? Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Qiao Yu might have been in real danger. The child is really grateful to you." "Oh, I'm Qiao Aihong, working at the Jishur Finance Bureau. If you come to the city later, you can come visit me." Luo Qiao just smiled politely and didn't respond to Qiao Aihong's words, thinking that if she really went to visit, her son might say even more unpleasant things. At this moment, a government official with 4 pockets on his uniform stepped forward and said, "I am Song Jixiong, the father of Song Wenbin. I heard about what happened from Qiao Yu. That young girl is impressive, calm in a crisis. My younger son doesn't understand things. Don't take what he said to heart. I've already scolded him harshly. He has classes today, so he didn't come with us." Song Zixiong nodded and said, "Well said. You're quite a girl." Qiao Yu stood nearby, watching Luo Qiao not give him any eye contact. He felt a little wronged, thinking she was probably still upset about that day because he didn't stop his cousin in time and said something hurtful. At that time, he was also confused. Who knew his cousin would say such rude words? Sigh, his cousin was like under a spell cast by Lu Fongfong, stubbornly defending that woman. He really didn't know how to explain him. Qiao Yu kept looking at Luo Qiao. If it weren't for her, he might have really been in trouble. He hadn't even properly thanked her yet, and he had already made her angry. He felt very guilty these days. After some small talk, Qiao Yu originally wanted to visit her at her home, but seeing that Luo Qiao didn't seem interested, the village secretary quickly said, "Why don't you come to the big team office for some water? You've come a long way." Song Zixiong and his wife also noticed that Luo Qiao really didn't want to get too close. Maybe she didn't want to rely on them, or maybe she was hurt by her son's words and didn't want to be involved with them. Qiao Aihong actually liked Luo Qiao quite a bit. Worried that her aunt might refuse, Qiao Yu went ahead and said, "Then we'll trouble you." He took a box of cigarettes from the car, lit one for the village secretary and the team leader, then headed toward the team office. At that moment, Luo Qiao saw that the work there had finished. The village secretary said, "No problem. Later, you can go work in the big storage room. Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Thank you, village secretary." Before coming, Qiaoyu had already learned about Luo Qiao's situation. He knew she was having a hard time now. After sitting for a while, they all got up to leave. Qiao Aihong said, "Luo Qiao, we brought some things. Do you want to take them home, or leave them here for now?" Luo Qiao replied, "There's no need to leave the things. I appreciate your kindness." In that situation, he didn't care about his own safety and was injured protecting the people. If I did nothing, wouldn't I be a bad person? Besides, if it weren't for his shout that day, I might have been hurt too. So I was just returning the favor. You really don't need to do this. Qiao Aihong liked her even more. She was so straightforward. She didn't care about those things and simply took the items out of the car, 2 full mesh bags of malted milk and formula. There are also canned oranges, canned beef, white rabbit milk candies, brown sugar, white sugar, and 2 pieces of cloth, 1 corduroy and 1 khaki, as well as a bag of rice and a bag of flour. This collection really opened people's eyes. Luo Qiao didn't want it at first, but she couldn't refuse, so she agreed. Mainly, the 2 bags of rice and flour served as cover, giving them an excuse to enjoy some good food later. She said, "All right, wait a moment. I'll go get some things for you to take away. If not, I won't accept these items." Ji Shu and the team leader exchanged glances and agreed. The secretary and the team leader used a cart from the yard to help carry the items back. Everyone in the big storage room peeked outside to see what was happening. Seeing a cart full of things brought to Luo Qiao's house, everyone was very jealous and eager to know what was on the cart. Luo Qiao opened the door and let them in, saying, "I don't have cups here, so I can't pour water for you. But I grew some good cucumbers. I'll wash a few for you to try." The secretary and the team leader helped move the items into the kitchen. Luo Qiao had just washed some cucumbers and filled a basin with water, then everyone washed their hands. Each person was given a cucumber. The secretary and the team leader had other matters to attend to, so they left the cart behind and went off first, leaving Luo Qiao to use the cart to return it to the team headquarters later. Luo Qiao thanked them and saw them out before returning inside. She said, "Sit in the yard for a while. I'll go prepare some things for you." First, she went to the backyard, used her abilities to hasten the ripening of her sweet melons, picked about 10, and also gathered various vegetables and dried vegetables and mushrooms she had previously sun-dried. She also took 3 jean of dried red dates from her space. She wrapped 2 packs of her homemade spicy cabbage and crispy cucumbers with umbrella paper from her space. These items aren't flashy, and although they don't look valuable, knowledgeable people would recognize they are special. Finally, she took 3 fish from the kitchen, but carrying them was a problem. She looked at Qiaoyu and asked, "Do you have a bucket in your car for adding water to the water tank?" Qiaoyu replied, "Yes, I do. What's wrong?" Luo Qiao then lifted the fish and said, "I'll pour them into your bucket later." Qiaoyu said, "We won't take these fish. You keep them for yourself." Luo Qiao said, "There's a pond on the mountain where you can catch fish.
Take some to eat.
I'll go back up the mountain later to catch more." Looking at the items in the yard, I thought luckily the team leader and the secretary left the cart behind. I placed the items on the cart, locked the door, and went to the parking area. I loaded the items onto the truck. Qiaoyu gave Luo Qiao a piece of paper with their work units, address, and phone number. Seeing that Luo Qiao didn't want to accept it, Qiaoyu said, "Keep it. If you need help with anything, just call the number above." Qiao Aihong said, "Luo Qiao, when you have time to come to the city, please visit me. I'll treat you to some good food." Qiaoyu took the water bucket from the truck and poured the fish into it. The back of the truck was full, with some items even on the back seat. After seeing the person off, Luo Qiao carried the empty bucket to the large warehouse. As soon as she entered, someone asked, "Luo Qiao, were those people just now the ones sending you the package?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "No, I just helped them with a small favor earlier. They happened to be passing by and came to see me." The woman said, "That means they're here to thank you. You really are lucky. Why don't we ever get such good luck?" Another woman nearby said, "Stop dreaming." Everyone in the warehouse laughed. Aunt Gao had already helped Luo Qiao pick up the fertilizer. It was only 2 bags for half a day, and as long as she finished, she could earn 7 work points. The woman wanted to ask more, but Luo Qiao said, "Auntie, we've already delayed a bit. If I wait any longer, I might not finish the task. I'll start working now." She took out the gloves made from the thread Aunt Gao gave her and sat down at her usual spot from yesterday. In the morning, Lu Yichen had delivered food to Shirtu and told him about the plans he discussed with Luo Qiao. Shirtu, with red eyes, said, "Thank you, Brother Lu and Sister Luo Qiao." Lu Yichen comforted him before leaving. Shirtu, holding back the pain, turned his head to watch Lu Yichen disappear at the door, then quietly cried. When it was almost time to finish work, a doctor from the neighboring village, who worked at the commune health clinic, happened to pass by the Qingshan village team office and mentioned Shida's situation to the village secretary and the team leader, saying the clinic director asked him to come. The doctor said, "The 20 yuan you paid has been used up. Now there are medical bills owed. If we don't renew the treatment, the clinic won't be able to give Shirtu 4 fluids or treat his inflammation, and the consequences could be serious." The Sun family was called back from the fields early, and the secretary and team leader were very worried. Even after working in the fields, they hadn't reached a decision. The eldest and third branches of the Sun family started to blame the second branch. If it weren't for their actions, things wouldn't be so embarrassing. Lu Qiao finished work and went home to cook. Today, she made mung bean porridge, steamed some sweet buns and flour rolls, stir-fried fennel, and sliced a cucumber. Just as she finished the meal, she heard someone shouting outside the door. Lu Qiao washed her hands quickly and went outside. It was the same classmate, Qiao Ruimei, who had visited before.
Hello, Ruimei.
Qiao Ruimei looked at Lu Qiao and said, "Next Monday, the teacher wants you to go to school early. The middle school entrance exam is on Wednesday." Lu Qiao smiled and said, "Got it. Thanks for coming again in this hot weather. Please wait a moment." She quickly picked a sweet melon and a cucumber from the backyard, washed them in the kitchen, then came out and handed them to Qiao Ruimei. "It's so hot, and I hate to trouble you again. Take these to quench your thirst on the way." Qiao Ruimei felt a bit shy. Last time she was given red dates and this time a melon. She wanted to say she didn't need them, but the melon looked really delicious. Lu Qiao didn't hesitate and placed the items in her hands. "They're grown by myself, nothing expensive." Qiao Ruimei blushed and said, "Thank you." Lu Qiao said, "No need to thank me. I'm just bothering you again." After seeing off Qiao Ruimei, Lu Qiao looked to see if Lu Yichen had returned. Since he hadn't come back yet, she thought she might go to the clinic herself to deliver food. Just as she was about to use a bamboo tube to serve porridge, she heard the gate open. Someone entered the yard. She peeked outside and saw Lu Yichen had returned. The lunchbox had been washed, but Lu Qiao still boiled it with hot water before filling it with food. She placed the food aside for now so Lu Yichen could eat first, then she would go deliver the meal. Lu Yichen carried a bag of rice and was about to put it in the kitchen when he saw the pile of things on the ground. He pointed at the items and asked, "Did you go to the commune this morning?" Lu Qiao replied, "No. Those were sent as a thank you gift from someone else." She intentionally left the items out, thinking she could use them later as an excuse to store some grain. She then briefly explained what happened in the city that day. Lu Yichen lightly tapped her forehead and said, "You're getting bolder, but you're doing well." Lu Qiao covered her forehead where he had tapped and said, "It hurts so much." Lu Yichen calmly said, "If it doesn't hurt, you won't remember." Lu Yichen finished his meal with a stone and left, but soon he came back. Luo Qiao heard the noise and came out, surprised. "Why are you back again?" Lu Yichen asked, "Can you ride a bicycle?" Luo Qiao nodded and said, "Yes."
Why?
"Do you need help?" Lu Yichen parked his bike. "Get ready and take the food to Stone. I just went down to the Sun family's place at the team office. Things are getting noisy there. I'll go in and see what's happening and handle Stone's matter quickly." Luo Qiao said, "Did you remember everything I told you that day? You must write a separation letter, clearly stating the reason. Check where the household registration is. If it's with the Sun family, you need to transfer it out. to avoid them being dishonest later, and also to make sure Stone's mom signs receipts for the money, so that in the future, Stone won't face many troubles. Lu Yichen liked seeing her serious, little adult look more and more. He didn't mind, and just listened quietly. After Luo Qiao finished explaining everything, he said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure it's done properly." Luo Qiao closed the courtyard gate, pushed Lu Yichen's bike out of the village. The shared bikes on the street later were all from early, but she had never ridden a bike from Erba before. It took her some time to ride steadily. When she arrived, the old director of the health clinic was in Stone's ward. He asked if Stone had eaten. Seeing Luo Qiao come in, he asked, "Are you here to bring food for the child?" Luo Qiao nodded and smiled, "Yes." The old director thought she was from the Sun family and said, "You're really irresponsible. How can parents leave their child here and not take care of him?" Stone quickly explained for Luo Qiao, "Sister Luo Qiao isn't from my family. She's just kind and brought me food because I didn't have any." The old director realized he had criticized the wrong person and quickly said, "Sorry about that. It's my fault. I thought you were Stone's relative." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It's okay. It's not a big deal. Besides, his family isn't very responsible. Your criticism is justified." The old director then found out that the Sun family hadn't come to visit even once, and his anger grew. How could a family be so neglectful? After Stone finished eating, Luo Qiao took the bamboo tube he had left earlier, filled it with water, and placed it on a nearby bench. Looking at the stone, she said, "Stone, today you might have to end things with the Sun family. You need to sign a formal separation letter. What do you think?" Stone replied, "They don't want me anymore. Do I have any choice?" "Sister Luo Qiao, I understand your and Brother Lu's intentions. Let's sign it." Luo Qiao gently patted the little head and said, "I'll take good care of you. Once Brother Lu sorts things out, I'll bring you home. Don't worry, I won't let any scars stay on you." Stone said, "I'm not a girl, so it doesn't matter if I have scars." Luo Qiao was quickly amused. "Stone, when the new semester starts, you can go to school." Hearing the word school, Stone looked up at Luo Qiao with longing in his eyes, but his eyes quickly turned red, and he lowered his head. He softly said, "Forget about school. I heard it costs a lot of money." Luo Qiao said, "You can't skip school. If you don't learn to read, how will you go out into the world?" Just so you know, Luo Qiao will also be taking the high school entrance exam in a few days. When I go back, I'll be going to high school. If you're worried about money, don't be. I know many herbs that I can exchange for money, enough for both of us to go to school. Stone looked up and asked, "Really?" Luo Qiao nodded with a smile. Suddenly, Stone started crying softly. Luo Qiao didn't know how to comfort him, so she just sat there and stayed with him. After crying, Stone said, "Cousin Shengyuan went to elementary school last year. I want to go too, but I overheard my aunt say they won't let me. If I go to school, there won't be anyone to gather the pig grass at home." Luo Qiao said, "It's okay. Everything will pass. Once you start school, study hard and get good grades to make them regret it and be angry." Stone said, "Okay, I will study hard. I want to follow my sister to pick herbs." Luo Qiao knew what he was thinking and said, "Your current task is to recover your health well. Don't think about anything else. Do you understand?" Stone nodded firmly, with determination in his eyes.
Yes.
When Luo Qiao returned to the village committee had already negotiated with the Sun family. The compensation for Stone's mother and the remaining family money were all left to the Sun family as her mother's pension for grandma. The Sun family was very happy now. They no longer had to support Shirtu, and the money they had saved didn't need to be returned. There was no longer any disagreement. From now on, Shirtu and the Sun family would have no connection. So, the formal separation papers were quickly prepared, 7 copies in total. 1 for each of Sun's 3 uncles and his grandmother, 1 for the village office, and 1 each for Lu Yichen and Shirtu. The only thing Shirtu wanted to take was the agreement his irresponsible father signed when he divorced his mother. Shita's grandmother and his 3 uncles had no objections. Today, his second uncle, who was working outside, also came back. Everything was settled this way. To avoid delaying their work in the afternoon, they didn't even bother to eat. The group headed to the health clinic because, since Shirtu was the main person involved, he had to personally agree by nodding. Lu Yichen, being more cautious, called over 2 police officers from yesterday to witness the process. Shirtu calmly nodded in agreement. He then carefully signed his name on all 7 copies of the separation papers and pressed his fingerprint on each one. After that, Lu Yichen also signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. Lu Yichen handed the papers to Shida's grandmother and uncles, who each signed and pressed their fingerprints. The village head and the party secretary took the papers, signed as witnesses, and stamped them with the official seal. Except for Sun's grandmother feeling a little upset, everyone else in the Sun family was smiling happily. The old village chief, seeing that everything was settled, didn't hold back. He told everyone what had happened over the past few days. Everyone then realized that in the past 2.5 days, the Sun family hadn't even brought Shirtu a meal. When this was said, everyone present scolded the Sun family members loudly. They said harsh words about the Sun family, making them feel ashamed and embarrassed. Lu Yichen handed the 7 separation papers to the old village chief and said, "Old chief, since this matter has involved you, and you are now a witness, would you mind signing and stamping these documents? Let Shirtu remember this special day and place. Let him know that many people are quietly watching over him, so he can grow up to be a happy, confident child." The old village chief looked over all 7 copies carefully, confirmed everything was correct, then took out a pen from his shirt pocket, signed his name, and returned to his office. He stamped both his personal and official seals on the documents before returning them. Lu Yichen handed the official documents to the police officers at the police station. They signed their names without saying a word. One of them, feeling responsible, took the severance letter and went back to the station, returning with the official stamp of the police station on it. The matter was settled, and everyone dispersed. The Sun family left the clinic feeling embarrassed. After everyone left, Lu Yichen said to Shirtu, "I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Today, I need to go home and prepare your living space." Shida's face lit up with a smile, and he nodded, saying, "Okay." Lu Yichen looked at Shida's back and asked with concern, "Does it still hurt badly?" Shirtu replied, "Only a little now. Really, I'm not lying. Sister Luo Qiao's medicine feels cool and refreshing after applying it, and the burning pain isn't as strong anymore." Lu Yichen patted Shida's head and said, "Your household registration is now separate, so I won't touch it. I'll take your household book to the police station later. As your guardian, I need to sign some papers and leave my contact info. Tonight, I'll come again to bring you food. Since you finished the 4 treatment today, we can go home tomorrow. Don't worry, Sister Luo Qiao's medicine works well. You've already felt it yourself. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask the old director to check the medicine. If everything's fine, we'll leave. The anti-inflammatory liquid, we'll have Dr. Gao hang it in the village. If anyone asks, just say, I found a treatment for burns in the city." Shirtu obediently nodded and said, "Uncle Lu, I understand. I won't tell anyone that Sister Luo Qiao made the medicine." Lu Yichen smiled and ruffled Shida's hair. "You're clever." Shirtu smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, it's getting late. You should leave quickly, or you'll be late for work." Lu Yichen helped Shirtu by pouring another bamboo tube of water and stared at him intently. "From now on, call me Brother Lu. I'm not that old." Shirtu, confused, nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Lu.
I'll call you that from now on."
Lu Yichen then gently patted Shida's head, smiled softly, and turned to leave. He didn't know why he was so insistent that Shirtu call him brother. He just felt awkward when Shirtu called Luo Qiao sister and called him uncle. In the afternoon, the workers in Qingshan village were talking about the Sun family's wrongdoings. The children of the Sun family also suffered from cold treatment. The village kids no longer played with them. People said they were shameless, that they didn't take care of Shirtu, and even occupied Shida's mother's money. Their conscience was truly bad. The head of the Sun family does the hardest work, and he doesn't always get the highest points for his efforts. There are often inspections that find faults. Suddenly, the Sun family becomes enemies of Qingshan village. Whether out of jealousy or genuine anger for Xiao Shirtu, the Sun family becomes like rats crossing the street. But the daughters-in-law of the Sun family don't care about this. They believe it will be forgotten soon, and getting benefits matters most. They ignore what others say. Only the grandmother of the Sun family stays at home, locking herself in her room for a long time to vent her feelings. Afterward, she comes out to fold the dried quilts. In the evening, a military jeep arrives at Qingshan village just as workers finish their work. The children follow the jeep, running wildly behind it. The villagers returning from work stop to watch and see who the vehicle is looking for. This morning, the jeep was looking for Lu Yichen. It's unlikely they're still searching for her today. Lu Yichen, dressed in a neat military uniform, stands tall with deep eyes, looking at the villagers gathered near the vehicle. He then waves to the closest child. The boy's eyes sparkle with admiration for soldiers and walks over respectfully. Lu Yichen asks, "Little friend, do you know where Lu Yichen lives?" This boy is Zhang Dingyang's youngest son, named Zhang Donglin. He quickly replies, I know. Sister Lu Yichen even helped my family. My mom said if it weren't for her, we'd be struggling to get by." Hearing this, the villagers watching nearby laugh. Someone eager for excitement shouts, "Little Lin, your mom was right. Without Lu Yichen, your family might really be struggling." Zhang Donglin says, "It's okay. I'll go to my uncle's house.
He won't ignore me.
My aunt loves me the most and says I'm a little clever boy." Just as he wants to say more, someone points and says, "Lu Yichen has finished work. She's over there." Lu Yichen looks in the direction indicated and sees a group of people approaching. Among them are 4 or 5 young girls. He doesn't recognize Lu Yichen at first glance, but he quickly spots her among the crowd. His grandfather said she's very thin but tall. If she were a bit chubbier, she'd be a pretty little beauty. Lu Yichen recognizes Lu Yichen immediately among the crowd. At this moment, someone nearby called out Lu Yichen. Lu Yichen looked up and saw Lu Yichen standing in front of the jeep. She couldn't help but smile, certain that this was Yuan Ye's youngest son. She had already met Yuan Heir uncle when they were at the farm. Yuan Ye had said that his second son followed his late wife. The eldest and youngest sons resembled him, especially the youngest, who looked like a perfect copy, handsome enough to make people jealous. Yuan Ye once used the phrase handsome enough to make people jealous, and at the time, Lu Yichen didn't fully understand it. Now, seeing Yuan Yichen in person, she thought that phrase was the best description. He was truly stunning. The older girl and the young wife nearby were all staring at him, and suddenly she felt like laughing, which she did, laughing out loud. Yuan Yichen was different from Lu Yichen's cold, careful, disciplined demeanor. He was more cheerful, smooth, and clever. He had served in the military, but perhaps because of his different upbringing and personality, he gave off a different first impression. Yuan Yichen also smiled and said casually, "What are you laughing at, little girl?" Lu Yichen stepped closer and asked, "Should I call you Yuan little uncle or Yuan brother?" Yuan Yichen reached out to ruffle her hair, but thought it wasn't appropriate for the occasion, so he withdrew his hand. "That depends on whether you want me to seem older or younger. My status is in your hands." Lu Yichen smiled and said, "It's really confusing. If I call you uncle, since Yuan Yi said you're only 10 years older than me, wouldn't that make you seem old? If I call you brother, then when I meet Yuan Debo and Yuan Heir uncle, wouldn't that mean we're of different generations?" His tone and expression made Yuan Yichen laugh out loud. "And then, what's your final decision? Should I be your peer or your senior?" Lu Yichen said, "Forget it. To prevent Yuan Yi and the others from giving you a hard time when I go back to Beijing, I'll call you Yuan little uncle. That way, the brothers and sisters in the Yuan family won't make things difficult for you. I have to think about everything. It's really hard." Yuan Yichen finally understood. She had tricked him. He reached out and lightly tapped her head, but he held back, showing mercy. Lu Yichen mainly thought that if she appeared as an elder, it could scare off some people in the village, preventing trouble from those who might come looking for it. Not being afraid of trouble was one thing, but it could also cause problems. At that moment, someone asked, "Lu Yichen, who is this person?" Li Qiao said, "It's my younger uncle." The onlookers nearby listened and showed envy. They didn't expect Li Qiao to be so lucky. Those people earlier also came in jeeps. Just then, the captain and the party secretary heard that a jeep had arrived outside, and it was a soldier. They came out from the village office to greet them. Li Qiao introduced to Yuan Weicheng, "Little uncle, this is party secretary Zhang and Captain Gao from Qingshan village." Then she turned to introduce, "This is my little uncle, Yuan Weicheng." Yuan Weicheng took out a pack of cigarettes, opened it, and handed one each to the secretary and the captain. He also handed some to the nearby uncles and older men, saying, "Li Qiao has been staying in the village for a while. Thank you for taking care of her. I will visit later." Zhang Dezheng smiled and said, "No trouble at all. Li Qiao is quite capable." The captain said, "It's getting late. You should go home now." Li Qiao gratefully said, "We'll head back now. It's time to cook dinner." Yuan Weicheng asked, "Is it far from here? I brought some things on the car. Can the car drive over? If it's too far, it might be hard to carry." Party Secretary Zhang heard this and said, "If you have a lot of things, use the village's cart." Li Qiao smiled and said, "Thank you, Secretary." When Li Qiao pulled the cart over and saw the things inside the car, she asked, "Little uncle, you brought so many things. Are you afraid I will go hungry?" Yuan Weicheng said, "After I received your letter, the old man almost came to visit himself. If it weren't for the whole family helping and me taking the initiative to handle your visit, he might have come over himself." Li Qiao said, "Actually, I'm doing quite well now. Really, I'm free and easy. I don't have to endure their sidelong glances. Besides, I used to learn medicine from Grandpa Yang at the farm. When I had free time, I would dig herbs to exchange for money and support myself." Li Qiao said this specifically for the villagers nearby to hear, to let them know she wasn't lying, that she had indeed studied medicine and knew herbs. Yuan Weicheng unloaded the things from the car onto the cart and said, "All right, I see you're capable. I want to see where you live, so I can report back to the old man." The villagers resting under the willow trees by the river saw that the person visiting Li Qiao had brought so many things, and all looked envious. When Li Qiao and her group walked away, the villagers started gossiping again. Some people said, "Wow, everyone who associates with Luo Qiao is important. They all drive cars and carry so many things. Do you think the Zhao family is regretting their choices? That woman Gao Shuhua still refuses to take over. Ha, it makes me laugh." Speaking of which, Luo Qiao is not an ordinary girl. No wonder she has confidence and doesn't want to join the Zhao family. "If they don't accept me, I don't want to join them either." See, that's her confidence. Look at that car full of good things. I saw some malt drinks and canned food. How much do you think that costs? How much it costs doesn't matter. You don't have to pay. Why do you care?
Haha.
Do you think the people in the city know about Luo family? Does Luo Qiao know these people?
Probably.
You haven't heard Luo Qiao say she knew them from the farm before. The Luo family must know. But the Luo family is silly. They've raised her for so many years, and now they're worried about a few more? They should just keep her longer, then marry her off. They could even get a good bride price. By the way, Luo Qiao is a pretty girl. If she keeps growing, she might be a real beauty. With such influential relatives, she's not someone just anyone can easily reach. These days, everyone prefers free love. If Luo Qiao likes someone, who can stop her? Well, she has to like someone first. Luo Qiao is pretty smart. Let's stop talking. Come back, everyone. We've had a long day. Li Xiulan sat in her yard, lost in thought. Today, 2 groups of people came to see Luo Qiao. The first group came in the morning to thank her, but they didn't seem like ordinary folks. If they had real trouble, they would probably help out. This morning, she went back again and saw that those people brought many good things for Luo Qiao. In the afternoon, more people came looking for Luo Qiao. The matter with her younger son needs to be settled quickly. Many villagers are already interested in Luo Qiao. If they get engaged to her and find a job, it will be easy to talk. The family might live a better life, and Luo Qiao might get some benefits later. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and his face was full of smiles. The eldest daughter-in-law, Feng Xiaojun, saw her mother-in-law sitting there happily laughing and rolled her eyes. thinking to herself that she probably didn't know what good things she was dreaming about again. In the Zhao family yard, Zhao Pulin sat on a stool rolling dried tobacco leaves. After Gao Suhua came over and sat down, she said, "It's really strange. How did that girl meet so many important people? If only we had brought her into our family earlier, we could have gained some good things. It's so frustrating." Zhao Pulin lit his rolled cigarette and gently exhaled a smoke ring. "It's because you weren't lucky enough." Gao Suhua said, "What if we ask someone to talk to her and see if Luo Qiao might come back?" Zhao Pulin looked at his wife as if she were silly and reached out to touch her forehead. "You're not even burning up. Stop talking nonsense. When we first moved here, it was hard enough, and she didn't come back then, so forget about now. Last time, you tried to scheme against her, but Luo Qiao hasn't come to settle scores with you yet. Don't bother her again, or if something happens, don't say I didn't warn you." Gao Suhua wanted to say more, but then her daughter, Zhao Xiaoyan, ran in and said, "Mom, Luo Qiao is really something." That soldier even gave a circle of cigarettes to the villagers. Uncle DeWang said it was the first time he smoked such expensive cigarettes. She also brought a lot of things for Luo Qiao. "I saw several pieces of cloth in that bag, and the secretary's sister, Qiao Yan, drinks something called malt milk, and there are several cans of it." "Oh, if only you had recognized her earlier, Mom. We could have benefited from her. Now we can only watch from afar. It hurts my heart so much." Zhao Pulin glared at his daughter sharply. "Watch your mouth. Don't say anything that others might hear. Is our family lacking food or drink? How many children in the village have tried that high-quality stuff? In the future, stop causing trouble and herd the chickens back to their coop. Don't imitate your mother's shallow ways, or you'll only make people laugh." Seeing her father with a dark face, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't dare say more and quickly got up and left. But she still felt heartbroken thinking about those nutritional supplements and fabrics. She felt like she had missed out on something. Zhao Pulin watched his daughter leave and then looked at Gao Suhua. "Don't think about those useless things. Since she didn't recognize us before, don't do anything that will make people laugh at us anymore. You're shameless. My daughters and I still have a future." Luo Qiao brought Yuan Weiqing back home and first unloaded the things from the car into the kitchen. Yuan Weiqing saw the gift on the floor and asked, "Who gave this?" It was clear that this wasn't something the young girl bought herself. The bag was from Jisher department store, since he had just been there shopping today. Also, the items on the ground looked like they hadn't been tidied up yet. Food, drinks, and daily necessities all piled together. Luo Qiao recounted the story about Xiao Yu. Yuan Weiqing said, "You really learned a lot from old Yang, huh? Not bad." Luo Qiao looked at the pile of things on the floor and asked, "Did you really tell the squad leader and the secretary that you wanted to visit?" Yuan Weiqing nodded seriously, "Of course. As your elder, I need to maintain good relations with the village officials. I wouldn't tell lies. If I didn't, they might give you a hard time after I leave." Luo Qiao replied, "All right then. Since you're my little uncle, it's only right that you make a trip." Yuan Weiqing chuckled, "You're quite polite." Luo Qiao quickly steamed some rice. Then, while Yuan Weiqing wasn't paying attention, she used a water bucket to secretly carry out 2 fish, so he could clean them in the yard. Yuan Weiqing asked, "Where did these fish come from?" Luo Qiao pointed to the mountain and said, "There's a pond over there. I caught a few days ago and kept them in a water bucket. You're in for a treat." Luo Qiao moved quickly. She had already spent quite some time, and she was worried that Lu Yichen might come back soon and find that she hadn't finished cooking. Stone was probably already hungry. There was still half a rabbit in the space, so she planned to make dishes like potato stew with rabbit, braised fish fillets, garlic eggplant, dry-fried green beans, tomato scrambled eggs, and smashed cucumbers. After preparing the 2 fish, Luo Qiao marinated them first and took a basket. "Little uncle, sit for a while. I'll go pick some vegetables in the backyard." Yuan Weiqing said, "I'll go too." He stood up and followed Luo Qiao to the backyard. When he saw the vegetable garden, he asked, "Did you plant these?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Of course I did. Do you think someone else helped me?" Ignoring his surprise, she continued to pick vegetables herself. Today, She picked quite a few for Qiao Yu and the others, but she had already used her supernatural power to accelerate growth earlier at noon. Now, it was hard to tell. The vegetables had just been harvested in the morning, yet the entire garden looked vibrant and lively, meticulously maintained. There wasn't a single in sight. No wonder the old man said this girl is very capable at such a young age. It's clear he wasn't exaggerating. She's quite talented. Luo Qiao also picked a few sweet melons, planning to give some to Yuan Weiqing now, and bring one to Stone when she delivers food later. Yuan Weiqing saw her still growing melons and smiled, saying, "You really grow everything here, even these precious ones." Luo Qiao replied, "Wash one later and try it, it's very sweet." "By the way, little uncle, are you done with your work here this time?" Yuan Weiqing nodded and said, "Yes, I've finished." Luo Qiao asked, "So, you're leaving directly for the capital after leaving here?" Yuan Weiqing responded with a Luo Qiao said, "That's great. When you go back, bring some of my melons so Grandpa Yuan and the family can try them." Then she thought of something and asked Yuan Weiqing, "Little uncle, are you far from Grandpa Yang's house?" Yuan Weiqing said, "You're not thinking of making me carry a big bag of melons all the way to the capital, are you?" Luo Qiao replied, "It's quite easy to go back by car or train." Luo Qiao clasped her hands together and said to Yuan Weiqing, "Little uncle, please, the car is running, and you don't have to carry everything. You can do it." Yuan Weiqing was amused and a bit annoyed, feeling like he was being treated as a porter. "Not too much. I'm worried it'll spoil in this hot weather." Luo Qiao said, "It won't. You'll only be on the train for 4 days. I'll pick ones that aren't too ripe, so they'll be perfect for you to eat when you get back to the capital." Once Yuan Weiqing tasted the sweet melons, he no longer said it was inconvenient, they were just too delicious. Soon, Luo Qiao finished cooking all her dishes. When Lu Yichen came in, he saw Yuan Weiqing sitting in the yard, and both of them froze. Yuan Weiqing stood up with red-rimmed eyes and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lu Yichen truly didn't expect to meet Yuan Weiqing here. "How come you're here?" They both asked at the same time. Luo Qiao just came out and asked, "Do you know each other?" Both nodded simultaneously. Luo Qiao invited them to sit and chat. "The dishes are ready. Let's eat and talk." Yuan Weiqing said, "You're so stubborn. You didn't even leave a message for your brothers."
Everyone's worried about you.
Lu Yichen took a deep breath and said, "I'm doing pretty well now." Yuan Weiqing knew he shouldn't pressure him too much now. He probably still hadn't gotten over his inner hurdle. So he said, "Brother, the situation has already happened, and life must go on. We have to look forward. Now, he isn't going to have a good ending either. If you don't think about others, at least think about Yiting. After she found out about your situation, she kept looking for you. If you hadn't had someone deliver that letter later, she might have fought with Luo Jinwen." After dinner, Luo Qiao was tidying up at home. Yuan Weiqing drove to the health clinic to deliver food to Shirtu. From their earlier conversation, Luo Qiao finally learned that Lu Yichen's injury was caused by someone else, and that person wanted to harm only him. Fortunately, Lu Yichen was lucky to survive. However, his leg was injured badly enough to damage nerves, delaying the best treatment time and causing him to become disabled. The injury almost allowed Luo Ziming, the son of a friend of Yuan Weiqing's father, Luo Fangyuan, to take credit. But the most heartbreaking part was that Lu Yichen's father, Lu Sini, actually wanted his son to suffer this loss silently. Luckily, Lu Yichen was smart and knew how to handle things. Because of his strong family background, he directly sent the attacker to a military court. This incident also caused Lu Yichen to have a falling out with his biological father. Every family has its own troubles. It didn't take long before Yuan Weiqing returned. Luo Qiao accompanied him to visit the secretary and the team leaders' homes. On the way, they realized there were still some things left in the car: a bottle of wine and a pack of white rabbit candies. They didn't stay long at the secretary's house. After exchanging greetings and giving the gifts, they left. At the team leader's house, since Luo Qiao had mentioned that only Lu Yichen and the Luo family had helped her, Yuan Weiqing had an idea. He had already asked Luo Qiao if she wanted to move to Beijing with him, but she refused directly. After a few polite words, the team leader asked, "Where will you stay tonight?" Yuan Weiqing replied directly, I'll stay at Lu Yichen's place tonight. He's my comrade. The team leader breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. I was worried you'd have to stay at my house if it didn't work out. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing felt a bit touched. He understood what the team leader meant. Luo Qiao told me that when she came to the village, besides Lu Yichen, your family was the only one who helped her. As Luo Qiao's brother-in-law, I thank you all. The team leader waved his hand and quickly said, It's only right, only right. Yuan Weiqing looked around at the people in the room and said, Actually, I have a temporary worker spot at Jisher Pharmaceutical. Are you interested? The Gao family members were surprised at first, then they became excited. Captain Gao scratched his head and asked, Isn't that not suitable? Yuan Weiqing looked at him and said, Don't worry about it. I happen to have the spot. If I don't give it to you, I will give it to someone else. Also, Luo Qiao isn't going back to Beijing with me. If you feel embarrassed, just help me look after Luo Qiao in the future. The Gao family members were so happy they didn't know what to say. After saying this, Yuan Weiqing and Luo Qiao said goodbye and left. As for who from the Gao family would go, they could decide themselves. Just follow him to the city tomorrow morning to handle the paperwork. Unaware to Luo Qiao, after they left, the Gao family discussed until midnight. Their youngest son was serving in the army in another city, and their daughter was working at a county distillery. But they still had their eldest and second sons at home. Actually, Captain Gao Jiefeng wanted the second son to go so that the eldest son could stay in the village to take care of them when they got old. But he was also worried that the eldest son and his wife might disagree. In the end, their mother, Qiao Lanlan, suggested, Let's draw lots. Whoever gets it, that's luck. No one should have any objections. In the end, Gao Baozhu, the eldest son, drew the spot. After a long silence, he said, Let the second brother go. I am the eldest, so I should stay and take care of our parents in the village. The eldest daughter-in-law, Song Jiao, was a bit upset when she heard this. Even though it was a temporary job, there was a chance to become permanent. Her son could have security, and he could take over in the future. Second son Gao Baoqing said, Big brother, we agreed to draw lots. You should go. I can take care of our parents at home just as well. Don't worry. And isn't my wife still at home? Jisher isn't far from us. When you have free time, you can come back. Plus, if you get a permanent position later, it could be passed on to Hongwen. Second daughter-in-law, Feng Xiaohui, was initially a bit angry when she heard her husband refuse. But when she heard about the future inheritance, she didn't dare cause trouble anymore. After all, she had only had a girl so far. This matter was settled. Song Jiao hurried back to prepare things for her husband for tomorrow. Lu Yichen and Yuan Weiqing talked all night. Lu Yichen asked Yuan Weiqing to keep it a secret. He didn't want to go back yet. He was happy staying here. The next day, Lu Yichen woke up early and tidied up the room where Luo Qiao had stayed before. He carried the bedding outside to the sunny spot to dry. After preparing everything and greeting Luo Qiao, he went to the health clinic to pick up Shirtu. Shirtu had been waiting for Lu Yichen since before dawn. The blisters on his back had already been drained by the old director, who checked the burn wound last night and confirmed that the medicine was better than what the health clinic provided. When Lu Yichen and the others arrived, the old director had already examined Shirtu and found no problems. However, after returning to the village, Shirtu still needed to receive 4 fluids to prevent the heat from causing further infection. While Lu Yichen was paying the bill, he received 6 yuan and 30 cents back. He asked the staff about the previous 10 yuan Luo Qiao had given to Dr. Gao. The doctor had left that money with the accounting staff. They decided to keep the money in case someone from the Sun family wanted to renew their subscription. If no one did, the money would be used to cover future expenses. Yesterday, the Sun family had used up their 20 yuan, but they didn't come to pay. So, the 10 yuan left by Dr. Gao was used to cover their account. After completing the paperwork, Shirtu was made to lie on the back seat of the jeep, and they headed back to the village. The drive took about 10 minutes since the road was fast. People in the village saw Lu Yichen in the car that had come to visit Luo Qiao and asked why Shirtu was being brought back without further treatment. I told you, someone replied, who has extra money to pay for his treatment. He was just taken from the health clinic, just like before. The Sun family at least sent him to the clinic. Village leader Gao Jiefeng stepped forward and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Lu Yichen found special medicine from the provincial city. When he returned, he still needed to get 4 fluids from Dr. Gao for 5 days. He brought Shirtu back for easier care. He scolded those who didn't understand and were just gossiping. "If you're bored, go home and tidy up your yard. It looks like a pigsty. And don't worry, maybe one day your man will leave you." The person being scolded was Sun Yushan, a well-known lazy woman in the village. She spent her days doing nothing but eating. Her house was so messy, she couldn't even walk inside. Her family's clothes were always black and stiff, as if they were dirty and never washed. Hearing the village leader's words, she awkwardly smiled and said, "I didn't know that. I won't say anything more." Now, Captain Gao is definitely fully supporting Lu Yichen. He is a comrade of Yuan Weiqing, and Lu Yichen also mentioned earlier that today he was supposed to pick up Shirtu, knowing that someone had found a special medicine for him. Everyone saw Shida's back and couldn't help but gasp. It was truly tragic. How could it be so serious? After the burn blisters were drained, much of the skin had changed color, and the medicine applied at the health clinic these days was yellow. Shida's back looked especially terrible. The villagers started criticizing the Sun family again, especially criticizing Kongyuru, the second wife of Sun's family, calling her heartless for hurting such a good child so badly. Sun's second son, Sun Baoqing, who is also Shida's second uncle, was among the crowd. His wife had previously said it was nothing serious, but now, seeing his nephew's back, he felt deeply ashamed. Hearing the villagers' insults against their family, he finally understood why his older brother and third brother no longer helped them. This was truly something no decent person would do. Sun Baoqing quietly stepped back from the crowd, feeling a mix of emotions. Others might not understand, but he knew clearly in his heart that his current job was only possible because he exchanged his sister's life for it. His family didn't know, not even his wife Kong Yurue. He hadn't told her. It was a promise made privately by the person responsible for the accident. As long as he handled things quickly and properly, he would be given a temporary job. Now, his wife had burned his nephew so badly and refused to treat him. Their 3 families had pushed the boy onto others. He wondered, after he passed away and went to the underworld, perhaps his little sister would never forgive him. Lu Yichen carried Shirtu home on his back. The captain shouted to the onlookers, "Everyone disperse. Go home and eat. Don't delay work later." Last night, Lu Yichen had already cleaned the bed in the west room. Now, Shirtu was lying on it to rest. Luo Qiao had already brought breakfast. There was millet porridge, steamed buns. Each person had a bowl of egg custard, some cold cucumber salad, and homemade pickled vegetables, all carried in 2 full baskets. After Shirtu returned, he was silent for a while. When he saw Luo Qiao come in, tears started to fall uncontrollably. Liao Qiao noticed something unusual about the stone and gently said, "Stone, wipe away your tears. Today's tears are a farewell to the past. From now on, be happy always." Stone, with a nasal voice, replied, "Okay." She placed the food for Stone on a small stool slightly lower than the Kong edge, making it easier for him to reach, without getting tired. "Stone, we don't lack food for you. From now on, you must eat well, okay?" Stone nodded silently in his heart, vowing to himself that he would repay sister Liao Qiao and brother Lu well in the future. After eating, Lu Yichen and Stone exchanged a few words, then prepared a hot water bottle for him. The bamboo tube became his cup. Lu Yichen was off today and wanted to handle Stone's matters properly. First, he planned to retrieve the divorce agreement of Stone's mother, and second, to get a guardianship certificate from the village to update the records at the police station. Stone's parents' original house had already been taken over by the Sun family. Liao Qiao also told Stone not to bother with his clothes and bedding anymore, leaving them for the Sun family. Last night, Liao Qiao had already made 2 sets of clean clothes for Stone in her space. Shoes were more troublesome. She had no ready soles and thought she'd dry some old clothes to use as soles later. Making shoes wasn't her strong suit. She knew the theory but had no practical experience. When she was on the farm, she never made shoes either. She only wore leftover clothes from the Luo family sisters. In her previous life, she had never been involved in shoemaking, so she needed to seek advice from others. Yuan Weicheng helped Liao Qiao pack up the dishes and said, "Are you really not considering coming back with me to Beijing?" Liao Qiao replied, "I'm doing well now. I'll start high school soon, and will work hard to get into BJ University. I can take care of myself." While speaking, she had already washed all the dishes. Yesterday, after delivering food to Stone, she bought some dishes, bowls, and spoons, and finally stored her old ones in her space. In the backyard, she picked a basket of sweet melons, all about 80 to 90% ripe, perfect for eating when they returned to Beijing. She also picked some tomatoes and cucumbers to take along. Liao Qiao knew he had a train to catch in the afternoon, so she didn't pick more vegetables, only these melons, which were definitely tastier than those on the market. Whether they were healthier, she would need to check. I estimate that even if there is any, it is very subtle. However, Luo Qiao is quite confident about the taste. When Luo Qiao and Yuan Weicheng arrived at the riverside, someone approached and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Yuan Weicheng took out a bag of white rabbit candies from the car and handed them around to the villagers, saying, "Please take good care of Luo Qiao from now on." People are often kind and soft-hearted, so everyone nodded with smiles. A girl from the village came over and asked Luo Qiao, "Is he really your uncle?" Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Yes, he's my uncle." At this moment, Gao Suhua loudly said, "Listen, he's your uncle? You don't even know where your real parents are, so where does this uncle come from?" When she said this, everyone around looked at Gao Suhua, wondering if she had lost her mind to say such things at the wrong time and place, not considering whether she might offend someone. Luo Qiao's face changed, and she asked, "What does Aunt Zhao mean by saying that?" Yuan Weicheng quietly asked Luo Qiao, "Who is this person?" Luo Qiao replied, "It's Gao Suhua, the one who swapped the children." Standing next to her is Zhao Pulin. Yuan Weicheng also got angry and moved Luo Qiao aside, saying, "Are you planning to apologize now, or do you want the police to take you away?" Hearing this, Zhao Pulin, standing beside Gao Suhua, felt a sudden shock in his heart. Yuan Weicheng then said, "I heard you had a daughter in the city 15 years ago?" This made Gao Suhua tense up and look nervously behind Zhao Pulin, trying to hide. Yuan Weicheng was actually testing them, and from their expressions it was obvious. The man didn't know what happened back then, but the woman knew exactly what had occurred. Yuan Weicheng stepped closer and spoke in a low voice only Zhao Pulin and his wife could hear. "Do you want me to help you recall what happened 15 years ago and keep you in jail for the rest of your life?" Hearing this, Gao Suhua trembled visibly, and Zhao Pulin stared at Yuan Weicheng for a moment before suddenly turning sharply to Gao Suhua. This scared Gao Suhua even more, her mind racing. She was done for. Zhao Pulin turned around, grabbed Gao Suhua, and tried to walk home. Yuan Weicheng wouldn't let him go that easily and asked, "Why are you leaving like this?" Realizing what was happening, Zhao Pulin knew he had lost control of his emotions. He raised his hand and slapped Gao Suhua, demanding apologize. No one saw Luo Qiao pick up a small stone. Gao Suhua's mind was now unable to think clearly. She only knew she could no longer keep the secret she had guarded for 15 years. She dared not look at the man just now. He seemed to be smiling, but his whole body was filled with a murderous aura. Gao Suhua said to Luo Qiao, "It's my fault, Auntie. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me this time." Luo Qiao asked with a half-smile, "Why should I forgive you? From now on, I will curse your family every time I see you, and then I will sincerely say sorry. Is that okay?" Gao Suhua didn't expect that even an elder like her would be so relentless after apologizing. Luo Qiao said, "Are you unhappy? Well, you dared to curse me in front of so many people, so you have to accept this humiliation. Do you think I am easy to bully?" She continued, "Think about what caused me to be like this today. Is your daughter really dead? Do you dare swear in front of the whole village?" If you tell even one lie, your entire Zhao family will suffer a terrible fate and never have a good ending. Do you dare? These words were spoken softly, but sharply by Luo Qiao to Zhao Pulin and his wife. The people around only saw Luo Qiao talking, but they couldn't hear what she was saying. Gao Suhua was trembling with fear and asked, "How do you know? How could you possibly know?" Luo Qiao said playfully, "If you want people not to find out, then don't do it yourself. I won't cause trouble for you, but you are rushing to make things difficult for yourself." Zhao Pulin looked a bit unhappy and said, "Luo Qiao, she is an elder. Be more polite when you speak." Luo Qiao replied, "It seems you don't know what happened back then. Do you even know what kind of life your own daughter is living now? Do you want her to fall from heaven too?" Then, with a smile on her face and words that cut deep, she said, "And let your wife serve her time in prison, and your beautiful daughters will be ashamed for life because of what their mother did. Maybe luck will be on your side, and she might even marry into the Mao family in Beipo village, making you, Zhao Pulin, a well-known figure in the area. How about it? Do you want to try?" Zhao Pulin was momentarily at a loss for words, his mind blank and feeling dazed. Then Luo Qiao took a few steps back and loudly said, "Since we all come from the same village, I won't argue with you this time. But next time, if you say such things again, don't blame me for being rude. Go ahead, so others won't think I'm unreasonable," she added. Zhao Pulin grabbed Gao Suhua and headed home. Luo Qiao stood behind and shouted, "Remember, good is rewarded with good and evil with evil. It's not that there's no punishment, but the time hasn't come yet." After hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Pulin and his wife walking away faster, thinking they must have done something bad that Luo Qiao caught onto. The Zhao sisters, who had been hiding in the crowd, wanted to step out and help their parents. But when they saw the man next to Luo Qiao, they knew he was trouble. They saw their parents slip away quietly. Just as Gao Suhua was about to reach the steps and disappear from sight, Luo Qiao quickly threw a stone. There was a loud noise of mixed sounds. Gao Suhua and Zhao Pulin, who was holding her, slipped and rolled down the steps. The Zhao sisters saw their parents were about to go to work, but now seemed to be heading home. They hurried to ask what was happening and tried to help their parents up. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaomei stepped on a small stone and fell forward, landing face down on the steps, sliding down like on a slide, but facing the opposite way. Luckily, the steps were made of smooth green stone, worn shiny after many years. But when they helped her up, her forehead probably hit the edge of the step, and her face was covered in blood. She also lost a front tooth. Everyone now thought the Zhao family must have done something wrong, especially since Luo Qiao's words seemed to come true right after she spoke. They quickly took her to the health station for treatment. Luo Qiao muttered, "It looks like they haven't done honest things." Actually, Yuan Weiqing felt this incident was related to Luo Qiao, but he hadn't been paying attention to her at the time, so he didn't notice anything unusual. Still, he thought there was something strange about it. It seemed the young girl nearby wasn't a kind person either. Good, that saves her from being bullied. He decided to investigate when he got back, to make sure the girl gets justice. Of course, he would wait until he knew more and follow her wishes. I never thought an ordinary village woman would have such courage. But then again, her biological parents are not good people either. They can't even recognize their own child. It's truly shocking. Today, the village was lively again. The gossip about the Sun family will have to wait for another time. People in the village hurriedly carried the injured person to the health clinic. Because the clinic is small, everyone gathered outside, peering in. Dr. Gao first stopped the bleeding, cleaned the wound, disinfected, and bandaged it. He ignored Zhao Pulin and his wife. He initially wanted to call Luo Qiao to help, but after what just happened, he decided against it. Zhao Chonglin stopped Luo Qiao, who was about to leave. "Luo Qiao, you know medicine. Why don't you come help? Don't you see that Dr. Gao is overwhelmed?" Luo Qiao chuckled. "I'm not a doctor. I only know a little. Besides, if they blame me later, isn't that just inviting trouble?" Zhao Chonglin was angry. "How can you be so sharp-tongued at such a young age? No wonder no one wants you." Luo Qiao was really angry now. "I was going to let your family go, but because of what you just said, I've decided to make them pay sooner. Do you agree? Zhao Chonglin saw a cold look in Luo Qiao's eyes. Zhao Pulin, who was nearby, endured the pain and shouted, "Brother, don't cause trouble. Hurry up and apologize to Luo Qiao." He heard what Luo Qiao just said. Although the details from the past aren't clear, he knew his wife probably did something foolish at the hospital back then. If the other family finds the people involved and has proof, their family will be finished. Luo Qiao probably hasn't found those people yet, but she can't let her brother get angry and reckless. She might use all her connections to find the people from that time. They need some time to think about how to respond. Zhao Chonglin didn't expect that, although he was helping his brother, he would be asked to apologize to Luo Qiao in front of so many people. He was about to walk away in anger. But Yuan Weicheng, standing behind Luo Qiao, wouldn't let him succeed. He clearly heard her call the girl a wild child. Zhao Chonglin's wife, Lu Fong, pushed through the crowd and stood beside him. "Luo Qiao, I'm sorry." Brother Chonglin was just worried. He didn't mean any harm. Li Xilan then stepped forward and said, "Not meaning harm doesn't justify calling someone a wild child. How heartless do you have to be to say something like that? Looking at your brother-in-law's family today, it seems they have finally faced some consequences. Ask them what they did back then, why Luo Qiao was used as a bargaining chip for their son." Gao Suhua said her daughter died after birth and Luo Qiao's parents just happened to not want her. Such a coincidence. Luo Qiao looked at Li Xilan and thought silently. Turns out she is quite talented. Hearing this, Zhao Chonglin and his wife looked upset. They also knew there was probably something wrong, or else their brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have been so panicked just now. Their brother wouldn't have hurried to ask Luo Qiao for an apology. He sighed, feeling he had been so foolish. Zhao Chonglin said to Luo Qiao, "I was careless." "Sorry, Luo Qiao." The health station was chaotic for a while. Dr. Gao's final diagnosis was that Zhao Xiaomei's forehead wound was deep, stitched with over 10 stitches, and would leave a scar. Her front tooth was lost, and she needed to go to a proper place to get a new one after the inflammation subsides. Gao Suhua only sprained her ankle. Zhao Pulin fell onto her back, breaking 2 bones. He needed to be taken to the commune health clinic. The village secretary called the villagers to help send Zhao Pulin away. Only then did he quickly tell the villagers to do their work, as it was already late, and they couldn't delay anymore. He thought to himself that the village was now at odds with the health clinic. Since the winter started, the boys from the Li family had been attacked by wild boars while going up the mountain. It's been months of trouble. Really exhausting. Just hearing the words health clinic gave him a headache. Most frustrating was that his brother had saved up some money, and more than half of it was now gone there. So annoying. Yuan Weicheng was a bit worried. He repeatedly told Luo Qiao to call them if anything happened, and he wrote down their home and work addresses and phone numbers for her. Actually, Luo Qiao and Yuan Weicheng got along so well in such a short time mainly because of old Yuan's efforts. When they were on the farm, he often talked about his family and things at home. After returning to Beijing, he kept mentioning Luo Qiao's matters. But Yuan Weicheng was surprised this time because Luo Qiao's personality was quite different from what old Yuan described. Now Luo Qiao probably feels free from the constraints of the Luo family and is living more honestly and comfortably. She might have been hiding her true feelings before. Yuan Weicheng imagined all this on his own. Gao Baozhu carried a small bag and waited across the bridge for Yuan Weicheng. This was the plan made yesterday to avoid villagers gossiping. After seeing Yuan Weicheng off, Luo Qiao went to work. Today she was in the big warehouse, which she was happy about. Her foot was better, and working in the warehouse was cooler than working in the fields. During the season, it was the easiest job. At noon, Luo Qiao told the team leader she needed to visit the school tomorrow and take 2 days off to take the high school entrance exam. On her way home at noon, she first went to her house and brought 2 sets of clothes she had made for Shirtu. Lu Yichen had already picked up the agreement signed by Shida's mother, Sun Mei, when she divorced from her husband, from Sun's wife at Sun's house. He also completed the guardianship transfer at the local police station. From now on, Shirtu was no longer connected to Sun's family. When Shirtu saw the clothes Luo Qiao brought, he loved them and touched them happily. His face looked more sad than happy. I haven't worn new clothes in a long time, ever since my dad went to the city. My mom has been very frugal, always saving money so that when we move to the city, we won't spend too much. She wanted to keep some money for emergencies. But in the end, it turned out to be a good thing for my uncles. Luo Qiao said, Shirtu, you have me now. Some things you should let go of. If you keep holding on, you won't be happy. Shirtu nodded. I'm just feeling sorry for my fate and my mom's misfortune. Lu Yichen came in and interrupted me. I've washed the rice. How much water do you think is right? Let's cook here during this time, so we don't have to carry food back and forth. It's too troublesome. Luo Qiao thought for a moment and agreed. It was indeed inconvenient to carry food every meal. So, starting today, Luo Qiao temporarily cooked at Lu Yichen's place. They agreed she would return to her own yard to cook once Shida's burn injury healed. The next day, she went early to the commune middle school and met her homeroom teacher, Ning. Ning asked about her recent review progress and had her fill out a form. Then he said, it's best if you come again tomorrow afternoon to see your exam room and seat. Luo Qiao agreed, thanked him, and left the school. She went straight to the big warehouse to work. The next afternoon, she finished her tasks early and went again to the commune middle school to see the exam room before returning to the village. The 2-day exams ended quickly. The difficulty was not high, and she thought she would do well in the first high school. When Luo Qiao went back to work, many people asked her why she hadn't been working these days. Luo Qiao smiled and said, I had some personal matters to take care of. Since the results of the exams wouldn't be announced for a while, Luo Qiao didn't want to say she was taking the high school entrance exam now to avoid trouble. But things didn't go as planned. A few days later, rumors spread in the village that Luo Qiao was taking the high school entrance exam. Many villagers asked Luo Qiao if the rumors were true. Luo Qiao thought since everyone knew, there was no need to hide it anymore. It wasn't something shameful, so she admitted it. This caused the villagers to start gossiping again. Some said, Luo Qiao is a girl with ambition. Why would a girl study so much? She has many relatives with good backgrounds, and they can support her. Many girls are studying in the commune now. Li Xiulan became worried. She was afraid that if Luo Qiao went to high school, she might leave. So, one day, she hired a matchmaker, carrying gifts, to go to Luo Qiao's house proudly. Recently, after finishing fertilizing the cornfield, the villagers had some free time. On the way, someone asked Xiulan, What are you doing? Li Xiulan replied, Our family has agreed on Luo Qiao, and now we've hired a matchmaker to propose marriage. Hearing this, neighbors made dismissive comments, unsure how to respond. They thought, you really dare to think big. Have some shame. Many people followed behind to watch the scene. In the past few days, Dr. Gao had been giving Shirtu 5 days of continuous IV therapy. Luo Qiao's herbal burn remedy and her occasional addition of water from the space well into porridge helped. Shirtu's back was starting to scab over. Dr. Gao said the burn remedy was very effective and asked Lu Yichen how much a small jar cost. The remedy was stored in small porcelain jars brought back from the county, 10 in total. Luo Qiao, wanting to save effort, made 10 jars at once. Since Shirtu's burn area was large, he used a lot. A few days ago, Luo Qiao had already given 5 jars to Shirtu. They hadn't stored the rest, but when Dr. Gao came to give IV therapy and saw the remaining jars, he noticed the effect after use and casually asked about the price. Lu Yichen had already agreed with Luo Qiao that each small jar would cost 5 yuan if asked. Honestly, considering that a worker's monthly salary is over 30 yuan, this burn remedy wasn't cheap, but it was very effective. Dr. Gao also gave Lu Yichen a big thumbs up and told Shirtu that when he grows up, he must remember this kindness. Because of this, Shirtu no longer needs to crawl on the bed. He must not make big movements, or it will hurt the scabs on his back. Walking slowly back and forth is fine. These days, Luo Qiao has been making breakfast for herself in the mornings. Last night, she packed steamed dumplings in a space bag. This morning, she just put them on the stove. As she was about to wash some red dates to add to the porridge, she heard someone knocking on the door outside. She casually placed the basket on the table behind the door. Luo Qiao opened the door and saw an unfamiliar woman, but behind her was Li Xiulan. Luo Qiao thought the woman was here to see her and was brought by Li Xiulan, so she asked, "Annie, hello. Do you need something?" The woman looked Luo Qiao over carefully and smiled. "No wonder everyone likes you. You look really nice." Luo Qiao's face stayed calm, but she wasn't very happy inside. She opened the door wider and asked, "Annie, do you need something?" The woman smiled and said, "Yes, I do. It's a good thing. Let's go inside and talk." Luo Qiao already guessed what was going on, so she didn't plan to let them in. She was right. Aunt Gao from the team was right. She was now quite popular. At first, she didn't think much of it, but now she realized she didn't understand this era very well. Do they think it's easy to bully her? Luo Qiao said, "Auntie, I don't know you. If you need something, just say it here."
I'm listening.
At this moment, some villagers who had come to watch gathered around. The woman's smile couldn't hold anymore. She was a well-known matchmaker in this generation and had never been turned away before. Every family was eager to please her. She said, "You just came to Qingshan Brigade not long ago, so you probably don't know me. I am Zhao Linxin, the matchmaker from Zhengqiao village next door. I often go around this area." Luo Qiao smiled faintly and said, "Annie, are you here to find a match for someone? Are you here to borrow water from my house?" Zhao Linxin thought the girl might be a bit slow. She's already at your door, and she still asks which family she's matchmaking for? She smiled and said, "Look at what this girl is saying. She's confused. Let's go inside and talk." Luo Qiao quickly stopped Zhao Linxin from entering the yard. "If you have something to say, just say it here. Are you here to be my matchmaker?" Zhao Linxin patted her thigh and said, "See, I told you it would be a good thing. Let's go inside and talk." Luo Qiao smiled faintly and asked, "Annie, do you know how old I am now?" Zhao Linxin was momentarily surprised and replied, "I'm not really sure about that." Then she turned to look at Li Xiulan beside her. Li Xiulan smiled and said, "How old I am doesn't matter. It's better to settle down first before getting married." Luo Qiao said, "Annie Zhao, I am only 15 years old. I'm still young and not thinking about this. I don't want you to make a special trip. Besides, I am still a student and school doesn't encourage students to date. Now the country promotes free love. When I'm of age, I will consider it. I'll find a young man who shares my interests and is improving himself. Do you think I'm right, Auntie Zhao?" Zhao Linxin didn't realize that Luo Qiao was still in school, but since she was entrusted with this matter, she had to speak her mind. She smiled and said, "Actually, many families in the village have already arranged marriages for their children. It's good to settle down early. Your studies won't be affected." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Annie Zhao, don't you understand what I just said? I'm still young and not thinking about this. Besides, my elders will decide my future. Maybe you should take a trip to Beijing and see if they agree." This made Zhao Linxin unhappy, not with Luo Qiao, but with Li Xiulan, who came with her. Why didn't they mention this information earlier so she wouldn't be caught off guard? She had been a matchmaker for over 10 years and had never been asked questions she couldn't answer. It was embarrassing. Li Xiulan said, "They're not your real family. You can make your own decisions. There's no need to ask them." Luo Qiao looked at Li Xiulan and said, "I already said I'm not considering it. I still want to go to school." Zhao Linxin thought to herself, "I heard you're living alone now. It might be good to find someone to settle down with. If something happens in the future, someone can help you." Luo Qiao thought her dumplings were almost ready and wanted to finish quickly. "Excuse me, Andy, is the person you introduced to me a current student or a college graduate who has been assigned a job? Where does he work? What's his monthly salary? Does he have any close relatives who can support my education expenses? If I go to college in the future, will he support me? All these need to be clear. Oh, and most importantly, he should be good-looking and not a mama's boy." When these words were spoken, the surrounding villagers were stunned, and Zhao Linxin couldn't respond at all. He turned to look at Li Xiulan, and both of them looked unhappy. Zhao Linxin knew today was a lost cause. He looked at Luo Qiao and said, "It seems I came here for nothing today. Daughter, can I ask what mama's boy means?" Luo Qiao replied, "A mama's boy is someone who always listens to his mother, thinks his mother is always right, and centers everything around her. It also refers to a child spoiled by his mother. Basically, he always takes his mother's opinion as the main one. Men like that shouldn't marry. They have no own thoughts and always believe what their mother says. It's like their brain is water. I can't accept that. Andy, do you have any other questions?" As Luo Qiao finished speaking, the people outside burst into laughter. That mama's boy was none other than Gao Ruichen, the third son of the Gao family. He was weak and delicate, like a little girl, and couldn't do much work. Li Xiulan doted on him, never called him to do heavy chores. He ate well, dressed well, and the most obvious thing was that Gao Ruichen always went to Li Xiulan for everything, always listening to her. The term mama's boy was perfect. It was so fitting. From then on, people in Qingshan village called Gao Ruichen mama's boy, though that was a later story. Li Xiulan, standing nearby, was furious and said, "You still think you're some noble person, demanding so much. You're just an orphan girl, and you're so picky. Do you think that university is so easy to get into? And which organization do you work for? How much money do you earn? Do you think you're worthy of that person? Even the villagers have to consider whether your orphan status is acceptable. You have a big family but no one to support you in big or small matters." Luo Qiao said, "Auntie Li, I was at least your husband's lifesaver. You gave me 2 fennel seeds as a thank you, and I thought everyone's life was hard. I didn't even dare to accept it from the same village. Now you're standing here criticizing me. What do you mean? Don't be unkind. Just after crossing the river, you're already burning the bridge. You've brought shame to Qingshan village." Li Xiulan was so angry she couldn't speak. Usually, she was sharp-tongued, but now she couldn't say anything harsh. Luo Qiao reached into the basket behind the door and grabbed a handful of dried red dates, then handed them to Zhao Linxin. "Auntie, thank you for making the trip. Here, have a few dates to sweeten your mouth. When you go back, tell that family I'm not thinking about this matter right now. Even when looking for a partner, I believe I should first finish college. The country now encourages free love, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I must find someone who shares my ideals. Don't you agree?" Li Xiulan snorted and said, "You also need to have the ability to get into college and the luck to attend one." Luo Qiao smiled lightly and replied, "Aunt Li, everyone has their own goals. I am confident in my studies. Of course, I can't boast about entering a top university, but attending a regular one shouldn't be a problem. If I don't succeed once, I can try again. What do you think? And why are you so angry? Whether I go to school or not, it doesn't affect your Gao family." "Auntie, that's not fair. I was trying to help, but I ended up making an enemy. From now on, I won't reach out carelessly. What's wrong with this? Helping others and ending up in trouble, and not only that, you even insult me. You're really something, Auntie." After speaking, she turned to Zhao Linxin and said, "Aunt Zhao, it's getting late. The porridge in my pot might boil over. I won't keep you any longer." Luo Qiao reached out and took the small basket that Lu Yichen had made for her, then grabbed a handful of dried red dates and put them into Zhao Linxin's pocket. With this, what could Zhao Linxin say? Zhao Linxin has a good temper. If the girl doesn't want to marry, she can't force her. Besides, the girl has a point. Li Xiulan's intentions are obvious, and she hasn't explained the situation clearly. Zhao Linxin also blames herself for not asking enough. She understood the girl's words just now. She's not without support, and she can't afford to offend her. So she said it's okay. This is a matter of mutual consent. Since your daughter doesn't want this, let's forget it. I didn't waste my trip. And look, I got your red dates." She ate one right away, her eyes brightening, and she smiled, giving Luo Qiao a thumbs up. She mumbled, "They're delicious. Where did you buy them?" Luo Qiao grabbed another handful and put them into her other pocket. "My little uncle brought them from Beijing." Luo Qiao carried the basket out of the yard and approached the villagers who had come to watch. She handed each of them a few pieces. Thank you for helping me spread the word. I'm still young and not thinking about marriage. I don't want to waste others' time. I'm still boiling porridge, so I won't chat with everyone much. Everyone can go home and have breakfast. Thank you all for your effort. Those people took their things happily and said, don't worry, we'll definitely help spread the word. Going to school is important. When you go to college, our Qingshan village hasn't had a college student yet. Someone shouted, let's go, let's go. These dates are really delicious. Luo Qiao and matchmaker Zhao Linxi nodded and said, I'll go inside to check the pot first. Aunt Zhao, take care on your way. Li Xiaolan, who was standing there without saying a word, was furious. Today, she felt she had lost face. Their Gao family will soon become the gossip of the village. In just a morning, Luo Qiao didn't let the matchmaker reveal who the person proposing marriage was. Isn't that frustrating? Li Xiaolan looked up at the sky, closed her eyes, and forced herself to hold back the urge to rush in and tear Luo Qiao apart. It's really maddening. Zhao Linxin saw how angry Li Xiaolan was and said, let's go. Why are you still here? The people who had been watching also shouted, Xiaolan, let's go.
Don't waste time.
After eating, you need to get back to work. Then the villagers ahead burst into laughter again. Li Xiaolan was so angry, she didn't know what to say. She glared fiercely into the yard, and even Zhao Linxin, the matchmaker, didn't stop her. Li Xiaolan hurriedly left. After everyone had gone, Lu Yichen and Shirtu came over. Shirtu quickly ran to Luo Qiao and asked, Sister Luo Qiao, are you okay? Luo Qiao replied, I'm fine. Shirtu, why do you ask? Shirtu frowned. I wanted to come out earlier, but Brother Lu held me back. He said he was worried we would cause trouble for you, or let others gossip. It made me so anxious. Luo Qiao gently tapped his small forehead and said, Brother Lu is right. I can handle small matters like this. You should know that words can be dangerous. Li Xiaolan is upset today and needs to vent. If you come over, she might start talking nonsense everywhere, ruining our reputation. Do you understand? Shirtu didn't fully understand but realized some things should be avoided. We can't let people speak badly of Sister Luo Qiao. These adults are really mean. Luo Qiao brought out the steamed dumplings and instructed Lu Yichen, hurry up and bring out the small dishes and porridge. We've already wasted a lot of time today. Don't be late for work later. Lu Yichen was in a bad mood. Earlier, he and Stone had been standing not far from a group of onlookers. Because they couldn't hear clearly from their yard and were worried the young girl might be bullied, they quietly stayed behind. There was a cornfield blocking the view, and when the crowd was about to leave, they returned to their own yard. He heard the girl say she would consider finding a partner only after going to college, and that she wanted someone who shared her goals. Although these words made sense, they made him feel uncomfortable inside. Stone saw the steamed dumplings and chuckled, Sister Luo Qiao, I'm so happy right now. I've never tried so many kinds of food, and each one is really delicious. The most important thing is that you and Brother Lu are with me. I wish we could stay together forever. Unintentionally, the speaker's words touched the listener, and Lu Yichen suddenly understood why he cared so much about what was said. He looked up at Luo Qiao as if he had figured something out, and his mood improved. He took a sip of porridge, picked up a steamed dumpling, and took a bite.
Stone is right.
Everything is really tasty. In his mind, he silently said, we won't be apart in the future. Feeling good, he finished his meal with a gentle expression and looked at Luo Qiao. Be careful these days. After what happened to Li Xiaolan, she'll probably be looking for trouble to save face. Luo Qiao pouted and rolled her eyes dismissively. I was the lifesaver for Gao Shuani. Gao Shuani cares a lot about his reputation, so Li Xiaolan dares to cause trouble behind his back. But do I look easy to bully?
Don't underestimate me.
Humph. Lu Yichen chuckled. All right, you're impressive enough. After saying that, he went to wash the dishes. Luo Qiao then reapplied medicine to Stone's back. Stone, the scabs on your back might itch in the next few days. You must not pick at them, okay? Just endure a few days. Once the scabs fall off, I'll apply scar medicine. If you keep using it for a while, you won't have scars, understand? Stone responded softly, Sister Luo Qiao, is this medicine very expensive? Grandpa Gao said it costs a lot of money. His voice was a bit downcast. Luo Qiao finished applying the medicine on his back before replying, there are a few ingredients that are a bit costly, but I made this medicine myself, so it saves a lot of money. Don't worry, Stone. Lu Yichen finished washing the dishes and took over the next task of applying medicine. Since it involved applying to the buttocks and legs, it was a bit inconvenient for Luo Qiao to do it again, especially since Shirtu was now 8 years old. He took the medicine, led Shirtu outside, and prepared to apply it again in his own yard. He told Luo Qiao, we're leaving now. Don't dawdle. The work time is almost up. During breakfast, Li Xiulan quickly became famous throughout Qingshan village. The Gao family members went to work with their heads down, afraid someone would mention what happened earlier in the morning. Now the villagers no longer looked down on Luo Qiao. She quietly took part in the high school entrance exam, and when Li Xiulan came to propose marriage, she refused to reveal who was proposing. This was not something ordinary people could do. Even Li Xiulan, known for her gossip, was speechless. There were very few people like that in Qingshan village. It was truly frustrating for Li Xiulan, who was left speechless and unable to say a word. Many villagers whispered about this, and the looks they gave Gao Shuani and Li Xiulan were full of mockery and contempt. They really had no shame as a family. In Beijing, Yuan Weiqing returned home with the sweet melons Luo Qiao gave him. It was the weekend, and everyone was at home. When he carried the basket back, they teased him a bit. Seeing what was inside the basket, his older brother Yuan Weizhou asked, "Third brother, where did this come from?" Yuan Weiqing looked at his father and said, "This was brought back by Luo Qiao." "Dad, Luo Qiao's personality is quite different from what you said. That girl is quite impressive. Don't worry." His sister-in-law, Song Huizhen, washed a few melons in the kitchen, cut them up, and served them to everyone. Yuan Weiqing said, "Come try this. I carried it back from far away, and these melons are really delicious." After tasting one, the old father gave a thumbs up and said, "Indeed, they are sweet and fragrant." After hearing about Luo Qiao, the family gained a new understanding of her, and Yuan Laoyi felt more at ease. As for the basket of melons, each family took some, and they also shared some with neighbors nearby. Of course, they didn't forget to send a portion to the Yang family, which received high praise from everyone. At the Luo family in Jishir City, Luo Bin had been so frightened that he hadn't left the house for 3 days. The money he had stolen from his foster parents in Qingshan village was all gambled away, and he owed 60 yuan. He was worried that the casino might come looking for him. Luo Tianming noticed that his eldest son seemed unusual these days. Whenever he asked, the boy wouldn't say anything. Since bringing him home, the child has been distant from his father and mother. He refuses to go to school and only speaks a few words when asking for money. Usually, he's hardly seen around. It's been 3 days now, and the boy has stayed inside the house the whole time, not going out. Today, he looks nervous and keeps glancing toward the front door. Luo Tianming starts to feel uneasy. Before he can ask more, he hears someone knocking at the door outside. As he goes to check who it is, a group of troublemakers enters the yard. Luo Tianming asks, "Who are you looking for?" The leader of the troublemakers says, "We're looking for Luo Bin. Is he at home?" Luo Tianming looks at the group and thinks they don't seem like good people. He wonders how his son knows them. He frowns and asks, "What do you want with him?" One of them replies, "We're asking when he will pay back the money he owes us." Hearing this, Luo Tianming asks, "Why does he owe you money? When did he borrow it?" The leader of the troublemakers glances inside the house and says, "Luo Bin, we know you're inside. Come out quickly. It's not good to keep hiding." Inside the main house, Luo Tiancheng and his wife hear what the troublemakers are saying. They feel even more upset about Luo Bin. "Xiao, one thinks it's time to separate." Luo Tianming calls Luo Bin out and asks, "Do you really owe them money?" Luo Bin doesn't dare lift his head. He glances up at the people outside and gives a barely noticeable nod to Luo Tianming. Luo Tianming is furious with his son. He grits his teeth and asks, "How much do you owe? When did you borrow it?" Luo Bin dares not speak and takes a few steps back. The troublemaker on the other side says, "Come on, hurry up. We're in a rush." Luo Tianming loses his temper and slaps Luo Bin. "Still not talking?" Luo Bin looks up at Luo Tianming and says, "You hit me. My parents never laid a hand on me.
How dare you hit me?
I hate you." He tries to go inside, but a troublemaker stops him. "Luo Bin, we'll talk about your family matters later. First, pay us back what you owe." Inside the main house, Luo Tiancheng finds this embarrassing. Some people outside are already looking into the yard. He doesn't want Luo Bin's actions to ruin the family's reputation. He decided to ask, "How much does Luo Bin owe you all?" One young troublemaker said, 70 yuan. Luo Bin looked up and said, "You're lying. It's only 60 yuan. The troublemaker replied, "That 10 yuan is interest from these past few days." Luo Tiancheng clearly didn't want to pay, but he also wanted to send these people away quickly, so it wouldn't affect his children's reputation or future marriage prospects. He then said to his younger brother Luo Tianming, "Just give them the money so we can send them off." Although Luo Tianming was reluctant, he had no choice but to give the money now. His older brother looked very unhappy. He also knew that these days his nephew Luo Tao was dating someone, and he was worried that today's trouble might cause more problems. It was really frustrating. After paying the money to send the troublemakers away, his sister-in-law Xiaowan came out of the house and said directly, "Tianming, we've been back from the farm for a while now. The kids are grown up. Should we think about dividing the house?" Luo Tianming knew that splitting the family was inevitable. Besides, it might be better to do so to avoid conflicts. He nodded in agreement. Seeing her brother-in-law agree, Xiaowan said, "When my younger sister and brother-in-law come back tonight, we can discuss it further." After saying that, she turned and went back into her room, thinking that finally, they would split the house. But she also thought about the fact that there were only a few rooms in the yard. After dividing the house, where would everyone live? His eldest son was dating someone and would get married soon. What about the wedding house? While she was thinking, she suddenly heard shouting from the next door. "Why did you hit me? I'm your father. If you don't behave, I can't help but hit you. But I'm your son. So, what if you're my father? Did you raise me? My parents back in the countryside never hit me once. If you can't treat me well, why did you bring me back? Who in this family treats me like family? Is it you or those so-called brothers, sisters, brothers, and sisters? None of them look at me like I'm part of the family. You all just came back from the farm to the city. What kind of cow are you?" Luo Tianming listened to his eldest son's words and felt uncomfortable inside. Years ago, when something happened in the family, he and his wife Feng Hui were young and naive. They just wanted to find a stable home for their son and didn't want him to suffer with them. That's why they did the child exchange at the hospital. But this child had indeed lived a few peaceful years in the countryside. However, his outlook on life had become distorted. He knew that his eldest son and the children at home didn't get along well, but he didn't expect him to say such things. He felt very sorry about the decisions made in the past. This afternoon, the whole family happened to come back. The Ruoff family didn't have much to fight over. The house had 2 rooms, each with a storage room, and the kitchen was assigned to the eldest house, which was on his side. Today, the money spent on Ruoff Bin covered this kitchen. The family divided 120 yuan, which was considered an official split. They haven't moved the living arrangements yet, agreeing to wait until Ruo Tao gets married. Ruo Qiao was busy going up the mountain to catch fish at the water pool. When the scheduled time arrived, she caught less than 300 jin again. She prepared dinner early in the space, then went straight to the water pool after work to catch enough fish before heading home. Not long after she returned home, she lit the fire and boiled a pot of water. She took out the marinated meat and noodles she prepared earlier in the space. Lu Yichen and Shirtu came over. Tomato and sour soup noodles were perfect for a meal. The sour soup marinade and noodles were prepared in advance. She also sliced some cucumbers to add later. Lu Yichen casually asked, "Are the grades coming out these days?" Ruo Qiao scooped noodles while replying, "It should be about time just these days." Shirtu took a bite of the noodles and said, "Really delicious. Sister Ruo Xiao's cooking is always so good." Lu Yichen said, "I ordered some meat today. I'll bring it back tomorrow. Later, we can have fried sauce noodles. That's even tastier." Shirtu smiled and said, "I already think this meal is really good. No need to spend money on meat anymore." Lu Yichen looked at Shirtu, who suddenly seemed downcast. "It's not just for you to eat alone, Sister Ruo Xiao, and I also need to eat well." Shirtu looked up at Lu Yichen and said, "The kids in the village said I cost Brother Lu a lot of money. If I keep eating like this, I'll spend all of Brother Lu's bride money, and it'll be harder to find a wife then. Brother Lu, I don't want you to stay single. When I grow up a bit more, I can earn work points myself. I won't be a burden then." Ruo Xiao immediately understood. "Shirtu, did someone in the village come to play with you today?" Shirtu pouted. "They didn't come to play with me. They came to tease me and said I'm a burden." Ruo Xiao sighed. "Stone, how many times has your sister told you this? You've forgotten. When others say a few harsh words, you can't handle it. Actually, most of them are jealous of you, but they don't want to admit it. That's why they say those things to make you sad. If you take it seriously, you'll fall for their tricks." Stone turned to Lu Yichen, wanting to confirm. Lu Yichen said, "Your sister is right. You shouldn't be led around by others. You need to learn to think for yourself about what they say, why they say it, what their purpose is, and what they want to achieve." Stone thought for a moment. "They just think I'm unhappy because someone cares for me now. Actually, they're jealous of me because Brother Lu's family eats well. That's probably why. Xingyuan keeps asking what I eat every day. Lu Yichen used to bring some meat home now and then. It's understandable that the villagers are envious." Ruo Xiao didn't expect the children in the village to be so clever.
So, what did you say to them?
Stone smiled. "I definitely didn't tell them the truth. I just said I eat porridge, vegetable congee, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns with some flour." Ruo Xiao smiled. "You're pretty clever." While eating, Ruo Xiao looked at Stone thoughtfully. "In the next half year, I might have to go to the city for high school. I'll only be back on weekends. You guys will have to cook for yourselves then." Lu Yichen paused briefly, but didn't say much. He was already thinking about what to do next. While eating, Ruo Xiao was also lost in thought. She needed to find time to go to the city soon. She had some money now, and wanted to see if there were any suitable houses. She originally planned to buy this house, but it was just a stepping stone. It was mainly for settling down. The people here knew too much about the original owner, which made many things inconvenient. In the next 3 years, she would definitely attend high school in the city. She didn't want to stand out too much, maybe skip a grade and take the college entrance exam a year early. Even so, she would live in the city for 2 years. She needed a place of her own. She had secrets, and living at school was inconvenient. Why the city? Because Qingshan village is closer to the city than to the county seat. In the coming high school years, she planned to visit home once a month. At least for these years, she would continue her dealings with Hyujia. She wasn't greedy. Once a month was enough. After eating, Luo Xiao handed the soothing ointment she prepared in the space to Shirtu. "In a few days, the scabs on your back will fall off, and then you can apply this." Lu Yichen washed the dishes before leaving with Shirtu. This was their silent agreement. One cooks, the other washes dishes. Luo Xiao collected all the vegetables that could be harvested from the backyard, stored them in the space warehouse, and used her supernatural power to grow more. Then she returned to the front yard, planning to wash the clothes she had changed out of. The clothes weren't dirty, just a bit sweaty. After the first wash with soap, she thought about pouring the water outside. Just as she stepped out, she heard someone talking at Lu Yichen's door. Luo Xiao didn't want to bother with it and was about to turn back to the yard. But she seemed to catch the words "burn ointment." Since she was farther away and there was corn growing between them, she couldn't hear clearly. Luo Xiao placed the basin at the gate and moved a little closer. She recognized it as Kong Yuru from the second branch of the Sun family. This woman really has a thick face. The matter with Shirtu didn't involve her paying anymore. Luo Xiao had already let it go because she found it troublesome. Yet, She still had the nerve to come and ask for burn ointment. That was really disgusting. It turned out that Sun Xingyuan had gone home and told his mother that Shirtu's back burn was almost healed. He himself only had a burn on his arm, and Kong Yuru didn't bother him about it. Since he had been injured, he hadn't gone to school. Because of the heat, he often played in the river with the village children. His arm burn hadn't healed and had even become infected in some spots. Now Kong Yuru was a bit anxious. Without caring, she ran over to ask for burn ointment. Lu Yichen wouldn't give her any. He said, "If you want some, I'll have someone bring a jar tomorrow. Just pay me." Kong Yuru replied, "Shenyuan only needs a little on his arm. Buying a whole jar would be wasteful. Let him use some of Shirtu's." Lu Yichen sneered and said, "Your face is really thick. Usually, you should pay for Shirtu's medicine. Or should I go to the police?" This woman had already taken advantage once and was trying to push her luck again. Kong Yuru, a bit unwilling, said, "We're all from the same village. If Shirtu can use it, why can't Xingyuan use a little less?" Lu Yichen didn't give her any face. Shirtu's mother has passed away. Whether his father is here or not doesn't matter. Your son has parents, but I don't have to take care of that. After saying that, she closed the big door. Kong Yuru angrily kicked the door of Lu Yichen's house, but she forgot she was wearing plastic sandals without heels. She kicked so hard that it hurt her so much she almost cried, and it took her a while to recover. When she couldn't find the burn ointment, she cursed under her breath and left. She took Sun Shenyuan to Dr. Gao, who examined him and gave him anti-inflammatory medicine. Dr. Gao also warned that the child shouldn't get water on the arm again, or the infected area might not heal well. Seeing that it was about time, Luo Qiao locked the door and took a small path out of the village. Today was another delivery day. Tonight there was no moon, and it looked like it might rain. When Luo Qiao arrived, there were about 20 minutes before the scheduled time. After preparing the goods, she heard a car approaching. When the person was brought in, the transaction was completed, and the driver was returning to pick up the last load. He handed Luo Qiao a bag of things. Luo Qiao asked, "What is this?" The driver said, "We just came back from the south bringing some local fruits. I brought you 2 of them. Don't mind if they're few, just try a taste." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "I won't be polite then. Thank you." The driver chuckled and said, "No need to thank me. We've also eaten your fish many times, haha." After seeing them off, Luo Qiao stored the items in her space and then headed toward the village. Just coming up the small path and about to go home, she overheard someone talking at Lu Yichen's house entrance. It was so late, and she was worried it was another trouble from the Sun family, so she took a few more steps closer. When she could hear clearly, she stopped to avoid being caught like last time. She heard Lu Yichen say, "I have nothing to say to you. It's late. Aren't you afraid of gossip? I don't want to be embarrassed either. Just leave quickly." Another voice responded, "Lu Yichen, don't be ungrateful. You do have a job, but don't forget your A. I consider it your luck that I like you." Lu Yichen sneered, "I don't want that luck. I'll say it one last time, if you dare bother me again, don't blame me for being rude. Try me if you don't believe it." Luo Qiao listened and thought, isn't that woman's voice the same as Gao Tao's? I thought to myself that this woman really doesn't give up easily. It seems that Li Xiulan was unhappy with the family arranged by Gao Taohua. Just as I was thinking this, I heard Gao Taohua crying and saying, "Yichen, I truly care about you. My mom has already arranged someone for me, but I like you. As long as your bride price is higher than the other families, my mom won't object. Please, I don't want to marry that person. Just consider it as doing a good deed and save me, okay?" Lu Yichen replied, "Take your hand away, or I won't be responsible if you get pinched. I've never seen a woman so shameless. Coming to bother me twice late at night." Seeing that Lu Yichen refused to agree, Gao Taohua tried to pull his hand as he pushed the door open. But Lu Yichen widened the door and kicked her to the ground with a single foot, coldly saying, "Get out." After saying that, he directly shut the door. Gao Taohua saw that Lu Yichen didn't give her any chance and stomped her feet in anger. If it weren't for his good looks and a decent job, who would want A? She wanted to curse loudly, but she was afraid of being seen. If someone found out, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Gao Taohua could only walk back home angrily in the dark.
She really had no choice.
The family her parents arranged for her was one she couldn't stand. They were of average means, and he was the youngest son in the family. She secretly inquired that the family's work points and the women's wages were the same, and they often didn't go to work. The family wanted to find a capable daughter-in-law for their son, so they offered a higher bride price than another family. But her mother, being greedy, chose that family. The man came for a matchmaking visit once, and he wasn't very handsome. Today was her last attempt to try again. After all, few families could afford a bride price higher than that family. In the village, only Lu Yichen might be able to. But she didn't even get inside the house before being kicked out. It was really frustrating. Luo Qiao watched Gao Taohua walk away and wondered whether to teach her a lesson. She was always coming around to bother people, which was really annoying. But she hoped Gao Taohua wouldn't do anything bad. The Hao Shuni family was no good. So she turned back from the small path to the village entrance, crossed the river on the stones, and arrived at the bridge before Gao Taohua. She found a hidden spot to hide. Luckily, it was a cloudy night, so there were no shadows on the ground. I wanted to give her a small punishment, but not in the area where they live. If something went wrong, they would suspect her and Lu Yichen. So Luo Qiao deliberately crossed the bridge to the other side. Then it would be Gao Taohua's own problem later. After Gao Taohua got off the bridge and walked 5 or 6 meters away, Luo Qiao threw 2 small stones she had prepared in advance. She heard Gao Taohua cry out in pain and then fall down. Gao Taohua was so hurt that she forgot it was nighttime. She cursed loudly. "Who is so mean to make me fall? I might die from this." The roads on both sides of the bridge are paved with stones. Falling like that in the summer heat would definitely cause scrapes. At least she would have some peace for a few days. I heard that Li Xiaolan had already arranged a marriage for her daughter. Gao Taohua really is restless. Does she truly like Lu Yichen, or is she just unhappy with her mother arranging her marriage? Is she trying to play with fire? She shouldn't drag others into her trouble. If she gets involved with Lu Yichen, she might also get caught by Li Xiaolan. It's better to remind Lu Yichen about this, so nothing goes wrong and becomes a joke for others. Anyway, now that she's eating with Lu Yichen, they are considered a team. Gao Taohua really doesn't match Lu Yichen. But I have to admit, Gao Taohua has good taste. Li Xiaolan's second and third sons are lazy, but her only daughter works hard every day and is good at doing chores. Luo Qiao returned home and checked the money she had, more than 600 yuan. She wasn't sure if that was enough to buy a small house in Jishir City. She thought she needed to settle herself first and then plan for the future. Business was not free yet. In a year or 2, she wanted to start a small business to save some money. When she went to college, she could choose some projects and find partners. The next morning, she cooked porridge and made stuffed pancakes. Lu Yichen said, "Let's eat dumplings tonight. I'll come back early this afternoon to chop the filling." Luo Qiao replied, "Sure. We'll make 2 kinds. I'll go catch a fish after work. Fish meat filling and pork filling." Shirdu smiled and said, "I really feel so happy now. I want to shout out loud." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Remember the characters I taught you and the math homework I assigned yesterday. Don't forget." Shirdu stood up, patting his chest, and said, "Sister Luo Qiao, don't worry. I promise I'll remember everything well. When I start school, I'll go straight to 2nd grade, so I can save a year's worth of books and school fees." Honestly, Luo Qiao lent Stone 1st grade math and language books. In just a few days, he has already learned 1/3 of the material. By the time school starts for 2nd grade, he will definitely be ready, and maybe even 3rd grade. When Luo Qiao arrived at the riverside, she heard Li Xiaolan shouting angrily. Nearby, a woman who had just arrived asked, "What is Li Xiaolan yelling about now?" Another woman said, "I heard that Gao Taohua fell yesterday because she couldn't see clearly on a cloudy day. We thought she was fine, but in the middle of the night, Gao Taohua was crying and saying her leg was swollen. It was late at night when she disturbed Dr. Gao, and he said she had twisted her ankle. No bones were broken, but she probably can't work before her wedding. No wonder Li Xiaolon is shouting. The woman who asked earlier said no wonder. No one is earning work points now, so she's complaining. Did Gao Taohua do this on purpose? She twisted her ankle at the worst time. Maybe she doesn't want to work for her family anymore, or she's upset that her mother arranged her marriage. She doesn't want to get married. Another woman who is friendly with Li Xiaolon said, "Stop talking nonsense. Everything you say sounds like a story. Taohua just fell while delivering something by accident. Look at how you're making it sound. We're all from the same village, with children at home. Be kind with your words. Taohua is about to get married. If your words spread, it could really hurt her." For a moment, no one spoke, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Suddenly, they heard Kong Yuru from the Sun family yard scream loudly. It was like a chorus of voices. The workers waiting at the riverside for their assignments quickly gathered at the Sun family gate. Kong Yuru, holding her son Xingyuan, rushed out and headed toward the health station. Dr. Gao had just opened the door and was talking to some workers when he saw Kong Yuru rush in, holding her child. "Dr. Gao, please check what's wrong with Xingyuan," she said urgently. Dr. Gao hurried over. He saw the child had a high fever and the infected area on his arm was worse, with a noticeable swelling. It looked like pus was inside. After examining the child, Dr. Gao was a bit angry. "I told you to give him antibiotics, and he shouldn't be playing in the water anymore. It seems like you don't want him to get better. Let's take him to the community health clinic. I can't handle this right now. His arm is so infected, and he's running a high fever. Look at how swollen his arm is. Don't delay taking care of the child." When Kong Yuru heard this, she became very worried. Because of the situation with Shirtu, the main house and the third house are upset with the second house. Now, Kong Yuru felt a bit stuck since her husband was not at home, so she asked someone nearby to notify her mother-in-law. Grandmother's son felt sorry for her grandson. After hearing from the messenger, she quickly asked her eldest son and his wife to come and accompany them to the community health clinic. When grandmother's son arrived, she learned from her granddaughter that her brother hadn't even taken the antibiotics. Her mother said the medicine was expensive and told her brother to drink more water. If his arm got better, they would ask Dr. Gao to return the medicine. Hearing this, son's wife was very angry. She thought they were trying to harm her grandson. Kong Yuru wanted to save money to move to the county town, so she thought since Shida's condition was serious, it was okay. Her son's arm was just burned, so it couldn't be anything serious. Dr. Gao gave some antibiotics, but Sun's son didn't want to take them. She let him decide, thinking that if the medicine wasn't needed, they could return it for a refund. Now, his infected arm caused a high fever. When they arrived at the rural health clinic, they found that the doctors had gone to the county for training. The on-duty doctor was a new staff member. Seeing how serious Sun's son's condition was, especially since he was a child, the doctor worried that the medication might not be correct and suggested they go to the county hospital. But at this time, there were no cars to take them there. Luckily, they saw a bus heading to the city at the intersection. Since the city was closer than the county, the Sun family decided to take Sun's son to the city. Luo Qiao was counting on her results coming out soon and planned to visit the commune and talk with teacher Ning about school enrollment. Shida's scabs on his back had fallen off. He had been using the soothing gel Luo Qiao provided for several days. Besides studying, he occasionally went out to play with the village children. Shirtu was now wearing new clothes that Luo Qiao had made for him. The children in the village had heard that Shirtu planned to start school this summer, so some of them were willing to play with him. Luo Qiao sometimes gave him dried apricots she had prepared earlier, so he could share them with his friends when playing with the village children. Over the past few days, Shirtu had gotten along well with the children in the village. One day, while playing outside, two people entered the village and asked some children how to get to Luo Qiao's house. They said they were teachers from the commune middle school, here to deliver Luo Qiao's exam results. Shirtu happily led them to Luo Qiao's home. Today, the team didn't work, and Luo Qiao was in the yard drying herbs she picked from the mountain. She saw Shirtu leading Principal Qin and Teacher Ning inside. Luo Qiao put down her herbs and said, "Hello, Principal Qin, Teacher Ning. Are the results out?" Principal Qin smiled and replied, "Yes, Luo Qiao. Congratulations. You scored first in the whole county, and also first in the city. Our school will benefit from this." Luo Qiao wasn't surprised because she wanted to attend high school in the city. If she didn't get good enough grades, she wouldn't have the freedom to choose. She invited Principal Qin and Teacher Ning to sit in the yard. She went to pick a watermelon from behind and cut it open to share. Principal Qin's face lit up with a big smile. "You've made the school and the county proud. There will be rewards from the school, the county, the education bureau, and even the city, but it might take a few days." He explained that he and Teacher Ning were so excited when they heard the news that they came straight over with just the results. Soon, the children who came with them spread the news, and the villagers finally realized Luo Qiao wasn't exaggerating. Her grades were truly excellent. When Principal Qin and Teacher Ning left, Luo Qiao gave them a watermelon. They politely declined but thanked her happily and left with smiles. Luo Qiao thought about starting high school in the city soon, so she couldn't delay buying a house anymore. Living in the dorm was really inconvenient. That evening, Lu Yichen came back carrying 2 pounds of ribs. Seeing people in the yard, he said, "I heard your grades are pretty good." Luo Qiao asked, "How do you know?" Lu Yichen smiled and said, "It's a coincidence. I ran into an old friend from the county today. When he saw me, he mentioned your results. You're really impressive." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't praise me too much. I don't handle compliments well." Lu Yichen picked up the ribs and said, "Tonight, I'll cook ribs to reward you." Luo Qiao swung her hair and laughed. "All right, then we'll steam some rice and stew the ribs tonight." Lu Yichen was dazzled by Luo Qiao's bright smile and thought to himself that this girl would only get more talented and more dazzling in the future. I casually asked Luo Qiao, "The results are out. Are you planning to go to high school in the county or in the city?" Without much thought, Luo Qiao replied, "I'm preparing to go to the city. The county is even farther than the city, and the bus schedule isn't convenient, either too early or too late, so I plan to go to the city for high school." Lu Yichen said, "You're right. Today, my comrade even told me to try to keep you." Luo Qiao asked, "Big brother Lu, how did you respond?" Lu Yichen chuckled softly, "Don't worry, I wouldn't sell you." Luo Qiao huffed, "That's more like it." Her smile made Lu Yichen feel a bit happy inside. Seeing Luo Qiao's carefree expression, he knew he needed to work even harder. Her carefree attitude was also a bit frustrating. That evening, the three of them enjoyed a nice meal before going their separate ways. The next morning, Luo Qiao got up early and prepared breakfast. She had told Lu Yichen yesterday that she would take leave today to go to the city. During lunch, Luo Qiao said to Shirtu, "I won't be back at noon. Shirtu, can you bring some steamed buns later? Just heat them up for a quick meal." Lu Yichen added, "And prepare some pickled cucumbers that Sister Luo Qiao made. There's water in the thermos. Drink plenty of water and don't get heat stroke." Shirtu finished his meal and said, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Since Sister Luo Qiao is going to the city for school, she can only come back on weekends. We need to get used to it." Luo Qiao immediately smiled. "Shirtu, you're more mature than adults." Lu Yichen turned to Luo Qiao and said, "Are you implying I'm less mature than Shirtu?" Luo Qiao burst into laughter after hearing Lu Yichen's words. "You're really good at thinking. I meant Shirtu is just too sensible. Don't compare you two." After eating, Luo Qiao went to the village committee to chat briefly and explained her purpose. Aunt Gao happened to have something to send to her eldest son, so she said, "Luo Qiao, can you help me send some things to Brother Baozhu?" Luo Qiao replied, "Sure. Auntie, get everything ready, and I'll help deliver it." A small bundle was brought out by Aunt Gao, containing a set of clothes, 2 pairs of shoes, and some pickled vegetables to go with rice. The village head took out the official document and handed it to Luo Qiao. "Be careful when you go out." Luo Qiao took the letter and saw it was valid for 3 days. She smiled and said, "Thank you, village head. I'll be on my way now." As soon as she arrived in the village, Luo Qiao saw Lu Yichen waiting for her at the entrance. She asked, "Why are you still here? Didn't you say you had something to do at the agricultural machinery station today? Lu Yichen replied, "It's nothing urgent. I can go later, no problem." Luo Qiao asked softly, "Big brother Lu, do you know how much the current house prices are?" Lu Yichen was surprised. "You want to buy a house?" Luo Qiao nodded quietly and said, "I want to attend high school in the city. I have some money saved, and if I find a suitable place, I want to buy a house. Even if I don't live there later, I can sell it without losing money." Lu Yichen originally had a house in Jishir City, planning for Luo Qiao to live there someday. But now she said she wanted to buy her own house, so he couldn't just suggest she live in his house without thinking. After a moment, he said, "Why don't you go to the City Housing Bureau and ask my colleague Ding Xiongdong? Tell him I sent you. He can help you find a good house." Luo Qiao said, "All right, you have so many friends." At the village committee entrance, Luo Qiao and Lu Yichen said goodbye. She crossed the street to wait for a bus heading into the city. Soon, Lu Yichen came over. "How many days is your leave?" Luo Qiao replied, 3 days. I asked the team leader for time off. Just as she finished speaking, a bus arrived. Luo Qiao got on directly, waved goodbye to Lu Yichen, bought a ticket, and found a seat. She was thinking that it would be great if she could find a house with a yard. Living there would be more comfortable than a block apartment, and she could grow some fruits and vegetables. In the city, Luo Qiao first went to the gatekeeper's office at the pharmaceutical factory to ask for help finding someone. The factory was so big, she didn't know which workshop Gao Baozhu was in. The old man at the gate was very kind and helped ask several employees coming and going. He found out Gao Baozhu was in workshop 6. Then he asked someone from the neighboring workshop 5 to pass a message that someone was looking for Gao Baozhu at the gate of workshop 6. Feeling grateful, Luo Qiao took some red dates from her pocket as a thank you gift. The old man kept saying she was too polite. Gao Baozhu hurried out and saw Luo Qiao standing at the gate. "Luo Qiao, why are you here?" Luo Qiao looked at Gao Baozhu, who seemed in good spirits, and asked, "Big brother Gao, are you used to working here?" Gao Baozhu smiled simply. "It's pretty good. Working here is less tiring than farming at home." Luo Qiao, "Thank you." Ruo Qiao handed the package prepared by Aunt Gao to Gao Baozhu. "Big brother Gao, this is something Aunt Gao asked me to bring you." Gao Baozhu smiled happily when he heard that his mother had sent something over. After exchanging a few words with Gao Baozhu, Ruo Qiao left the pharmacy. Before leaving, she also greeted the old gatekeeper. Ruo Qiao went straight to the City Housing Bureau and found Ding Xiongdong, a comrade of Lu Yichen. She explained her purpose. Ding Xiongdong looked at her curiously for a long time, with a strange expression on his face. It turned out that before Ruo Qiao arrived, Lu Yichen had already called him, asking to find a safe, quiet, and well-guarded house. He didn't want to mention that he had called. Ding Xiongdong asked, "Ruo Qiao, right? Which area are you planning to buy a house in?" Ruo Qiao replied, "Around number 1 middle school." Ding Xiongdong said, "Sit down first. I'll check if there are any suitable houses." Ruo Qiao nodded and thanked him, then sat on a stool in the office. Not long after Ding Xiongdong left his office, a girl came in. Seeing Ruo Qiao sitting there, her cheerful face suddenly changed.
"Who are you?"
"Why are you here?" she asked. Ruo Qiao said, "I came to see Comrade Ding Xiongdong about some matters." After that, she didn't say anything more. The girl asked, "What do you want to see him about?" Ruo Qiao didn't answer but asked back, "Are you also an employee here?" The girl hesitated and said, "Why should I tell you?" Hearing this, Ruo Qiao stopped paying attention to her, thinking she was just another nosy person. The girl, seeing that Ruo Qiao wasn't responding, said, "Why don't you answer me?" Ruo Qiao thought, "Today I must have forgotten to check the almanac. Why did I run into such a clueless person?" She said, "Since you're not an employee here, do I really need to answer your questions?" The girl warned, "Stay away from Ding Xiongdong, or don't blame me for being rude." Ruo Qiao frowned and said, "I'm just here to ask for a favor from Comrade Ding Xiongdong." "Why are you warning me?" The girl asked, "Who introduced you to see him?" Ruo Qiao found her quite annoying. This was going on endlessly. She thought it would be better to ask the staff in the lobby on the first floor instead of wasting time with this girl. So she stood up and walked outside. The girl saw Luo Qiao was about to leave and thought Luo Qiao must be feeling guilty, so she quickly grabbed Luo Qiao's arm. You haven't explained clearly yet. You can't go. Luo Qiao also lost her temper and shook off the girl's hand. Are you crazy?
She said.
Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw the door to the office across open. A woman said, Jiang Shan, stop causing trouble. This girl is meeting Xiangdong for the first time. Are you just making a fuss because Xiangdong has no friends here? At that moment, Ding Xiangdong also returned. Seeing Luo Qiao standing outside with a displeased look, and Sister Chu from the other side watching the scene, and smiling happily, she quickly hurried over. Comrade Luo, why are you standing outside the door? Luo Qiao said, today's matter doesn't involve Comrade Ding anymore. I'll just go to the first floor to ask about it. Sorry for the trouble. The woman next to her asked, young girl, what are you here for with Ding Xiangdong? Luo Qiao replied, big sister, I want to look at a house near the city number 1 middle school. The woman said, you've come to the right person. I happen to have a friend selling a house near city number 1 middle school. She's leaving here soon with her daughter and is selling quickly, but the price isn't low. Luo Qiao asked, big sister, do you have time? Could you show me the house first? Before Ding Xiangdong could say more to Luo Qiao, Jiang Shan pulled him into the office and shut the door. The woman said, wait a moment. She turned back to her office, explained a few things inside, then said to Luo Qiao, let's go, I'll take you there. Luo Qiao asked, is it okay now? It's working hours. Won't it affect you? The woman said, my name is Chu Lily. You can call me Sister Chu. It's fine. I already told my colleagues. If there's anything, they'll help me handle it. Luo Qiao wanted to tell Ding Xiangdong, but she heard the girl inside, Jiang Shan, crying. It didn't seem right to knock on the door now. After thinking for a moment, she said to Chu Lily, Sister Chu, could you please tell your colleague that Ding Xiangdong will come out later and say I have something to do? I'll leave first, so I don't trouble him. Chu Lily smiled and said, of course. She then returned to the office with her and spoke with her colleague. Only then did they leave. On the way, Chu Lily finally told Jiang Shan's story. Jiang Shan is Ding Xiangdong's fiancé, arranged by his family. She works near the post office, and during lunch breaks, she often visits the housing bureau. At work, Ding Xiangdong can't talk to young women. No, not just young women. Married women are also off limits. So you've run into a dead end. Lu Qiao said as she walked, Sister Chu, just call me Xiao Luo. Chu Lily replied, Xiao Luo, don't take the matter to heart. Jiang Shan is spoiled by her family and cares too much about Ding Xiangdong, which is why she acted like that. Lu Qiao said, if she's worried about someone taking him away, then just get married quickly. Isn't it tiring to keep waiting every day? Chu Lily smiled and said, you're quite direct. But Xiangdong's grandmother just passed away not long ago, so the marriage plans have been put on hold. Hearing this, Lu Qiao didn't ask further. They took 2 rides before reaching the house. It's about a 10-minute drive from city number 1 middle school. On the 3rd house in this alley, Chu Lily knocked on the door. Old sir, it's Lily.
Ah, Lily. Come in, come in.
We're just packing up. Old sir, this friend wants to buy a house. I brought her to take a look. The old man looked at Lu Qiao. You can look around, but I won't sell for less than 1,000. Lu Qiao roughly looked around. The main house has 3 rooms. The side rooms are a bit smaller, also 3 rooms. Opposite, there's a shed about the same size as the side rooms, very clean inside. Behind a house, there's a piece of land about 1/5 of an acre. The only inconvenience is that there's no public toilet nearby. Lu Qiao thought she could build an outdoor toilet in the vegetable garden at the back if needed. She liked the yard, and the house was well maintained, clearly renovated recently.
Lu Qiao said, this house is really nice.
But I didn't bring enough money today. I need to go back tonight and gather some more. When do you plan to leave? The old man looked at the yard and said, we'll leave tomorrow afternoon. You've seen everything. All your belongings should be packed. Lu Qiao asked, can you lower the price a bit? The old man replied, you've seen the house. I only renovated it 6 months ago. If my daughter's place wasn't so far away and it was easier to come back, I wouldn't even consider selling. Lu Qiao thought for a moment and said, All right, I will come back tomorrow morning. The old man asked, where is your family? Don't they want to come see the house? Lu Qiao looked at the yard and replied calmly, no need. I can make the decision. They are all quite busy. The old man didn't expect Lu Qiao's answer and said, this isn't a small amount of money. Are you sure you can handle the purchase? Since Lu Qiao liked the house and didn't want to waste more time, she smiled and said, how about this? I'll pay a deposit of 100 yuan now, and I'll come back tomorrow to pay the rest. The old man looked at Lu Qiao, perhaps feeling a good connection, as many people had looked at the house recently, but he was selective about who he sold to. He then said, I'll sell you the house for 900 yuan. I hope you take good care of it. Lu Qiao didn't expect the old man to lower the price willingly and smiled happily. Don't worry, I will take good care of the house. I really like it, so I decided to buy it. After leaving the Li family, Lu Qiao said, Sister Chu, I'll come back tomorrow to ask for your help with the house registration. I'm still young and worried something might go wrong. Chu Lily said, all right, you and your family can come to the housing bureau tomorrow. I'll speak on your behalf. There were some things she was curious about, but chose not to ask. Lu Qiao said, thanks, Sister Chu. See you tomorrow. After they parted ways, Lu Qiao thought about the house costing 900 yuan and needing to buy some things. She figured she'd need at least 1,000 yuan to be safe. Walking along, she pondered how to get the remaining 400 yuan. She thought about the items in her space and was worried she might need to use medicinal herbs, so she decided to look for places where she could sell herbs. As she walked, she saw Luo Bin from afar, hanging out with some troublemakers and jokingly leaning on each other, heading into a nearby alley. Lu Qiao shook her head, thinking that if no one watched over him, Luo Bin might not turn out well. She remembered villagers saying Luo Bin didn't like school and had failed the Red Lantern test several times. The Luo family might regret this in the future, but that had nothing to do with her. She still had important things to do and needed to find a place to sell herbs. Thinking of He Yujie from the black market, Lu Qiao hesitated. But she felt that other places might not offer as fair a price as he did. After figuring things out, I found a hidden spot, entered my space, and put on some makeup. In the medicine garden, I pulled out 100-year-old ginseng and stored it in a box inside my space. Only then did I leave and head toward the black market. Ruo Qiao thought she couldn't always use ingredients from her space, but she still had many places to spend money soon. So, she decided to sell 100-year-old ginseng. With the money, she could buy a house and still have some left over. This would also make it easier for her to handle upcoming plans. Ning Rui said that He Yujie had just returned from the capital. When she saw him, he was playing with a piece of jade. Seeing Ruo Qiao, he quickly smiled and said, Comrade Ruo has arrived. Please sit down. The fish had helped him a lot, building connections and earning a good amount of money. He considered it his lucky charm. He Yujie asked, why do you have time to come today? Ruo Qiao didn't want to waste words and directly asked, do you buy medicinal herbs here? He Yujie looked at her basket. It depends what kind of herbs. I don't buy common herbs, it's too much trouble. Ruo Qiao said, what about ginseng? He Yujie's eyes lit up immediately. He asked, are you really selling ginseng? Ruo Qiao nodded. What price do you pay? He Yujie thought for a moment. That's hard to say. But I can ask someone who knows about ginseng to come and appraise it. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Ruo Qiao thought for a moment. All right, then find someone to evaluate it. He Yujie quietly asked, can I ask how old your ginseng is? Ruo Qiao looked at him.
Why?
Is it too young to sell, or what? He Yujie quickly waved his hand.
No, I didn't mean that.
Someone asked me to find ginseng for them before, especially over 100 years old, to save their life. That's why I'm so excited. Hearing this, Ruo Qiao looked at his expression. He didn't seem to be lying. Quite a coincidence. The ginseng I have is just over 100 years old. After saying that, Ruo Qiao took out the prepared items from her basket and placed them on the table, pushing them toward He Yujie, signaling him to check. He Yujie turned to Ning Rui and said, go find old Dr. Sun at Ikong Hall. Hurry back. After Ning Rui left, He Yujie didn't open the box to look at it. Instead, he stood up and paced back and forth in the room. He seemed fine on the outside, but inside, he was feeling very anxious and restless. If he really found 100-year-old ginseng, it would be a great help for him. That would be a big favor, and now people are counting on that ginseng to save lives. About half an hour later, Ning Rue brought old Dr. Sun into the room. Dr. Sun asked as he entered, "What's the matter? Why do I have to come all this way?" He Yujie said, "Uncle Sun, mainly because there are too many people around here. Too many eyes, so some things are hard to do." He then helped the old man sit at the table and pushed the box toward him. "Please take a look and tell me how old the ginseng inside is." When Dr. Sun heard that the box contained ginseng, he perked up and looked at He Yujie as if confirming something. He Yujie nodded. Dr. Sun opened the box and looked at the ginseng inside. When he saw it, he immediately became excited. Carefully, he took the ginseng out of the box and took a magnifying glass from his pocket to examine it closely. After a short while, Dr. Sun said happily, "Wow, wow, wow. This is a rare 100-year-old ginseng. It's probably around 120 or 130 years old. This is truly a fine piece of ginseng." At this moment, He Yujie's palms were sweaty. He asked excitedly, "Uncle Sun, how much is this ginseng worth now?" Dr. Sun thought for a moment and said, "If it's urgently needed, it's priceless. In Jishir City, it's worth about 2,003 or 400 yuan. In Beijing, it would definitely be more expensive." He looked at the ginseng with some attachment and asked, "Are you selling this ginseng now?" He Yujie replied, "Uncle Sun, don't compete with me. I need it urgently." Dr. Sun chuckled. "You're looking for it for the old Master Jing, right?" He Yujie smiled and said, "You know that, Uncle Sunday." Dr. Sun stood up and said, "Since you found it, better to send it back early. Don't delay, or it won't look good." Then he looked at Luo Qiao and asked, "Did you bring it here?" Luo Qiao nodded and replied, "Yes." Dr. Sun said, "Next time, bring good things to Yikong Hall. My surname is Sunday. If you bring good stuff, my colleagues and I will definitely give you a fair price." Luo Qiao smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Sunday." Dr. Sun waved his hand and walked outside. "Kid He, I'm busy now, I'll go first." Ning Rue quickly said, "Dr. Sun, I'll see you off." He Yujie looked at Luo Qiao and said, "You heard what Dr. Sun just said. I won't cheat you. I'll add a bit more to the price, 3,000 yuan. What do you think?" Luo Qiao remembered that the last batch sold for only 500 yuan. 3,000 was a lot more, so she nodded and said, "Okay." He Yujie smiled. "You really helped me a lot this time. If you need anything in the future, just ask." He then went into the house and soon came out holding a thick stack of 10 yuan bills.
"Count it," he said.
Luo Qiao took the money without counting, trusting that He Yujie wouldn't cheat her. She was about to put it away when He Yujie said, "Better count it in front of me, so everyone knows it's correct." Surprised, Luo Qiao looked at him, counted the money quickly, and nodded. "No problem." He Yujie handed her a leather bag. "Put it in here." Luo Qiao took the bag, stored the money inside, then moved it to the bottom of her basket, secretly putting it into her space. She then looked at He Yujie and said, "Nothing else, I'll go now." He Yujie asked, "Can't the fish give a bit more each month?" Luo Qiao replied, "No, that's the limit." He Yujie watched Luo Qiao leave the yard, then quickly picked up his phone, dialed a number and transferred the call. "Grandpa, it's me. I found the ginseng." Yes. I'll buy the ticket right now and send it back to Beijing myself." It was clear from the other side that the person was in a good mood. Luo Qiao thought, since she was here, she might as well look around for anything she needed. She wandered for a while but found nothing special. At a turn, she saw an old lady holding a pair of jade bangles, trying to exchange them for food. But the man nearby either didn't recognize their value or just wanted money and refused. Luo Qiao glanced at her, followed the disappointed old lady quietly, and asked softly, "Are you exchanging for food?" The old lady stopped when she heard someone talking to her. "Do you have food?" Luo Qiao nodded.
"Yes."
The old lady took her to a quiet corner, looking a bit shy. "I don't have money, only this." After speaking carefully, she revealed a small amount for Luo Qiao to see. Luo Qiao quietly asked, What do you want to exchange? The old lady excitedly whispered, Do you have any staple grains? Luo Qiao replied, Yes, I have white flour, rice, and millet. The old lady took out the items and handed them to Luo Qiao. Can you tell me how much grain these can exchange for? Luo Qiao looked at the items and asked, What do you want to exchange and how much? The old lady carefully asked, Can I get 5 jin of each? Luo Qiao glanced at the items in her hand, thought for a moment, and said, All right, I'll give you 10 jin. These things aren't worth much now, but they will be more valuable later. The old lady sighed and said, We can't wait for later. Right now, exchanging some grain to help us out is good enough. Seeing that the old lady only had a small bag, Luo Qiao looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. She then gave the old lady the grain along with the bag, and also added more than a jin of dried red dates. Luo Qiao felt she had gotten a good deal, and felt a little embarrassed. The old lady was very happy. Her daughter-in-law was resting after childbirth and didn't have enough milk, so she risked coming to the black market to look around. She didn't expect Luo Qiao to give her more grain and some red dates. These were good things, she could add them to porridge to help her daughter-in-law regain strength. After leaving the black market, it was almost noon. Luo Qiao found a state-run restaurant that sold wontons, ordered a bowl, and also ordered 2 vegetable buns. When she received the buns, she realized the vegetable buns were even bigger than the meat buns. After finishing her meal, she used the basket to hide the remaining bun and stored it in her space. After eating, she thought since it was still early, she might as well finish her tasks and possibly return in the afternoon. When she arrived at the house, she saw the couple in the yard tidying up dishes. They smiled and said, You're here? Luo Qiao nodded. I want to finish the paperwork today so it won't affect your travel tomorrow. Is that okay? The old man said, My surname is Li, and my name is Jiang He. Just call me Grandpa Li. This is my wife, Qiao Yurong. Luo Qiao greeted, Hello, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li. My name is Luo Qiao. The old couple had just finished eating. They tidied up and then left together. When they reached the housing bureau, they transferred the ownership on the first floor. Luo Qiao was a bit worried because of her young age, thinking they might not approve her transfer. Today, the procedures went very smoothly, mainly because her household registration shows she is the head of the household, and the young man handling the paperwork seemed in a good mood. After finishing, Luo Qiao handed 900 yuan to Old Man Li, feeling like she finally had a home. Old Man Li and his wife gave Luo Qiao a set of keys, saying, Tomorrow after we move everything, we will leave the extra 2 keys on the kitchen windowsill. You can see them when you come in. Luo Qiao nodded in agreement. Seeing that everything was settled, Old Man Li and his wife left first. As Luo Qiao watched them leave, she was thinking about whether she should go upstairs. Just then Chu Lily came down from above. She saw Luo Qiao and quickly smiled as she approached. Why are you coming down now? Luo Qiao took a bag of red dates from her basket and handed it to Chu Lily. I was just thinking about how to call you down. I don't want to go upstairs again, especially not to run into Ding Xiongdong. It's too awkward. Chu Lily smiled. It's okay. Jiang Shan always causes trouble, and everyone in the office knows about it, so you don't need to feel embarrassed.